So, you are telling me now that Xu Qingyu dashed in front of my vehicle on her own accord, overwhelmed by family turmoil, unable to bear the emotional strain? Back then, Xu Qingyu was an exemplary student, revered by all the boys in school as a beacon of light. On the day of the incident, they nearly beat me to death. In the dimly lit rental room, disheveled and unshaven, Chu Xing gazed vacantly at the woman across from him, surrounded by scattered bottles and takeout boxes. The woman before him, adorned with smoky eye makeup, was Yuran, a classmate from high school. Yuran surveyed the room, infused with an air of despair and decay, and frowned. In high school, I sat beside Xu Qingyu. Her family's circumstances were quite intricate. Before the incident, she had written a letter. Chu Xing took the yellowed envelope Yuran handed him, suddenly losing control of his emotions. Covering his face as he sobbed, "It turns out it wasn't me who harmed her, it was she who harmed me." Memories, long sealed away, slowly resurfaced in his mind. During the summer of his sophomore year, 18-year-old Chu Xing became enamored with driving. He pestered his parents to enroll him in driving school, obtaining his license. Within a month, initially his family was apprehensive, with his father accompanying him in the passenger seat each time he drove. He recalled that day, the eve of the new school year, their family CAF was out of stock, and his father was out on business. So, Chu Xing volunteered to deliver supplies in the family CAR.I in his haste, as the traffic light turned green with only 3 seconds remaining. Chu Xing disregarded his father's instructions and accelerated instead of braking. A figure suddenly darted out from the roadside, and after that, Chu Xing remembered nothing. The only memory etched in his mind was the vast expanse of red blood that stained the streets. When he awakened in the hospital, he learned that the person he had struck was none other than Xu Qingyu, his classmate. In that moment, 18-year-old Chu Xing was engulfed by fear and regret. For 20 years, he believed that it was his foot on the accelerator that caused Xu Qingyu's fate. Night after night, he relived the same dream, where a blood-soaked woman sang Tehima haunting melody, her visage terrifying. Chu Xing's heart felt as if it were being carved by a knife, day in and day out. Yet now, the letter in his hand clearly indicated that even without him, Xu Qingyu would have chosen another vehicle to end her life. Chu Xing gazed at Yuran with profound anguish. At the beginning of their freshman year, Yuran sat beside him. She was the belle of the class. Like many boys, Chu Xing harbored a secret affection for her and had even penned love letters. After Xu Qingyu's incident, Chu Xing fell into despair, and during that time, Yuran was his sole source of comfort. He believed it to be true love, and thus he devoted himself fervently to her, kneeling before her for 20 years, offering unconditional affection, yet receiving only sporadic warmth in return. Across from him, Yuran turned her gaze to the window. "You can embark on a new life now. Please do not seek me out again. I have someone I care for." Thus, she had always known that Xu Qingyu had succumbed to despair, yet chose to conceal the truth to relish in Chu Xing's devotion. At that moment, Chu Xing felt as though the world were spinning around him. He thought, if only everything could be undone, he would awaken that woman who had ruined his life. Xu Qingyu, Chu Xing, wake up, we need supplies at the shop, and your father is not around. Hey, you little rascal, did you hear that? The room was suffused with the warmth of sunlight. Chu Xing opened his eyes to a disorienting scene, where the floor and ceiling spun chaotically, each jolt accompanied by waves of intense nausea. As the tumult within his stomach roiled, Chu Xing unsteadily rose, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a room that was both familiar and foreign. The mirror reflected a youthful and bewildered visage. A poster of Slam Dunk adorned the wall above his bed. His beloved guitar had yet to be cast into the flames. In an instant, a torrent of frantic thoughts surged through his mind. He glanced at the time on the Nokia phone resting on his bedside. 20 years ago, August 30th. Had he truly returned? The heart that had lain dormant for 2 decades began to beat anew, his body trembling violently. It was on this very day that his and Xu Qingyu's lives will be irrevocably altered. One lived, yet devoid of soul. One vanished, yet eternally present in another's dreams. Chu Xing had once endured such anguish, and he would not permit it to occur again. He vowed to liberate the girl who had haunted him for 20 years from the clutches of despair. Pushing open the door, he found his mother engaged in a phone conversation in the living room. Upon seeing Chu Xing, the elegant woman spoke into the receiver. Master Wang, old Chu has gone to a meeting. He'll send Xiaoxing with the supplies. Oh, you little rascal, still. Wanting hugs at your age, all right. Let's go with what Master Wang said. When his mother hung up and noticed Chu Xing clinging to her, she couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Let me tell you, even if you try to charm me, it won't work. Your father is absent, and if you don't deliver the goods, are we to survive on nothing? Chu Xing gazed at his mother, whose worry for him had not yet taken its toll, her hair now streaked with gray, and felt a surge of joy within. Mom, don't worry, you'll take care of you from now on. She pushed him away playfully, handing him a set of keys. You may spin grand tales, but you must still deliver this shipment. Driving while your father is away, take the electric bike. In his previous life, Chu Xing had begged and pleaded until his mother reluctantly allowed him to drive. But this time, she seemed taken aback as he swiftly seized the keys to the electric bike and rushed out. Is this little rascal actually opting not to drive? The electric bike sped through the bustling streets. Since that fateful accident, Chu Xing had not touched a vehicle, and he had developed a severe phobia of blood. For 20 years, he had dreamt the same dream each night, where the woman in red was none other than Xu Qingyu. Yet, he had never been able to discern her face. In Chu Xing's memories, Xu Qingyu was a girl of aloof elegance, preferring solitude. With hardly any friends in class, perhaps he could count as half. Xu Qingyu possessed a porcelain complexion. Chu Xing surmised that even in death, he could not match her ethereal whiteness. The most profound impression that Chu Xing had of her was her exceptional academic prowess. She always occupied the front row of the classroom, clad in a school uniform that had faded from countless washes. Her beauty, so striking, evoked an almost ethereal quality. Most of the students in the school regarded her as their unattainable ideal, yet very few dared to pursue her during their high school years. Chu Xing was brimming with bravado, while Xu Qingyu remained reticent and withdrawn. Had it not been for that fateful accident, their paths might never have crossed. The electric bike could hardly match the speed of a car, and fearing another missed opportunity, Chu Xing accelerated recklessly. Upon reaching the intersection near his family CAF, he was momentarily relieved to observe everything in perfect order. However, before he could fully relax, his gaze caught sight of a girl with flowing hair, despondently walking towards the road. Unlike the girl in his dreams adorned in a red dress, Xu Qingyu wore a white shirt and jeans. Her eyes sparkled like water. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips were a soft shade of crimson. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down her shoulders, shimmering like pearls under the sunlight. Chu Xing couldn't help but reflect on the unfairness of Nua's creations more often than not. She seemed to have carelessly shaped most beings with mere clumps of clay. Yet Xu Qingyu was undoubtedly a meticulously crafted masterpiece. If beauty were the passport to this world, Xu Qingyu would undoubtedly hold the most exquisite of all. She was the epitome of allure, captivating both boys and girls alike. Countless individuals in the school regarded her as their unattainable ideal, with less than a few dozen meters separating him from the intersection. Chu Xing noticed the traffic light turn red across the street. Cars began to move forward. Simultaneously, he observed Xu Qingyu, who had been gazing downcast, suddenly lift her head towards the sun. Her cheeks glowed in the sunlight, emanating a gentle warmth reminiscent of an old photograph with faded colors. A gust of wind swept by, causing her hair to dance around her face. She brushed aside the stray strands, allowing a glimmer of brilliance to shine from the corners of her eyes. In the next moment, it seemed as if she summoned all her strength to take a step forward. Chu Xing's heart raced, rising to his throat. In a frenzy, he discarded his electric bike and sprinted towards her. Xu Qingyu stood by the roadside, her head bowed as tears streamed down her cheeks. It was evident that her heart was in turmoil. Her gently trembling shoulders betrayed the fierce internal struggle she was enduring. Passers-by behind her had already discerned the fluctuations in the young girl's emotions, and some voiced their concerns. Yet this only quickened her steps. In the final 3 seconds of the traffic light, The sparkle in her eyes was completely supplanted by despair. She suddenly surged forward, racing toward the oncoming pickup truck. Chu Xing abandoned his electric bike and sprinted, his adrenaline heightening his senses to an acute degree. In the next moment, just before Xu Qingyu made contact with the truck, a strong hand grasped her wrist, yanking her back from the brink of danger. The screech of tires and the sharp friction against the pavement pierced through the air, plunging the intersection into chaos. Xu Qingyu was pulled with considerable force, letting out a muffled cry as she tumbled to the roadside. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade into oblivion. Her face, pale with anxiety and fear, bore no trace of color. Chu Xing, panting heavily, gazed at her, devoid of any joy from saving a life or relief from a near escape. Instead, he was filled with a sense of resentment and pent-up frustration. For 20 years, his life had been turned upside down by her actions. His mother had aged overnight from the guilt of allowing him to drive, while his father lamented over his despondent state. What was once a joyful family had been stripped of its vitality. And all of this was the doing of the girl before him. It was impossible for him not to harbor some blame. "Thank you," Xu Qingyu murmured as she regained her footing, daring not to lift her gaze to see who had saved her. Before the situation spiraled further out of control, she yearned to escape the scene swiftly. Chu Xing instinctively reached out. Wait. He had more to say. Suddenly, Xu Qingyu felt a powerful force at the back of her head, her scalp tightening as her body involuntarily leaned back. She instinctively reached up, her fingertips brushing against a hand that did not belong to her, which was gripping her ponytail with a firm grasp. In that instant, her eyes widened, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she whirled around to face the boy behind her, her tear-filled, startled gaze reflecting sheer terror. At that moment, she finally recognized that it was her classmate, Chu Xing, the very one who had just saved her and was now holding onto her ponytail. "Don't you look where you're crossing? Can't you tell the difference between red and green lights? If you want to endanger yourself, don't drag others into it." After a lengthy screech of brakes, the shaken pickup truck driver approached, cursing vehemently. Just 3 seconds remained on the green light. The truck had ample time to pass. Yet the driver never anticipated that someone would suddenly dart out from the side of the road, charging directly toward his vehicle. It was a hair's breadth from becoming a tragedy, and the shock and fear compelled him to vent his frustration. As the crowd parted, Chu Xing released Xu Qingyu's ponytail. Then, under the watchful eyes of many, he took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, and raised his hand high, delivering a sharp slap across Xu Qingyu's face. A sudden slap reverberated through the air, startling everyone nearby into a state of shock. As Xu Qingyu covered her face in disbelief, Chu Xing turned towards the pickup truck driver, bowing deeply with utmost sincerity. "Uncle, I sincerely apologize. My sister's mind was elsewhere, and she was distracted while crossing the street, nearly causing a grave mistake. I acknowledge that we are entirely at fault, and I truly apologize for the trouble we have caused you." The pickup driver, visibly taken aback by Chu Xing's actions, glanced at the deeply bowing youth and then at the tear-streaked face of Xu Qingyu. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right. It's fortunate that nothing serious happened." With that, he placed a hand on Chu Xing's shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear before departing. Chu Xing, shaking off the numbness in his wrist, approached Xu Qingyu and firmly grasped her arm, leading her towards the CAF behind them. The dazed expression on her face was swiftly replaced by anger as she shouted, "What are you doing? Let go of me." As she yelled, she struggled against his grip, her fingers turning pale from the force of her attempts to break free. Just as Xu Qingyu fought desperately, Chu Xing raised his wrist once more. With a sharp sound, she covered her cheek and ceased her resistance. How could this young man strike someone? How could he lay a hand on such a beautiful girl? A bystander, filled with righteous indignation, was about to intervene when a nearby woman pulled him back, saying, "Don't meddle. I saw it clearly. That girl ran into the pickup truck herself, nearly causing a tragedy. Someone needed to bring her back to her senses." Inside the CAF, there was a staff break room where Chu Xing confined Xu Qingyu. He then turned to summon a waiter to tidy up his electric bike and the scattered items. When he finally opened the door again, he found Xu Qingyu standing by the window, lost in thought. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her long lashes cast shadows on her cheeks. Her delicate lips were slightly parted, glistening with moisture, while her dark hair fell in disarray over her shoulders. The gentle breeze fluttered the sheer curtains, making Xu Qingyu appear as if she had stepped out of a painting, heartbreakingly beautiful. Searching his pockets for a cigarette, Chu Xing found none. Instead, he picked up a piece of candy from the fruit platter and popped it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, Do you think your head is made of iron? Xu Qingyu touched her flushed cheek and glared at him in anger. Chu Xing was unyielding, delivering a blow that left her expression ashen. If you weren't so reckless, why would you have run into the truck? Instinctively, Xu Qingyu lowered her head, the fire in her eyes replaced by fear. She fought back tears, defiantly asserting, I didn't. Didn't you? Then are you blind to the traffic lights? Chu Xing sat on a bench, extending his hand towards her. Give it to me. Strands of hair fell over Xu Qingyu's face, concealing her reddened cheeks. Chu Xing slammed his hand on the table, and under the weight of her startled gaze, he coldly demanded, Where is it? Xu Qingyu's face turned pale with alarm. Instinctively, she pressed her hand against the pocket of her jeans and swiftly took a step back, retreating to the corner by the window. I do not comprehend what you are saying, she stated, her demeanor reminiscent of one trying to conceal their guilt. Chu Xing suddenly crushed the candy in his mouth, the crunching sound piercing through the stillness of the room. He rose and advanced towards Xu Qingyu, who continued to retreat, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. In a swift motion, Chu Xing cornered her against the wall. Xu Qingyu. She lifted her gaze, only to be met by the brilliance in Chu Xing's eyes. Having been classmates for 2 years, this was her first opportunity to truly observe him. The 18-year-old exuded a captivating charm. His facial contours were sharp and defined. His nose was prominent, and his lips bore a delicate hue. His sun-kissed skin and height of 6 feet were striking among their peers. With no escape from the wall, Xu Qingyu could only endure her embarrassment and fear, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Yet, her natural shyness soon betrayed her. Her fair and delicate neck flushed a rosy pink from the tension. Just as she was striving to hold back her tears, she suddenly felt a hand intrude into her back pocket. What are you doing? Despite Xu Qingyu's innate pride and her air of aloofness before Chu Xing, she felt as vulnerable as a lychee stripped of its shell, its tender flesh fully exposed. It was only when Chu Xing rummaged through her pocket and retrieved a sanitary napkin that she snapped back to reality and forcefully pushed him away. Chu Xing gradually regained his youthful bravado. Casting his gaze towards the girl's neckline, he inquired with a hint of curiosity. Could that letter possibly be concealed within your clothing? Xu Qingyu instinctively covered her chest, furious and embarrassed. Chu Xing, do not go too far. If you dare, I will inform the homeroom teacher tomorrow that you bullied me. The exemplary student, who excelled in both character and academics, resorted to using the teacher as a shield. Chu Xing waved his hand dismissively, only to realize he was still holding a sanitary napkin, which he casually tossed onto the coffee table. Great. Tomorrow I shall have a thorough discussion with the old teacher about the contents of that letter. What was it? I quietly left, just as I quietly came. If there is no love, please do not hurt. Shut up. Xu Qingyu reacted as though her tail had been stepped on, her head buzzing. She instinctively reached out and covered Chu Xing's mouth. How could this be? That farewell letter was a secret known only to her. She was certain she had never shown it to anyone. How could Chu Xing possibly know? A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xing's eyes. The sensation of her hand against his lips was strikingly vivid. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Xu Qingyu. She had even laid hands on him. Chu Xing pondered whether licking Xu Qingyu's palm would break down her defenses, but while he desired to retaliate for the havoc she wreaked on his 20 years of life, he did not wish to cross such a line, so he kept his lips firmly closed. As Xu Qingyu regained her composure, she realized just how dire the situation had become. Initially, she only wished to prevent Chu Xing from reading that humiliating letter. Yet now, her hand was firmly pressed against his mouth, her fingers gripping his cheek due to her excessive force. Chu Xing did not struggle, he merely gazed at her intently. Xu Qingyu's expression was complex. She could distinctly feel the warmth of his breath against her palm. Hastily, she withdrew her hand, her voice defiant. What do you want from me? Chu Xing, uncharacteristically serious, straightened his face. Hand over that letter, and your secret will rest in my hands. If you dare to challenge me again, I shall make that letter public, allowing the entire class, no, the entire world, to witness Xu Qingyu's inner monologue. Xu Qingyu, grappling with thoughts of despair, recognized that while Chu Xing could save her today, what about tomorrow? The day after? He could not possibly be by her side at all times. Thus, that letter became the leverage he used to ensure she did not entertain any misguided thoughts. At this point, Xu Qingyu fell silent, tilting her head to look at Chu Xing, her earlier panic and fear dissipating. The letter is not with me. Chu Xing shook his head. If you don't believe me, check for yourself. Xu Qingyu tilted her head back, her body stiff as if carved from stone. Chu Xing was not polite. Having previously discovered only a pack of sanitary napkins in his pocket, he rummaged through her jeans, finding only 3 50-cent coins. Xu Qingyu held her head high, allowing Chu Xing to search through her pockets, her reddened eyes brimming with unshed tears. However, her stubborn nature prevailed. She bit her lip, refusing to let any tears fall. Chu Xing searched again. Apart from some soft and delicate items, he found only a few coins. But where was the letter? That farewell letter? What about the pocket of her top? He had to locate that letter. Or else the vision of Xu Qingyu in a red dress would forever haunt his dreams. He truly wished to be free from the clutches of nightmares. As Chu Xing's gaze shifted to her chest, a hint of panic flickered across Xu Qingyu's exquisitely beautiful face, prompting her to instinctively cross her arms. Observing her long eyelashes fluttering, Chu Xing deduced that the letter was concealed within her clothing. He took a step back to establish some distance and declared, "I am deeply enamored with this world, captivated by the first rays of sunlight that grace my face each morning." Enough. Xu Qingyu attempted to escape the harshness of reality, covering her ears with her hands. She felt as though she had lost all dignity in front of Chu Xing. How could she have penned such a foolish and melodramatic letter? Moreover, that he had come to know of it was utterly mortifying. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and after a fierce internal struggle, she ultimately chose to relent. With delicate fingers, she gently unfastened the buttons of her shirt. As each button was released, her long, fair neck came into view, with smooth and graceful collarbone lines. Just as Chu Xing's gaze lingered on the subtle indentation of her collarbone, her concealed allure erupted forth, lively and exuberant. Indeed, hidden depths lay beneath the surface. It was the first time Chu Xing realized that Xu Qingyu's vivacity and fullness could encompass the entire world. "If you wish to see, here it is." She tossed her shirt toward Chu Xing, leaving only a slender camisole adorning her figure, which beautifully outlined the youthful and delicate curves of her body. Unfazed by her startled demeanor, Chu Xing disregarded her embarrassment and examined the faded shirt closely, confirming the absence of the letter, then turned his attention back to her petite camisole. If Xu Qingyu's coolness and aloofness served as her protective shell, then now, stripped of that exterior, she revealed her tender and enchanting essence. Her inky hair cascaded down to her waist, her skin was fair and alluring, and her slender waist seemed almost incongruous with the fullness of her form, while the tiny camisole clung tightly, as if it might burst at any moment. Chu Xing instinctively drew closer, a faint, delicate fragrance wafting to his nostrils. He discerned that it was not the scent of perfume, but rather a sweet, fresh aroma reminiscent of morning dew on blooming flowers. As he inhaled deeply, Xu Qingyu's voice emerged, strained as if forced through clenched teeth. "I told you. Now you should believe me." Clenching her jaw, she fought back the tears threatening to spill from her eyes, instinctively lowering her gaze, only to find Chu Xing retreating a couple of steps. He sat down on a chair, reaching for a piece of candy. The previous life had been too stifling. His nicotine addiction was overwhelming, and in such moments, only candy could suffice. The sugary taste burst upon his palate, alleviating some of his agitation. Chu Xing pondered that perhaps he had suffered too greatly because of this girl in his past life, leading him to harbor a subconscious desire for revenge, exemplified by the 2 slaps he had delivered. Yet, as he approached the age of reason, he found it prudent to collect merely a small debt, without truly intending to harm her. Surely, Xu Qingyu must possess her own grievances and troubles. Otherwise, an 18-year-old flower in full bloom would not be so despondent. Chu Xing extended a piece of candy towards Xu Qingyu, squinting his eyes as he smiled cheerfully. "Xu Qingyu, when you find yourself harboring unpleasant thoughts, indulge in some candy. Its sweetness will ensure that life does not seem so bitter." Xu Qingyu remained silent for a considerable time before speaking. "This is undeniably chocolate, yet it carries a bitter taste." "Ah, indeed," Chu Xing replied, somewhat at a loss for words. "Then allow me to exchange it for a piece of candy." Xu Qingyu snatched the chocolate from Chu Xing's hand, tore open the wrapper, and popped it into her mouth. It was indeed bitter. However, after the initial bitterness subsided, the sweet aroma of chocolate lingered in her mouth. Suddenly, Xu Qingyu felt a surge of happiness. She pondered that since Chu Xing was aware of the farewell letter she had never shown to anyone, he must truly be a celestial being sent to rescue her. Chu Xing noticed the ribbon tied around Xu Qingyu's wrist and paused for a moment. Today should not be the first time she had a clash of wills with the pickup truck. Beneath the ribbon, there must be a scar, right? Alas, it seems that letter must be found promptly. Thus, Chu Xing's gaze shifted toward the girl's jeans as he remarked nonchalantly, "Since there is nothing up top, it is time to check inside those jeans." Xu Qingyu's hair tie on her wrist served as a silent cue to Chu Xing, a reminder that his quest to save her was undoubtedly fraught with obstacles and challenges. Chu Xing held no illusions that a mere piece of candy could lead the aloof school beauty to an epiphany. Nevertheless, at the very least, she was safe today. Having been granted a second chance at life, he longed to leave no regrets behind. Thus, after savoring the sweet, he shifted his gaze back to Xu Qingyu. The delicate straps of her top rested lightly on her fair shoulders, her collarbone exquisitely defined, the contours of her figure strikingly alluring, and her waist, slender and inviting, did not suggest any concealment. It seemed evident that the letter was not hidden upon her person. A sudden thought struck Chu Xing. What if Yu Ran? 20 years hence. That letter had been entrusted to him by Yu Ran. Could it be in her possession? In the past, like many infatuated peers, Chu Xing had harbored a secret affection for Yu Ran. After Xu Qingyu's accident, even the slightest display of concern from Yu Ran had deepened his resolve. Yu Ran, fully aware of Chu Xing's guilt towards Xu Qingyu, chose to conceal the truth, all while enjoying his unyielding adoration. Back then, Chu Xing's family owned several CAFS, and Yu Ran frequently brought a crowd of friends to indulge, with his endless devotion earning them complimentary treats. Despite showering her with lavish gifts, he received not her heartfelt reciprocation. Instead, she maintained an ambiguous distance, claiming it was a test of his affection. Throughout university, Yu Ran cycled through boyfriends. Yet Chu Xing remained her ever-present backup. In retrospect, he could only chastise himself for his foolishness. Anger? Perhaps some, but after enduring so much, many matters had ceased to weigh heavily upon him. Moreover, now that he had been granted a fresh start, there was still time to make amends. Clinging to a flicker of hope, he allowed his gaze to drift lower. Xu Qingyu's cheeks flushed instantly. "Haven't you already checked my pockets?" She displayed little aversion, her eyes void of disdain or hatred. The hint of embarrassment was something Chu Xing chose to overlook. The faded denim clung to her enticing form, accentuating her shapely backside, while her long legs, though not excessively slender, possessed a harmonious balance of strength and beauty. Chu Xing had felt the softness and elasticity of the fabric earlier when rummaging through her pockets. Though the chances were slim, he held on to a glimmer of hope. Just because it wasn't tea in her pocket didn't tea mean it couldn't tea be hidden within her jeans. At this, Xu Qingyu became thoroughly flustered. Although she viewed Chu Xing as her lifeline and was willing to hand over the letter, it did not imply that she lacked boundaries. Having already shed her shirt, she was adamant that her jeans would not come off. Instinctively, Xu Qingyu stepped back, finding herself cornered against the wall with no retreat. Noticing the panic in her eyes, Chu Xing remained unfazed. "You have two choices. Either allow me to inspect your jeans or rewrite a farewell letter for me." Xu Qingyu hesitated. Yet, Chu Xing was unwilling to grant her the luxury of contemplation. With a piercing glance, he feigned a move to touch her. Xu Qingyu immediately turned to him. "I write." Chu Xing's hand was merely a fraction away from those delicate legs, hoping that Xu Qingyu could hold on just a little longer. Unfortunately, he reluctantly withdrew his hand and turned to look for paper and pen. Xu Qingyu pointed to her belongings on the table, her voice laced with a hint of pleading. "Could you give me my things?" Chu Xing glanced at the 3 5-cent coins and the inexpensive bun on the table, dismissively waving his hand. "I'll return them to you once I've finished writing the letter." There was no paper in the lounge, so Chu Xing had to venture outside to find some. When he returned, he held a cup of coffee and a piece of cake. Noticing Xu Qingyu still standing by the window, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Why are you standing so far away? Come over and write the letter." Xu Qingyu had already put on her shirt, her bouncy figure concealed, and her beautiful eyes instinctively flicked toward the cake before she shuffled over to sit down. Chu Xing handed her the paper and pen, a note of concern in his voice. "Let me remind you, I know exactly what the letter contains. If you dare to scribble anything inappropriate, don't blame me for being rude." Xu Qingyu lowered her head, but did not put pen to paper. Chu Xing sat beside her, quietly waiting. 1 minute passed, then 2, and his patience gradually waned. His fingers drummed incessantly on the table until he could no longer hold back. "Reluctant to write? Then I may have to search you." With that, one of his hands inched closer to her thigh. Chu Xing's movements were slow, allowing her time to react. Yet Xu Qingyu remained utterly still. Even when his hand rested on her soft thigh, she kept her head down, her delicate features obscured by her hair, rendering her expression unreadable. yet she appeared so fragile. Just when Chu Xing thought he had crossed the line, Xu Qingyu slowly lifted her head, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls. "I can't remember how to write the first sentence," she cried. Even moments ago, when faced with death on the street, and after receiving 2 slaps from Chu Xing in public, she had not shed a tear. Yet now, merely because she couldn't recall the first line of her farewell letter, tears streamed down her face. The reason she hadn't cried before was that she had lost all hope of living. Now, having mustered the courage to go on, she found herself unable to remember the contents of the letter. Chu Xing placed the cake in front of her, smiling brightly. "Do you recall what I said? No matter how bitter life is, a little sweetness makes it more bearable." Xu Qingyu lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "I only have this much money. I can't afford the cake." Chu Xing disregarded her words and brought the cake to her lips, stating, "You've already touched it. If you don't eat it, it will only go to waste." When Xu Qingyu saw Chu Xing genuinely about to throw the cake into the trash, she hurriedly grabbed his hand and took a bite. "It's so sweet." Chu Xing took the paper and pen from in front of Xu Qingyu and began to write with swift strokes. He had only glanced at the letter once, yet it seemed etched into his very soul. Even if Xu Qingyu forgot it, he would not forget a single punctuation mark. As Xu Qingyu finished the cake, Chu Xing completed the letter just in time. He handed her the written letter, stating calmly, "Sign your name here, from now on. This letter will be considered your own." Xu Qingyu took the letter and gazed at the elegantly penned characters on the stationery, revealing a look of incredulity. It was not merely the content of the letter that mirrored her own thoughts. More significantly, the handwriting bore an uncanny resemblance to her own, nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. Little did she know that for the past 2 decades, following the accident, Chu Xing had lived in a perpetual nightmare, yearning to make amends and to comprehend every facet of Xu Qingyu's existence, even going so far as to emulate her handwriting. Xu Qingyu was astonished by the script on the paper, while Chu Xing's attention shifted to the corner of her mouth. Moments ago, he had deliberately smeared cake near her lips, which had yet to be wiped away. He reached out, his fingertips gently tracing the edge of her mouth, and, observing the remnants of cream, he brought his finger to his lips and tasted it. It was indeed sweet. At that moment, Xu Qingyu seriously handed him the letter bearing her signature. The letter read, "Dear Mother, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be by your side. I am so fond of this world, of the first ray of sunlight that kisses my face in the morning. Do not mourn for too long. I have merely departed for a distant place where there is no pain, no worries. I have left quietly, just as I arrived quietly. Yours lovingly. Your daughter, August 25th, 2005, Xu Qingyu." Chu Xing solemnly folded the letter and carefully tucked it into his pocket. He gazed at the girl before him. "Xu Qingyu, from this moment forth, your fate lies within my grasp. There is no escaping it. May I leave now?" Xu Qingyu's delicate visage bore a clear mark of a slap. Wishing to conceal it, she lowered her head, allowing her long hair to shield half her face. Chu Xing, still uneasy, feared that he might not see Xu Qingyu at school the following day, for if that were to occur, the purpose of his rebirth would be rendered nearly meaningless. He produced the letter once more and stated menacingly, "Let me make this clear. Do not entertain any foolish ideas. If you do not attend school tomorrow, I shall read this letter aloud at the school assembly, and you know I am capable of doing so." Xu Qingyu paused in surprise but showed no signs of anger or defiance. Instead, she gently nodded, "I will do as you say." Chu Xing felt a sense of satisfaction at her compliance. At that moment, Xu Qingyu carefully gathered the 3 5-cent coins and a sanitary napkin from the table. As she brushed past Chu Xing, he suddenly seized her hand. Xu Qingyu, fearing he intended to confront her again, instinctively recoiled, her large eyes blinking in distress. Chu Xing asked, "Are you just going to leave like this? You haven't paid for the coffee and cake." Xu Qingyu glanced at the steaming coffee and the cream cake she had consumed, reasoning, "I didn't drink the coffee." After a brief pause, she added, "And you were the one who urged me to eat the cake." Chu Xing frowned. "Just because I suggested it, you ate? If I told you to fly, would you take off?" "Enough of this chatter. The cake costs 15. You have 3 5-cent coins, which means you still owe me $11.50. Chu Xing arrogantly snatched the change from her hands, not sparing even the sanitary napkin. "I'll count this as 1, but you still owe me 10 yuan and 50 cents. Xu Qingyu bit her red lip, glaring fiercely at Chu Xing. That 3 yuan and 50 cents was her food money for 2 days, having just indulged in cake. Her stomach was full, and she could manage without food for 2 days. But that sanitary napkin her period was due in 2 days. and she truly had no money to buy a new one. Seeing the utterly unthreatening expression on Xu Qingyu's face only made Chu Xing find her adorable. Unable to resist teasing her, he took out that letter again and said nonchalantly, "Why not write an IOU? You can pay me back when you have the money." Chu Xing picked up a pen and began to write on the letter, of course, using Xu Qingyu's handwriting. Upon glancing at the figures on the IOU, Xu Qingyu instantly blushed with indignation. "Chu Xing, don't be so excessive. I clearly owe you 10 yuan and 50 cents, yet you wrote 150. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her eyes ablaze with fury, her chest heaving violently. Then, she stomped her foot and shouted, "Tomorrow, I will tell the class teacher that you are bullying me." Her voice quivered slightly, tinged with the threat of tears. Chu Xing noted Xu Qingyu's sensitivity regarding money. Her reaction was far more pronounced than when he had rummaged through her belongings. This only reinforced his impression of her as a miser. Of course, he understood that Xu Qingyu genuinely was in need of money. So, he pretended to examine the letter again, raising an eyebrow. "It seems I did make a mistake. I can't be bothered to correct it. How about this? I'll give you 140 yuan. Then you'll owe me 150, right?" Chu Xing's family owned a CAF with several branches. He truly was not short of money. Otherwise, he would not have developed such a bold personality during high school. He pulled out 200 yuan bills from his pocket and handed them to her, impatiently adding, "I don't have any change, so consider the extra as compensation for you." Xu Qingyu tilted her head slightly, gazing directly at Chu Xing suddenly. Something seemed to dawn on her, and a sparkle flickered in her bright eyes. She looked at Chu Xing's sharp brows and starry eyes, her cheeks resembling blooming peach blossoms, a faint blush creeping from her cheeks to her ears. Upon realizing Chu Xing's gaze upon her, she hurriedly averted her eyes, the shyness deepening. Chu Xing had envisioned this moment countless times. If only he hadn't pressed the accelerator that day, if only Xu Qingyu could be alive, how wonderful that would be. He had investigated Xu Qingyu's family situation and knew her father had passed away early, leaving her mother to struggle to make a living. He had often contemplated helping her through her difficulties, willing to give her the entire CF, even if his family might not approve. Today, his wish was finally fulfilled. In this moment, Chu Xing felt a sense of clarity. Even the grievances accumulated over 20 years began to dissipate. A radiant smile graced his lips, almost making him want to burst into song with joy. Xu Qingyu, noticing the sparkle in Chu Xing's eyes, suddenly understood his intention. Her heart swelled with certainty that Chu Xing was sent by heaven to rescue her. She suddenly realized that the world was not as dreadful as she had imagined. As she exited the CAF, the sunlight overhead was just right. Xu Qingyu lowered her head to leave, but was suddenly grasped by Chu Xing, who held her wrist firmly. She turned around, her cool eyes devoid of any gloom or despair, instead reflecting a hint of astonishment. "The quality of your sanitary napkins is abysmal. You should purchase a better pack. I shall inspect it tomorrow." Xu Qingyu instinctively glanced around, apprehensive of being overheard by passers-by. Yet, Chu Xing paid no heed to such concerns. The sanitary napkins that Xu Qingyu used were truly of poor quality, rough to the touch, with a surface marred by minute bumps and uneven textures. He genuinely feared for her well-being if she continued using them. Understanding Xu Qingyu's frugality, he gazed earnestly into her eyes. Though a mere sanitary napkin may seem trivial, its impact on health is considerable. If you hesitate to invest in quality now, you may later find yourself spending 100-fold to remedy the consequences. Trust me, you must purchase the better ones. Do you understand? Xu Qingyu finally comprehended why Chu Xing had taken that napkin from her. Although she was reluctant to part with her money, she remarkably refrained from arguing and merely nodded in agreement. Xu Qingyu looked up at Chu Xing, their gazes intertwining. The ordinarily aloof Xu Qingyu, who would often repel classmates with her indifferent demeanor, now unusually lowered her head, though her toes remained unseen. As she turned to leave, Chu Xing's anxious admonition echoed behind her. "Be cautious while crossing the street. Do not challenge the pickup truck." Upon hearing his words, Xu Qingyu immediately shifted from walking to running, vanishing into the crowd like a fleeting shadow. Chu Xing gazed with a complex expression at the vanishing figure of the girl, then slowly raised his right hand. It was the very hand that had just struck Xu Qingyu twice. To be candid, he harbored resentment towards her. It was no exaggeration to say that her suicidal tendencies had cast him into 2 decades of suffering and regret, plagued incessantly by nightmares. Those 2 slaps were delivered with full force, a form of atonement for his 20 years of life. Xu Qingyu seemed terrified at the mere mention of the letter. A simple threat regarding it would prompt her immediate capitulation. After conversing with himself, Chu Xing slipped his hand into his pocket, feeling the farewell letter within. An involuntary smile creeping onto his lips. Tomorrow at school, he could use this letter to provoke her into something more thrilling. Upon returning home, he was promptly met with his mother's fierce reprimand. Chu Xing, could you not allow me a moment of peace? You're an adult yet still act so carelessly. I asked you to deliver goods, and you scattered them everywhere, damaging the electric bike. What were you thinking? Chu Xing sulked, muttering softly, but you told me to hurry. I sped along, and a few bumps were inevitable. Chu Xing, your lies are becoming too effortless. Tell me, what good deed did you lead that young girl to the staff lounge for? His mother sighed heavily, rubbing her temples. You are in your final year of high school. If you dare to cause trouble at this critical juncture, I will not hesitate to discipline you. Chu Xing deduced that it must have been a staff member at the CAF who had reported him. With a quick flick of his eyes, he leaned his head against his mother's arm, grinning playfully. There's nothing quite like a mother's love. Children with mothers are like treasures. With a look of disdain, my mother pushed Chu Xing away and then gave him a sharp pat on the head, her expression stern as she chided. You never seem to be on the right path. Seeing the crisis averted, Chu Xing's face instantly brightened. Mom, what I'm doing is entirely legitimate. With the current imbalance in the gender ratio, so many bachelors are struggling to find brides. If I start dating now, who knows? I might be married by the time I graduate high school. By the time I enter university, I could have a lovely grandson for you to care for. Just think, you would be a grandmother at only 40, experiencing the joys of family. At that moment, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man entered. Briefcase in hand, it was none other than his father, Chu Tian. My mother immediately seized the opportunity to complain. You should keep an eye on your son. He is already planning to give you a grandson. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's eyes widened with indignation. Has this little rascal started dating? With that, he kicked off his shoes and lunged at Chu Xing, who hurriedly ducked his head, flailing his arms in defense while letting out desperate cries. My mother interjected, stepping between them, and scolded, just give him a few taps. No need to hit him on the head. If you injure his nerves, it will be endless trouble for me. At that point, Chu Xing seized the opportunity to defend himself. This is a misunderstanding. We are merely classmates. Xu Qingyu is the top student. How could someone like her possibly be interested in a bottom dweller like me? Chu Tian, who had calmed down, felt his temper flare once more at Chu Xing's words. You realize you're a bottom dweller? Out of 960 students in the entire grade, you scored 958. If it weren't for two fools, you would be the biggest fool of all. Watching the father-son duo embark on another round of playful chaos, my mother could only sigh in resignation and remind them, aim for the backside, not the head. The following morning marked the beginning of the new school year for the third year of high school. Chu Xing pondered whether to wear his school uniform or to make a bold statement with a fashion ensemble. Ultimately, recalling his father's stern demeanor, he sighed and opted for the former. After finishing the breakfast prepared by my mother, Chu Xing felt a mix of joy and trepidation as he rode his bicycle towards experimental high school. As he stepped through the school gates, his heart began to race with anticipation. He arrived at the entrance of class 14 and instinctively paused, peering curiously into the classroom. However, he did not see the familiar figure he had hoped for, causing his heart to sink. Yet, he reassured himself that he had arrived early, and perhaps Xu Qingyu had not yet come. He settled into a seat at the back of the classroom. Chu Xing, did you finish your summer homework? Called out Li Fei, a tall classmate whose academic performance was on par with Chu Xing's, known primarily for his jovial personality. Chu Xing, bewildered, responded, there was summer homework? Li Fei, visibly relieved, smiled genuinely. No, there isn't. Just then, the sound of small shoes tapping against the floor echoed, and the classroom buzzed with excitement. Li Fei poked Chu Xing's arm with his pen, his voice tinged with excitement. Your goddess has arrived. Chu Xing's heart skipped a beat, thinking it was Xu Qingyu. But when he looked up, he was met instead by Yu Ran. His expression soured, your goddess. In the classroom, the senior students appeared disheveled and apathetic. Yet amidst this somber atmosphere, Yu Ran stood out remarkably. With her well-proportioned figure and exquisite features, combined with her flair for grooming and dressing, she garnered the admiration of numerous boys in the class, including Chu Xing, who had previously been one of her admirers. What is going on? No more infatuation? Li Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Just last semester, Chu Xing had even sent Yu Ran a love letter. How could he simply abandon his feelings? Chu Xing's gaze remained fixated on the doorway as he replied earnestly, what time is it now? Senior year is a crucial moment in life. I must prioritize my studies moving forward. His resolute declaration rendered the previously boisterous classroom utterly silent. At that moment, panting heavily, Xu Qingyu appeared at the entrance, her eyes instinctively darting towards the back corner. After a brief moment, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she lowered her head and stepped inside. Did I just catch a glimpse of the goddess looking at me? Li Fei muttered in disbelief. Chu Xing, overwhelmed with excitement, clenched his fist and shouted, "Yes, she has come to school." Chu Xing, a sharp voice sent shivers down the spines of all present. The formidable class teacher, Li Wan, commonly referred to as the devil teacher behind her back, had arrived. Just the mention of her name was intimidating. Chu Xing's hand froze midair. With Li Wan's arrival, he could only sulkily step outside to stand. As he passed the podium, Xu Qingyu suddenly stood up in the front row and addressed the teacher. "Teacher Li, I'm late too. I'll accept the punishment of standing." Li Wan paused for a moment, unyielding toward a student like Chu Xing, yet she cherished Xu Qingyu, the top student in the grade. She waved her hand dismissively. "I didn't ask you to go out." Xu Qingyu replied earnestly, "If one makes a mistake, one must face the consequences." Watching her retreating figure, Li Wan muttered to herself, "This girl is so stubborn. Have you all completed your summer assignments? Class monitor, collect them one by one. I will check each one." Her authoritative gaze swept over the class, causing everyone to instinctively lower their heads, though their peripheral vision unconsciously drifted towards Chu Xing outside the door. Curse it. Had I known, I would have shouted out to be punished too. Outside the 14th class, Chu Xing beamed at Xu Qingyu, who was nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, her body swaying slightly, as if seeking solace from her inner turmoil. Observing her half-hidden face, with long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, he smiled and retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket, offering it to her as a reward. Xu Qingyu, with her hands behind her back, declined the treat. Chu Xing cleared his throat and playfully sang, "Here I come, gently." "Don't say that." Xu Qingyu's face flushed as she swiftly snatched the chocolate, unable to meet Chu Xing's gaze, and hurriedly glanced elsewhere. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, the echoes of Li Wan's reprimands continued unabated. Outside the classroom, Xu Qingyu discreetly lifted her gaze towards the boy. The moment their eyes met, she swiftly averted her gaze like a startled fawn, her bashful demeanor reminiscent of peach blossoms poised to bloom in the spring, brimming with innocence and youthful exuberance. "There is something I must entrust to you," Chu Xing said, his expression earnest as he regarded Xu Qingyu. Underneath Xu Qingyu's delicate gaze, her hands clutched a piece of chocolate, a reflection of her nervousness as she stood at the door for the first time as punishment. "I assure you, this matter holds immense significance for both of us," Chu Xing stated, his eyes fixed intently upon hers. Xu Qingyu's refined cheeks gradually flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripened tomato. Instinctively sensing Chu Xing's ulterior motives, she turned her face away, resolutely choosing to ignore him. Observing her reaction, Chu Xing appeared unfazed, a carefree smile adorning his face. "I am particularly fond of Su Zhima's poetry, especially Farewell to Cambridge, which I intend to recite before the entire class shortly." "Ah, softly, I." Xu Qingyu swiftly turned her head, glaring at Chu Xing with furrowed brows, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. "What do you want me to do?" Her voice dripped with humiliation. Chu Xing, undeterred, continued, "You are aware that at the beginning of each semester, our seating is arranged based on final exam rankings. As the top student, you may sit wherever you wish, while I, unfortunately, am at the bottom of the ranks and destined for the last row. Thus, I kindly request you to take the corner seat in the last row, my designated spot, so we can sit together." Xu Qingyu's cherry-like lips involuntarily pouted, revealing a row of pristine teeth as she bit her lower lip, striving to suppress the impending storm of emotions. "No way," she declared with determination. Her relentless efforts were aimed at altering her fate. Sitting in the last row felt akin to surrendering. Chu Xing reveled in Xu Qingyu's fury, his smile growing ever brighter. In this world, nothing is impossible. If there are limitations, it simply means the stakes are insufficient. After a brief pause, he escalated his demands. "Soon, I shall discuss my essay with Li Mo, expressing my deep affection for this world and the first ray of sunlight gracing my face at dawn." Xu Qingyu's fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly as she wore her school uniform, the loose fabric failing to conceal the rapid rise and fall of her chest. "Chu Xing, you are nothing but," she began, intending to call him a scoundrel, but hesitation crept in as she feared his retaliation. forcing her to swallow the words. Chu Xing, captivated by the myriad expressions on Xu Qingyu's face, could not resist teasing her. This was the only way he could distinguish her from the numb, despairing figure in his dreams. The girl before him possessed a visage chiseled to perfection, with slender, graceful eyebrows, eyes as clear as autumn waters, a delicate nose, and particularly those naturally rosy lips that evoked an irresistible urge to taste. After several deep breaths, Xu Qingyu managed to compose herself, casting a pitiful glance at Chu Xing. "Could you perhaps make a different request?" She relented. Chu Xing's gaze fell upon her wrist, adorned with a beautiful ribbon that concealed a dreadful scar. In a rare moment of seriousness, he fixed his gaze upon her eyes and earnestly proclaimed, "I must keep a watchful eye on you, so you won't spiral into distress." Xu Qingyu instinctively hid her hands behind her back, bowing her head, lost in her thoughts. A loud crash echoed through the classroom, followed by the commanding voice of the teacher. "Class monitor, make note of the names of those who failed to submit their assignments. Arrange the seating. Once that is done, I shall deal with each of you individually." Students lined up to exit as the teacher's words reverberated. Xu Qingyu hurriedly tucked the chocolate she was holding into her pocket, composed herself, and took her place at the front of the line. At that moment, Chu Xing deliberately walked to the back. Li Fei, with an envious expression, remarked, "Chu Xing, you must be thrilled to spend so much time alone with Xu Qingyu." Chu Xing replied nonchalantly, "Next time, I shall relinquish this opportunity to you." Li Fei scoffed. He was merely jesting, for if he were truly made to stand at the door as punishment, he would not dare to comply. "You've heard that your family CAF has launched new products?" Yu Ran, who had somehow approached, inquired. It was the first day of school, and she too refrained from being ostentatious, donning the school uniform. Yet, Yu Ran's face bore a hint of makeup, which the bookish classmates likely overlooked, assuming her beauty was innate. However, Chu Xing, with discerning eyes, immediately recognized her subtle ploy. In a previous life, he had been manipulated by her, to the point of disgust. She would receive the latest offerings from the CAF, yet never extended a kind demeanor towards him. Today, having refrained from fawning over her, she had taken the initiative to approach him. A cold smile curled on Chu Xing's lips as he thought to himself that had she not provoked him, he might have let her be. But now that she had come forth, she was inviting her own humiliation. He sneered, "My family CAF introduces new products daily. What concern is it of yours?" Yu Ran was taken aback, the scenario diverging from her expectations. She had anticipated that her initiative would prompt Chu Xing to eagerly cater to her. She had even made plans with a few friends to visit his home for complimentary coffee after school. As she stood there in shock, Xu Qingyu, who was first in line, had already entered the classroom and begun selecting her seat. In the next moment, the teacher's astonished voice rang out, "Qingyu, why are you choosing the last row?" Simultaneously, Xu Qingyu's timid response reached their ears, "Teacher, I am farsighted." At that, the entire class erupted in excitement, with many underperforming students dancing with joy. Yu Ran glanced through the window at Xu Qingyu seated in the back corner, and an instinctive realization struck her that the matter was not as simple as it appeared, prompting her to ask, "Chu Xing, what did you and Xu Qingyu discuss at the door just now?" Chu Xing, pleased yet unfriendly, retorted, "Do you know why my grandfather lived to be 100? Yu Ran instinctively shook her head. Chu Xing smirked, because he never meddled in others' affairs. This infuriated Yu Ran, who scoffed, "Chu Xing, I truly misjudged you. Is it simply because I rejected your confession? I was merely testing you. Did you know? What are you, to think you can be a measure of my worth?" With her solid academic standing, being among the top 20 in class, she soon had her turn to select a seat, and with a huff, she stomped away. Chu Xing reluctantly collected a small amount of interest, pondering the future when he would gradually settle matters with her. Beside him, Li Fei was left in astonishment, giving Chu Xing a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Brother Xing, you truly are impressive. You really won't pander anymore? I thought you were merely boasting." Soon, one by one, classmates entered the classroom, selecting their seats. As the last in line, Chu Xing fulfilled his wish by being the final one to step into the room. Upon crossing the threshold, he was met with a myriad of envious and complex gazes from his peers. And the reason was clear. The only remaining vacant spot in the entire class was nestled in the corner of the last row, alongside Xu Qingyu. Leaning back with his hands clasped behind his head, Chu Xing nonchalantly approached the last row and settled beside Xu Qingyu. He distinctly heard the sound of a heart shattering. In the next moment, the smile on Chu Xing's face froze. Xu Qingyu took a pen from her pencil case and solemnly drew a line down the center of the desk. Xu Qingyu drew a line down the middle of the desk and then turned her head away from Chu Xing. She instinctively tugged at her sleeve, letting down her long hair, which she usually tied in a ponytail. The strands partially obscured her profile, their slightly disheveled ends adding a touch of youthfulness and a carefree aura. Suddenly, Chu Xing snatched the pin from her hand and drew another line 3/4 of the way across the desk. Xu Qingyu instinctively glanced at her pin before asking, "What are you doing?" "It's a boundary line, isn't it? Aren't you the one who wanted to draw a clear distinction?" Chu Xing replied with a serious expression. Xu Qingyu's face immediately transformed, her breath becoming heavier. "What? Is it only permissible for the officials to light fires while the common people are forbidden to light lamps? Is your beauty so remarkable?" As he spoke, Chu Xing pushed Xu Qingyu's textbook and pencil case toward her. Xu Qingyu glared at the desk, now occupied 3/4 by Chu Xing, her fair complexion flushing a deep crimson. Chu Xing feigned innocence. "You wanted to draw the line, so you can't blame me for this." He then erased both lines on the desk, adopting a well-meaning demeanor. "If you don't like it, then let's not draw any at all." Xu Qingyu bit her lip as she looked at Chu Xing, suddenly regretting her decision to sit there. After a long pause, she finally said with a stern expression, "Don't go too far." Chu Xing initially intended to inquire what would constitute as going too far. However, he caught sight of the formidable Li Wan from Class 14 approaching with a teaching cane, her aura radiating fury. Without needing to ask, it was clear that the Li demon was coming to support Xu Qingyu. Before Li could speak, Chu Xing widened his eyes. "Li teacher, you've changed your hairstyle." The furious Li Wan momentarily paused, her reprimanding words caught in her throat. Chu Xing continued earnestly, "Li teacher, you usually wear your hair up, straight, or short. This is the first time I've seen you with such a hairstyle." He then raised both thumbs in admiration, declaring, "You are even more beautiful than Guan Jilin and Lin Jilin combined." The cane that was originally aimed at Chu Xing ultimately landed on the desk, her threatening words transforming into a warning. "Chu Xing, I warn you not to bully Xu Qingyu. If you dare disrupt her studies in class, I won't let you off easily." Chu Xing turned to Xu Qingyu, his expression sincere. "Have I bullied you?" Xu Qingyu's delicate earlobes turned a bright shade of red, and she suddenly calmed down, her tone becoming remarkably serene. "Li teacher, I will not be influenced by anyone. No one can take away my position as the top student." Li Wan had great confidence in her prized pupil, smiling broadly at Xu Qingyu. "I believe in you. If sitting here makes you uncomfortable, just let me know immediately, and I will help you change your seat." As Li Wan turned to leave, she intentionally brushed her hair, her smile radiating warmth. In the classroom, all the students were left speechless at this scene. The front row student, Li Fei, even discreetly gave Chu Xing a thumbs up, whispering, "Xinggu, it's been a holiday and you've become even more impressive." Chu Xing suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon him. Turning his head, he saw Yu Ran in the middle of the classroom, staring intently at him. In the past, Chu Xing would have exerted every effort to curry favor, but now he harbored no interest in even acknowledging the other party. The ignored Yu Ran bit her red lip, her gaze drifting towards Xu Qingyu's position, suspicion flickering in her eyes. At the onset of the morning study session, the formidable Li Mo Tao instructed everyone to preview the text before briefly stepping out. Xu Qingyu was resolute in her commitment to diligent study. True to her word, she picked up her book and began to read intently. Chu Xing, one hand twirling a pen and the other propping up his chin, gazed at Xu Qingyu's profile, captivated. Sunlight streamed through the window, gently spilling onto the desk, where Xu Qingyu sat quietly, immersed in the world of her book. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, akin to pristine lake waters, her long lashes fluttering occasionally. A gentle breeze swept by, causing a few strands of hair to slip from beside her ear, yet she remained oblivious, her delicate fingers turning the pages with utmost seriousness. Chu Xing admired the gentle contours of her profile, her skin radiant as snow, illuminated by the sunlight, resembling a serene and beautiful painting. For a moment, he was entranced, and the pen slipped from his grasp, falling to the floor. Regaining his senses, Chu Xing bent down to search beneath the desk. The area was somewhat dim, and Xu Qingyu's lovely legs, clad in her school uniform, were pressed together to one side. Due to her seated position, the cuffs of her trousers had risen, revealing her slender and graceful ankles. Pretending to exert considerable effort, Chu Xing retrieved the pen and, as he stood, deliberately applied pressure on Xu Qingyu's leg. It must be said that Xu Qingyu's legs were utterly mesmerizing. They appeared delicate and elongated, yet even through the fabric of her uniform, one could feel the softness beneath. An exquisite sensation. Xu Qingyu glared at Chu Xing in indignation. Yet, Chu Xing feigned innocence, asserting, "Didn't you just say you wouldn't be distracted by your surroundings? If you don't focus on your studies, I shall inform the homeroom teacher of your inattentiveness." Xu Qingyu was both furious and embarrassed, for it was he who had touched her leg. Just then, Liamo Tao entered the room. Her gaze immediately darted to the back corner. Upon noticing her beloved student with red-rimmed eyes and Chu Xing's nonchalant demeanor, she unleashed a fierce reprimand. "Chu Xing, have you completed your preview? Come to the front and solve this problem. If you cannot, I will call your parents." The imposing presence of the class's esteemed teacher swept through the room, rendering all 42 students too intimidated to lift their heads. Chu Xing instinctively rose to his feet. Despite possessing the wisdom of a 40-year-old soul, the authoritative wrath of the homeroom teacher sent chills down his spine. At that moment, even his eloquence faltered in the face of her ire, compelling him to comply without protest. Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu occupied the last row, adjacent to the wall, with Chu Xing seated on the inside. This meant that to exit, he would have to pass by Xu Qingyu, his desk mate. As Xu Qingyu stood with her head lowered to grant him passage, all the students in the classroom boldly turned their gazes toward the back row, not just the boys. As the most beautiful girl in the experimental high school, Xu Qingyu's stunning beauty was irresistible, even to the girls. It is rumored that at least 30% of the girls in the school secretly harbor affection for Xu Qingyu. Under the watchful gaze of her classmates, Xu Qingyu instinctively covered her left cheek with her hand, where 5 distinct handprints were evident. As she lifted her wrist, her sleeve slipped downward, causing the ribbon that had been tied around her wrist to also slide down. Instantly, a prominent and deep mark on her wrist came into view. Xu Qingyu instinctively glanced up and was met with dozens of eyes fixed intently upon her. In that moment, the most fragile cord of her heart snapped completely. The next instant, Xu Qingyu staggered, her body tilting backward. Chu Xing, quick of reflex, grasped her wrist firmly. After a holiday apart, Xu Qingyu had become even more beautiful, a sentiment echoed by all her classmates. Seizing the moment, the entire class's attention converged on her alone. Only Chu Xing was contemplative. The moment he noticed Xu Qingyu's swaying form, he sensed trouble. It was evident that she wished to conceal the marks on her face from her peers, as well as the scar on her wrist. Feeling a sense of responsibility, Chu Xing firmly grasped Xu Qingyu's wrist before she could fall, simultaneously retrieving a piece of candy from his pocket and placing it in her mouth, urging her, "Swallow it." Xu Qingyu felt a heaviness in her head and an overwhelming fear that threatened to engulf her consciousness. As she sensed the sweetness on her tongue, a voice echoed in her mind. "Life is bitter. You can have some sugar to make your existence seem less harsh." Thus, she obediently swallowed the candy. The enveloping darkness gradually receded. As Xu Qingyu slowly opened her eyes, she saw the boy gently brushing a strand of hair from her face, concealing the marks upon her cheek. In class 14, all 48 students, particularly the boys, regarded Xu Qingyu as a beacon of beauty. Most of these boys dared not express their feelings, burying them deep within their hearts. However, there were also a few self-important individuals who boldly pursued her, such as Guofeng, the class monitor. Initially, Guofeng felt displeased when he saw Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu standing together in the doorway as punishment. When he noticed them sitting together again, his frustration reached a boiling point. Seeing Chu Xing audaciously touch his goddess, he erupted, exclaiming, "Chu Xing, the homeroom teacher is right here. How dare you lay a hand on a female classmate? Release Qingyu at once." Chu Xing paid no heed to him. He delicately repositioned the ribbon that had slipped from Xu Qingyu's wrist back over the scar, ensuring she was steady before loosening his grip and striding toward the podium. Seizing the opportunity of Chu Xing's apparent concession, Guofeng sprang from his seat and jogged to the back, eagerly proclaiming, "Qingyu, I've already taught Chu Xing a lesson for you. If he dares to touch you again, I'll handle him for you." Guofeng, ranking among the top 3 in class and hailing from a well-off family, believed himself quite handsome, exerting himself desperately to impress Xu Qingyu. "What gives you the right to teach Chu Xing a lesson?" Xu Qingyu thought the candy was exceptionally sweet, her pure gaze fixed coldly on Guofeng. Guofeng paused for a moment, observing the calmness in Xu Qingyu's eyes, which reflected no hint of emotion. To her, he seemed as inconsequential as a mere stone or a piece of wood. He stammered, "I saw." "No, we all saw it." He touched your hand. Xu Qingyu remained unfazed, replying, "You must have seen it wrong." "I did not." "Then it must be that your eyes deceive you." The entire class was suddenly enveloped in hushed whispers. Enough. After being ignored for so long, Limota finally spoke up, causing the classroom to fall silent. Return to your seats. Guofeng opened his mouth, but, under the dual pressure from Xu Qingyu and Limota, could only retreat to his seat in defeat. Limota glanced at Chu Xing at the podium, then at Xu Qingyu, who stood by the desk waiting for Chu Xing to return, and said weakly, "You should return too." As Chu Xing settled back into his seat, he caught sight of Guofeng in the front row making a very discreet gesture with his lips, sandbag, his mouth curled into a taunting smile. Chu Xing did not indulge him, quickly mouthing back in silence, "You are the true sandbag." With the morning reading concluded, the first class was mathematics. Before the math teacher arrived, Chu Xing leaned towards Xu Qingyu and said, "I wish to attend the same university as you. Would you be willing to tutor me?" Xu Qingyu maintained a straight posture, her back erect, and upon hearing Chu Xing's words, she turned to him and asked, "Are you certain?" Chu Xing replied earnestly, "Look, in situations like today, if I hadn't been here, you would have been exposed, so even in university, I must keep an eye on you." Xu Qingyu unconsciously glanced at her wrist adorned with a bow, recalling the overwhelming fear she had felt alone. Otherwise, she would not have been so stubborn yesterday against the pickup truck. Gazing at Chu Xing's clean face, she spoke softly, "I am aware of your academic performance. Your grades are consistently stable. In the final exam, your highest score was in English with 37 points, while you scored 0 in mathematics. If you wish to catch up within a year, you must prepare yourself mentally." To explain further, Xu Qingyu leaned closer to him, their cheeks nearly brushing. The scent of her fragrance filled Chu Xing's nostrils, and he could even feel the warmth radiating from her face, leaving him distracted from her words. Noticing his dazed expression, Xu Qingyu nudged him. "What? Are you afraid?" Chu Xing quickly composed himself, thumping his chest. "Afraid? Not at all. Well then, let us start with your forte, English. I will provide you with several sets of papers. These are last year's mock exams from the top school, crafted by renowned educators." Xu Qingyu waited for a moment, and seeing Chu Xing fall silent, she shot him a glance. "My goal is Tsinghua or Peking University. Can you keep up?" Chu Xing snatched the test papers, stating earnestly, "Remember, never tell a man that he cannot succeed." His expression turned grave. In his previous life, he had failed the college entrance examination, and his family had spent money to place him in a subpar university. For years wasted, he had returned home post-graduation, completely withdrawn. At that time, he was tormented by nightmares day and night, his spirit in disarray, utterly devoid of the inclination to work, leaving his parents in deep distress. It is no exaggeration to assert that in his previous life, his existence had rotted away. Now, having been granted a second chance, Chu Xing resolutely determined that he would strive, even at the cost of his life, to gain admission to a prestigious university and rewrite his destiny. As he opened the examination paper, Chu Xing twirled a pen with one hand while resting his chin on the other, his expression one of intense concentration. He was about to exert himself. Multiple choice questions. A, B, C, or D. What to choose? Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. No. He must push through. 10 minutes later, the pen slipped from Chu Xing's grasp and fell onto the desk. With one hand propping up his chin, he succumbed to slumber. At that moment, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, softly illuminating the classroom. At the podium, the mathematics teacher was engrossed in writing on the blackboard, the chalk scratching against the surface producing a gentle, soothing sound. The pothose by the window shimmered with vibrant green leaves, swaying gently in the breeze, while outside, the birds sang unabashedly from the branches. In his dream, Chu Xing furrowed his brow slightly, clearly disturbed by the cacophony of chirping birds. Xu Qingyu, who had been diligently taking notes, paused to glance at Chu Xing's hair, smooth and lustrous like a begonia. After a brief moment of contemplation, she reached for her pencil case, extracting a well-used eraser, and, after a moment's hesitation, tossed it towards the singing birds outside the window. The pesky creatures took flight, startled by the sudden intrusion. In the classroom, the gentle sound of Chu Xing's snores filled the air with an aura of bliss. After shooing away the sparrows, Xu Qingyu resumed her note-taking with utmost seriousness. Chu Xing, disinterested in the lesson, was determined to capture every word the teacher uttered. The first class was mathematics, with the teacher, adorned in thick reading glasses, delivering the lesson in a manner reminiscent of a lullaby, causing most students to drift off into distraction. The second class was English, which, according to Xu Qingyu, was Chu Xing's forte. Alas, he did not raise his head throughout. The third class was Chinese, taught by their homeroom teacher, known for her intolerance of any distraction. Should she catch Chu Xing still asleep, she would undoubtedly erupt in anger. Thus, during the break, Xu Qingyu found herself in a quandary. She observed Chu Xing's head tilted against the desk, his arm cradling his cheek, as if he had crafted a soft pillow for himself. Sunlight sculpted the contours of his face, his thick eyelashes casting delicate shadows on his eyelids, fluttering gently with his even breaths. Xu Qingyu wondered what dreams occupied Chu Xing's mind. In any case, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile, making her reluctant to awaken him. Indeed, Chu Xing was dreaming. In his dream, he found himself in a castle suspended in the sky, constructed entirely of crystalline materials that refracted a dreamlike, enchanting glow. In the spacious hall of the castle, a woman with cascading long hair stood quietly by the window. Her hair flowed like black satin, and she wore an immaculate white gown. Her eyes mirrored the depth of the night sky. Her beauty reminiscent of a fairy stepped out from a painting, breathtakingly exquisite. Chu Xing yearned to approach her, but found that she was drifting farther away from him. In a state of urgency, Chu Xing raced forward, yearning to grasp her hand. Yet, the white dress of the woman gradually transformed into a crimson hue, reminiscent of blood, her features becoming increasingly indistinct. Xu Qingyu, diligently organizing her class notes, paused momentarily upon hearing Chu Xing's call, a flicker of helplessness resurfacing in her heart. She assumed that Chu Xing was once again seeking to trouble her, or perhaps wielding leverage as a threat. And a hint of indignation began to bloom upon her exquisite cheeks. Xu Qingyu had already endured a morning of intimidation from Chu Xing, even being compelled to relocate from the front of the classroom to the very last row. This deviation from her plans weighed heavily on her. Though she could acquiesce once or twice, her nature would never allow her to endure such provocations endlessly. Just as she contemplated confronting him, she turned to find Chu Xing still sprawled across his desk, soft snores confirming his deep slumber. He was dreaming, calling her name within that dream. This realization caused her simmering anger to swiftly morph into shyness, her face flushing a deep crimson. As the bell rang, the previously chaotic classroom gradually descended into silence. Just before Li, the stern teacher, entered the room, Xu Qingyu gently extended her delicate hand, intending to rouse the sleeping Chu Xing. However, the moment her slender fingertips brushed against his cheek, he murmured once more, "Xu Qingyu, you left so easily, yet I have suffered for 20 years. Xu Qingyu, I wish for you to live." Her delicate hand froze in midair. The next instant, the homeroom teacher stepped into the classroom. Yet, Xu Qingyu's fingertips ultimately made contact with Chu Xing's cheek. As Chu Xing stirred from his dreamlike state, he initially believed he was still ensconced in a dream. How could Xu Qingyu, who had been gone for 20 years, appear before him? But then, the sound of a book striking his face shattered the illusion. And upon gazing at Xu Qingyu's baby-like visage, a smile broke across his face. "Chu Xing, how can you still smile? Sleeping soundly on the first day of school. If you wish to sleep, go home." Li's thunderous roar met with a chorus of gleeful expressions from the male students, relishing the spectacle of Chu Xing sitting beside their ethereal Xu Qingyu. Yet, Chu Xing remained unfazed, even feigning surprise. "Teacher Li, didn't you say I shouldn't disturb Xu Qingyu's studies during class? My sleeping proves I did not disrupt her." Li's cold smirk replied, "So you're saying I should commend you for sleeping?" Chu Xing rubbed the imprint on his cheek, casually remarking, "I am merely adhering to your guidance, teacher. Leave." Li's roar reverberated through the room. Thus, on the very first day of school, Chu Xing found himself standing in punishment for the second time. After class concluded, he ventured to the restroom. Upon his return, he swiftly resumed his napping. Having endured 20 years of insomnia, plagued by nightmares, he was determined to relish this rare opportunity for a pleasant dream. Chu Xing slept from morning until night. When the school bell finally rang, he stretched widely, yawning deeply, and engaged in some light exercise, his entire body crackling like popcorn. Observing Xu Qingyu, who was tidying up her textbooks, Chu Xing's lips curled into a smile. "I'm feeling quite hungry. How about you treat me to some spicy hot pot?" Outside the window, the sky had turned completely dark. Under the illumination, Xu Qingyu's lips resembled cherries, and her face bloomed like a peach blossom. She placed her pen into her pencil case and, in a cool tone, replied, "I'm not hungry." Chu Xing was determined not to let her off easily. "I recall there's a place at the school gate that serves sour and spicy noodles. The flavor is quite unique." Xu Qingyu packed her books into her backpack and then handed him a notebook. Chu Xing, intrigued, asked, "What's this?" "Class notes," she replied, seemingly unwilling to linger, and left with her backpack slung over her shoulder. Chu Xing flipped open the neatly written notebook and hurriedly gathered his textbooks, quickening his pace to catch up. How about I treat you to grilled cold noodles? The meatballs at the school gate are also delicious. He swiftly caught up with Xu Qingyu, walking side by side under the moonlight. Xu Qingyu glanced at him but kept her head down, silent. Chu Xing, growing impatient, suggested, "Then let us go for lamb skewers, the juicy kind with a perfect blend of fat and lean meat." Xu Qingyu sniffled, feeling her mouth water, yet stubbornly retorted, "My mother left me some food." Noting her wavering resolve, Chu Xing scoffed, "Does your mother know that I'm here with you?" At his words, Xu Qingyu's body tensed up. She turned her head, glaring at Chu Xing, her demeanor suddenly becoming much colder. Unfazed, Chu Xing raised an eyebrow. "As I said, if I invite you to eat, you should go with me, or else you'll regret it." Xu Qingyu opened her mouth, a flicker of anger in her eyes. However, after a brief moment, seemingly struck by a thought, she lowered her head, her chest rising and falling rapidly, before finally conceding. "Can I at least say that I will listen to you? Now that's more like it," Chu Xing smirked. 10 minutes later, at the snack street near Experimental High School, Chu Xing was already carrying a pile of delectable treats. Behind him, Xu Qingyu held a plate of fried noodles, her face radiating joy. Let us talk after I finish eating." Her eyes sparkled as she stuffed her cheeks full, only to turn her head shyly to swallow the delicious morsels, casting a bashful glance at Chu Xing. "I mean, why aren't you eating? There's so much here that I can't finish it all." The young girl's face flushed, her earlobes turning a delicate pink. Chu Xing casually pulled out a tissue from his pocket and naturally wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth. "Just eat when I tell you to. There's no need for so much chatter." Xu Qingyu stomped her foot, disliking the command in Chu Xing's tone, and decided to rebel slightly. "Dare to stomp your foot? Do it again, and I'll have a word with your mother." Chu Xing, one hand laden with food and the other holding the tissue, forcefully wiped the corner of her mouth. Xu Qingyu's flicker of rebellion was instantly quelled. She bit her red lip and, in a fit of frustration, stuffed her food into her mouth, chewing as if she were trying to crush Chu Xing himself. Chu Xing walked alongside her and softly remarked, "Once you have had your fill, the remainder shall entirely belong to me." Xu Qingyu is indeed quite opinionated. She possesses a delicate, ethereal beauty, her demeanor cold and taciturn. Regardless of how handsome the suitor may be, her expression remains unyielding and her gaze piercing, akin to that of someone surveying refuse, imbued with an overwhelming intensity that most cannot withstand. This morning, class monitor Guofeng found himself rendered unable to raise his head under her scrutinizing stare. Even though Chu Xing held a secret over her, Xu Qingyu remained defiant, her occasional glares and stomps revealing her rebellious spirit. Alas, no matter how aloof and proud she may appear, Chu Xing has her firmly in his grasp. At the bustling snack street near the school, Xu Qingyu's cheeks were puffed out. Initially, she was mindful of her image, taking dainty bites in front of Chu Xing. However, when Chu Xing offered her a greasy lamb skewer, she could no longer maintain her restraint, and her small mouth busily devoured the morsels. Chu Xing, standing nearby, would occasionally remind her to slow down, assuring her that there was plenty left and no one would snatch it away. He would even use a napkin to wipe the grease from the corners of her mouth. Just as they exited the snack street, two familiar figures appeared before them, Yu Ran and her close friend Su Xiaoxue. The two girls walked side by side, each holding a portion of spicy hot pot. The early September weather remained somewhat sultry, and as they indulged in their fiery delicacies, sweat beaded on their noses and foreheads, their cheeks flushed, and their chests rose and fell with quickened breaths. Su Xiaoxue, the mathematics class representative, radiated a delicate charm, particularly with her captivating little fangs when she smiled, making her a beauty in class 14. Unfortunately, compared to Yu Ran, she lacked the same allure. Today marked the first day of school. Although Yu Ran wore the same uniform, she had cleverly applied light makeup, her sparkling eyes vibrant and alive, complemented by her exquisite features and flawless skin, earning her the secret admiration of several boys in the class. Upon their encounter, Yu Ran's eyes lit up as she greeted Chu Xing. "Chu Xing, I was just thinking of heading to the CAF to find you." Xu Qingyu cast a glance at the two girls, clearly more intrigued by the food, diligently gnawing on her lamb skewer, yet she remained attentive. Upon hearing her name, Chu Xing's gaze met Yu Ran's. The bright smile on his face gradually faded, and he pouted, "Just don't come to my house. Let us clarify matters here." If there were a ranking of the people Chu Xing despised most, Yu Ran would undoubtedly occupy the top position. In a previous life, Xu Qingyu's fleeting actions indirectly led to his own suffering, leaving him in a state of anguish and guilt. However, upon learning about Xu Qingyu's family circumstances, his feelings towards her became exceedingly complicated. Initially, he indeed blamed her for ruining his life, which prompted him to strike her without hesitation upon their first encounter. Yet, he also recognized that Xu Qingyu was not inherently malicious. She had never intended to harm him and was merely another victim of circumstance, inadvertently colliding with his life at her moment of despair. When Chu Xing later observed the deep scars on Xu Qingyu's wrist, his emotions became even more entangled. Blame and hatred gradually dissipated, replaced only by sympathy and a desire to rescue her from despair. However, Yu Ran was distinctly different. This woman, fully aware of the truth, concealed her past for 2 decades, driven by vanity and a need to have Chu Xing kneel before her without reservation. It is not an exaggeration to say that Chu Xing harbored no affection for her whatsoever. Observing the indifference on Chu Xing's face, Yu Ran erupted. "Chu Xing, what do you mean by this?" Her furious voice instantly drew the attention of passers-by. The food street was bustling, and the sight of a dispute between strikingly handsome individuals caught many wandering gazes. Chu Xing, with an air of impatience, regarded the pale-skinned girl before him. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you? What do you mean by persistently bothering me every few days?" Yu Ran's ample bosom heaved as she handed her spicy skewers to Su Xiaoxue and stepped forward, grasping his wrist and attempting to pull him onto the main street. "Chu Xing, I didn't expect you to be so petty. Just because I didn't reply to the love letter you wrote me last semester? Let me tell you, there are many who have written me love letters, and I have ignored them all." Yet, despite her tugging, Chu Xing remained rooted to the spot, unyielding. This infuriated Yu Ran completely. She was indeed beautiful, not counting the enchanting Xu Qingyu, and she enjoyed considerable popularity at the experimental high school, with many boys professing their admiration for her. Among them, Chu Xing stood out distinctly. With a height of 182 meters, striking features, a talent for basketball, a flamboyant personality, and an affluent background, he was the envy of many. His family owned several cafes, and whenever Yu Ran invited friends for coffee, Chu Xing would cover the bill, enhancing her status among peers. Thus, despite numerous suitors, she held Chu Xing in the highest regard. Previously, Chu Xing would message her daily on QQ, send goodnight wishes, and leave comments on her space, yet Yu Ran had never cared. Now, however, Chu Xing had suddenly ceased all contact with her and was seen in the company of Xu Qingyu, leaving her with a sense of loss akin to having something precious snatched away, igniting her anger and resentment. Noticing Chu Xing's reluctance to accompany her, she cast a sly glance at Xu Qingyu, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. "Chu Xing, let me tell you, during the summer vacation, Guofeng confessed to me. If you don't make an effort and clarify your position, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Chu Xing abruptly shook off her hand, as if discarding something filthy, rubbing his wrist on his clothing. "That's wonderful. I wish you both happiness." Upon hearing this, Yu Ran could no longer maintain her composure. Her face flushed as she retorted, "Chu Xing, you will regret this." Chu Xing smiled. "I already regret it." Taken aback for a moment, Yu Ran quickly regained her haughty demeanor. She was confident that Chu Xing liked her and could not bear to be without her. His earlier coldness was merely an act. She believed that with a little intimidation, he would reveal his true feelings. Raising her chin slightly, she resembled a proud swan. "Humph, what use is regret? Show me what you can do." As Chu Xing felt a twitch in his right eyelid, he lamented, "I regret ever wasting my time on your incessant ramblings." With that, he could hardly muster the energy for another word, seizing Xu Qingyu's hand and striding forward. "Who permitted your departure? You shall not leave without my consent." Yu Ran stubbornly positioned herself in front of him. Chu Xing, akin to swatting away a fly, brusquely shoved her aside and vanished into the throngs with Xu Qingyu. In this new life, Chu Xing was determined not to squander his existence on inconsequential individuals, and Yu Ran epitomized such triviality. He found himself utterly disinterested in engaging her further. Beside him, Xu Qingyu finished her last morsel of meat and tilted her head to Chu Xing, saying, "You promised we would attend the same university, yet you seem preoccupied with napping during class. Did I really talk in my sleep?" he inquired, feigning surprise. "Indeed, you said." She replied, "What did I say?" Noticing that Chu Xing was using the very chopsticks she had just employed, with traces of her saliva still upon them. She blushed and murmured, "You said you would study diligently to gain admission to a good university." Chu Xing could only recall a delightful dream filled with a castle and a long-haired beauty, with nothing else lingering in his memory. As for studying earnestly, he truly aspired to attend a prestigious university. He turned to Xu Qingyu and asserted, "You also promised to tutor me. A mere notebook cannot suffice to absolve you of that commitment." Xu Qingyu turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. "I've prepared some notes for you," she stated, then added, "Just remember to return the notebook after you've finished." Chu Xing pinched her cheek and forcibly directed her face towards him, compelling her to meet his gaze. "You agreed to tutor me. Do you think you can dismiss me with just a notebook?" Xu Qingyu, faced with his insistence, clenched her teeth and attempted to resist, stamping her foot in frustration. "What do you want? Come to my house to tutor me?" "Absolutely not." Chu Xing scoffed lightly, employing another tactic. "So, you no longer wish for me to keep your secret?" Normally, Xu Qingyu would have capitulated by now. However, this time her eyes held a mournful glimmer. "Your parents are at home," indicating her reluctance to meet them. Suddenly, Chu Xing recalled his father's admonition about early romances. Bringing a female classmate home today indeed seemed inappropriate. Thus, he relented. "Very well, we can meet at our CAF then." Seeing Xu Qingyu still hesitant, Chu Xing quickly employed both carrot and stick. "If you agree, I shall treat you to an extra slice of cake. If not, I shall have a chat with our homeroom teacher tomorrow." Defeated, Xu Qingyu conceded, "All right, but I can only assist you for half an hour before I must return home." Upon arriving at the CAF, Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu settled into a quiet corner. He went to the counter to procure 2 cups of coffee and a slice of cake. As he approached their secluded nook, he found Xu Qingyu engrossed in her homework. Her head bowed. The young girl was clad in a faded school uniform, and a small segment of her arm, resting on the table, gleamed with a striking whiteness. Her long eyelashes framed eyes that resembled tranquil waters, and her full, dewy lips added to her allure. Cascading locks of hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, appearing like brilliant pearls under the soft light. Opposite her sat Chu Xing, who casually tucked away the stray strands of hair that obscured half of her cheek, revealing a distinct fingerprint before him. Xu Qingyu dropped her pen, crossing her arms defiantly, embodying a petulant demeanor. Chu Xing could surmise the cause of her vexation but could not resist inquiring with a smile, "What's wrong? Your cheeks are puffed up like a balloon." Xu Qingyu straightened in her seat, touched her cheek, and retorted, "You know perfectly well." Chu Xing pushed a slice of cream cake toward her as an apology. Xu Qingyu turned her face away in a huff, declaring, "I can't afford it." A small piece of cake cost 15 yuan, which she indeed could not spare. Chu Xing, aware of her reluctance to ask for money, chuckled, "Don't worry, it's on me this time." Xu Qingyu sniffed delicately, tempted yet hesitant. Chu Xing scoffed lightly, "You're still being disobedient. Do you believe?" Immediately, Xu Qingyu's expression shifted to one of distress, appearing woefully pitiful. Subsequently, she sat up straight, composed herself, and obediently retrieved a small spoon. As she savored the cake, she also picked up her pen to write, her pure gaze brimming with vibrant thoughts. Once Chu Xing observed her complete a problem, she took a spoonful of the creamy cake, its sweetness causing her to squint in delight. After finishing another problem, she rewarded herself with another bite. After several minutes, upon completing her math assignment, she noticed only a small morsel of cake remained. With a determined expression, she reluctantly pushed the last bite toward Chu Xing, saying, "Here, you have it." At that moment, Chu Xing realized just how much of a foodie Xu Qingyu truly was. He waved his hand dismissively, "I've eaten too much already. You enjoy it." The reluctance in Xu Qingyu's eyes was swiftly replaced by joy, and she promptly took the last piece of cake into her mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. "Now that I've eaten, it's time for you to tutor me," she reminded him. Chu Xing had not forgotten the task at hand. Having drifted aimlessly in his previous life, he was resolute in his determination to gain admission to university in this one. With that, he retrieved his textbook and opened to the first chapter, leaning closely towards Xu Qingyu. Knowing the adage that one who eats from another's hand should not refuse, Xu Qingyu accepted without protest. She picked a challenging problem from her math workbook, her pen dancing across the draft paper, her delicate features filled with earnestness. "Look, could we perhaps approach this problem from a different angle, starting with this condition?" Her voice was soft and gentle, akin to a gentle stream. Their heads drew closer together, occasionally brushing against one another. Xu Qingyu patiently elucidated the application of formulas, her slender fingers gesturing on the textbook. Outside the window, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. After a while, feeling somewhat parched, Xu Qingyu turned her head only to find Chu Xing propped on his hand, once again drifting into slumber. With a smile gracing his lips, he appeared lost in a dream. In a fleeting moment of helplessness, Xu Qingyu was captivated by Chu Xing's sleeping posture. She observed that Chu Xing truly adored slumber, from the start of morning self-study until the third period of Chinese class. When the homeroom teacher had summoned him outside for a reprimand, the rest of the time was entirely devoted to sleep. He slumbered soundly, gentle breaths echoing softly in her ears. During class, Xu Qingyu dared not approach him. At that moment, she cautiously lifted her head, glancing around as if a thief. Ensuring no one was paying attention, she then slowly leaned closer to Chu Xing, her large eyes fixated on his face. The youth possessed hair as fluffy as begonia blossoms, and his eyelashes were long and thick, resembling those of a girl. Instinctively, Xu Qingyu extended her delicate, pale hand, her fingertips brushing against Chu Xing's cheek, soft and tender. Noticing him frown, she hurriedly straightened her posture. After a brief moment, realizing he remained in blissful slumber, she carefully leaned in again. This time, her fingertips gently touched Chu Xing's lips, warm to the touch. In the next instant, as she gazed at her fingertips, her face flushed crimson. Just as her fingertips were about to graze her own rosy lips, she hastily withdrew her hand and quickly packed her bag, fleeing the CF in a flurry. With her head bowed and steps quickened, she reached the CF's entrance, only to be abruptly blocked by a figure. She attempted to sidestep, but the person mirrored her movement, and upon lifting her gaze, she found herself face-to-face with Yu Ran. Xu Qingyu, what brings you to Chu Xing CAF? Yu Ran was not alone. She was accompanied by two close friends. She had promised her girlfriends long ago that she would treat them to free coffee on the first day of school. Thus, when she spotted Chu Xing in the morning, she rushed over, and upon encountering him again in the evening, she was eager to get close. Yu Ran had no real interest in Chu Xing. Her focus was solely on the complimentary coffee. Xu Qingyu's bashful expression was swiftly replaced by indifference. She merely cast a glance at Yu Ran, offering no greeting as she brushed past her. Oh, what a show-off! The murmurs of several girls behind her went unheeded. However, when she caught sight of Yu Ran leading her friends into the CAF, heading straight for Chu Xing, Xu Qingyu's steps abruptly halted. She stood outside the CAF, peering through the glass at the unfolding scene. Chu Xing, what is going on between you and Xu Qingyu? Yu Ran questioned loudly as she approached the corner of the CAF, convinced that Chu Xing's changed demeanor was linked to Xu Qingyu. Awakened from his deep slumber, Chu Xing erupted in anger, so eager to meddle. Do you also wish to sample the bitterness of passing judgments? Yu Ran sensed something was amiss with Chu Xing. In the past, he would jest and try to amuse her, readily conceding at a mere glance. But now, he appeared as if he had swallowed gunpowder, displaying nothing but disdain upon seeing her. She pondered for a moment and suddenly realized something. I understand now, Chu Xing. Are you feeling jealous after seeing the class monitor write me a love letter? Let me assure you, I did not accept his confession. The girl beside her immediately corroborated. Yu Ran truly did not agree to the class monitor's proposal. I can vouch for that. Another girl scoffed. Chu Xing, you have wronged Yu Ran. You must treat us to coffee, or else Yu Ran will never forgive you. The three girls settled in front of Chu Xing, eagerly discussing over the menu until they each ordered a cup of coffee and a slice of cake. When the waiter brought the coffee and cake, Yu Ran triumphantly declared, Chu Xing, don't think that treating us to coffee means I forgive you. Your future behavior will determine that. Who said I was treating you to coffee? Chu Xing replied, organizing the textbooks on the table before yawning and preparing to leave. Yu Ran instinctively tugged at Chu Xing's sleeve and asked, what do you mean? Chu Xing gave her a puzzled glance. Did I just say something? You should pay for yourself. Yu Ran was taken aback, and her two friends simultaneously set down their coffees, whispering, did Yu Ran not claim she was a VIP here, entitled to free drinks as long as she was present? The remarks from her friends made Yu Ran blush furiously. She could afford a few cups of coffee, but having her boast publicly deflated was quite embarrassing. Gritting her teeth, she said, Chu Xing, I want you to know that I didn't throw away the love letter you wrote me last semester. I have kept it at home. I did not reject you. Chu Xing's gaze suddenly caught sight of Xu Qingyu outside the CAF. She stood there, arms crossed, quietly observing through the glass. Chu Xing smiled and turned to Yu Ran. Are you implying that you would agree to be my girlfriend? Yu Ran attempted to regain her composure. That depends on your performance, she said, glancing at the coffee before her. After a long hesitation, Chu Xing calculated, 3 cups of coffee cost 105, and 3 slices of cake 45. That totals 150. I can round it down for you. Oh wait, it seems there's no rounding down possible. My apologies. Yu Ran's face flushed crimson as she pointed at Chu Xing, struggling to articulate a response. The coffee is rather mediocre. It's unbearably bitter. Let's not drink it, she suggested. Indeed, what a dreadful establishment. I shall never return, Yu Ran declared, as her two friends urged her to leave. At this, Chu Xing grew displeased. The CAF belonged to him, and one could not simply order without paying and expect to leave unchallenged. He stepped in front of the three girls and pointed at the coffee and cake. You've ordered, so are you ladies expecting to dine and dash? The commotion drew the attention of several patrons in the CAF. Yu Ran realized that if she did not handle this situation well, she would face unfavorable gossip in class the next day. Thus, she decided to compromise and placate Chu Xing. She brushed her hair back and raised her fair chin. Speaking in a serious tone, Chu Xing, what you really want is for me to be your girlfriend, isn't it? I believe I have your consent, but we are still young and should prioritize our studies. Perhaps we can discuss love after getting into college or even after graduation, correct? Chu Xing interrupted Yu Ran, articulating her sentiments from years past. In her previous life, Chu Xing had fallen for such reasoning, allowing the notion of academics to ensnare her. While she devotedly pursued her studies, only to discover that Yu Ran had changed boyfriends time and again at school. Reflecting on those memories, Chu Xing felt rather foolish and lost interest in the conversation. She waved her hand dismissively and remarked, if you wish to avoid being caught dining and dashing, then you ought to pay up without protest. Witnessing her two friends sulking as they retrieved their wallets, Yu Ran felt her temper flare. Chu Xing, I shall accept the class monitor's confession tomorrow. No amount of tears will sway me then, she declared fiercely. Yu Ran believed her bold statement would instill fear in Chu Xing, prompting her to relent. However, the ensuing scene was one that left her seething with frustration. Chu Xing waved at Xu Qingyu outside the window. Initially reluctant, Xu Qingyu returned upon seeing Chu Xing silently mouth a few words. In the next moment, Chu Xing earnestly clasped Xu Qingyu's hand, applauding, and then turned to Yu Ran. Both Xu Qingyu and I wish you and the class monitor a lifetime of happiness. At first, Xu Qingyu struggled against the grip, but as she processed Chu Xing's words, a hesitant smile began to grace her usually stoic features. Though she fought to maintain her composure, Yu Ran suddenly felt as though she had lost something incredibly significant within her. Uncertain of what it was, but overwhelmed with emotion. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chu Xing, you will regret this. The stares from those around them left the two friends feeling utterly embarrassed as they hastily settled the bill and took Yu Ran by the hand to leave. Ran, consider this as a lesson learned regarding this person. Yet, Yu Ran remained unconvinced. As they reached the door, she paused, glancing back at Chu Xing with teary eyes. However, Chu Xing's gaze remained fixed on Xu Qingyu, seemingly devoid of even a flicker of interest in her. Today had yielded a small measure of satisfaction. Chu Xing mused to herself, feeling her spirits lift considerably. Just as she was about to turn away, she noticed Xu Qingyu standing motionless. Her eyes transfixed on three untouched pieces of cake. This little foodie. The cake was delectably sweet, infused with the aroma of chocolate, and the three pieces had only just been placed on the table, untouched. Wasting food was a disgrace. It seemed as though Xu Qingyu's feet were rooted to the ground. She gazed longingly at the cake before finally bowing her head and turning to leave. Wait, Chu Xing called out, receiving a takeout bag from the server and hastily approaching her, offering the bag into her hands. Xu Qingyu glanced at the cream cake within the bag, then met the boy's gaze. Under the brilliance of his radiant smile, a blush crept onto her ethereal face. Flustered, she hurriedly returned the cake to Xu Mo, turning her head away to avoid the sparkle in his eyes. I can't eat anymore. You're not meant to eat it now. Take it back for a midnight snack. Chu Xing gently pushed her delicate hand away. Upon noticing the frosty glimmer in Xu Qingyu's eyes, he chuckled. Bring it back for your mother to taste. Xu Qingyu was utterly taken aback by this. She turned around, her beautiful eyes fixated on the young man before her, even her breath momentarily suspended. You. Remember to go to school tomorrow. Let's not miss each other. Chu Xing did not grant her the opportunity to respond, waving as he turned to walk in the direction of his home. Xu Qingyu stood at the entrance of the CAF, watching the silhouette of the youth gradually fade into the distance until it vanished completely. Only then did she turn and saunter away, murmuring to herself, with words like that, I'll never be able to repay my debts. Mom and Dad, I've decided to apply to Qingbei University. Upon pushing open the door to his home, Chu Xing shouted loudly to his parents in the living room. His expression was grave, his face adorned with a sense of tragic seriousness, leaving no room for jest. You? I think you should just stick to roasting sweet potatoes, his mother replied, heading to the kitchen to serve the dishes. As the school year commenced, Chu Xing was now in his final year of high school, a pivotal moment in his life. Everything in the household revolved around him, such as dinner being prepared in anticipation of his return. Chu Tian, on the other hand, remained unfazed. He poured himself a glass of wine and, unhurriedly, remarked, "Whether it's Qingyu or sweet potatoes, there's no rush." Chu Xing, do tell, what exactly transpired at school? The homeroom teacher called home on the very first day. Chu Xing scoffed. I sat next to the top student in our grade, under her influence. I've resolved to strive for excellence. Chu Tian's hand trembled slightly, causing much of the wine in his glass to spill. He incredulously asked, "You sat next to the top student? Son, have you truly had an epiphany?" It was understandable for Chu Tian to react this way, among 960 students. The one at the very bottom turned in blank sheets, the second last had a rather dull mind, and Chu Xing was third from the bottom. The entire family had lost hope, and yet, at this moment, Chu Xing suddenly desired to excel. His mother placed the dishes on the table, her expression somewhat solemn. "Is your deskmate a girl? Quite beautiful, I presume. How did you know, Mom?" Chu Tian slammed his wine glass onto the table, exclaiming, "So that's why you've suddenly woken up. It's all for a girl." He sighed dramatically. "Well, I don't expect you to get into a good university anyway. If you can bring home the top student as your wife, I have no objections. We could consider it an improvement to our family genes. With your intellect, if the child inherits it, we might as well give up." Chu Xing shot his father a glance. "Isn't this intellect of mine inherited from you? I once scored 35 out of 100 on tests. If you genuinely inherited my scholarly genes, you should at least rank 600 in your grade. Look at the two of you," his mother interjected, placing a piece of braised pork on Chu Xing's plate. "You're at a crucial stage in your final year. If you put in the effort, you can catch up. Once you get into university, what kind of girlfriend wouldn't you be able to find?" Chu Xing nodded vigorously. "That's precisely why I aim for Qingyu." "Don't aim too high." His mother raised an eyebrow. "Isn't your deskmate quite attractive? I heard from Master Wang that you brought a young lady to our CAF. You even gifted her cake and coffee?" Chu Tian remarked, "If this lad devoted half the energy he spends on romance to his studies, he wouldn't be languishing in third place from the bottom." Chu Xing placed his chopsticks on the table with a thud and proclaimed loudly, "Father, do not underestimate others. In the next mock exam, I shall undoubtedly astound you." "Really? Is there any doubt about that? Moreover, my deskmate has promised to tutor me. The reason I returned home late today was that I was studying at the CAF." Seeing the conviction in Chu Xing's words, Chu Tian felt a wave of relief and poured himself another glass of wine, stating, "If you truly make progress in the next exam, your mother and I will buy wine and meat to thank your classmate." Upon hearing this, Chu Xing's eyes sparkled. "Father, why wait for the next opportunity? You can express your gratitude now." "No?" "Yes, my classmate comes from a modest family. I was thinking of having her work as a cashier at our CAF after school for 2 hours each day, earning 50 yuan per hour. This isn't a job. You intend to redistribute wealth." Chu Tian slammed his glass down on the table. "Our CAF cashiers work 8 hours a day for 2,000 yuan a month. Your classmate would earn 3,000 yuan for just 2 hours a day. No wonder you're the man who scored 11 in math." Chu Xing quickly poured his father another glass of wine, shamelessly saying, "Father, please hear me out before you refuse. There's a mock exam next month. And if my classmate tutors me, I could improve by 50 places. How about 50 yuan for an hour of tutoring? 50 places in the class? Father, your math can't be much better than mine. There are only 48 students in our class. Where would I find 50 places to improve? I mean 50 places in the entire grade." His mother seemed somewhat swayed. Chu Tian poured himself another glass of wine and patted his son's shoulder. "If you can't improve 50 places in the grade, you still won't get into university. If you improve by 100 places, I shall agree." At this, Chu Xing's face lit up with a mix of hope and disbelief. He was well aware of his own circumstances. In his previous life, he had been at the bottom, having squandered 20 years. Today, while flipping through his textbooks, he estimated that he might indeed be able to compete with the student in second to last place in the next exam. To improve by 100 places would truly require effort. Yet, as the image of Xu Qingyu flashed through his mind, he clenched his teeth and vowed, "A gentleman's word is his bond." Chu Tian downed his drink in one go. A promise once made is not easily retracted. "Let's eat." The food has gone cold. His mother urged. Experimental high school is considered a key high school in the Holy City. If Chu Xing could rank 500 in his class, he would have a chance to attend university. His family's expectations were not high. They only hoped he could enter university and spend 4 years in school, avoiding the fate of returning home to roast sweet potatoes. The second day of the new semester dawned. The first rays of the morning sun streamed into the bedroom as Chu Xing rose from his soft bed, stretching vigorously and feeling invigorated. This is the essence of youth. In his past life, he had been despondent and disheveled, constantly surrounded by smoke and alcohol, and his health had long since deteriorated. But now, he swiftly rolled out of bed, donned his attire, and set forth with his backpack in tow. At the breakfast shop, he purchased 2 baskets of dumplings, hastening towards the school to avoid letting them cool. Upon entering the classroom, he was struck by an unsettling atmosphere, as if a storm were imminent. The formidable Li stood at the podium, while all his classmates bowed their heads in silence. The moment Chu Xing stepped into the room, every gaze turned towards him. Chu Xing, why aren't you returning to your seat? As soon as he settled down, Li commenced an unrelenting tirade. Opening his backpack, Chu Xing retrieved a steaming bag of meat buns and nudged his neighbor, Xu Qingyu, whispering, "Here, eat." Xu Qingyu lowered her gaze. Her delicate features flushed a deep crimson, aware that their homeroom teacher was watching. "Aren't you going to sneak a bite?" Xu Qingyu shivered slightly. "I dare not. I see that you all have been too carefree over the holidays, and now you still lack focus. From today onward, anyone caught dozing off, daydreaming, or slacking on assignments during class will face my wrath. Education isn't merely for my benefit. It's your future at stake." Li's voice resonated like ice, casting a chilling silence over the entire classroom. Unfazed, Chu Xing piled his books high on his desk, casting furtive glances towards the podium. Seizing a moment when Li was distracted, he quickly lowered his head and stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. The savory meat bun was delectable, with a thin skin and ample filling bursting with flavor. With a few swift bites, he swallowed the morsel and offered the warm dumpling to Xu Qingyu. "Just like I did." Xu Qingyu remained seated, her posture resembling a tall, upright poplar, her back perfectly straight with no hint of slouch. Yet, Chu Xing's gaze was fixed upon her rosy lips, glistening like ripe peaches, exuding an irresistible allure. He suddenly yearned to witness the scene of Xu Qingyu opening her mouth wide to devour the dumpling. After a moment of inaction, seeing Xu Qingyu remain unmoved, he playfully tapped her thigh with his right hand. Xu Qingyu, gritting her teeth, shot him a furious glance. "What exactly do you want?" Sensing her defiance, Chu Xing smirked and declared, "I will say this one last time. Eat the dumpling, or else." Humph. Xu Qingyu's exquisite face turned a vivid shade of red. Her lips pressed tightly together. Her previously straight posture quivered slightly as she glared at Chu Xing before reluctantly reaching for the meat bun. Mimicking Chu Xing, she shielded her face with her textbook and stuffed the dumpling into her mouth. Unfortunately, her petite mouth was too small once the bun was inside. Her cheeks bulged like a hamster with its cheeks full of food. Meanwhile, Li cast a pointed glance towards the corner, implying, "The final year of high school is a pivotal moment in your lives. If you do not dedicate yourselves to your studies this year, succumbing to poor influences, talking in class, neglecting assignments, eating during lessons, and disturbing others, there will be no redemption." Xu Qingyu's face alternated between shades of blue and red, ultimately resting upon her desk. Too timid to lift her gaze, Chu Xing, well aware that the individuals referenced by the infamous Li were undoubtedly speaking of him, remained unfazed, casually curling his lips in disdain. Is studying truly beneficial? Undoubtedly, it presents the finest opportunity for the majority of ordinary individuals to alter their fates. In his previous life, Chu Xing's academic performance was abysmal. Barely scraping into a mediocre university was merely a waste of 4 years, followed by a life of unremarkable achievements. Nevertheless, his family was not lacking in wealth. His parents had paved a path for him, with several coffee shops at home awaiting his inheritance. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that his starting point was significantly higher than that of most people. However, with the heavens granting him a second chance, could he afford to squander it in the same aimless manner as before? That would indeed be a disservice to the opportunity bestowed upon him. He yearned to study diligently, to strive for entry into a prestigious university, and to savor the taste of a different life. Glancing at Xu Qingyu beside him, he recognized her as both his motivation and support. Observing her retreat into her shell, he playfully slapped his thigh. Xu Qingyu immediately straightened up, her cheeks flushed. though the morsel she had been eating was already swallowed. What was it like to indulge in snacks under the watchful eye of Li? A grin spread across Chu Xing's face. Xu Qingyu shot him a fierce glare, her eyes brimming with indignation. I have said all that needs to be said. How you choose to act is up to you. Our next class is mathematics, so let us prepare the lesson. Before departing, Li cast one last frosty glance into the corner, fixing Chu Xing with a penetrating stare, warning him with a pointed finger before finally exiting the classroom. Once Li left, the previously stifled classroom erupted in cheers and a sense of relief. Chu Xing had just taken a bite of a bun, and in his haste, he found himself choking slightly. Leaning closer to Xu Qingyu, he said, "Classmate Xu, I'm thirsty. Let us get some cola." Xu Qingyu was still in a state of conflict. Having grown up adhering to the rules, this was her first time sneaking a snack under the teacher's watchful eye, an incident that had seemingly been discovered. For someone as rule-abiding as Xu Qingyu, this was indeed a momentous occasion. Noticing her silence, Chu Xing resorted to his ace. "What is the matter? Unwilling? Don't blame me for not giving you an opportunity. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The loser runs the errand. Fair, right?" Xu Qingyu turned her head, unwilling to look at him. Observing her reluctance, Chu Xing let out a cold laugh and seized her delicate hand. Xu Qingyu's hand was as pale and smooth as mutton fat, with faint veins visible, resembling an exquisite piece of art that one could not resist the urge to touch. In an instant, the young girl's earlobes flushed a deep crimson. She hurriedly withdrew her hand, ultimately conceding. Just as Xu Qingyu resigned herself to her fate, a mischievous smile crept across Chu Xing's lips. "Simply playing rock, paper, scissors is rather dull. Let us establish a rule. The winner must kiss the opponent." Without allowing any chance for a response, Chu Xing swiftly chose scissors. In a moment of delayed reaction, Xu Qingyu instinctively intended to throw a punch, only to suddenly remember that if she emerged victorious with her fist, she would be obliged to kiss her opponent. Thus, at the very instant she revealed her fist, she swiftly transformed it into scissors. A tie. Upon witnessing the radiant smile gracing Chu Xing's lips, Xu Qingyu immediately grasped the crux of the situation. In this game, Chu Xing would consistently choose scissors, leaving her with three options: to throw a punch and win. But according to their agreement, that would entail a kiss, which was absolutely out of the question. This left her with two alternatives. Either she and he would perpetually choose scissors, resulting in an endless series of ties, or she could opt for cloth, thereby conceding defeat and offering to run errands for him. Xu Qingyu's sense of injustice regarding the game surged within her, prompting a desire to forfeit. However, Chu Xing instantly perceived her thoughts, threatening her directly. A winner must be determined. If they could not settle the matter before class commenced, it would continue during the lesson, as someone would inevitably have to run errands. At that moment, Xu Qingyu clenched her teeth, acutely aware that all avenues of retreat had been sealed. Apart from surrendering and running errands, she truly had no alternative. As the recess dwindled to half its duration, she realized that if she did not make a decision soon, it would impede the start of class. With a sigh deep within her heart, just as she resolved to concede in the next round, Chu Xing, who had consistently chosen scissors, unexpectedly switched to a fist. "I've won. Go run errands," he stated, his expression utterly nonchalant. Xu Qingyu, with her scissors hand extended, wore a face of disbelief. In the next instant, without a hint of hesitation, she sprang to her feet and dashed towards the classroom door. No one noticed that her flawless cheeks had turned as crimson as a ripe apple. For according to their agreement, Chu Xing had triumphed with his fist, and thus, he was to kiss her. As Xu Qingyu breathlessly dashed back to the classroom, the mathematics teacher had already taken her position at the podium. With her head bowed, she hurriedly returned to her seat, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she tossed the can of cola into Chu Xing's lap. This marked her first instance of tardiness to class. Unfazed, Chu Xing hummed a soft tune while flipping through his textbook. However, he was starting from scratch. The bespectacled math teacher's lectures were as incomprehensible as ancient scriptures to him. Chu Xing had not forgotten his promise to his father. He aspired to diligently improve, hoping to advance 100 places in the upcoming test next month. Such aspirations were noble, yet reality proved to be unyielding. Those cryptic mathematical problems would not yield to mere subjective wishes. After 10 minutes of perseverance, Chu Xing's head began to droop, eventually resting upon his desk. Meanwhile, Xu Qingyu was attentively engaged in the lesson. Seizing a moment when the teacher was occupied writing on the blackboard, she gently nudged Chu Xing's arm with her elbow and whispered softly, "Pay attention." Chu Xing managed a faint smile, summoning all his willpower to battle his drowsiness. Regrettably, before even a minute had passed, his eyelids began to droop once more. Just as he was about to drift off into slumber, Xu Qingyu nudged him again. Instinctively, Chu Xing straightened his posture, but 2 seconds later, he found himself nodding off again. When Xu Qingyu nudged him for the third time, Chu Xing finally lost his patience. Exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Xu Qingyu bit her lip, her expression a blend of emotions. After a brief hesitation, she quietly reminded him, "You promised we would attend the same university. You can't be like this." After uttering these words, she lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed. Chu Xing was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Xu Qingyu would resent him for constantly reminding her of their agreement, perhaps even wishing to attend a different university. Yet now, she seemed not to mind the prospect of sharing the same institution. This prompted Chu Xing to reopen his textbook. At that moment, the math teacher spoke. "Let us consider the set A of XX is a positive even number less than 10. Here, 3 does not belong to A, while 6 does." As the teacher continued to review the methods of set representation, such as enumeration, 1, 2, 3, and description, XX0, Chu Xing's resolve crumbled in an instant. The lecture was far too soothing to resist slumber. Thus, he lowered his head once more. Xu Qingyu nudged him for the 4th time, inquiring, "It's only the first class. How could you be so tired?" Chu Xing turned his head and fixed her with a determined gaze. Why was he so fatigued? Was it not due to her presence? In his previous life, nightmares plagued him. Closing his eyes would conjure blood-soaked images in his mind. For 20 years, he had never enjoyed a peaceful sleep. However, since his rebirth, those nightmares had ceased. Now, his dreams were filled with visions of a crystal castle, where a long-haired woman frequently appeared. Such delightful dreams made him wish never to awaken. Therefore, perhaps his current fatigue stemmed from the exhaustion of his past life, rendering him perpetually in need of rest. Chu Xing did not offer an explanation to Xu Qingyu. He merely felt his eyelids growing heavy once more. "Chu Xing, with your current state, it is impossible for us to be admitted to the same university." Xu Qingyu's voice carried a blend of urgency, desolation, and a tinge of disappointment. "Rest assured, I certainly can," he replied. "Why? Because I can predict the future. I have foreseen that we will attend the same university." Xu Qingyu looked at him. Her intended retort swallowed back. The notion of fortune-telling, if uttered by anyone else, would have elicited her skepticism. Yet, when it came from Chu Xing, she hesitated to dismiss it outright. The reason was simple. Chu Xing was aware of that letter. The day before school commenced, Xu Qingyu, having lost all hope for the future, contemplated taking her own life, only to have Chu Xing pull her back from the brink. He not only saved her, but was also privy to the farewell letter she had penned. Upon returning home, Xu Qingyu had inspected her locked drawer, where that letter lay untouched, the keys safely in her possession. Therefore, it was impossible for Chu Xing to have seen it. Coupled with his words from the dream he had the previous day, Xu Qingyu increasingly felt that he might indeed possess the ability to foresee the future. Embracing this thought, she suddenly extended her hand towards Chu Xing. "You are so remarkable. Why not help me predict my fortune?" Chu Xing had initially been speaking whimsically, yet he was taken aback by Xu Qingyu's unexpected compliance. A glance at her delicate, lustrous hand ignited his curiosity. Her hand bore no flaws, her nails gleaming with a pearlescent sheen, and her slender fingers exuded grace. Instinctively, Chu Xing grasped her pristine hand, feigning seriousness as he traced the lines of her palm. "What do you wish to know?" Xu Qingyu pursed her lips, tilting her head. "What did I have for breakfast?" Cold sweat broke out on Chu Xing's forehead. "You had steamed buns with meat filling, you fool. With your intellect, how could you possibly rank first in the class? Ask something with depth. A question of depth." "That farewell letter?" Xu Qingyu wanted to inquire but hesitated, fearful that the answer might differ from her expectations. Chu Xing drew her hand closer, his thumb gently caressing her palm, which felt soft and tender, akin to cotton candy. A tingling sensation prompted Xu Qingyu to instinctively withdraw her hand. But Chu Xing held on tightly, making it impossible for her to escape his grasp. Chu Xing shot her a glance. "Hurry up. Are you going to ask or not?" Xu Qingyu seemed to have made a firm decision. She bit her red lip, her brilliant eyes filled with anxiety and trepidation. "In the future, will I be alone?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xing stiffened, and when he looked up, he met Xu Qingyu's pure and unblemished gaze fixed intently upon him. The future in her previous life. Xu Qingyu had departed this world, leaving behind her only mother, who had married abroad. And now she is living well. Yet, Whether her mother will stay or leave her alone to go abroad remains a mystery to Chu Xing. However, Chu Xing firmly pressed her soft little hand and declared with unwavering conviction, I may not know the answer to that question, but I do know who your future boyfriend is. Xu Qingyu instantly withdrew her delicate hand, her ears flushed and her eyes wide with surprise as she playfully scolded. You are just talking nonsense. Seeing her disbelief, Chu Xing merely chuckled. Believe it or not, I know the truth. At that moment, the mathematics teacher at the podium could no longer tolerate the distraction. Adjusting his thick glasses, he said sternly, Chu Xing, what answer did you select for the previous multiple-choice question? Chu Xing, lost in thought, rose from her seat and nudged Xu Qingyu with her foot, prompting her to share the answer. In the next instant, the girl swiftly wrote a bold D in her notebook. Teacher, the answer is D, she announced before sitting back down. Subsequently, Chu Xing glanced at the bold letters in her notebook, stealing a fleeting glance at Xu Qingyu's heart-shaped figure, and calmly remarked, so it was D. The math teacher, adjusting his glasses in surprise that Chu Xing had answered correctly, admonished her with a stern face, pay attention in class next time. Before resuming his lesson, unable to resist the drowsiness, Chu Xing rested her head on the desk and drifted into slumber. 20 minutes later, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Just before leaving the classroom, the math teacher suddenly instructed, class monitor, collect yesterday's homework. Class monitor Guofeng immediately stood up and called out to the entire class. Teacher Kai says to collect homework. Everyone, please hand your notebooks to me. A commotion ensued as the class hurriedly submitted their assignments. Xu Qingyu retrieved her homework from her bag and glanced at the peacefully sleeping Chu Xing. Knowing that Chu Xing likely hadn't completed her assignment, she took out her pen and wrote Chu Xing in her own notebook before calmly submitting it. Soon, the students had all handed in their assignments. Guofeng, clutching a stack of notebooks, approached the back row and slammed a hand on the desk, smirking as he said, Chu Xing, everyone else has submitted their homework. You're the only one who hasn't. Just wait for Teacher Kai to have a word with you. In truth, only about half of the math assignments had been collected, with several students still not having turned theirs in. However, Guofeng intended to inform Teacher Kai that only Chu Xing had failed to submit her work, hoping to reap the benefits of her predicament. Startled from her dreams, Chu Xing shot up, only to find Guofeng's arrogant face before her, her anger flaring as she exclaimed, You brat, do you have a death wish? Guofeng instinctively took a step back. Although Chu Xing's grades were poor, she was notorious for her rebellious nature at school. Those who provoked her often found themselves in trouble. Sensing his confidence returning as he glanced at the homework in his hands, he sneered. Teacher asked me to collect the assignments. If you dare to act out, the homeroom teacher will surely deal with you. So, Chu Xing, when did you submit your work? At the very top of a stack of notebooks, Chu Xing's name stood out conspicuously. With a cold smirk, he thought that if he could stir up trouble without justification, then how could he easily let go of a situation where he was in the right? He rose abruptly and seized Guofeng by the collar. From now on, keep your eyes wide open. If you dare to come here and act all high and mighty again, I will ruin you. As Chu Xing stood up, he leaned slightly to the right, his shoulder brushing against Xu Qingyu's. Let go, Chu Xing, good dogs don't bite, Xu Qingyu urged. Guofeng, gasping for breath and flushed with embarrassment, was pushed back by Chu Xing, stumbling 2 steps. Scram. If you disturb my sleep again, I will make you pay. Returning to his seat, the tall and boisterous Li Fei in front turned around. Chu Xing, the autumn sports meet is about to begin. Are you signing up for the same events as last year? If academics were the forte of the front row students, then sports were indeed the domain of the back row boys. In past sports meets, the towering Chu Xing, standing at 184 meters with a muscular physique, was undoubtedly a figure of prominence, his agile form gracing the 100-meter, 200-meter, and high-jump events. However, at this moment, he had little desire to compete fiercely with a bunch of kids. Given the choice, he would rather indulge in a deep slumber. After dozing off through 2 classes, the final period was physical education. They gathered downstairs. The sports committee member, Zhou Peng, a towering figure at 189 meters with dark skin and a distinctive voice, shouted, causing Chu Xing's drowsiness to vanish in an instant. Chu Xing couldn't help but complain. Zhou Peng, are you a loudspeaker? Zhou Peng grinned back. Xing, see you on the basketball court later. I'll show you my summer training's secret move, the slam dunk. The classmates, in a lively uproar, rushed downstairs. Turning to Xu Qingyu, Chu Xing said, I need to tell you something. Starting tomorrow, you will go to the CAF after school to help me catch up on lessons. Xu Qingyu paused her writing. She had just completed her math homework. And if the teacher asked, she would claim she forgot to submit it. Unhesitatingly, she shook her head in refusal. You don't pay attention in class. And you'll just sleep through the evening sessions too. It's a waste of time. Seeing her attempt to back out, Chu Xing placed a hand on her shoulder, preventing her from getting up, his expression cold as he stated, a word once spoken is like water spilled. You agreed to help me. There's no backing out now. Xu Qingyu tried to rise but found that, despite the apparent lack of force, Chu Xing's grip held her firmly in place. She regarded him with an impassive gaze. Not frightened nor angry, but calmly replied, I will help you catch up, but you must promise me that you won't sleep in class anymore. Chu Xing's face contorted in agony. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally nodded slowly. I agree, but you must also agree to my small request. If you see me sleeping in class, you must pinch my thigh hard with your nails. Xu Qingyu remained silent, instead inspecting her nails. They were a bit short. She decided to let them grow longer. Next time, if Chu Xing dared to doze off, she would pinch him until he could hardly take care of himself. Let us see if he would still dare to threaten her. Upon this thought, Xu Qingyu's lips curled into a long-lost smile. A radiant grin gradually illuminated her face, and she could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Chu Xing immediately felt a chill run down his spine. What is she laughing at? Surely, her intentions are not pure. Noticing that the other classmates had already descended the stairs, Xu Qingyu stood up once more. This time, Chu Xing did not intervene. She quickened her pace to catch up with the students ahead. Chu Xing, still troubled by his inability to sleep, shoved his hands into his pockets and ambled down the stairs with his head bowed. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Xu Qingyu deliberately slowing her pace, as if waiting for him. Thus, he hastened his steps to walk alongside her. As they descended the staircase and arrived at the playground, warm sunlight bathed the youth in its golden glow. The young man stood tall in a crisp white t-shirt, the hem fluttering gently in the breeze. The young woman, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, wore her school uniform, yet could not conceal the vivacious spirit that emanated from her. Though they exchanged no words, their harmonious presence together captured the attention of several observant classmates. When Xu Qingyu noticed someone glancing in their direction, she lowered her head and quickened her pace towards the classroom. Chu Xing, however, wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. The trees lining the path seemed to be infused with his joyful demeanor, their leaves rustling in response. Occasionally, a few birds flitted overhead, chirping incessantly. Once all the students in Class 14 had gathered, their physical education teacher, Sun Wei, led them in a few laps around the playground before pausing for a brief rest. Sun Wei announced, free activity. In an instant, the students scattered. The playground erupted into a lively scene, with some running, others kicking a soccer ball, and still others engaging in warm-up exercises. Just as Chu Xing contemplated returning to class for a final nap while Xu Qingyu was absent, a shadow zoomed towards him at high speed. Instinctively, Chu Xing reached out, catching the basketball firmly in his palm. Under the opposite basketball hoop, the tall Zhou Peng gestured with a finger, signaling him. Chu Xing yawned widely, yearning for sleep. With a determined throw, he sent the basketball soaring towards the hoop, a perfect arc tracing through the air before it swooshed through the net with a crisp sound. Seriously? Did that really go in? Gasps of astonishment echoed around him. Chu Xing stared blankly at his hand for a moment, then waved dismissively as he sauntered back towards the classroom. By the edge of the court, Yuran and her friend Su Xiaoxue stood arm in arm. Watching Chu Xing's dashing silhouette, Su Xiaoxue covered her mouth in disbelief, saying, Yuran, did Chu Xing really write you a love letter? Why would I lie to you? Yuran replied. Su Xiaoxue gently suggested, he's so handsome, perhaps you should consider it. Yuran's cheeks flushed, her voice soft as she admitted. Chu Xing was indeed quite impressive just now. Throughout the entire summer, Zhou Peng had been practicing slam dunks, eager to showcase his skills in front of the entire class upon their return. While many in Class 14 could play basketball, only Chu Xing, standing at an impressive height of 184 centimeters, could truly match him as a worthy opponent. Initially, Zhou Peng had intended to pass the ball to Chu Xing for a showdown between men. Regrettably, a long-range shot from Chu Xing, just a few meters away, left him momentarily stunned. As he watched Chu Xing's graceful departure, Zhou Peng felt his teeth clench in frustration. Picking up the ball, he noticed the class beauty, Yuran, and Su Xiaoxue, observing from the sidelines, which instantly lifted his spirits. He retreated a few steps, leaped high into the air, and executed a three-point shot. Swish, the basketball soared through the air in a beautiful arc and swished through the net. just as Zhou Ping reveled in his own triumph. He noticed Yu Ran tugging at Su Xiaoshui as they hurried off in pursuit of Chu Xing. He found himself utterly disheveled by the wind of confusion. Chu Xing, your shot was incredibly cool just now. Xiaoshui and I were completely awestruck, Yu Ran exclaimed, clad in denim jeans, a simple t-shirt, and red canvas shoes, radiating youthful vibrancy. In Class 14, apart from the exceptionally beautiful Xu Qingyu, Yu Ran's looks could easily claim the second position. Chu Xing was perplexed. Just last night at the CAF, she had been furious with him, yet today she approached him with such boldness. Was there a purpose to her visit? If not, he preferred to return to class for a nap in peace. Yu Ran felt a twitch in her right eyelid, a surge of frustration bubbling within her. However, recognizing that Chu Xing was no longer susceptible to her previous tactics, she shifted her approach. Chu Xing, I'm here to clarify that there's nothing between me and the class leader. He is not my type. I prefer tall boys who play basketball and possess a sunny, handsome demeanor. She was almost on the verge of uttering Chu Xing's name directly. Alas, Chu Xing remained unmoved. He quickened his pace, his expression cold as he retorted, You must be referring to Zhou Peng. He is right there on the playground. I wish you a lifetime of happiness together. This response shattered Yu Ran's composure entirely. She had already lowered herself, nearly confessing her feelings, yet Chu Xing remained indifferent. Stamping her foot in frustration, Yu Ran finally laid her cards on the table. Chu Xing, how long will you continue to pretend? You clearly have feelings for me. You always gaze at me during class and even wrote me love letters. You're just afraid to acknowledge it. As she spoke, her voice trembled on the brink of tears. Yu Ran was also a princess in Class 14, pursued by many admirers. Previously, Chu Xing's persistent attention had annoyed her. But ever since the semester began and he sat next to Xu Qingyu, he had changed, completely ignoring her. For reasons unknown, seeing Chu Xing cozy up to Xu Qingyu made her heart ache, as if she were losing something that rightfully belonged to her. Chu Xing, devoid of any interest in her, took long strides away, while at the same moment, Xu Qingyu passed by. Witnessing Xu Qingyu chase after Chu Xing sent Yu Ran into a frenzy as she shouted, Xu Qingyu, stop right there. Xu Qingyu halted, casting a cool, condescending glance at Yu Ran, yet she did not linger. In the next moment, she resumed her stride. Just as Yu Ran was about to reach out and grab Xu Qingyu, her friend intervened, whispering to her, Don't provoke her. Chu Xing is watching. At this, Yu Ran looked up and indeed saw that Chu Xing, who had initially walked away, had stopped in front of the teaching building, his gaze icy and fixed intently upon her. Without a doubt, if Yu Ran had attempted to stop Xu Qingyu just moments ago, she would have received a resounding slap. This contemplation deepened Yu Ran's sorrow, and as her eyes reddened, tears cascaded down her cheeks. The ringing of the school bell signified the conclusion of the morning classes. Since the final period was dedicated to physical education, the students scattered like birds and beasts. Soon, only the slumbering Chu Xing and the studious Xu Qingyu remained in the classroom. Xu Qingyu diligently completed 2 English assignments until her stomach emitted a soft growl. Glancing at the still sleeping Chu Xing, she cautiously retrieved a bun from her backpack. She had eaten only one of the meat buns purchased by Chu Xing that morning, leaving 7 behind, ample for her lunch. Xu Qingyu then extracted her water bottle, took a sip of plain water, and picked up a slightly cooled bun. Although the bun had lost some warmth, it was far more palatable than the bland rice served at the cafeteria for a mere yuan. Most importantly, it was filled with meat. With her eyes narrowed, Xu Qingyu devoured 2 meat buns in quick succession. Upon reaching for a third, she noticed 4 remained in the bag. Causing her hand to pause momentarily, she stared at the drooling Chu Xing, swallowed hard, and returned the bun to its bag. Raising her cup, she drank it all in one go, feeling satisfied enough to last until after school. After placing the remaining 5 meat buns back into her backpack, Xu Qingyu took her empty cup to refill it with water. Upon returning to the classroom, Chu Xing was still in deep slumber. Xu Qingyu wondered why he appeared so fatigued. She had paid close attention and noticed that he bore no dark circles under his eyes, nor were there any blood vessels visible, indicating he had not been deprived of sleep. Yet, why was he still so lethargic? Could he be unwell? Observing Chu Xing's youthful physique, she shook her head in disbelief. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a gentle beam upon Chu Xing's face. When the slanting rays touched him, he instinctively scratched his head and shifted into a different position, sinking back into sleep. Noticing him frown occasionally, Xu Qingyu extended her small hand to shield his head from the sunlight. Outside, the occasional chirp of sparrows could be heard. The sunlight was just right, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Before long, classmates began to trickle back into the classroom, prompting Xu Qingyu to retract her hand hastily. The teacher had assigned a considerable amount of homework that day, and she needed to complete 2 assignments, leaving her pressed for time. By the time the preparatory bell rang, the classroom was once again filled with students. It was only then that Chu Xing stretched languidly. As he opened his sleepy eyes, his stomach promptly growled in protest. What time is it? Chu Xing scratched his head and asked the nearby Xu Qingyu, "Has lunch already passed?" Xu Qingyu continued to write with her right hand while her left delved into her backpack to retrieve the remaining buns. She casually handed one to Chu Xing. Her expression neutral as she said, "The ones you gave me this morning have cooled down. You might as well eat them. Class is about to start." Upon hearing this, Chu Xing did not hesitate. He grabbed a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, only to choke slightly from his haste, his eyes rolling back in surprise. Meanwhile, Xu Qingyu handed over the water she had prepared earlier. She observed Chu Xing drinking without hesitation, and a sudden flush crept onto her cheeks as a thought crossed her mind. Xu Qingyu set down her pen, stretching her sore wrist. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Chu Xing devouring the meat bun, and a sweet sensation filled her heart. It turned out that she could indeed offer assistance to Chu Xing. Chu Xing had an impressive mouth. He opened wide and consumed the small steamed buns with ease, finishing them in just a few bites. After quenching his thirst with a large gulp of water, he patted his belly and lamented, "I'm only 3/10 full." Though Xu Qingyu pretended to read, her sparkling eyes kept glancing over at Chu Xing. Upon hearing his words, she retrieved a piece of chocolate from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "This is what you gave me yesterday. I'm returning it." Chu Xing turned to look at the girl across from him, recalling that the chocolate was given during their detention together the previous morning. He had not anticipated it would find its way back to him. Without hesitation, he tore open the wrapper and swallowed it in 2 bites, then sighed. "Now I'm only 4/10 full. I wonder if I'll have the energy to pay attention in class this afternoon." Xu Qingyu bit her rosy lip and pulled another piece of candy from her pocket, offering it to him. She had taken Chu Xing's advice to heart. When life felt unbearable, a little sweetness could help. This candy was a treat she had prepared for herself. However, at this moment, her well-being seemed secondary. Chu Xing needed the energy more. Without a second thought, Chu Xing popped the candy into his mouth, the sound of crunching filling the air. Once he finished, he looked back at Xu Qingyu, who suddenly felt flustered. She rummaged through her pockets, anxiety etched on her face. "I really don't have any left." Chu Xing smirked. "I thought you were truly like Doraemon." With that, he returned the water cup. There was still half a cup of water remaining. Xu Qingyu glanced at the rim, noticing a faint trace where Chu Xing had drunk. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she nonchalantly tilted her head back to take a sip. It was merely plain water, yet it carried a hint of sweetness. Just as Xu Qingyu feigned calmness while placing the cup back down, Chu Xing yawned, rubbing his cheeks, and casually remarked, "RCF is in need of a cashier. Would you consider a part-time job after school? The hourly wage is 50 yuan." Xu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping the cup in her hands. Noticing her indecisiveness, Chu Xing immediately threatened, "What is this? Are you unwilling? Dare to utter a single no, and you'll see what I do." Xu Qingyu quickly regained her composure. 50 yuan an hour for 2 hours a day amounted to 100 yuan, translating to 3,000 a month. Though it would encroach upon her study time, it was her only remaining opportunity. Her mother had confirmed her plans to remarry, and it was time for her to become self-sufficient. Determined, Xu Qingyu focused her gaze on Chu Xing and declared earnestly, "I am willing. I will ensure I perform my duties well." A faint smile finally grazed Chu Xing's face. "That's good." After a brief pause, he expressed his concern, "Does your mother approve? After all, this is a crucial time in your senior year." Xu Qingyu straightened her posture, flipping open her Chinese textbook, her expression icy as she replied, "She has no right to interfere in my life." No right? What was the situation? Chu Xing suddenly recalled that in his previous life, after Xu Qingyu's untimely demise, her mother promptly remarried and moved abroad. Xu Qingyu's family was rather simple, with only her mother by her side. In his past investigation, Chu Xing had discovered that her father had passed away when she was very young. Initially, Chu Xing believed that by saving her, Xu Qingyu would be able to lead a mundane life with her mother. However, it seemed that the reality was far more complicated than he had envisioned. Did Xu Qingyu's desire for independence imply that her mother had indeed resolved to remarry, disregarding her daughter's well-being? The thought left a weight in Chu Xing's heart. Xu Qingyu was not only beautiful but also academically gifted. Given a nurturing environment, her future prospects were undoubtedly bright. Yet, her mother chose to remarry and abandon her during such a pivotal period of her life. For the sake of love, she was willing to forsake her own flesh and blood. Chu Xing clenched his fists, beginning to comprehend why Xu Qingyu had felt despondent. Why she had penned that farewell letter. With a mother so unreliable, anyone would be driven to despair. Taking a deep breath, his eyes gleamed with indignation as he asserted, "I will visit your home tonight. I must have a word with your unfeeling mother." Xu Qingyu gripped her textbook tightly, her delicate fingers turning pale from the pressure. She timidly glanced at Chu Xing, her voice cautious. "Am I causing you trouble? Would it be better if I didn't work at the CAF?" Upon uttering these words, Xu Qingyu bowed her head, biting her crimson lip as tears streamed down her cheeks. Chu Xing was taken aback. The first class was with the formidable teacher Li, and he dreaded to think how she would handle Xu Qingyu's tears. He quickly reassured her, "It's fine if you don't want me to come over." Xu Qingyu hastily wiped her tears, determined not to burden Chu Xing. She curved her lips into a crescent-shaped smile, revealing a sweet expression. "I'm fine. You needn't worry about my job. I will find another." Her mother had decided to remarry and insisted that Xu Qingyu accompany her abroad. When Xu Qingyu objected, her mother threatened to cut off her allowance. This was precisely why she had written that farewell letter just days prior, daring to collide headfirst with a truck. However, now that her mother might leave, she still had Chu Xing by her side. She was no longer alone. Thus, she resolved to live on. Chu Xing felt a mix of emotions: compassion, resentment, worry, and a perplexing sense of turmoil culminating in a deep sigh. "I've already spoken to my father about the job, and he has agreed. If you don't go, I'll have no explanation." Xu Qingyu forced herself not to cry, her voice tinged with melancholy. "I'll seek employment on my own." This defiance pushed Chu Xing past his limits. He slammed his hand on the desk, the loud noise startling the entire class. Drawing all eyes toward them, Xu Qingyu suddenly felt countless gazes sweeping over her. Her once straight posture gradually began to bend, just as her body trembled slightly. A large hand grasped her small one. Turning her head, she saw Chu Xing displaying a radiant smile. "After school, accompany me to the CAF. You not only need to be the cashier, but also help me with tutoring." Xu Qingyu felt the warmth of Chu Xing's hand. Her cold little hand nestled in his palm felt as though she were beside a warm hearth. Even her heart grew warm. Therefore, she ceased to resist, lifted her head, straightened her back, and replied, "Yes, I'll accompany you." Who just slammed the desk? Just before the class bell rang, Li Mo, the formidable teacher, arrived at the podium. Her demeanor frosty. As she scanned the classroom with her piercing gaze, all the students turned their heads towards the back row, their eyes locking onto Chu Xing. In an instant, Li Mo's fury surged. She had just communicated with Chu Xing's family yesterday, and now there was yet another disturbance. Unable to contain her anger, she reprimanded, "Chu Xing, step outside." Chu Xing appeared nonchalant, leisurely rising from his seat. However, beside him, Xu Qingyu suddenly stood up. In the next moment, the aloof school beauty declared earnestly, "Teacher Li, it was I who accidentally slammed the desk, and it has nothing to do with Chu Xing." Li Mo glanced at the carefree Chu Xing and then at the serious Xu Qingyu. Her chest heaved rapidly before she let out a resigned sigh. What a calamity! Li Mo's class was one where Chu Xing dared not sleep. Moreover, having promised Xu Qingyu that he would pay attention in class, he forced himself to focus, straining to keep his eyes wide open. Unfortunately, Li Mo's voice sounded like a lullaby in his ears. Despite his efforts to stay awake, his eyelids grew heavier. Just as he was about to rendezvous with the land of dreams, a sharp pain suddenly jolted his thigh. A foul word almost escaped his lips as he looked down to find Xu Qingyu's delicate hand pinching his thigh. Remembering the promise made that morning, Chu Xing could only grit his teeth and swallow this silent grievance. The literature class was incredibly tedious. After listening to a few minutes of Ji Huyi, Chu Xing lost all interest. He turned his gaze to Xu Qingyu beside him. A slant of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her hair. As if each strand of black hair reflected a glow, Chu Xing found himself mesmerized. Initially, Xu Qingyu pretended not to notice. But Chu Xing's gaze was so intense that a faint blush began to rise on the icy beauty's face. Seizing the opportunity while the teacher turned her back, she shot Chu Xing an annoyed glare. "What are you staring at?" Chu Xing, fixated on her profile, was somewhat dazed. "Just admiring your face. It's truly exquisite." Previously, there had been little interaction between Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu. Her life had been frozen at 18, leaving no opportunity for deeper understanding. However, now, as they sat together, their shoulders barely an inch apart, even the slightest shift of their bodies would bring them into contact. Xu Qingyu was known as the aloof campus belle, indifferent to the gaze of anyone. Yet, she was utterly defenseless against the attention of Chu Xing. A mere moment was enough to turn her delicate earlobes a rosy hue. Pay attention in class. The girl's voice carried a mix of embarrassment and warning, laced with a hint of pleading. Observing her pouting visage, Chu Xing, mindful not to impede her studies, straightened his posture. This time, he did not succumb to slumber, but instead opened his textbook. Diligently listening to the lecture delivered by the formidable teacher Li, Chinese literature differed from mathematics. In math, if one did not grasp the earlier concepts, the subsequent material felt like an incomprehensible foreign language. However, with determination in Chinese, one could memorize what needed to be learned and comprehend the texts, ultimately achieving commendable scores. After having dozed off for 2 consecutive days and dreaming the dreams he needed, it was now time for him to earnestly engage in his studies. At the podium, Teacher Li's gaze occasionally flicked towards the corner of the room. There was no denying it. Xu Qingyu was her prized pupil, and as long as she was present, the top position in the grade was assuredly held by her class, leaving the other homeroom teachers envious and resentful time and again. In this context, Teacher Li would not permit anyone to disrupt Xu Qingyu's focus, and Chu Xing was perceived as a hindrance. In truth, she had resolved in her heart that after school, she would rearrange the seating, irrespective of whether Xu Qingyu was nearsighted or farsighted. She would not allow her to sit beside Chu Xing again. However, she was taken aback to see Chu Xing sitting up straight and genuinely paying attention. A teacher with over a decade of experience, Teacher Li could easily discern whether a student was engaged or daydreaming. She was convinced that Chu Xing was indeed focusing on his studies, and for a moment, uncertainty crept into her mind. Could it be that sitting next to Xu Qingyu might truly reform Chu Xing? Though unsure, she was willing to observe further. As a responsible homeroom teacher, despite her strict demeanor, Teacher Li sincerely hoped that Chu Xing could turn over a new leaf. As the Chinese class concluded, the next subject was English. Chu Xing managed to keep up for a while before nodding off again, only to once more experience Xu Qingyu's sharp pinch. It was at that moment he realized how painful her grip could be. Her nails were not long, but she wielded her expertise in pinching with great skill, the sharp pain jolting him awake immediately. Chu Xing's English was not particularly poor. In his previous life, despite his despondency, he had dedicated time to mastering the language in preparation for exams. Many words remained somewhat vague in his memory, yet with a couple of reviews, he could still catch up. During the class, the English teacher instructed the students to read a passage in turn. The students at the front read fluently, but as it progressed to those further back, they stumbled increasingly. When it was Li Fei's turn at the front, he simply gave up. Subsequently, Chu Xing stood up, just as the English teacher had directed the next student to continue. To her surprise, Chu Xing read the passage smoothly. Although not the homeroom teacher of class 14, she certainly recognized the troublemaker. Chu Xing ranked 3rd from the bottom in the entire grade. Chu Xing had haphazardly filled in the multiple choice and judgment questions on the English exam, leaving the rest blank. Yet, despite this lackluster performance, he managed to read through a passage fluently. Nodding her head, his teacher seized the moment to address the class. Classmates, do you see? As long as you exert effort and strive, time will provide you with answers. We have all witnessed Chu Xing's previous academic struggles, but now that he can read this passage fluently, it signifies his determination to improve. The senior year is your final opportunity in life. Begin to fight for your future now. I can assure you, it is not too late. In the astonished gazes of his classmates, Chu Xing was not punished to stand for the first time. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, the vigilant teacher, Li Mo, observed this scene and decided to refrain from hastily reprimanding Xu Qingyu. As Chu Xing took his seat, he cast a triumphant glance at Xu Qingyu. However, before his smile could fully blossom, Xu Qingyu seized his textbook and pointed out, "You mispronounced 3 words. This one, and this one." For the first time, Xu Qingyu crossed the invisible boundary, moving close enough that her head nearly touched his. As Chu Xing lowered his gaze, their heads drew near. Yet he remained composed, without being flustered. Instead, he humbly sought her guidance, earnestly correcting his mispronunciations. By the end of the English class, Chu Xing had memorized dozens of words. The following 2 lessons were rather uneventful. After enduring 2 pinches on his thigh, he finally persevered until evening self-study. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the classroom lights flickered to life. While his classmates busily completed their assignments, Chu Xing found himself distracted by hunger, his stomach growling intermittently. At 18, he was in the prime of his appetite. Having consumed 5 small buns at lunch, he was already famished, feeling as if his stomach were touching his back. "Hey, is there anything to eat?" Unable to bear his hunger any longer, he poked Xu Qingyu beside him. To his dismay, she ignored him, her head bent over her work. Chu Xing swallowed hard and shamelessly leaned closer. "What did you eat for lunch? Tell me. I need something to whet my appetite." Xu Qingyu continued to disregard him. Frustrated, he snatched the pen from her hand, a playful grin on his face. "Come on. What did you have for lunch?" This time, Xu Qingyu was thoroughly annoyed and snatched her pen back from him. As she bent down to resume her writing, a drop of crimson liquid suddenly fell from her nose. She wiped it, realizing she had a nosebleed. This was a common occurrence for her, so she didn't panic. Instead, she turned to Chu Xing and asked, "Do you have any tissues?" Receiving no response, she assumed he was sulking and silently chastised his pettiness. Covering her bleeding nose with one hand, she reached for a tissue with the other. As she inadvertently turned her head, she discovered, to her astonishment, that the once cheerful and optimistic young man beside her now bore a pallid visage, his eyes filled with an unfathomable terror. Xu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, her heart aching profoundly. "Chu Xing, what has happened to you? Please, I implore you, do not frighten me." It was the second day of school, and the evening study session was typically overseen by the homeroom teacher. However, as the class had only just commenced, someone summoned the formidable Limodeo for a meeting, leaving behind a hasty instruction to study diligently before departing. Without Limodeo's authoritative presence, the classroom descended into chaos. Amidst the clamor, Xu Qingyu suddenly experienced a nosebleed. For someone like her, accustomed to late nights and intense study sessions, a nosebleed was hardly a significant concern. Based on past experiences, all she needed to do was pinch her nose and tilt her head back for a brief respite, and in a mere 2 minutes, it would be resolved. Yet today, before she could even remember to grab a tissue, a sudden thud echoed in her ears. Chu Xing collapsed onto the floor. Previously, Chu Xing was not squeamish about blood. He had never been so overly dramatic. However, since that fateful car accident, his entire existence had transformed. Within the recesses of his mind lay a memory he would prefer to forget. On the day of the accident, in his haste to deliver goods, Chu Xing had been driving at an excessive speed. Approaching a traffic light, with only 3 seconds remaining, he should have known better, yet in a moment of reckless impulse, he pressed the accelerator hard, propelling the vehicle forward at an alarming pace. In that final second, Xu Qingyu dashed out from the sidewalk. The speed was too great, and she was struck directly, resulting in a crash that painted the intersection in crimson. The once aloof school beauty was tragically crushed, her suffering beyond comprehension. The horror of that moment was so overwhelming that Chu Xing fainted on the spot. Subsequently, he was tormented by the belief that he had caused Xu Qingyu's demise. Haunted nightly by nightmares, Chu Xing consistently dreamed of a woman clad in red, standing upon a tumultuous sea, singing to him. The water was the color of blood, her hair a deep crimson, and her voice shifted from melodious to sorrowful as the surging waves gradually engulfed him. It felt as if his heart were being gnawed upon by ants, with pain accompanying him throughout the entirety of the dream. From that day forth, he could no longer bring himself to drive, succumbing to a severe phobia of blood. Now, the very scene before him was the embodiment of his deepest fears, Xu Qingyu, drenched in blood. For a fleeting moment, he believed that the woman from his nightmares, cloaked in red, had come to claim his life. He fell to the ground in disarray, dizzy, nauseous, and terrified, feeling as though he were ensconced within a sea of blood. "Chu Xing, what is wrong? Please, do not scare me." Xu Qingyu's voice trembled with a hint of tears. She was oblivious to the blood that dripped from her nose, her expression one of sheer urgency and helplessness as she gazed at the terrified Chu Xing. The young woman could not comprehend what had transpired. He had been well moments ago, so why had he suddenly transformed into this state of distress? As she reached out to help the fallen Chu Xing, she discovered that he was recoiling. Despite his back being pressed against a wall, he desperately curled his body inward. In the next moment, Xu Qingyu paused, gazing at the bloodstains on her fingers, and quickly inquired, "Are you afraid of blood?" Chu Xing, please don't frighten me. I beg you, don't leave me." Chu Xing's soul seemed ensnared in an endless sea of blood, enveloped in despair and helplessness. At that moment, a voice, as ethereal as a celestial melody, faintly reached his ears. It Before losing consciousness, he sensed a delicate softness wrapping around him. The blinding white light flooded the infirmary, illuminating the bed where the young boy lay, his complexion pale, beads of perspiration still lingering on his forehead, and his brow slightly furrowed, as if fear continued to haunt him. The girl sat by the bedside, her chair drawn close, her body slightly leaning forward, her eyes never leaving the boy's face. Her brows knitted with concern, lips pressed together, trembling slightly. The evening study session persisted. Only the boy and girl occupied the infirmary. Xu Qingyu occasionally raised her hand, yearning to touch Chu Xing's forehead, yet hesitated, her hand hovering in the air before gently resting down, her movements tender, as if treating a rare treasure. "Please wake up," she whispered, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible choke. "If you leave me again, this world will be left with just me." Chu Xing's eyelashes fluttered. Though his body lay limp and devoid of strength, he felt a soft, delicate hand gently caressing him, summoning all his strength. He grasped that gentle hand and allowed the other to pull him from the sea of blood. When he opened his eyes, he beheld her graceful, beautiful face. This time, however, there was no blood upon it. "You're awake?" A glimmer of delight brightened Xu Qingyu's pale face as she observed Chu Xing holding onto her hand, not withdrawing it. Instead, she gently said, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had a phobia of blood. Next time you have a nosebleed, I promise I'll turn away so you won't see." After speaking, she lowered her head, only to suddenly notice that although she had washed her hands and face, she had overlooked the crimson stains on the sleeves of her uniform. Fearing that Chu Xing might see and become frightened again, she hastily freed her hand from his grip, turning away to remove her uniform. As before in the CAF, beneath her oversized uniform, she still wore a delicate camisole. The fitted camisole hugged her enchanting form, her collarbone exquisitely defined, her bosom full and upright, and her waist so slender it seemed one could scarcely encircle it with a hand, evoking an irresistible urge to measure that astonishing delicacy. However, unlike the previous instance of coercion, this time she willingly shed her outer garment. Chu Xing turned to gaze at her graceful figure. "Are you afraid of me leaving?" Xu Qingyu's small face turned away, a flush of crimson spreading beneath her flawless skin. Not at all. Though she feigned composure, her hands rested on her thighs, nervously fiddling with her fingers. These unconscious gestures betrayed the turmoil within her. "I said nothing." Just before losing consciousness, Chu Xing distinctly heard Xu Qingyu's heart-wrenching pleas in her ear, urging her to stay. Chu Xing was aware that Xu Qingyu had lost her father at a tender age, and with her mother preparing to remarry abroad, she found herself unwilling to leave, destined to remain alone in this city. In that moment, Chu Xing realized that she was the only solace in Xu Qingyu's life. Suddenly, Chu Xing found Xu Qingyu's actions rather endearing. Raising her gaze, she beheld the delicate straps of Xu Qingyu's top, her shoulders smooth and rounded, glistening with a subtle glow. Observing the stubborn refusal to confess, a mischievous smile crept upon Chu Xing's lips. In the next instant, she pointed at the blood on Xu Qingyu's camisole, her face a picture of mock horror. "Blood. There's blood on your strap." Startled, Xu Qingyu quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, it's all right." As she spoke, Xu Qingyu turned her back, grasped the hem of her top, and prepared to remove it. At that moment, Chu Xing realized she had taken the joke too far. She wished to intervene, yet found herself at a loss for words, merely captivated by the exquisite sight before her, the smooth, luminous whiteness that seemed to radiate light. Xu Qingyu was truly terrified. Just moments ago in the classroom, she witnessed Chu Xing fall into a faint, and the sheer, frantic despair nearly drove her to madness. She desperately wished to spare Chu Xing from experiencing such hopelessness and fear again. Therefore, when Chu Xing mentioned the bloodstains on her clothing, Xu Qingyu did not hesitate for a moment. She turned her back, rolled up her sleeves, and intended to remove the only tank top she wore. However, as she lifted the garment, a realization struck her. Looking down at her delicate, fair abdomen, she immediately lowered her hands, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Yet, this shyness was swiftly overshadowed by concern. She feared Chu Xing might faint again. Quickly, she checked her tank top, confirming it bore no blood, before turning back to grasp Chu Xing's hand. "I'm not bleeding anymore. Don't be afraid." Xu Qingyu's voice was soft and gentle, as sweet and comforting as cotton candy. At that moment, holding Chu Xing's hand, half her body leaning against the bed, her eyes were filled with worry. Chu Xing instinctively swallowed hard. From his vantage point, he could see the delicate whiteness of Xu Qingyu's chest as she leaned slightly forward, a subtle fragrance unique to a young girl wafting with her gentle breaths. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I feel a bit better." Xu Qingyu nodded, inadvertently noticing her fair neck fully exposed to view, and promptly straightened up to put on her school uniform. Just as she reached for it, Chu Xing suddenly grasped her hand. "Xu Qingyu, what's wrong?" she asked, thinking he was uncomfortable, her eyes widening in concern. Chu Xing hesitated for a moment. "You should eat well and avoid staying up late. Take care of your health. So you want to have nosebleeds?" Xu Qingyu nodded softly, then shook her head. "I will pay attention to my diet. But this is a critical time in our senior year. I can't afford to cut down on study time in any case. I'll try my best not to have nosebleeds in front of you. It's not that I'm afraid of my own blood. I'm worried about your health." Xu Qingyu paused, taken aback by the irony that it was Chu Xing who had fainted and had been sent to the infirmary. Yet he was the one concerned for her well-being. Lowering her head, she stood up and draped her school uniform over herself, saying, "I'm going back." Seeing her intent to return to class and feeling bored alone in the infirmary, Chu Xing grasped her hand, wanting to leave together. However, having just fainted, his body was still adjusting. As he sat up abruptly, a wave of dizziness hit him, and he collapsed back onto the bed. At the same moment, Xu Qingyu, caught by the sudden pull, fell towards the bed as well. She landed atop Chu Xing, her clear, wide eyes filled with shock. In that shared gaze, her heart raced like a startled fawn. Just then, footsteps echoed from the doorway. Xu Qingyu hurriedly stood up and zipped her uniform. The next moment, Li Mo appeared before them. "Chu Xing, what happened? I step out for a meeting, and you end up in the infirmary?" Despite her lips being laden with complaints, the formidable Li remained steadfast, approaching the bedside of Chu Xing and gently placing her hand upon his forehead, seeking to ascertain whether he had a fever. Before Chu Xing could respond, Xu Qingyu hastily interjected, "Teacher Li, this time it truly isn't Chu Xing's fault. I stayed up too late studying last night. Didn't rest adequately and inadvertently experienced a nosebleed. Chu Xing is faint at the sight of blood, which is why he collapsed." Li's countenance darkened as she scrutinized Chu Xing, then cast a glance at the downcast Xu Qingyu, contemplating whether she should resolutely separate the two. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon Xu Qingyu, and she spoke softly. "Qingyu, I understand your farsightedness, and I want to force you. But sitting in the last row will undoubtedly hinder your studies. Therefore, tomorrow I shall arrange for you to swap seats with Sun Hao, placing you in the middle of the classroom, allowing you to see the blackboard while ensuring your studies are not compromised." As Li finished her words, Chu Xing immediately objected. He had painstakingly endeavored to sit beside Xu Qingyu. How could he allow such a bond to be severed so easily? However, before he could voice his dissent, Li seemed to discern his thoughts and swiftly interjected, "Chu Xing, you are well aware of your circumstances, ranked at the very bottom of your grade. Sitting alongside Qingyu will inevitably impact her. Her aspirations lie with Tsinghua and Peking University. If she were to falter due to your influence, could you bear that responsibility? Of course, no one is demanding that of you. But honestly, is this truly the right course of action?" Li's succinct remark struck at the very core of Chu Xing. While an ordinary student might heed Li's counsel and distance themselves, Chu Xing was not easily swayed by mere words. What Xu Qingyu required was not solely the ambition to attend Tsinghua or Peking University, but rather the courage and motivation to persevere in life. Consider this: when a person harbors thoughts of self-harm, with intricate scars adorning their wrists, even leaving behind a farewell note to the world, can we still speak of aspirations for Tsinghua or Peking University? For someone unable to guarantee their very existence the next day, how could they contemplate the future? What Chu Xing endeavored to provide was the courage for Xu Qingyu to continue living, a promise of a tomorrow. Thus, in this moment, Chu Xing stood his ground. Just as he prepared to engage Li in earnest discourse, Xu Qingyu suddenly lifted her head. This time, there was no yielding. She fixed her gaze intently upon Li, asserting, "Teacher Li, I know you have my best interests at heart, but sitting in the back row is a choice I made for myself. I will not regret it, nor will I allow others to bear the consequences of my future. I promise, if my grades decline in the next test, I will voluntarily move to the front row." Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xing added, "Teacher Li, I assure you that I will refrain from disturbing Xu Qingyu during class. And I hereby pledge that in the upcoming monthly exam, I will ensure 100-place improvement in my rank within the entire grade." Upon hearing this, Li touched her nose, a sign that she was wavering in her resolve. Since Chu Xing aspired to improve, and Xu Qingyu assured she would not regress, there was no need for her to exert undue pressure. After a moment of contemplation, she finally nodded and said, 1 month. I shall grant you both a month to prove yourselves. If you do not achieve results by next month's test, you must part ways. Upon hearing her words, the formidable Mr. Li glanced at the vivacious Chu Xing and immediately inquired, is everything all right? If so, return to class with me. Chu Xing, having sustained no serious harm, sprang from the bed, donned his shoes, and accompanied Mr. Li back to the classroom. As they arrived in the corridor, the chaos within the classroom was palpable. Mr. Li's face turned ashen as he ascended the podium and unleashed a torrent of reprimands. Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu settled back into their seats. Seizing the opportunity while Mr. Li was occupied with admonishing each student, Chu Xing turned to Xu Qingyu and declared, I have made a solemn vow before Mr. Li. I must advance by 100 places in next month's exam, and I need your assistance. A shadow of worry crossed Xu Qingyu's face. But I have to work at your family CAF tonight. How about this? You pay close attention in class, and I will help you with the problems during breaks. Observing the girl's pitiful expression, Chu Xing couldn't help but chuckle. Are you that anxious? My father might not even hire you yet. You must perform well. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anxiety appeared in her eyes, as if she were a new bride about to meet her in-laws. She implored Chu Xing, what type of girl does your father prefer? Gentle or lively? How can I win his favor? Chu Xing pulled out his homework. Indeed, the teacher had assigned a considerable amount. He noticed Xu Qingyu diligently assisting him with his math work, but felt a pang of guilt at her exertion. So he took it upon himself to tackle the language assignment. Almost instinctively, his handwriting was elegant and precise, imbued with a sharpness that mirrored Xu Qingyu's almost identical script. As he copied the text, he casually remarked, You wish to please my father? That is quite simple. Really? Xu Qingyu's face lit up with curiosity. When we go to the CAF later and you see him, just echo whatever I say. Wait, Xu Qingyu paused. What do you normally call your father? Simpleton. Of course I call him Dad. Sometimes when I ask him for money, I even affectionately refer to him as Dear Barbie you. Xu Qingyu fell silent, shooting Chu Xing an exasperated glare before shyly turning away to resume writing his assignment. Chu Xing was not fabricating. Yesterday, his father had mentioned wanting to bring Xu Qingyu home to enhance their family's genes. If Xu Qingyu were to call Chu Tian Dad, old Chu would undoubtedly beam with delight. Meanwhile, Mr. Li continued his roll call, chastising each student in turn, even the class monitor, Guofeng, who ranked among the top 10 in the entire grade and was second in class, also fell victim to Mr. Li's ire, underscoring just how furious he was. In the hushed atmosphere of the classroom, the bell finally rang to signal the end of the school day. Once more, I shall reiterate, classes have officially commenced. For those still languishing in the languor of summer, it is imperative that you swiftly recalibrate your mindset. Should I catch you in such a state again, I shall have no choice but to summon your parents and send you home. With that, the formidable Mr. Li stormed out of the classroom, prompting a collective sigh from the students. Meanwhile, Xu Qingyu hastily gathered her textbooks and was the first to exit the classroom. In the front row, Li Fei gazed at Chu Xing with an expression of bewilderment. Brother Xing, are you all right? Chu Xing, assuming Li Fei was concerned about his recent fainting spell, showcased his robust physique and smiled. Do I appear to be in any distress? To his surprise, Li Fei shook his head and replied, That's not what I meant. I was asking if you truly intend to pursue Yuran. You know, when you fainted, it was Yuran who directed us to take you to the infirmary. She seems to have a bit of interest in you. Chu Xing paused, suddenly recalling a moment of softness he had felt before losing consciousness. As he packed his books, curiosity piqued, he inquired, Forget Yuran for a moment. What was Xu Qingyu doing while I was out? Oh, nothing much. She was just bleeding from her nose. So she came along to the infirmary as well. Chu Xing grimaced, having initially thought that Xu Qingyu had cradled him in her arms. It appeared he had overthought the situation. However, considering her character, it was understandable. Xu Qingyu was indeed overly shy. Sitting in the last row with him had required considerable courage, and she had even concocted a story about being farsighted. If she were to act too intimately with him in front of their classmates, who knows what rumors might circulate. Given that this was a crucial time in their senior year, it was best to remain discreet and avoid unnecessary attention. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Chu Xing declined Li Fei's invitation to surf the internet together and swiftly pursued the figure ahead. Soon, he spotted Xu Qingyu at the school gate. However, he chose not to approach her directly, instead maintaining a distance of several meters behind her. As they strolled past the snack street, Xu Qingyu paused momentarily and glanced back. noticing Chu Xing trailing behind. She lowered her head and continued walking. Chu Xing quickened his pace, not intending to catch up with Xu Qingyu just yet. Instead, he veered into the snack street and quickly purchased 2 servings of pan-fried buns. By the time he rejoined Xu Qingyu, they had traversed several streets and were without any classmates from the experimental high school in sight. Feeling relieved, Chu Xing hurried to her side and handed her 1 serving of the buns. You must not have had enough to eat at noon. Hurry, indulge yourself. Xu Qingyu looked at him in surprise, but obediently accepted the buns, murmuring a soft thank you. She was indeed famished. Having consumed only a small meat bun for breakfast and 2 more at lunch, along with a cup of water, she could hardly endure her hunger by the 3rd period in the afternoon, forcing herself to wait until the end of school. Now, she felt as if her stomach were pressing against her back. Thus, without hesitation, Xu Qingyu opened the bag and grabbed a bun, taking a hearty bite, her heart brimming with joy. Chu Xing chided her gently, starting tomorrow, I will bring your breakfast, and you shall have lunch with me. Whatever I eat, you will eat as well. Xiangyu instinctively glanced around, akin to a thief wary of being overheard. Noticing the absence of others, she cautiously remarked, I can earn money on my own. Chu Xing merely scoffed in response, dismissing her words. He swiftly devoured his portion of shengjian, finishing it in a matter of moments, and then turned his attention to Xiangyu. With a gentle nudge of his shoulder against her arm, he opened his mouth wide in a mock surprise. Xiangyu, possessing a delicate mouth and an elegant demeanor while eating, had only consumed half of a shengjian. At that moment, she held a half-eaten dumpling, intending to set it down to fetch a new one for Chu Xing. To her astonishment, he suddenly leaned down, mouth agape, and devoured the remaining crescent-shaped shengjian in one swift motion. The unexpectedness of it left Xiangyu momentarily stunned, and by the time she regained her composure, only the warmth of the dumpling lingered in her hand. It felt as though his lips had brushed against her fingers. As this thought flickered through her mind, Xiangyu lowered her gaze, her earlobes blooming with a deep crimson hue. She mused to herself, fortunately, it is dark now. Chu Xing cannot see my face. In truth, Xiangyu was not the type of open girl. Had it been any other boy, she would never walk beside him, let alone share her food. The very notion of feeding someone else would have been utterly unfathomable to her. However, with Chu Xing, she felt no resistance. In her heart, she had subconsciously regarded him as her lifeline. On the eve of the school year, she had embraced the despair of her situation, only to be rescued by Chu Xing from the brink of tragedy. He was aware of the letter, capable of mimicking her handwriting, and was wholly devoted to pulling her from the depths of darkness and despair. Xiangyu could not believe this was mere coincidence. In her heart, Chu Xing had become her savior, her hero. She retrieved another shengjian from her bag and, with a sense of initiative, offered it to Chu Xing. Watching him swallow eagerly, a warm current surged within her. She presented yet another shengjian to him, lifting her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she declared, Chu Xing, I'm full, the rest is all for you. She possessed nothing of significance. She was uncertain how to express her affection for him. Yet she yearned to give him everything she had. Chu Xing, having consumed his share of shengjian, felt about 60% satiated. Though Xiangyu was a girl with a smaller appetite, having only eaten a mere half, she likely hadn't even reached 50% fullness. When she claimed to be full, it was merely a guise to offer him the remainder. Beneath the streetlight, Chu Xing gazed into Xiangyu's bright, glimmering eyes, and rather than refuse, he accepted her offering. In the entire class, nay, the entire school, only he could evoke such a gesture of generosity from Xiangyu. This thought lifted Chu Xing's spirits, and he quickly finished the half portion of shengjian, feeling completely satisfied. He then turned to the girl beside him and asked, Xiangyu, yes, do you want cake later? Xiangyu bit her lip, her eyes shining, yet she gently shook her head. I'm tired of it. The cream cake, priced at 15 yuan per serving, is indeed delectable, yet it constitutes 3 days' worth of her living expenses. Chu Xing, slinging his backpack over one shoulder, disdainfully remarked, so picky. You've only had a few bites of cake and already find it tiresome. How about steak? My family SCAF serves steak and salad, and the pasta is quite delightful. The young girl instinctively swallowed her saliva but resolutely shook her head. I truly cannot eat any more. At this point, Chu Xing was genuinely infuriated. His initial intention in purchasing 2 servings of pan-fried buns was merely to satisfy their hunger. Just moments ago, he had consumed the remaining half-serving of buns, concerned that Xu Qingyu might fill up. His goal was to ensure she enjoyed something good. Noting her lack of appreciation, Chu Xing raised his voice. You want to eat the cake or the steak and salad? Then tell me what you wish to eat. I can go buy it for you. The two stood at a crossroads, halted by a red light, with their CAF just across the street. Chu Xing's voice was loud enough to attract curious glances from passers-by. Upon catching sight of Xu Qingyu's lovely visage, an elderly lady mistakenly assumed the two were quarreling and interjected gently, "Young man, your girlfriend may not want cake or steak because she's feeling unwell. You must understand. It's not right to shout at her." The lady's tone was soothing and kind. Suddenly, Chu Xing recalled that Xu Qingyu indeed might be feeling unwell, and he quickly realized his error, lowering his head to apologize. "You're right, Ma," and before he could finish, Xu Qingyu seized his hand, and as the traffic light turned green, she, unwilling to wait even a moment longer, hurriedly pulled Chu Xing away from the scene. "I understand. Whatever you suggest. I'll eat it. I won't be picky anymore." Xu Qingyu's face flushed crimson, her voice trembling slightly. Being called out in front of so many people for feeling unwell made her wish she could disappear into the ground. After crossing the street and taking a few steps forward, they arrived at the entrance of the CAF. This was the fifth branch of Chu Xing's family establishment, aptly named Corner CAF. Conveniently located between the school and home, Chu Xing used to visit here every day after school. Back then, he would bring Yuran, who would accompany her group of friends. Chu Xing would attentively cater to them, offering complimentary meals and small gifts upon their departure. Yet never did he win Yuran's genuine affection. Now, however, he stood beside Xu Qingyu, a good girl who would rather go hungry than not share the best with him. Peering through the glass, Chu Xing spotted his father tallying accounts at the counter. He understood that whether or not he could convince Xu Qingyu to work here hinged on this moment. Taking a deep breath, he grasped Xu Qingyu's hand and ventured inside. "The young boss has arrived," called out the familiar server at the entrance as soon as they entered. Instantly recognizing Chu Xing naturally, Chu Tian was the esteemed proprietor. "Father." Chu Xing grasped Xu Qingyu's hand and led her to the counter. Xu Qingyu, her face flushed, hurriedly shook off his grasp and lowered her head, timidly greeting, "Hello, uncle." Strangely, Chu Tian did not respond. Instead, he scrutinized Chu Xing with a cold demeanor while holding the ledger. Chu Xing, puzzled, recalled their conversation from the previous evening, where they agreed that Xu Qingyu would work at the CAF for a salary of 3,000 yuan a month. Surely, he wouldn't backtrack on that. He thus reminded, "Dad, this is my classmate. We agreed on this yesterday." "I did not agree." Chu Tian's expression hardened as he tossed the ledger onto the counter. Nearby, Xu Qingyu trembled slightly, her gaze shifting to Chu Xing, revealing a hint of fear in her eyes. Chu Xing composed his expression, handing his backpack to Xu Qingyu. He gestured towards a corner and instructed, "Please wait for me over there while I have a word with my father." At this moment, he could hardly muster the energy to call him Dad. Xu Qingyu hesitated as she accepted the backpack, softly replying, "Don't feel pressured." With that, she lowered her head and made her way to the corner seat. Chu Xing furrowed his brow, reflecting on his 18-year-old self who would have been unable to contain his embarrassment in front of classmates, especially in the presence of an attractive girl, leading to an inevitable uproar and a bitter confrontation with his family. Yet now, as a man with a mature soul and a heart full of gratitude towards his parents, he chose restraint. He stepped closer and gently wrapped his arm around Chu Tian's, whispering, "Dad, you're not the kind of person to go back on your word. What is really going on?" Though initially filled with ire, Chu Tian, upon witnessing his son's humble demeanor, refrained from a public outburst. Instead, he threw the ledger in front of him, stating, "Take a look at this. Does it make sense? Over the past few months, you've indulged your classmates in our establishment, racking up a bill of several thousand yuan. The gifts I had set aside for promotional events have been squandered on your friends. I had heard from Manager Wang about your reckless pursuits of girls, but I dismissed it. If I hadn't checked the ledger today, I would have remained oblivious to your antics." With Chu Tian's words, Chu Xing finally grasped the crux of the issue. In his past life, Chu Tian had discovered the ledger, but at that time, Chu Xing had been in a terrible accident, nearly incapacitated, so Chu Tian refrained from confronting him about the bill. In this current life, having avoided such a fate, Chu Tian was now compelled to hold him accountable. Ironically, Xu Qingyu had stumbled upon this situation. Chu Xing recognized that he had indeed overstepped in the past, spending frivolously in his pursuit of Yuran. He found himself unable to defend his actions and could only lower his head in admission of guilt. "Dad, I was foolish and did not understand the value of hard-earned money. However, I have changed. If anyone dares to dine and dash at our CAF again, I will be the first to oppose it. Chu Tian, still seething with anger, pointed a finger at Chu Xing and coldly retorted, "Don't give me that nonsense. Is it true that you racked up a bill just for that girl? You little rascal, I'll tell you before Chu Tian could finish his admonition." The scene unfolded in the CAF's rear. Xu Qingyu rushed over with her backpack in hand, her head bowed and long eyelashes gently trembling. Her voice was filled with panic and guilt as she said, "Uncle, I will no longer work at the store. Please do not blame Chu Xing. It's all my fault. Please don't hold it against him." With her head lowered, the young girl performed a deep bow towards Chu Tian before turning to leave. She walked briskly, not wanting anyone to witness the tears welling in her eyes. Quietly, she observed the boy being reprimanded. Her fingers unconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothing, the nails digging into her palm, leaving faint imprints. She understood that the boy's scolding was due to her, and a sharp pain pierced her heart, causing tears to swirl uncontrollably in her eyes. Xu Qingyu blinked desperately, trying to hold back her tears. Her sorrow was not from losing her job, but from the anguish of seeing the boy before her. Thus, witnessing the argument between the father and son because of her made her heart shatter, prompting her to grab her backpack and hastily exit the CAF with her head down. The moonlight was exquisite that evening, yet Xu Qingyu's vision gradually blurred. Fearing that Chu Xing would discover her vulnerability, she lowered her head, using her hair to shield her face, and clumsily wiped her tears away. However, her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her emotions. Chu Xing immediately sensed something was amiss. Instead of continuing to argue with Chu Tian, he turned and hurried after her. Upon exiting the CAF, he grasped the girl's arm firmly and, rather forcefully, lifted her chin. Seeing her tear-streaked face, he asked earnestly, "Do you remember what I told you?" Xu Qingyu, with reddened eyes, nodded in affirmation. Chu Xing smiled. Life is tough, but a piece of candy can sweeten it considerably. He pulled a handful of candy from his pocket and placed it in Xu Qingyu's hand, stating seriously, "Today, we shall confront that old stubborn man together." With that, Chu Xing took Xu Qingyu's hand and led her back towards the CAF. Initially, she resisted. But gazing at Chu Xing's earnest face, she thought that he was someone unafraid of death. Now that he was by her side, what was there to fear? Even in the face of adversity? Thus, she tucked away her shattered heart, dried her tears, and as she caught up with Chu Xing, her eyes still red, she said, "Let us not rush. We can reason with him, and I can accept a lower salary. 300 a month is sufficient. Also, please don't be angry with Uncle. He is your father." As Chu Xing pushed open the CAF door again, he swiftly pulled the server at the entrance over and, in front of Chu Tian, asked the server, "Sister Wan, was it her who frequently came here to run a tab?" The server, named Li Wan, had worked at the CAF for over a year and was quite familiar with the young boss, Chu Xing. She glanced at the stunning Xu Qingyu and shook her head, saying, "No, the girl who often came here for free meals isn't even half as beautiful as this young lady." Chu Xing slammed his palm on the counter, creating a loud noise, and complained to Chu Tian, "Dad, did you hear that? You've wronged an innocent person." In the astonished gaze of Chu Tian, Chu Xing earnestly declared, "In the past, I was blinded by infatuation for a girl with a heart as venomous as a serpent, allowing myself to be manipulated. However, I have now awakened. Father, allow me to formally introduce my new desk partner, the top student in the entire grade, Xu Qingyu. She has graciously agreed to tutor me, and I assure you that I will improve by 100 ranks in the upcoming monthly exam." Meanwhile, Xu Qingyu wiped away her tears and bowed deeply to Chu Tian. Her expression earnest as she said, "Uncle, Chu Xing has truly changed. Previously, he would always sleep during class, but now he is attentive. He never completed the assignments given by the teachers, yet now he has begun to do so. I will keep an eye on him at school. If he dozes off in class, I will pinch his thigh. Uncle, please trust Chu Xing." Xu Qingyu was not concerned about her own position. She merely wished for the father and son to reconcile and for Chu Xing to regain the trust of his family. The anger within Chu Tian gradually dissipated as he scrutinized his son with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, he raised 2 fingers and said, "If you can improve by 200 ranks, I will agree to your previous request." This placed all the pressure on Chu Xing. However, rather than boasting, Chu Xing thoughtfully shook his head and replied, "Father, you know better than anyone the kind of person I am. I currently rank at the bottom of the class, with my total scores not exceeding 100. To be frank, achieving 100 ranks in a month would require immense effort, given my poor foundation. Improving by 200 ranks, even with the utmost dedication, It is unattainable. I will not make promises I cannot keep, as that would only lead to your disappointment. However, grant me 3 months, and I assure you I will improve by 200 ranks. As a businessman, negotiating was Chu Tian's forte. He refrained from further pressure and turned his attention to Xu Qingyu, gently stating, "So, it's Xu Qingyu, is it? From today onward, you will work at the store for 2 hours a day, with an hourly wage of 50, paid daily. Of course, this is contingent upon your commitment to help Chu Xing improve by 150 ranks." "Old fox," Chu Xing muttered through gritted teeth. This crafty old man, knowing he was impervious to pressure, had shifted the target onto Xu Qingyu. At that moment, Xu Qingyu dared not speak, her large eyes occasionally glancing at him. Chu Xing sighed, realizing he was at a disadvantage, and lamented, "Father, I can manage the hanging of the beam, but the piercing of the thigh can be spared." "Just 120 ranks. Chu Tian replied. "Isn't Xu Qingyu assisting you with the latter?" 140 ranks. Chu Xing felt as if his teeth were about to shatter. 130 ranks. Chu Tian's hand trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded. A gentleman's word is his bond. Chu Xing thought to himself, "Why do I feel as though I've sold myself? Once a promise is made, it cannot be retracted." Finally, Chu Tian burst into laughter, exclaiming "good" 3 times. He then turned his gaze to Xu Qingyu, his tone softening. "Xu Qingyu, have you had dinner yet? Uncle invites you to enjoy a steak." "Father, your son is hungry too." The 3 individuals who had just experienced a moment of tension now found themselves seated at the same table, partaking in dinner. Xu Qingyu delicately savored her steak in small bites, while Chu Xing, having already satisfied his appetite, appeared somewhat distracted. The astute and calculating Lao Chu, rarely at ease, swiftly finished his meal and addressed Chu Xing. "Once you've finished eating, focus on your studies here. If the noise bothers you, feel free to retreat to the staff lounge. I shall take my leave." Chu Xing glanced at Xu Qingyu and replied to Chu Tian, "Dad, why the rush? Mom is at home waiting for you with dinner." Chu Tian retrieved his wallet from his pocket, producing several large bills which he handed to Chu Xing. "If I don't return, your mother will go hungry. Be prudent with your spending." A wave of emotion washed over Chu Xing, recalling how his mother had aged overnight in his previous life due to worry over him. Accepting the money, he rose to escort his father out of the CAF. As they reached the entrance, Chu Tian suddenly sighed. "Do you have feelings for that girl?" Chu Xing turned back, catching sight of Xu Qingyu quietly seated in a corner, her expression somewhat forlorn. However, upon noticing him watching her, she instantly brightened with a smile. Chu Tian observed his son's reaction with keen interest. Having been preoccupied with his entrepreneurial pursuits, he had little time to connect with his son. Seizing the moment, he placed an arm around Chu Xing's shoulders. "Son, let me share a heartfelt piece of advice. You mentioned that girl is at the top of her class. Your school is a prestigious high school, and being the top student there means she is likely to secure admission to Tsinghua or Beida. Meanwhile, you, my boy, with your current efforts, might barely scrape by with a 3rd-tier university. You may not feel the disparity now, but as time passes, the gap will only widen. Heed your father's counsel. That girl is not on the same path as us." Chu Xing chuckled. In response to his father's astonishment, he beamed brightly. "Dad, Xu Qingyu is not as unapproachable as you perceive, and I am not as lacking as you imagine. Let us wait and see." The cashier at the CAF, Xiao Lu, was a distant relative of Chu Xing, who began working there after dropping out of high school. Chu Xing affectionately referred to her as Sister Lu. Thus, the CAF was never in need of cashiers, especially since they operated in shifts of 8 hours with a monthly salary of 2,000. Xu Qingyu, on the other hand, worked only 2 hours each evening, and if assessed by the standard of an ordinary employee, she would earn merely a few hundred a month. Chu Tian offered Xu Qingyu a generous salary of 3,000, but his true intention was not for her to serve tables. Rather, he sought her assistance in tutoring Chu Xing, the top student in the entire grade. Chu Tian's expectations were modest. He only wished for Chu Xing to gain admission to a university, even if it were the least prestigious 3rd-tier institution. As no member of the Lao family had ever attended university before, still harboring some concern, before departing, he cautioned his son, "You little rascal. I did not bring your classmate to our CAF for you to engage in romantic pursuits. If your grades do not show significant improvement by next month, you must let her go. We do not employ idlers at our establishment." Chu Xing smirked, dismissing his father's concerns. "Dad, you ought to consider from whom I inherited my intellect. I have always been clever. I simply did not apply myself to my studies in the past. Now that I have turned over a new leaf, You shall see. Chu Xing was not merely speaking casually. He possessed a profound conviction. Having calculated that in order to advance 130 places in the overall ranking, he merely needed to achieve a total score of 280 points. Although his grades in various subjects were dismal, this was a consequence of his previous lack of diligence. In reality, if he approached his examinations with sincerity, he could easily attain a score exceeding 80 in Chinese, and with a month to spare, he was confident he could elevate his English proficiency, while for the other subjects, even the most rudimentary guesses could suffice to meet his objective. In the past, Chu Tian would have undoubtedly resorted to harsh reprimands, but this time, as a father, he could distinctly sense his son's transformation. Though he was uncertain whether this change stemmed from genuine repentance or was motivated by a certain girl, he resolved to support his son's endeavor. If you truly manage to get into university, I shall host 100 banquet tables in your honor. As the father and son conversed, a sudden commotion erupted in the CAF. Both turned to see a couple embroiled in an argument. The man remained silent while the woman, her face pale with anger, swept her hand across the table, sending dishes crashing to the floor. Instantly, chaos ensued, prompting two waitstaff to rush over to quell the disturbance. Meanwhile, a girl who had been dining in a corner hurriedly rose, approaching the table to kneel and cautiously gather the shards of broken porcelain. Despite the soup that had spilled across the floor, she displayed no aversion, diligently wiping the mess with paper towels. The once tumultuous couple quieted down under the manager's intervention, restoring order to the CAF. Yet, the girl remained on the floor, meticulously cleaning the mess. Chu Tian, moved by the scene, gently patted Chu Xing on the shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Son, that is a good girl. If you truly manage to win her heart, I shall not stand in your way." With those words, Chu Tian departed, wearing a look of melancholy. Chu Xing watched his father's retreating figure, instinctively clenching his fists. It was now September, and the college entrance examination loomed in June of the following year, leaving him with a mere 9 months to bridge the 6-year gap in knowledge from junior high to senior high. His motivation was not for Xu Qingyu or to meet his parents' expectations. It was for the chance to forge a distinctly different life for himself. Chu Xing turned and walked into the CAF, where Xu Qingyu was still crouched, cleaning the floor. He ventured into the kitchen to fetch a mop and bucket, stating calmly, "Aren't you a good student? There are more efficient methods for completing tasks. Kneeling and using paper towels is not only wasteful, but also impractical. When will you finish? A mop is the optimal solution, don't you understand?" Xu Qingyu, her cheeks flushed, moved aside. She had nearly finished cleaning, and with a few swift strokes, Chu Xing had the floor spotless. "In the future, refrain from meddling. What if you cut yourself on the shards?" he cautioned, handing the mop and bucket to a nearby arriving waiter. He then took Xu Qingyu by the hand and led her to the back kitchen to wash their hands. Blushing, she followed, declaring, "I will be careful. Even if I bleed, I will hide my hand and not let you see the blood." "Are you implying that I am? I fear for your well-being." Chu Xing halted in his tracks, his expression grave as he playfully poked Xu Qingyu's nose. The girl was unafraid of pain, yet she dreaded the possibility of startling Chu Xing should she bleed again, prompting her to hastily turn her head aside. Consequently, his finger inadvertently brushed against her delicate, fair complexion. Observing her long eyelashes fluttering, Chu Xing gently prodded her smooth face once more before reluctantly withdrawing his hand. Expressing his disdain, "Hurry and wash your hands. They are filthy." "Where should I wash them? On my face?" Chu Xing suddenly questioned, bemused by how Xu Qingyu, with her apparent lack of intelligence, consistently ranked first in her entire grade. Xu Qingyu glanced at the kitchen, then promptly bowed her head and washed her hands under the tap. Upon her return to the dining area, she found Chu Xing ensconced in a corner, engrossed in his studies. "What am I to do?" This marked Xu Qingyu's third visit to the CAF. The first had occurred 3 days prior when Chu Xing had dragged her to the staff lounge, instilling a sense of dread within her. The second was yesterday after school, when her fingertips had brushed against Chu Xing's lips, flooding her with shyness. Today, however, was different. She was not merely assisting Chu Xing with his studies, but had become a part of the CAF as a staff member. Xu Qingyu yearned to work, desperately wishing to prove her worth. Chu Xing, however, shook his head. "Today is your first day. You haven't clarified things with your mother yet. If you return home late, your family will worry. You should head back soon and discuss it with her calmly. Avoid any arguments. If she is strongly opposed, I will assist you in negotiating." Xu Qingyu stared blankly at him, suddenly finding Chu Xing somewhat unfamiliar, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with Chu Tian. It felt as though he bore the essence of a father figure, despite being the same age as her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she grabbed her backpack, lowering her head in preparation to leave. Wait, Chu Xing called out to Xu Qingyu. He rummaged through his pockets, having just received 500 yuan from his father. He found an additional 200 in his pocket and handed her the combined amount. Xu Qingyu's face turned red, yet she did not reach for the money. Chu Xing recognized her hesitation and firmly grasped her hand, pressing the 7 bills into her palm. Our CAF pays weekly, providing the next week's salary in advance. You earn 100 a day, so this is exactly a week's worth. Xu Qingyu bit her lip, her clear eyes gazing earnestly at Chu Xing as if attempting to see through him. This is money given to you by your father. I cannot accept it. Chu Xing, feeling exasperated, recalled the numerous assignments awaiting him, alongside the need to study later that evening. He brusquely retorted, "What my father gives me is mine to use as I wish. If you continue to argue, I shall read aloud gently. I have arrived in front of everyone." Although Xu Qingyu was in need of money, she held steadfast to her principles and resolutely refused to accept anything that did not rightfully belong to her. Placing the bills on the table, she replied earnestly, "You need not pay me in advance. I am just like any other employee." Chu Xing threw his pen down onto the table in frustration. He spoke leisurely, "All right, I shall show that farewell letter to my father later. I wonder if he will regard you with newfound respect." "Don't." Xu Qingyu's face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly picked up the money from the table, her lips trembling. "I beg you, please don't tell uncle." Chu Xing was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Xu Qingyu. However, after a moment's thought, he seemed to grasp the underlying truth. Xu Qingyu's father had passed away when she was very young, and she had never experienced the warmth of paternal love. Although her meal with Chu Tian had been brief, there appeared to be a glimmer of light in her eyes. She seemed to regard Chu Tian as a father figure, which explained her anxiety. Every day, Xu Qingyu allocates a mere 1 yuan for breakfast. At noon, she spends the same amount on a bowl of rice accompanied by vegetable soup from the cafeteria. Dinner typically costs her 2 yuan. In addition to setting aside another yuan for miscellaneous expenses, such as purchasing sanitary napkins. Thus, her daily living expenses amount to a modest total of 5 yuan. Presently, however, she finds herself holding 700 yuan, which represents approximately 4 to 5 months' worth of her living expenses. This sum is undeniably significant for Xu Qingyu. Upon receiving the money, she momentarily stands in a daze, unsure how to proceed. Yet, after a brief pause, she solemnly extracts 2 bills and hands them to Chu Xing, stating, "I owe you 200 yuan. Here it is." Chu Xing, not in need of money, could easily procure funds from his parents with a charming plea. 3 to 500 yuan is hardly a challenge for him. Thus, he gestures dismissively, "You need not repay me. You've just received your salary. Treat yourself to some new clothes. I've noticed you wear that same little tank top daily. It's clearly too small for you. Go buy a few new outfits." Xu Qingyu, however, remains silent. With utmost seriousness, she raises both hands, presenting the money to Chu Xing, her eyes shimmering with determination and pride. "Why are you so troublesome?" Chu Xing, feeling exasperated, attempts to dismiss her, yet is struck by the light in her eyes. He realizes that Xu Qingyu is not the same as Yuran. Unlike Yuran, who would eagerly accept any advantage, Xu Qingyu's character dictates that she is not one to take without giving. If he were to insist on not accepting the 200 yuan, it would not bring her joy but rather wound her spirit. Consequently, Chu Xing relents, accepting the 200 yuan from her. He then retrieves a note from his backpack and, in her presence, crosses out the debt of 200 yuan written on it. "Now you no longer owe me anything. We are square." Unable to resist, he playfully pinches Xu Qingyu's youthful cheek, rich with collagen. She does not shy away but instead closes her eyes contentedly. "I'll accompany you," he declares as he carefully tucks away the note, and together they head toward the CAF. The moon tonight shines exceptionally bright. Beneath the starlit sky, the city lights dance in harmony with the celestial bodies above, creating a breathtaking tableau. Xu Qingyu stands as the most exquisite element of this scene, resembling a tranquil spring. Chu Xing gently brushes her hair away from her forehead and notices that the marks on her cheeks have faded. Smiling, he nods. "You must have some textbooks from middle school at home, right? I discarded all my old ones. Tomorrow, please bring me the high school materials. I need to start fresh." Xu Qingyu nods vigorously, committed to her studies without the slightest hint of negligence. "I've completed your math and English assignments. You must finish the Chinese homework on your own. I must return now. After speaking, she glances shyly at Chu Xing, only to find him gazing intently at her, causing her to flush, lower her head, and turn to leave. Chu Xing did not forget to remind her, listen to me. Make sure to buy yourself a new wardrobe, especially undergarments. These are intimate items that must be of good quality. Otherwise, they tend to lose their shape. As Chu Xing's words echoed behind her, Xu Qingyu quickened her pace. Upon hearing the mention of losing shape, she instinctively broke into a brisk jog until a gentler reminder from behind urged her to slow down. Xu Qingyu could feel her heart racing and her cheeks burning, yet her heart was filled with sweetness. Upon returning to the CAF, Chu Xing completed her homework in half an hour. She then flipped through her books, only to realize that without Xu Qingyu's assistance, she could hardly comprehend anything and promptly gave up. When she returned home, her mother was engrossed in a television show, while Chu Tian, clearly having indulged in some alcohol, was sprawled on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. Noticing Chu Xing's arrival, her mother immediately switched off the TV, her face etched with concern. Xiaoxing, would you like to have some of the pork rib soup I made for you? Having devoured 2 servings of pan-fried buns and a steak at the CAF, Chu Xing felt quite full. Nevertheless, she understood that the rib soup was a labor of love from her mother. Even though she was stuffed, she smiled brightly and replied, of course I must drink the soup my mother made. Zhang Ying emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of soup, handing it to Chu Xing with curiosity etched on her face. Xiaoxing, what was the name of your top-ranking desk mate again? Xu Qingyu. Xu Qingyu. Such a melodious name. Xiaoxing, tell me honestly, do you really have feelings for that girl? Zhang Ying had clearly heard about Xu Qingyu from her husband. She wasn't concerned about Xu Qingyu's work at the CAF or her monthly salary. Her primary interest lay in whether this girl could become a daughter-in-law of the Chu family. Chu Tian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, interjected, haven't I told you before? That young lady does not fancy our son. Zhang Ying scoffed, old Chu, let me tell you, if you lack the capability, do not undermine our son. If that girl truly did not like him, would she agree to tutor him? Among hundreds of students in the entire school, why would she choose to tutor our son? Why would she sit at the same desk as him? You, old man, know nothing of a woman's heart. Chu Tian pursed his lips and retorted, that's because you haven't seen how beautiful the girl is, like a celestial being, excelling in her studies. Destined for prestigious schools like Tsinghua or Beida, she is simply from a different world than ours. This was not the first time Zhang Ying had heard about Xu Qingyu's beauty. With a hint of skepticism, she turned her gaze to Chu Xing, asking curiously, Xiaoxing, tell your mother the truth. Just how beautiful is the girl you have your eye on? If one were to inquire about Xu Qingyu's beauty, no one knew better than Chu Xing. He finished the bowl of soup in a few swift gulps, preventing his mother from serving him more, and after a contented burp, he casually remarked, Mother, let me put it this way. Among our school's 960 students, at least 800 have either a crush on or secretly admire Xu Qingyu. That many? Zhang Ying paused, then quickly realized, wait a minute. Does your school have that many boys? Chu Xing revealed a smile imbued with profound meaning. While there may not be an abundance of boys, what truly sets Xu Qingyu apart is her remarkable ability to captivate both genders. In our school, even numerous girls are enamored by her charm. Just imagine the extent of her allure. It is indeed remarkable. At the outset, Chu Tian had remarked on Xu Qingyu's beauty, yet Zhang Ying had dismissed it entirely. Now, upon hearing her son's description, Zhang Ying felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the prestige of having such a stunning daughter-in-law. She exclaimed, you speak of her as if she were a celestial being. I must see her. Is she visiting the CAF tomorrow? I absolutely must go and have a look. Concerned that her mother might intimidate Xu Qingyu, Chu Xing quickly wrapped his arm around her. Mom, you may look, but do not ask too many questions. It could lead to an awkward situation. His mother shot him a sidelong glance. Oh, and here you are, before even crossing the threshold, already steering away? Chu Xing responded with a playful, Mom. A night of silence passed. The following morning, Chu Xing procured 2 servings of soup dumplings and 2 portions of soy milk, arriving at school early, anxious that Xu Qingyu might lack the time to eat. He arrived 20 minutes ahead of his usual schedule, finding the classroom largely empty except for Xu Qingyu, who was resting her head on her desk, eager to surprise her. He approached, only to find her eyes swollen and red from tears. In an instant, Chu Xing felt his scalp tingle with anxiety. He was at a loss for what could have transpired. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as a wave of fervor surged within him. After several deep breaths, he managed to compose himself and promptly inquired, what happened? Xu Qingyu hastily wiped her tears, fearful of causing Chu Xing undue worry, and mustered a forced smile. It's nothing. Chu Xing surveyed the surroundings. Having arrived early to bring breakfast to Xu Qingyu, the classroom was nearly empty. His gaze shifted to Yu Ran's desk. If anyone were to bully Xu Qingyu, it would likely be Yu Ran. However, her seat was conspicuously vacant, indicating she had yet to arrive. Upon regaining his composure, Chu Xing realized that it could not have been Yu Ran, based on his understanding of Xu Qingyu. Regardless of what Yu Ran might do, Xu Qingyu would either retaliate or endure silently, but she would certainly not cry so sorrowfully. Yu Ran lacked the capacity to evoke such a reaction. Eliminating the possibility of bullying, Chu Xing's thoughts swiftly turned to Xu Qingyu's unreliable mother. If the timeline remained unchanged, according to the previous life's trajectory, Xu Qingyu's mother would have chosen to marry abroad 3 days after Xu Qingyu's accident. Now, with Xu Qingyu unharmed, their relationship would inevitably grow more strained. Furthermore, Xu Qingyu's desire to work at his family's CAF to support herself would intensify the existing tensions, culminating in an emotional breakdown. Only this reasoning could elucidate why Xu Qingyu was in such deep distress. Otherwise, given her typically aloof demeanor, nothing else would likely provoke such profound sorrow. Sighing deeply, Chu Xing lamented. If it were anyone else bullying Xu Qingyu, Chu Xing would certainly seek vengeance on her behalf. However, when faced with Xu Qingyu's mother, he found himself utterly helpless, save for a deep sigh of resignation. He extended the breakfast he had brought to her, offering words of comfort. Do not be disheartened. You will surely endure this. Xu Qingyu stood up, urging Chu Xing to return to his seat. She gazed at the steamed bun he had presented, hesitating as she replied, I have already had breakfast. A flicker of confusion crossed Chu Xing's face as he retorted coldly, Did we not agree that I would take responsibility for your meals? Xu Qingyu lowered her head, murmuring softly, I have my own money. I do not need you to buy me food. This was Xu Qingyu. She was unlike other girls. Typically, when a boy offered to buy breakfast, most girls would eagerly accept and perhaps even boast about it in front of their friends. Yet, Xu Qingyu was different. She disliked feeling indebted to others and would never take advantage of anyone. Chu Xing recognized this quality in her. Forcing a change would mean she was no longer the Xu Qingyu he knew. With a resigned sigh, he ceased his attempts at persuasion and withdrew into his studies. Pulling out his English book to memorize vocabulary, Chu Xing had assessed his academic situation. Sciences were his weak point, and significant improvement was unlikely in the short term. He decided to concentrate his efforts on the humanities, particularly confident in his language skills. Although many English words had begun to fade from his memory, he believed that with repeated practice, he could still retain them. As he immersed himself in his studies, Xu Qingyu unexpectedly leaned closer. Her eyes slightly red and her movements cautious. Without lifting his gaze, Chu Xing asked, What is it? Here, she said, pushing her math and English homework toward him. Chu Xing recognized it as the assignments she had completed for him the previous day. Nodding, he placed the homework in front of himself. Just as he buried himself in his studies once more, a small hand brushed against his arm. He glanced up to find her watching him intently. What now? Are you upset? Why would I be upset? Then why aren't you eating breakfast? I'm not hungry. The girl regarded the 2 buns before her. Convinced that Chu Xing's refusal to eat stemmed from his annoyance at her unwillingness to accept his kindness. Realizing that if she did not eat, he would likely remain hungry as well, she seized a bun, wiping her hands with a tissue before taking a bite. Hey, Xu Qingyu said. Her cheeks puffed with the morsel, as she playfully nudged his arm. I've eaten. Now you should too. Surprised, Chu Xing turned to her. Noticing the rosy hue of her cheeks, his initial lack of appetite suddenly gave way to hunger, prompting him to grab a bun and devour it eagerly. I bought you some sweetened bean juice. This time, Xu Qingyu did not refuse. She savored her bun while sipping the sweet, refreshing drink, and at last, her enchanting face blossomed into a smile reminiscent of a bright spring day. Observing her radiant expression, Chu Xing felt the agitation within him gradually subside. As the last morsels of the steamed buns were quickly consumed, Xu Qingyu timidly extended her half-empty bag of buns toward Chu Xing. Her eyes brimming with innocence as she protested, I truly had breakfast this morning. I cannot possibly eat another bite now. In earlier times, Chu Xing would have readily taken her word for it. However, now she recognized Xu Qingyu's peculiar trait. She would rather starve than forego leaving the delectable morsels for herself. Unconvinced of her claims of fullness, Chu Xing retorted with a scoff. Regardless, finish them yourself. Xu Qingyu cast a glance at her petite stomach, biting her crimson lip. and handed the remaining buns to Chu Xing, pouting, "I genuinely cannot eat anymore." Following her gaze, Chu Xing's eyes fell upon Xu Qingyu's little belly, and she raised an eyebrow, stating, "Then you must provide proof." "How?" Xu Qingyu queried. "Simple. Just lift your uniform and let me see if your stomach is round or flat." You terrible person." Xu Qingyu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot a venomous glare at Chu Xing, but feeling unsatisfied, she reached to pinch Chu Xing's thigh. Quick as a flash, Chu Xing seized her delicate hand, and despite Xu Qingyu's attempts to struggle, she was firmly restrained. Finally, Chu Xing delivered a light slap to her thigh, warning, "I will only permit you to pinch me when I am drowsy in class, at no other time." Xu Qingyu yearned to resist, yet her slender hand was firmly grasped by Chu Xing, rendering her immobile, and she ultimately succumbed. Under Xu Qingyu's indignant gaze, Chu Xing released her hand, saying coolly, "So, will you choose to finish the buns, or shall I inspect your little belly?" Xu Qingyu glared at Chu Xing with disdain, then gritted her teeth and methodically consumed the remaining buns. After a satisfying burp, she lowered her head to read, ignoring Chu Xing observing her earnest study. Chu Xing decided to refrain from further distractions and also focused intently on her book. Gradually, the classroom filled with students. In the midst of it, Li Moda paid a visit, surprised to find Chu Xing memorizing vocabulary. She scrutinized her for a moment before departing. The day's lessons dragged on, monotonous and tedious. Chu Xing racked her brain, memorizing 100 words, though her swift retention was matched only by her equally swift forgetfulness, necessitating further reinforcement the following day. Finally, the evening bell rang, signaling the end of classes. As Chu Xing tidied her textbooks, she remarked to Xu Qingyu, "Discuss with your mother tonight, if it comes to it. I shall take on the role of an aunt." Xu Qingyu looked at him quizzically. "Discuss what? Didn't your mother oppose your working at the CAF?" "Not at all. My mother agreed. By the way, let us hurry on our way. I wish to start working sooner. My mother has instructed me to be home by 10:30. As Xu Qingyu spoke, she hastily gathered her belongings and rushed toward the classroom door. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Xing's expression gradually shifted to one of gravity. Was it true that Xu Qingyu's tears that morning were not solely due to her mother? What other reasons could possibly evoke such deep sorrow in her? "Chu Xing, I have something to tell you." Yu ran, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, blocked the back row of seats. Chu Xing, barely sparing her a glance, brusquely shoved her aside, declaring, "Get out of the way, good dogs don't obstruct the path." Upon witnessing Chu Xing's fierce demeanor, Yu Ran's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. "Chu Xing, how can you speak to me like that?" In class 14, Yu Ran had more than one admirer. As a cunning little vixen, she knew how to adorn herself and charm others, captivating numerous boys in the class, including He Can, the study committee member. Seeing Yu Ran wronged, He Can, standing at 175 centimeters tall and sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses, immediately transformed into her protector, glaring at Chu Xing with indignation. Yu Ran, ignore Chu Xing. This brute, with his simplistic mind and brawny physique, is destined to be a mere footnote in society. We need not stoop to his level. Class monitor Guofeng harbored a similar disdain for Chu Xing. He approached the back row and, with just a few words, formed an anti-Chu Xing alliance. It is worth noting that among these individuals, Guofeng, as class monitor, ranked in the top 10 of the grade. He Can, as the study committee member, was within the top 50, and even the academically weakest, Yu Ran, was above average, complemented by her striking beauty. Their futures appeared promising indeed. In stark contrast stood Chu Xing, languishing at the bottom of the entire grade. The gathering of these high achievers exuded an air of haughtiness. Chu Xing, disinterested in the foolishness surrounding him, had his mind occupied with other matters. He coldly addressed Guofeng. "Have you forgotten how I warned you last time?" As he spoke, he reached for Guofeng's collar. The latter instinctively sidestepped to clear the path. At that moment, a large hand landed on Chu Xing's shoulder. Zhou Peng, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, casually remarked, "These bookworms have become so foolish. Calling someone a social misfit is quite the joke." Zhou Peng and Chu Xing, two hefty figures, exchanged glances, causing He Can to flinch back, shrinking his head in silence. Guofeng, too intimidated to speak further, could only mutter under his breath. As the two titans of class 14 strolled out of the classroom, Zhou Peng turned back to Yu Ran and called, "Xiao Ran, will you come cheer for us when I play basketball with Chu Xing next time?" Yu Ran, who had been on the verge of tears, hesitated for only a second before revealing her true nature as a green tea princess, her eyes sparkling as she replied, I'll be there to cheer for you." Zhou Ping waved his hand with nonchalance. It was only then that Chu Xing took a proper look at Zhou Ping. Despite being an athlete and appearing somewhat simple-minded, he possessed considerable emotional intelligence. With a single remark, he had drawn Yu Ran to his side, effectively isolating Guofeng and He Can. Chu Xing could almost envision the expressions on Guofeng and He Can's faces at that moment. Xing, we agreed to a one-on-one next time. Your three-point shot is impressive, but my slam dunks are no joke. After descending the stairs, Zhou Peng, still needing to train as an athlete, waved goodbye to Chu Xing while also arranging for their solo match. This time, Chu Xing did not refuse. He recalled, if memory served him correctly, that Zhou Ping eventually achieved his aspiration of joining the athletics team at the Polytechnic University, participating as a key member in numerous competitions. Later, Chu Xing encountered him at a class reunion, by which time Zhou Peng had retired, donned in a tailored suit, and had married a beautiful wife. Rumored to be the manager of the athletics team during his university days. From the perspective of an ordinary individual, Zhou Peng appeared to be a successful man with a blissful family. However, Chu Xing had also heard that Zhou Peng had retired due to injury, leaving him with a sense of regret regarding his athletic career. Chu Xing contemplated that, should the opportunity arise, he might gently remind Zhou Peng to take care and avoid injuries. With purposeful strides, Chu Xing made his way toward the school gates. He did not see Xu Qingyu along the way. Upon arriving at the CAF, he finally spotted Xu Qingyu tidying up the dishes. His father was absent that day, but his mother stood by the cash register, beaming as she watched Xu Qingyu. "Mom, what brings you here?" Chu Xing inquired, tossing his backpack onto the table and hurrying to his mother's side. "I came to see just how beautiful the future daughter-in-law is. The one who has so enchanted my son that he seems to have forgotten his own mother," she teased. As a group of customers approached to settle their bill, Zhang Ying promptly pushed Chu Xing aside and cheerfully provided change. Once the customers departed, she pulled Chu Xing back into conversation. "Xiao Xing, I believe your father is right. This girl is extraordinary. Just look at her delicate features and graceful figure. TSK, 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 and then look at you." Chu Xing's gaze was similarly fixed on Xu Qingyu as he observed her deftly clearing the table and wiping it clean with a cloth. When she passed by the cash register with a tray, she dared not steal a glance, her earnest demeanor rendering her all the more adorable. Linking arms with his mother, Chu Xing remarked, "Mom, just last night you said your son was exceptional. How did you change your tune so quickly?" Zhang Ying sighed deeply. "Son, it's not that I wish to dampen your spirits. I fear for your heart." At that moment, Xu Qingyu approached with a 10 yuan bill in her hand. "Auntie, this is the tip from that last table of customers." Chu Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. He frequented the CAF but had never witnessed a customer voluntarily tipping a server before. Had Xu Qingyu truly received a tip on her very first day? Zhang Ying smiled warmly. "You can keep the tip, dear. There's no need to give it to me." Evidently, Zhang Ying's demeanor towards the girl was markedly more favorable than towards her own son. Xu Qingyu, not one to take advantage, replied earnestly, "Andy, I work here and the CAF pays me a salary. I cannot accept money from the customers." Saying this, she placed the 10 yuan tip on the counter. Zhang Ying, increasingly impressed by the girl, was not concerned about the money itself, but rather appreciated Xu Qingyu's character. She picked up the bill and firmly pressed it into Xu Qingyu's hand. "Child, our CAF has no policy against tips for servers. What customers give you is rightfully yours. Being able to earn a tip is a testament to your capability." Xu Qingyu's face displayed a mix of hesitation, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled as she glanced at Chu Xing. Chu Xing furrowed his brow and swiftly snatched the 10 yuan from his mother's hand, determined to reclaim the tip given by the customer. However, he resolved that this gratuity would serve as a bonus for the employees when payday arrived. Zhang Ying's eyes sparkled with approval as he nodded at Chu Xing, exclaiming, "You're not just loafing about. You possess a touch of cleverness." Seeing Zhang Ying pocket the money, Xu Qingyu let out a long sigh of relief before attending to other patrons. Chu Xing observed the diligent figure of the young woman and could not help but voice his grievances to his mother. "Mom, you've praised Xu Qingyu's boundless potential, yet you treat her like a mere servant. Be cautious. She might become your daughter-in-law one day and make your life difficult." Zhang Ying responded with a look of feigned sorrow. "ISNT at you, and your father who suggested she work here? How can you blame me? Besides, I haven't forced her to clear the tables. She volunteered for it." Chu Xing understood Xu Qingyu's stubborn nature. She was unwilling to feel indebted to anyone, and she would never take a job that paid 3,000 yuan a month without earning it. With a deep sigh, he contemplated this. At that moment, His mother suddenly seized Chu Xing's ear and admonished him. You ungrateful child. Your father and I toiled day in and day out to provide for you. And yet you feel pity for that girl over a single bowl? Though she did not apply much pressure, Chu Xing feigned exaggerated pain, grimacing, Mom, it hurts, it hurts. In the center of the CAF, Xu Qingyu, tidying up the tables, turned her head and caught sight of Chu Xing's comical grimace, which involuntarily brought a gentle smile to her lips. In an instant, the young woman's enchanting visage blossomed like flowers in spring. The entire CAF was filled with the sound of numerous patrons swallowing their saliva. Xu Qingyu does not come to the shop to work as a waitress. The waitstaff work 8 hours a day, earning a mere 2,200 a month. She, on the other hand, works only 2 hours for a reward of 3,000. Without some extraordinary service, such a situation is implausible. Chu Xing approached Xu Qingyu, seizing her arm and drawing her towards a corner. This morning, during the third period, you mentioned having forgotten your English book, and now, in the afternoon, your Chinese book is also absent. Can you explain this? You cried so sorrowfully this morning. Was it due to the lost books? Initially, Chu Xing thought Xu Qingyu was merely careless when she claimed to have forgotten her books at home, but recalling her tear-filled eyes, he quickly began to question her. Xu Qingyu fidgeted with her hands, unable to meet his gaze, biting her lip in silence. Chu Xing, alarmed by her submissive demeanor, could not help but lift her chin. Locking eyes with her, I ask you, did you bring the first year books I requested yesterday? With her chin raised, Xu Qingyu nervously avoided his gaze. Her hands intertwined in a display of anxiety. This scene resembled a young boy teasing a girl. At the cash register, Zhang Ying, who had intended to return home to prepare dinner, halted in her tracks, her eyes widening as she observed the interaction in the corner. She muttered to herself, this little rascal is even more cunning than his father. Perhaps he really can win over the heavenly bride. Xu Qingyu, too timid to meet Chu Xing's gaze, found herself unable to lower her head due to his grip. Reluctantly, she looked into his eyes and whispered, I forgot to bring them. Fearing he might not believe her, she added, my mother put away the first year books, and I couldn't find them last night. I'll bring them next time. Xu Qingyu, do you know that you cannot lie? Chu Xing sighed deeply, releasing her chin. He gazed at her delicate, fair face, now flushed with color, and couldn't he resist pinching her cheek. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she wished to retreat, but found herself unable, enduring his playful poking. Do you realize that every time you lie, your face turns as red as a ripe fruit? Though he did not wish to pressure her, recalling her tear-streaked visage from the morning left him restless. Gathering her courage, Xu Qingyu shot him a glare. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, you're the one who looks like a ripe fruit. Oh, please, do you think I want to meddle in your affairs? If it weren't for what I saw this morning. Never mind, if you don't speak up today, I won't lend you my books in class tomorrow. Chu Xing found her stubbornness infuriating yet felt utterly helpless. He wished to assist her in resolving her troubles, but she remained uncooperative, leaving him anxious and longing to pinch her little face until it turned rosy, provoking her to confess. Observing Chu Xing's frustrated expression, Xu Qingyu instinctively covered her face. He had previously struck her twice, and although she bore no hatred towards him and understood that his actions were meant to save her, a small shadow remained in her heart. Thus, upon witnessing his fierce demeanor, she paled in fear, anxiously covering her face and stammering, What do you intend to do? As Chu Xing gazed into the slightly reddened eyes of the young girl, all his anger dissipated like mist in the morning sun. He let out a long sigh, gently poking her forehead with his finger, and in a softened tone, he remarked, I won't concern myself with you any longer, all right? If you truly cannot find your book, just let me know, and I shall devise a solution for you. Upon hearing his words, Xu Qingyu lowered her hands, understanding that he was not genuinely upset, but rather filled with concern for her well-being. Gradually, she began to lower her defenses, her watery gaze appraising him gently as she said, I know you care about me, so please refrain from getting upset. Chu Xing seated himself and began to write in his textbook, while Xu Qingyu stood by, guiding him. Whenever he encountered difficulties, she patiently provided assistance. Once he had no more questions, she proactively tidied up the dishes and welcomed guests, ensuring she remained busy every moment. Zhang Ying, perceiving the lack of entertainment, chose not to disrupt her son's studies and quietly departed. At 10:30 in the evening, having completed all his assignments, Chu Xing found Xu Qingyu in the kitchen, scrubbing the last of the plates clean. Together, they exited the CAF. It's quite late. Allow me to escort you home, Chu Xing suggested, a hint of concern in his voice. Yet, The girl did not give him the chance to insist, turning away with a wave and a light jog as she replied, "No need. I can return home by myself. See you tomorrow." As he watched her spirited figure bounce away, Chu Xing called out, "Tomorrow, I shall bring you breakfast." Her silhouette gradually faded from view, and he couldn't help but smile, uncertain if she had heard him. The following morning, upon arriving at the classroom, Chu Xing found Xu Qingyu had yet to arrive. He carried 2 portions of breakfast to his seat. Just as he settled down and picked up his textbook, Li Fei, sitting in front, looked at him with a hint of concern. Xing, are you truly all right?" Uncertain of the reason behind Li Fei's worry, Chu Xing chuckled. "Do I seem like someone with problems?" After some serious contemplation, Li Fei replied, Xing, don't you think you've changed? You used to express your feelings to Yuran constantly, but now you hardly pay her any attention. We used to frequent the internet CAF after school. Yet now you no longer join us. In class, we would nap together, but now you are diligently studying. Xing, you are no longer the good buddy I once knew. Chu Xing placed 1 portion of breakfast on Xu Qingyu's desk, distractedly responding, "Is that so? I hadn't noticed." Li Fei, observing his former companion's sudden transformation from a carefree student to an industrious scholar, felt a pang of emptiness within. His gaze shifted to the breakfast on Xu Qingyu's desk, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. "Wait a moment, Xing. Are you perhaps trying to pursue Xu Qingyu?" "You too." As he spoke, realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, and he exclaimed in astonishment. "Ever since the start of the semester, it has felt off. I didn't think much of it before, but now it seems clear. Xing, you have given up on Yuran, intending to make a move on Xu Qingyu instead?" Li Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Who was Xu Qingyu? She was the dream girl of every boy in the class, nay, in the entire school. The reason some boys in the class confess their feelings to Yuran is not due to a lack of affection for Xu Qingyu, but rather an acknowledgement of the vast disparity between themselves and Xu Qingyu, leading them to settle for Yuran instead. In truth, Xu Qingyu remains the perennial goddess in the hearts of all the boys in the school. How could a paragon of virtue, intellect, athleticism, and beauty, such as her, ever be within the reach of someone like Chu Xing, who languishes at the bottom of the social hierarchy? At that moment, Li Fei's eyes sparkled with fervor as he earnestly advised Chu Xing, "Star, heed my counsel. A creature of such allure as Xu Qingyu is simply beyond the grasp of us mere mortals." Before he could finish, he caught sight of a graceful figure approaching. Instantly, Li Fei clamped his mouth shut. In the next moment, Xu Qingyu settled into the back row like a butterfly alighting delicately. She glanced at the breakfast laid before her and, without hesitation, began to savor it. Then, to Li Fei's astonishment, Xu Qingyu leaned toward Chu Xing, her crimson lips nearly brushing his ear, as she whispered in a voice as ethereal as a celestial melody. "Chu Xing, I realize my mistake. You still need to lend me your textbook for today's Chinese class." Li Fei suddenly erupted in shock, his heart nearly stopping as he pointed at the two. Are you two really dating? Damn it. Li Fei, what are you yelling about?" A girl in the front row jumped at his outburst, turning to him with curiosity. Who's dating?" Li Fei shot a glance at his good friend before glancing at the stunningly beautiful Xu Qingyu. He cleared his throat, striving to regain composure. "What dating? I have no idea what you're talking about." The girl shot him a fierce glare. "Li Fei, do you think I'm blind or deaf? With your flushed face, excitement radiating from you, and that silly grin, you've clearly uncovered some secret. Now, tell us, who in our class is dating?" Initially standing, Li Fei cautiously sat back down, fearful that the girl would uncover the secret lurking behind him. He thought to himself, Chu Xing was his closest ally. They frequented internet cafes and skipped classes together, bound by a profound camaraderie. He could never betray his brother. Thus, he declared with unwavering conviction, "You must have misheard. No one is dating." Losing interest when the portly boy refused to divulge anything, the girl cast him a cold glance before turning away. However, a flicker of doubt began to creep into Li Fei's mind. He understood Chu Xing better than anyone, having even compared sizes and distances in the restroom. With Chu Xing's rank as the 3rd from the bottom in the entire grade, how could the first and most aloof school beauty, Xu Qingyu, possibly take an interest in him? As this thought took root, Li Fei began to regain his composure, convincing himself that he must have misinterpreted the situation. Xu Qingyu could never be drawn to Chu Xing. He turned slightly and glanced back, only to see Chu Xing's right hand firmly grasping the exquisite features of the school beauty. The school belle did not resist at all. Instead, she wore an expression of delicate grievance. "Let the world be destroyed. Thus began a conversation that revealed much. So, since elementary school, your textbooks, assignments, and even pens frequently went missing? Why did you not tell me? With one hand pinching Xu Qingyu's cheek and the other playfully poking her nose, Chu Xing only released her when she bowed her head, her face adorned with a cautious apology. Chu Xing, I am truly sorry. I brought the first-year books you asked for yesterday, but while I was in the restroom, they vanished. The girl lowered her head, her eyes reflecting trepidation and a desire to appease. Although the loss was hers, although she had been wronged, she felt compelled to comfort herself, fearing his anger. Such a girl, Chu Xing found it difficult to chastise. He offered her the remaining 2 buns, stating coldly, I have no appetite, you should eat them all. Xu Qingyu, feeling as if she had committed a wrongdoing, dared not retort. She accepted the buns and began to nibble on them. Chu Xing picked up his English book and extended his Chinese book toward her, contemplating how to resolve this matter. According to Xu Qingyu, since the 3rd grade, her textbooks, assignments, notebooks, and even her umbrella on rainy days inexplicably disappeared. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to it. Whenever she lost something, she would share a book with her desk mate or even resort to copying text by hand. Her tears yesterday stemmed not from her own lost books, but from the ones she felt she had let Chu Xing down by losing. On the surface, Chu Xing remained composed, yet beneath the desk, his fists were tightly clenched. He surveyed the classroom, where most of the students had arrived. Each familiar face was either engrossed in reading or engaged in quiet conversations, all exuding warmth. Yet, Chu Xing knew that among them lurked a scoundrel who often pilfered Xu Qingyu's textbooks. His gaze settled once more on Yuran. He recalled the letter she had given him in his previous life. According to Xu Qingyu, she had locked that farewell letter in her drawer, never showing it to anyone. Why, then, had it appeared in Yuran's possession 20 years later? Previously, Chu Xing had not pondered this deeply, but now doubts began to surface. Nevertheless, he understood that everything must be substantiated with evidence. He could not act rashly without justification. Chu Xing, please don't be angry, Xu Qingyu said, finishing the last of her buns. Noticing his sullen demeanor, she quickly leaned closer. I'm not angry, he replied, pinching her cheek. This time, she instinctively dodged, her large eyes darting around. Although the classroom was filled with students, they were fortunate to be seated in the last row, in a corner, where no one paid them particular attention. Yet Xu Qingyu was still apprehensive about being seen, so she, with a face full of grievance, quietly complained to Chu Xing. Chu Xing, you mustn't pinch my cheeks at school anymore. Chu Xing chuckled derisively and replied nonchalantly, sure, but you must also promise me that outside of school, I can pinch you. Chu Xing initially expected Xu Qingyu to retaliate in anger, but to his surprise, she merely pursed her lips, her small face flushed crimson. After a moment's hesitation, she surprisingly acquiesced, saying, all right, then let me have one last pinch. As she spoke, Chu Xing, seizing the moment, reached out once more to pinch her delicate face. Her skin, imbued with youthful collagen, was smooth and soft, resembling a rosy little apple. Xu Qingyu, startled, hurriedly dodged away. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she attempted to pinch Chu Xing's thigh. Unfortunately for her, Chu Xing was prepared and swiftly captured her mischievous hand, allowing her to struggle futilely against his grip. Xu Qingyu's hand was enveloped in Chu Xing's warm palm. She wriggled a few times in vain. And just as her eyes blazed with fury, Chu Xing suddenly released her hand, whispering, Limo's coming. Xu Qingyu, startled, quickly sat up straight, then lowered her head to fumble through her textbook. Chu Xing reluctantly raised his right hand, his palm still lingering with the delicate and soft fragrance of the girl, reminiscent of petals in spring. Chu Xing had long noticed that Xu Qingyu exuded a subtle, floral aroma, not overpowering but faint and ethereal, requiring one to be very close to her and take a deep breath to detect it. This scent was undoubtedly not derived from any perfume or shampoo, but was her own natural fragrance. For instance, when Chu Xing had grasped her hand, the girl had struggled vigorously, causing a hint of sweat to emerge, intensifying that delicate aroma slightly. Chu Xing inhaled deeply, and indeed, a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Ignoring Limo's scrutinizing gaze, he turned his cheek to glance at the girl beside him. Her face had taken on a slight blush, as enticing as a ripe peach. Such a precious girl deserved to revel in the beauty of the world. And Chu Xing would never allow any malice from the world to harm her in the slightest. The following 3 days passed without incident. The only slight disruption occurred when Chu Xing, leveraging his connections and a bit of financial prowess, procured the senior Chinese and English textbooks from a good friend. ensuring that Xu Qingyu would not have to share a book with him during class. It was a Friday. During the second period in the afternoon, the physical education teacher, Sun Wei, had everyone run 2 laps before announcing free activities. Xu Qingyu, clutching her Chinese textbook, sat on the steps, wishing to memorize a classical text that she wasn't quite familiar with, seizing the opportunity to study. The cover of her textbook bore the name Chu Xing indeed. This book belonged to Chu Xing. His borrowed copy was tattered and worn, so he had given his new book to Xu Qingyu while he used the old one. Xu Qingyu cherished this book dearly. She not only covered it with a protective skin, but also refrained from creasing it unnecessarily, treating every mark and note within with utmost care, fearful of even the slightest blemish tarnishing her precious textbook. As she opened the textbook, Xu Qingyu meticulously read it twice before attempting to memorize it. Initially, she stumbled a bit, but as she delved deeper into her reading, a sudden, thunderous cheer erupted in her ears. Bang! Chu Xing, how's that? Are you convinced? Underneath the basketball hoop, the net swayed incessantly as Zhou Peng, clutching the rim with both hands, landed gracefully, a confident and radiant smile illuminating his face. He had just executed a successful slam dunk, capturing the attention of everyone around. At that moment, brimming with self-assurance, Zhou Peng pointed at Chu Xing, challenging him to a one-on-one. The words on the textbook instantly lost their allure. Xu Qingyu lifted her gaze, her attention drawn across the court. There stood Chu Xing, having shed his jacket, revealing the striking outline of his 8 well-defined abdominal muscles beneath a white shirt. The commotion attracted students scattered around the playground, drawing many of them toward the action. Particularly the girls, though shy, widened their eyes in curiosity as they encircled the basketball court. Chu Xing tossed his jacket onto his close friend, Li Fei's head. Today marked exactly 1 week since he had arrived in this world. Although his intellect had not sharpened, he was certain that his physical prowess had improved significantly. In his previous life, Chu Xing was mischievous and fond of sports, possessing above-average athletic abilities. Now, the definition of his abdominal muscles vividly indicated an abundance of strength. Recently, Chu Xing had focused primarily on his studies, neglecting exercise. Today, however, he was eager to test the extent of his physical enhancements. He warmed up slightly and extended his hand toward Zhou Peng. In response, Zhou Peng expertly tossed the basketball to him, then slightly bent forward, hands raised, ready to defend against Chu Xing. He was wary of Chu Xing's 3-point shooting skills. At that moment, the afternoon sun bathed the basketball court in its golden rays, warming the plastic surface and suffusing the air with the essence of youth. Yuran stood under the hoop with her best friend, watching Chu Xing as he concentrated on dribbling, unable to suppress a blush. How strange. Why hadn't I noticed before how handsome Chu Xing is? Chu Xing's gaze shifted toward the nearby bleachers. Upon noticing Xu Qingyu's unwavering attention on him, he couldn't help but smile. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath, his eyes fixed intently on the closely guarded Zhou Peng, showing no signs of retreat. He feigned a leftward drive, leaning slightly forward, his gaze resolute as he focused on the left side. Zhou Peng instinctively shifted to the left, attempting to block Chu Xing's path. In that fleeting moment, as Zhou Peng's center of gravity shifted, Chu Xing abruptly changed direction, swiftly pulling the ball to his right hand. With a powerful push off his right foot, he propelled himself to the right, his movements seamless and lightning fast. Zhou Peng had no time to react, left only to watch as Chu Xing breached his defense. Zhou Peng had anticipated that upon seizing the opportunity, Chu Xing would settle the score with his signature 3-pointer. To his surprise, Chu Xing continued his momentum, accelerating without hesitation. Mere steps from the hoop, he gripped the basketball tightly with both hands, bending his knees in preparation, akin to an eagle poised to take flight. Immediately, he pushed off the ground with great force, soaring high into the air. At the pinnacle of his ascent, Chu Xing raised the basketball above his head, exerting every ounce of strength to slam it down towards the hoop. A thunderous sound echoed as the basketball crashed into the net, causing it to sway violently and emit a crisp sound. Chu Xing landed steadily, and the release of his full energy brought him an indescribable sense of exhilaration. He was certain that his physical prowess had reached an exceptional level, rivaling that of athletes like Zhou Peng, who trained rigorously every day. If given the choice, Chu Xing would have preferred to channel this attribute into his intellect. Alas, perfection is but a fleeting notion. Wow, Xing, when did you learn my secret move? Zhou Peng exclaimed, having barely mastered the art of dunking after a summer of practice. He was astounded that Chu Xing, who was several centimeters shorter than him, could perform the same feat, and he couldn't help but wrap his arms around Chu Xing's neck in excitement. Nearby, a group of girls watched with wide eyes. And Yu ran, particularly stunned, covered her mouth in disbelief. In the stands, Xu Qingyu maintained a composed exterior, yet her grip on her textbook tightened unconsciously. Chu Xing. Zhou Peng, you both look so impressive, she thought. Yu ran, who had previously promised to cheer for them, was now lavish with her praise. Unable to contain her enthusiasm. Not far away, class monitor Guofeng, holding a cheat sheet, sneered while reciting English vocabulary. Humph, simple-minded muscleheads. Wait until the college entrance exam reveals your true colors. Study committee member Hekin approached, adjusting his glasses. You ran, really? Just days ago you were in tears after being scolded by Chu Xing, and now you're fawning over him. Guofeng was aware of Hekin's affection for Yu Ran, but chose not to comment, instead directing his gaze toward the stands. His heart belonged to Xu Qingyu, though she had never acknowledged him. At that moment, despair washed over him as he observed Xu Qingyu fixating her gaze directly on Chu Xing. Guofeng instantly crumpled his cheat sheet into shreds, muttering fiercely, Chu Xing truly deserves to be cursed. Chu Xing, while your dunk was impressive, it still lacks my true teachings. Next time, I'll teach you the 3-step layup. I guarantee it will be even more spectacular. As the class bell rang, Zhou Peng continued to discuss the dunking season. Chu Xing draped his school uniform over his shoulder and walked back to the classroom alongside Zhou Peng. At that moment, Yu Ran suddenly caught up, her cheeks flushed as she said, Zhou Peng, Chu Xing, tomorrow is Saturday. Let us invite a few classmates to go shopping. I'll treat you both to milk tea. Chu Xing, indifferent, ignored her hopeful gaze and sidestepped past her. Zhou Peng, being an athlete, had weekend training and regretfully declined the invitation. Just then, Hekin appeared from nowhere, excitedly exclaiming, You Ran, I'm free on Saturday. I'll accompany you shopping and treat you to milk tea. As Yu Ran gazed at Chu Xing's retreating figure, a wave of grievance washed over her, and she directed her pent-up fury toward Hekin. Drink, drink, drink. Aren't you worried that too much milk tea will cloud your mind? Hekin's face flushed crimson from the unwarranted tirade, yet he found no outlet for his frustration. As the evening study session concluded, Chu Xing nudged Xu Qingyu, who was busily packing her textbooks. Raising an eyebrow, he said, You needn't go to the CAF to work tonight. Xu Qingyu looked at him in surprise. Chu Xing continued earnestly, Come home early tonight. Tomorrow, I need you to help me with my studies. My dad has promised to prepare sweet and sour fish for you. Xu Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Your dad can cook? Chu Xing chuckled. You may not realize this, but although my mother usually handles the household chores, it is my father who truly wields the spatula. However, he seldom cooks, only showcasing his culinary skills when important guests are in attendance. I'm merely benefiting from your presence. Xu Qingyu's cheeks flushed, but I'm not an important guest. After a brief pause, she hesitantly suggested, Wouldn't it be better to study at the CF? Aware of her reluctance to visit his home, a sentiment understandable for a girl like Xu Qingyu, who was rather shy, Chu Xing replied nonchalantly, We could go to the CF. But then no one would get to enjoy the sweet and sour fish my dad made just for you. Xu Qingyu's eyes shimmered with indecision, caught between embarrassment and temptation. She pondered for a moment before declaring to Chu Xing, If uncle insists, then I shall go. In that instant, Xu Qingyu's gaze sparkled with clarity, revealing a longing for paternal affection. Saturday. For many who have toiled throughout the week, it is a rare moment of leisure. Most would indulge in a long, languorous slumber. Yet Xu Qingyu was not among them. At precisely 5:30 in the morning, she rose, and after brushing her teeth and washing her face, she prepared a simple breakfast for herself, a steamed bun, a boiled egg, a bit of pickled vegetables, and a glass of water. After her modest meal, Xu Qingyu settled down at her desk, which was cluttered with books, immersing herself in the vast ocean of knowledge. Clad in a faded old shirt, albeit outdated in style, she exuded a unique charm that rendered her refreshing and distinct. Though the furniture in her room bore signs of wear, the entire home was impeccably tidy. Time slipped away quietly as she scribbled notes with her pen. As midday approached, accompanied by the rumbling of her stomach, Xu Qingyu finally set her pen down. Stretching slightly, she heard the sound of the door opening. Moments later, a middle-aged woman entered the room, bearing a striking resemblance to Xu Qingyu. Her features delicate, yet her complexion somewhat sallow. Despite their ongoing Cold War, upon noticing the dark circles under the woman's eyes, Xu Qingyu felt a pang of sympathy for her mother's struggles. Thus, she set her pen aside and took the initiative to prepare lunch. 20 minutes later, A plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers was placed on the dining table, and the mother and daughter silently sat down to eat. During the meal, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the two, until Xu Qingyu began to clear the dishes. The middle-aged woman sighed deeply, as if all her strength had been spent, and said, "Xiaoyu, I have already contacted your Uncle Wei, and your passport is ready. As long as you agree, we can leave the country immediately. Please, don't push your mother any further." Xu Qingyu paused in her actions. This topic had been discussed countless times between them, and she had clearly expressed her desire not to go abroad, leading to numerous arguments with the woman. The scar on her wrist was a testament to the intensity of their disputes, as was the car accident that had occurred a week prior. She could see the fatigue in her mother's eyes, yet she was unwilling to relinquish her own life and convictions. Uncle Wei was a man she had never met, but she vaguely knew that he owned a small company abroad. The thought of abandoning their life, work, and studies here to seek refuge with a complete stranger was a gamble Xu Qingyu could not accept. Thus, she would rather endure fierce arguments with her mother than leave. "Mom, I've told you before, I can support myself. If you truly care for that man, you can pursue your happiness on your own. I can stay here by myself." After uttering these words, Xu Qingyu tidied up the kitchen and went to her bedroom to grab her textbooks before stepping outside. She felt an overwhelming heaviness in the air at home and longed to escape. The streets were bustling with cars, and as she wandered aimlessly with her books in hand, she sorrowfully realized that despite the city's vastness, there was no place for her to flee. Before she knew it, she had arrived at a CAF. Xu Qingyu observed the busy scene inside, enviously watching those who leisurely sipped afternoon tea. Not wanting to disturb the staff, she lowered her head and walked away. Upon reaching the Yujing Lanting community, she glanced at her watch. It was 12:50. The tutoring session was scheduled for 2 o'clock, leaving her with 1 hour and 10 minutes. She chose not to arrive early, as she was a punctual girl who neither arrived late nor intruded excessively on others. Finding a quiet spot in a nearby park, she settled down with her book. At 1:50, Xu Qingyu returned to the community. The buildings were tall, adorned with beautiful greenery. She even spotted a small pond and a playground filled with the joyful laughter of children. She envisioned a future where, after graduating from university and securing a stable job, she could live in such a community with her mother. Room 604 in Building 7. As she approached the door, Xu Qingyu tidied her hair and checked the time again. It was 1:59. She then rang the doorbell. "Coming." A youthful, bright voice resonated in her ears, causing Xu Qingyu to grip her textbooks tightly. The next moment, the door swung open, revealing Chu Xing, clad in shorts and a t-shirt. "Oh, right on time. You said 2 o'clock, and here you are, not a minute late." The young boy, when he smiled, revealed a set of pearly white teeth. He shone like a ray of light, illuminating Xu Qingyu's heart, providing her with a sense of tranquility while dispelling the shadows that lingered within. She gazed into the depths of his eyes, which were fixed upon her. Ordinarily, Xu Qingyu would have shyly lowered her gaze or diverted her attention elsewhere. However, this time, she held his gaze steadily. A hint of ethereal charm began to form in her originally cool eyes, and with a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, her voice resonated like a celestial melody. "Do you wear this at home?" Chu Xing glanced down at his shorts, which resembled a small tent after waking from a nap, and, with an exclamation, hurried towards his bedroom. "Xu Qingyu, please wait for me in the living room." The young girl pressed her lips together, glancing into the room and noting that aside from Chu Xing, his uncle and aunt were absent, allowing her initially timid heart to gradually ease. Yet, the thought of being alone with Chu Xing during the tutoring session made her hesitate. Nevertheless, it was only for a moment before she stepped into the living room. "Will you wear my slippers or my mother's?" Chu Xing reappeared in the living room, now donned in a shirt and long pants, and presented both his and his mother's slippers for her to choose from. Xu Qingyu hesitated for just a second before selecting the slightly oversized pair. "What about your uncle and aunt?" she inquired. "My dad is a busy man. He's gone to restock supplies, but he promised to return early tonight to prepare a feast for you. My mom went to get her hair done and will be back shortly," Chu Xing replied, retrieving a slice of cake from the refrigerator. "This is for you." After accepting the cake, Xu Qingyu followed Chu Xing into his bedroom. It was her first time entering a boy's room. Contrary to her expectations of clothes strewn carelessly and socks with odors, Chu Xing's room was immaculate and orderly. Posters of Slam Dunk adorned the walls, and a guitar lent an artistic ambience to the space. "Can you play the guitar?" Xu Qingyu's eyes widened, as if she had uncovered a hidden facet of Chu Xing. Seeing her adorable expression, Chu Xing couldn't help but chuckle. He took the guitar from the wall and strummed it gently, the melodious notes filling the air. With his head tilted, he remarked, "My mom insisted I learn it when I was younger, but I rarely play since entering high school." In his previous life, when Xu Qingyu encountered misfortune, Chu Xing had cast the guitar into the flames, never to touch an instrument again. Yet in this life, Xu Qingyu stood quietly before him. As he plucked the strings, he felt as though everything was predestined by fate. "Once you've passed your exams, play it for me. For now, let's focus on our studies." Xu Qingyu's words pulled Chu Xing back from his reverie. He observed the girl diligently organizing her textbooks and couldn't help but smirk. "Xu Qingyu, have I ever mentioned that you lack a sense of romance?" Stopping her actions, Xu Qingyu pondered deeply. It seemed that throughout her life, she had followed a prescribed routine, attending classes, returning home, performing chores, cooking, studying. Beyond that, her existence appeared to lack any real excitement. She lifted her gaze towards Chu Xing, her voice somewhat indifferent. "Do you even know what romance is?" Chu Xing patted his chest, poised to showcase his romantic inclinations. However, the next moment, he witnessed Xu Qingyu grasp a wad of tissue from the table, frowning as she remarked, "Chu Xing, is this your idea of romance? Tossing around tissues used for blowing your nose?" Chu Xing. His eyes widened in shock, a flush creeping across his face, radiating from his ears down to his neck. In a fluster, he snatched the crumpled tissue from Xu Qingyu's hand, tossing it into the trash can in a desperate attempt to cover up. This was merely an accident. This was the first time Xu Qingyu had seen Chu Xing in such a flustered state. In her memory, Chu Xing always appeared fierce and imposing, forcing himself into challenging situations, brazenly poking fun at himself as if nothing were beyond his grasp. Yet now, he sat obediently at the desk, repeatedly patting his face, striving to calm his racing heart. Xu Qingyu had never encountered this side of Chu Xing and couldn't he help but chuckle. Is it really necessary to be this anxious just because you don't understand romance? Huh. Chu Xing looked up, slightly bewildered. You don't misunderstand? Now it was Xu Qingyu's turn to be perplexed. Misunderstand what? It's just that I want to let you play the piano, isn't it? Chu Xing pointed at the tissue in the trash can. That piece of paper? Just a tissue used for blowing your nose. Chu Xing nodded earnestly, his expression serious. Yes, you are right. Let us focus on our studies. Observing Chu Xing open his textbook and diligently tackle the problems, Xu Qingyu maintained a facade of calm, yet a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips. The boy, in his attempt to cover up his embarrassment, was simply adorable. Xu Qingyu swiftly finished her cake and then earnestly assisted Chu Xing with his studies. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit that Chu Xing's parents had vacated their master bedroom to provide him with an optimal learning environment. This bedroom was not only sunlit but also quite spacious. The warm sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle glow upon Xu Qingyu. The girl sat with a straight posture, her long, lustrous black hair cascading casually over her shoulders, her fair complexion radiating even more beauty under the sun's embrace. She opened Chu Xing's math textbook, filled with doodles and creases, and frowned slightly. Chu Xing, I recall we received these textbooks just a week ago. How did you manage to make it look like this? Chu Xing scratched his messy hair, justifying himself. I don't understand math class. And I can't disturb you during lessons, and you want to let me sleep. So what else am I supposed to do if not draw? Xu Qingyu paused for a moment, feeling a fleeting sense of guilt wash over her. But after a brief moment, she regained her composure and coldly replied, No excuses. Today you must learn this chapter on functions. These are fundamental concepts that you must master. Although Xu Qingyu wore a stern expression, her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a mountain spring. She pointed to the formula in the textbook, patiently explaining as her voice gradually softened. The key to the graph of this function lies in its axis of symmetry and the coordinates of its vertex. You see, substituting this formula. As she spoke, she meticulously wrote the steps on a piece of draft paper, her handwriting both neat and elegant. Chu Xing endeavored to concentrate, yet his gaze inevitably drifted towards Xu Qingyu. That morning at home, Xu Qingyu had dressed rather lightly, and after a quarrel with her mother at noon, she had not even changed her clothes before coming directly to Chu Xing's house. The shirt she wore, faded from years of washing since her middle school days, had shrunk and now looked a bit snug on her increasingly curvaceous figure. The button at the collar strained against the taut fabric, slightly gaping to reveal her fair, delicate collarbone. The sleeves were also a tad short, exposing her slender wrists, with her skin glowing softly under the sunlight. As Chu Xing inhaled gently, He caught a whiff of the unique fragrance that seemed to belong solely to young girls. In the next moment, Xu Qingyu suddenly tapped his head with her pen. Frowning as she said, "You were daydreaming. Focus." Reluctantly, Chu Xing withdrew his gaze from the enchanting sight that was Xu Qingyu, retorting, "Who says I wasn't paying attention?" Xu Qingyu, unfazed, merely replied calmly, "All right then, solve the problem I just explained." Chu Xing's lips curled into a slight grimace. Good heavens. The auxiliary lines and the letters she had just drawn resembled a cryptic script. It would be miraculous if he could comprehend them. Thus, he gently stood up and said, "Xu Qingyu, since you just had cake, are you thirsty? Let me get you a drink." Xu Qingyu remained silent, her cold, clear eyes staring at him icily. Most would have surrendered under the intensity of Xu Qingyu's gaze, but Chu Xing was no ordinary person. He nonchalantly made his way to the kitchen and returned with 2 glasses of cola in hand. "Xu Qingyu, if you explain it again, I could understand better," he said, flipping open the textbook once more. The new semester had only just begun a week ago, while Chu Xing's foundation was weak. It did not imply that he was particularly dim-witted. In fact, he had gleaned some understanding from what Xu Qingyu had just taught. It simply was not yet profound enough. Xu Qingyu took the glass, sipped the sweet, refreshing drink, and after setting it down, she shifted her approach, starting from a more fundamental perspective. As she delved deeper into the explanation, Chu Xing gradually fell into sync with her rhythm, occasionally posing questions. A flicker of surprise crossed Xu Qingyu's eyes as she smiled and praised, "Not bad at all. You're learning quickly. Keep it up." Chu Xing's progress ignited hope in Xu Qingyu, affirming that he was not the hopeless student she had feared. If he was willing to learn, he could indeed grasp the material. After all, how could he aspire to attend the same university as her when the college entrance examination arrived next year? Seizing the momentum, she explained a few more problems until her throat grew dry, at which point she paused, casually picking up her drink. She suddenly realized that with 2 glasses side by side, she had forgotten which one belonged to her. Xu Qingyu slightly parted her crimson lips, intending to inquire which cup belonged to her. However, upon observing Chu Xing engrossed in his work, she refrained from distracting him over such a trivial matter. Moreover, he had previously used her water cup and even consumed a Xinjian bun she had taken a bite of, without showing any concern. Why should she be so particular? Resolving her inner conflict, Xu Qingyu lifted the cup and tilted her head back to drink. Meanwhile, Chu Xing completed his problems with great enthusiasm, eagerly wishing for Xu Qingyu to check his answers. Yet, upon noticing her drinking from his designated cup, he instinctively exclaimed, "Oh, you're using my cup." Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he watched as Xu Qingyu, who had been drinking, suddenly coughed. In an instant, the beverage she had been sipping erupted from her mouth. Although Chu Xing attempted to shield himself, he was still drenched by the spray. "Cough, cough, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," she stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment as she beheld the water splattered over Chu Xing. Knowing Chu Xing's nature, she feared he might retaliate. However, the thought of her thin clothing, which could become transparent when wet, made her face turn pale with dread. As Xu Qingyu bit her lower lip, Chu Xing sighed softly. He retrieved a tissue from the bedside and began to wipe himself off. But then he caught sight of Xu Qingyu's ashen face. His gaze shifted downward, noticing that her hands and trousers were also damp. This was his home, and he could easily take a shower and change. But Xu Qingyu had no spare clothes. Disregarding the droplets still falling onto his head, Chu Xing gently took the tissue and began to dab at her clothes. Xu Qingyu shivered slightly. As he wiped the moisture from her trousers, he softly said, "Don't move. Let me clean you up first." Xu Qingyu's eyes widened. It was clearly her fault for mistakenly using Chu Xing's cup and soaking his clothes, while she had only a minor splash that would dry quickly. Yet, he bore no resentment towards her. Instead, he prioritized her well-being and tended to her. Xu Qingyu bit her lip tightly. The icy facade she typically wore seemed to begin melting, usually looking down upon others. She took the initiative to pick up a tissue and gently wipe Chu Xing's face and hair. "I'm the one who got you wet. Don't you blame me? Why are you helping me first?" In this moment, her usual cold demeanor had faded, her voice soft and her touch gentle. Without hesitation, Chu Xing replied, "Because girls need to be protected." Instantly, a warm rush surged from her toes to the crown of her head, and every hair on Xu Qingyu's body stood on end. She suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Chu Xing's words. It dawned on her, this was the essence of romance. Chu Xing was drenched, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not dry himself off, which filled Xu Qingyu with a profound sense of guilt. However, Chu Xing did not mind the water on him, for it had come from Xu Qingyu's mouth. In fact, he found a certain enjoyment in it. As he watched Xu Qingyu, blushing and rising to her feet, meticulously taking a tissue from the table to wipe him down, his face, his hands, his body, it felt as though she were giving him a massage, prompting him to close his eyes in comfort. After a brief moment, Xu Qingyu had cleaned his shirt and then paused. Chu Xing let out a cold laugh, saying, "Tell me, did you just deliberately spray me?" Xu Qingyu, predictably distracted, hurriedly waved her hands. "No, not at all. If not, does that mean you think the water I drank was dirty?" Xu Qingyu, already shy, immediately turned crimson, and she hastily denied, "I didn't think that. If you don't believe me, I'll drink it right now to prove it." With that, she picked up Chu Xing's cup again, which still contained a small portion of the beverage, and without hesitation, tilted her head back to drink it all. In the next moment, a mischievous smile appeared on Chu Xing's lips as he remarked, "You really like my cup, don't you? Enjoying our indirect connection, perhaps?" Before he could finish his teasing, Xu Qingyu, who was already drinking quickly, choked once more. Coughing violently, she inadvertently sprayed the drink all over Chu Xing again. However, this time, she did not apologize but shot him an angry glare instead. Chu Xing clicked his tongue, recalling how he had been talking with his mouth wide open. And Xu Qingyu's drink had splattered like a shower. Is this imported beverage? Sweet. Yet, upon seeing the almost furious expression on Xu Qingyu's face, he realized he could no longer provoke her, lest she truly explode. So, as he wiped his face with a tissue, he stood up and headed towards the door, saying, "I'm going to take a shower. You tidy up here. If my dad comes back and sees this mess, he might think we had a fight." Chu Xing did not give Xu Qingyu time to respond. He quickened his pace to the bathroom, rinsed off briefly, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. When he returned to the bedroom, he found Xu Qingyu had already cleaned everything up. She picked up her textbook once more, her expression serious, and declared, "From now on, you must study diligently. If you dare to slack off again, I will leave immediately." Chu Xing raised an eyebrow. "I didn't spray anyone else with water, you know. Just to be clear, I'm the victim here." Before he could finish his sentence, Xu Qingyu began to gather her textbooks and stood up to leave. Seeing she was serious, Chu Xing swiftly grasped her wrist and pushed her back into her chair, his face filled with supplication. "Xu teacher, I was wrong. Please forgive my minor transgressions. I will study diligently." Xu Qingyu glanced at him, a glint of warning in her eyes. Chu Xing obediently sat beside her, steadying his mind, and resumed his studies, asking, "Miss Xu, do you think I solved this problem correctly?" Xu Qingyu meticulously examined the practice workbook and effortlessly pointed out several flaws. While Chu Xing was engrossed in making corrections, Xu Qingyu's gaze instinctively flickered towards Chu Xing's lips. Just moments ago, she had indeed sprayed her drink into his mouth. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she could only feign indifference. In truth, her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. She pondered that her relationship with Chu Xing had evolved beyond mere indirect kisses. The tutoring session commenced at 2 in the afternoon, and before they knew it, the clock had struck 5. As the sun began its gentle descent, a commotion arose from the living room. Xu Qingyu, ever perceptive, immediately glanced at Chu Xing. He, however, remained unfazed and remarked, "My dad is back." Xu Qingyu then stood up, a touch flustered, and said, "I'll go say hello." Although Chu Xing deemed it unnecessary, he noticed her restless demeanor and decided to accompany her out of the bedroom. "Dad, what delicious food did you buy today?" Chu Xing asked as he opened the door, revealing Chu Tian at the threshold, laden with an assortment of ingredients, changing his shoes. "You little rascal only thinks about food. Have you been studying?" Chu Tian's concern for his son's education was genuine, but after exhausting all means to motivate Chu Xing, he had gradually given up hope. Now, seeing a glimmer of promise, he felt more elated than anyone else. It was no small feat for him to carve out time from his busy work schedule to cook for Chu Xing. Xu Qingyu hesitated for a moment before stepping out of the bedroom. Her cheeks flushed as she greeted Chu Tian. "Hello, uncle." "Ah, the young lady is here. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought a little something at the supermarket. I'll prepare sweet and sour fish for you, so eat well." While speaking, Chu Tian had already changed his shoes and was carrying a large bag of ingredients, with a live fish still flopping inside. He casually inquired, "Do you have any dietary restrictions? Can you eat spicy food? What about cilantro?" "I enjoy whatever you cook, uncle. I have no dietary restrictions. Just prepare it as you usually do," Xu Qingyu replied with an unprecedented smile, much to Chu Xing's surprise. At school, she often exuded an air of aloofness. And even when she smiled at him occasionally, it was never as radiant as it was now. Chu Tian chuckled and proceeded to the kitchen, reminding Xing, "Have you properly entertained Xingyu during her visit? Did you offer her any watermelon from the fridge?" Chu Xing scratched his head, having completely forgotten about the watermelon. He promptly opened the refrigerator and retrieved it. Meanwhile, Xu Qingyu entered the kitchen, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Uncle, let me help you with the vegetables. I often cook at home, so I can lend a hand." Chu Tian shook his head, gently pushing her out of the kitchen. "It's not proper to have a guest cook. You're a guest in our home. Go enjoy the watermelon and relax." Chu Xing had already sliced the watermelon, and he took a piece, savoring the refreshing taste with great delight. As Chu Xing handed a piece to Xu Qingyu, she expressed her discontent. "You sit there like an old man. Can't you lend a hand in the kitchen? You don't understand. My father rarely cooks. He prefers to be alone in the kitchen, free and unbothered while preparing meals." "No way. You're just making excuses for your laziness. See, you still don't believe me. My mother usually handles the cooking, and my father only steps in when we have important guests. For him, cooking at those times is a pleasure, a true enjoyment." Xu Qingyu nodded, somewhat understanding. She took a slice of watermelon from Chu Xing and intended to deliver it to Chu Tian, but hesitated upon seeing him busily working in the kitchen. Choosing not to interrupt, curiously, she asked, "Isn't your uncle's cooking exceptionally good? It's probably at the level of a hotel chef. Sweet and sour fish is his specialty. My mother and I rarely get to enjoy it, so make sure to have a lot later." Xu Qingyu gently bit into the watermelon, seemingly lost in thought. Opening her mouth, yet refraining from speaking, Chu Xing remarked, "If you have something to say, just say it. Can't you learn a bit of cooking from your uncle? If you possessed even half of his culinary skills in the future." Before she could finish, Chu Xing scoffed, "Who says I can't cook?" In her past life, after the accident, Chu Xing lost interest in everything, living in a realm of guilt and regret. The only skill she honed was cooking. It would not be an exaggeration to say her culinary prowess surpassed her father's. Xu Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can cook?" Chu Xing gazed up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, a look of solitude on her face. "If my father's cooking improved just one level, it would reach my standard." She spoke truthfully. Culinary art was her only solace for the next 2 decades. However, upon hearing this, Xu Qingyu pursed her lips, clearly skeptical. She chose not to press further, taking another piece of watermelon before heading to the bathroom to wash her hands. Chu Xing had intended to showcase her cooking skills to Xu Qingyu, but, upon seeing her father's busy figure, reconsidered and abandoned the idea. To her parents, she was merely a good-for-nothing youth. Should she suddenly display exceptional culinary talent, there would be no way to justify it if her father inquired. Just as Chu Xing was about to indulge in her second slice of watermelon, a piercing scream erupted from the bathroom. The volume startled her enough to drop the watermelon from her hands. Simultaneously, Chu Tian rushed towards the bathroom, holding a kitchen knife in urgency. Chu Xing, slightly delayed, followed closely behind. Despite her father's grip on the knife, she clenched her fists. Together, they could face any challenge. However, upon witnessing Xu Qingyu cowering in the corner, confronting a cockroach on the edge of the bathtub, both of them relaxed simultaneously. The cockroach twitched its antennae, inching closer to Xu Qingyu, whose face paled in terror, her scream echoing loudly enough to ring in one's ears. Chu Tian glanced at the kitchen knife in his hand. He could have easily smashed the cockroach with a swift slap. But considering he still had to cook and wished to keep his hands clean, he entrusted this crucial task to Chu Xing, to tidy up. With a helpless sigh, Chu Xing stepped forward, but to his surprise, Xu Qingyu immediately sought refuge behind him, as if clutching at a lifeline. Chu Xing pulled a paper towel from the toilet and swiftly captured the cockroach. Casting a glance at the slightly trembling Xu Qingyu, he teasingly waved the squirming insect before her, its resilient legs still flailing despite being secured within the tissue. Xu Qingyu turned pale with fright. Chu Tian, seemingly protective of her, admonished sternly, "Quickly dispose of it. Continue this nonsense, and I shall not hesitate to use my belt on you." While Chu Xing was fearless in many respects, the thought of his father's belt instilled a sense of trepidation. Thus, he discarded the cockroach into the toilet, gently pressing the flush, watching it vanish into the swirling abyss. Satisfied that the issue had been resolved, Chu Tian muttered to himself about purchasing some insecticide tomorrow before turning to head to the kitchen. In the restroom, Chu Xing was washing his hands, preparing to leave when Xu Qingyu unexpectedly grasped the corner of his shirt. Puzzled, he asked, "What's the matter?" Xu Qingyu's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Noticing her discomfort, Chu Xing suddenly inquired. Do you need to use the restroom? Her cheeks reddened further, and she released her grip on his shirt. However, Chu Xing feigned concern, remarking, It's all right. There might still be cockroaches A, B, C, and D in the bathroom to keep you company. You certainly won't be lonely. Xu Qingyu immediately glared at him, retorting, Then I can just go home. And I will never tutor you again. Chu Xing quickly tried to placate her. Calm down. I was just joking. There are no cockroaches A, B, C, or D anymore. With a flushed face, Xu Qingyu insisted, You wait for me at the door. Don't you dare leave. All right. Just hurry. Dinner is about to be served. At the dining table, Chu Xing, his father, and Xu Qingyu each occupied their respective sides. Originally, Chu Tian's wife was supposed to return from her hair appointment. But due to an unforeseen matter at the CAF, Chu Tian remained occupied with cooking and asked her to drive over, indicating she would likely be home late. Thus, the three began their meal without her. Traditionally, Chu Tian, who valued the principle of silence at the table, was the first to inquire of Xu Qingyu, Young lady, is the food to your liking? Xu Qingyu eagerly nodded. Uncle, your cooking is delightful, even better than what I have at restaurants. Chu Xing recognized that Xu Qingyu was sincere. Chu Tian's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, especially his sweet and sour fish, which he had learned from an esteemed chef. Chu Tian had often remarked that if the CAF ever closed, he would open a restaurant, and with his sweet and sour fish, it would surely thrive. Xu Qingyu, with her discerning palate, chose to savor the sweet and sour fish. Pleased by her praise, Chu Tian smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to Chu Xing, saying, Xing, I shall pass this culinary skill on to you. If Qingyu wishes to indulge in it, you shall prepare it for her. At that moment, Chu Xing found himself somewhat perplexed by his father's intentions. Previously, he had unequivocally forbidden him from engaging in early romantic relationships, and only a few days prior had chastised him harshly with a shoe sole. Now, however, it seemed as though he was deliberately trying to foster a connection between him and Xu Qingyu. As Chu Xing's mind wandered through these thoughts, Chu Tian turned to Xu Qingyu and said, Qingyu, as you are in your crucial senior year, I advise you not to work during your visits to the CAF. Serving and cleaning tables is the responsibility of the staff. Your time is invaluable, and if you can tutor Xiao Xing, that would bring me great joy. Just make sure you do not neglect your own studies. After Xu Qingyu nodded in agreement, Chu Tian shifted his gaze to Chu Xing, Xiao Xing. Since you and Qingyu are desk mates, do not hesitate to ask her any questions you may have during your studies. Do not pretend to understand when you do not. Additionally, remember that Qingyu is a girl and may be timid. Should she encounter any difficulties in her daily life, as a boy, it is your duty to assist her. Just as you did with the cockroach incident. Ensure you help her resolve such issues and do not bully her, understood? Chu Xing glanced at Xu Qingyu and recalled that since the 3rd grade, she had often lost her textbooks, assignments, and stationery. In the past, she had always chosen to endure in silence, perhaps due to her temperament. However, now that he was aware of her struggles, Chu Xing felt compelled to assist her. Thus, he surprisingly refrained from arguing and simply nodded, saying, Dad, you can rest assured, I will definitely deal with that pesky cockroach. Chu Tian nodded and then turned his attention back to Xu Qingyu. Qingyu, my son can be a bit mischievous. Has he caused you any trouble? Chu Xing immediately became alert, fearing Xu Qingyu might speak out of turn. He discreetly kicked her leg under the table, signaling her to remain silent. To his surprise, Xu Qingyu did not relent. Instead, she firmly stepped on his toe. As Chu Xing grimaced in pain, Xu Qingyu brightly replied, Uncle, since I have been sitting next to Chu Xing, I have noticed that his learning ability is quite strong. This afternoon, I explained a few problems to him, and he grasped them quickly. Although he can be rather slippery and often acts nonchalantly, and he does not heed my advice. Chu Tian, well aware of his son's character, set down his utensils and fixed a sharp gaze upon Chu Xing. Chu Xing lowered his head, feigning ignorance, while Xu Qingyu, for the first time, displayed a gleeful expression. As Chu Tian silently unbuckled his belt, preparing to administer a lesson, Chu Xing resignedly conceded, Dad, I was wrong. From now on, I will do whatever Teacher Xu says. Still slightly unconvinced, Chu Tian recognized this was his son's singular chance to alter his fate. Thus, he entrusted Xu Qingyu with a significant responsibility. Qingyu, from now on, you are to come to our home every Saturday. I will prepare meals for you. If Xiao Xing does not listen to you and fails to study diligently, you must inform me, and I will take care of him. Xu Qingyu agreed with a bright smile, radiant as a blooming flower. Chapter 037 Monday arrived, bringing with it the season of spring, when all things awaken and turn green. As Chu Xing approached the classroom entrance, he noticed several classmates looking up at him. The gossip circulating within the classroom sent a shiver down Chu Xing's spine. Was it true that he brought Xu Qingyu breakfast every day? No, he is merely a perennial underachiever, lucky enough to sit next to Xu Qingyu. What merit does he possess? The class monitor, Guofeng, was rejected by Xu Qingyu. So who does Chu Xing think he is? Chu Xing displayed an awkward yet polite smile as he swaggered into the classroom, holding 2 portions of breakfast. Xu Qingyu was present, as was Yuran. Upon seeing him enter with the breakfast, Yuran's eyes brightened instantly. In the past, Chu Xing often brought her breakfast, which she found bothersome, routinely handing it off to her deskmate. Chu Xing, this is for me, right? Yuran extended her hand. Yet, Chu Xing seemed oblivious to her presence, brushing past her without acknowledgement. Unwilling to give up, Yuran stubbornly grasped the hem of his shirt. Chu Xing looked at her with an impassive expression. Is there something you need? You used to bring me breakfast every morning. Chu Xing nodded. Indeed. I not only brought you breakfast daily, but also took you out for coffee and gifted you small tokens. Yet, you swiftly discarded the gifts I gave you to others. He shook off Yuran's grip and swiftly made his way to Xu Qingyu's desk. Today, Xu Qingyu wore her school uniform, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, revealing her captivating features, making it difficult to look directly at her. Chu Xing placed a portion of breakfast before her, gently stating, You haven't tea eaten yet this morning, have you? Xu Qingyu lifted her gaze and shot him a glare. I have. Chu Xing replied. Didn't we agree that I would take care of your meals from now on? Xu Qingyu remained silent, yet she did not return the breakfast either. She stood up to make space for Chu Xing to take his seat. Classmates occasionally turned to glance behind, some looking at Yuran. However, the majority of their attention was fixed on Xu Qingyu. The only one observing Chu Xing was his close friend Li Fei in the front row, who appeared hesitant to greet him, clearly aware that today's unusual circumstances were tied to his own loose tongue. As for Guofeng, he had shattered the pen in his hand. Yuran, too, turned to look at Xu Qingyu, realizing that the breakfast, which once belonged to her, had now been claimed by Xu Qingyu. She glared at Xu Qingyu with resentment, who remained indifferent, leisurely taking a bun and eating it in a deliberate manner. Though Xu Qingyu did not utter a word, Yuran could sense the blatant provocation. Frustrated, she bit her teeth but felt powerless. When Yuran turned her head, she inadvertently noticed the pink teddy bear hanging from her deskmate Xu Xiaoxue's backpack. She paused, recalling that this was the very bear Chu Xing had gifted her, which she had deemed unattractive and subsequently passed on to her close friend. Now, she suddenly found the teddy bear quite adorable and said to Xu Xiaoxue, Please return this teddy bear to me. Xu Xiaoxue was taken aback. She had cherished this teddy bear for over a year. Although it held little monetary value, it had become sentimental to her. Reluctantly, she replied, Ran, I can certainly give you back the teddy bear, but can you really reclaim something you once discarded? Yuran instantly comprehended her best friend's implication. Indeed, Chu Xing was akin to that discarded teddy bear, something she had failed to cherish. And she had no right to blame him. As the memory of Chu Xing's indifferent gaze flashed through her mind, Yuran's eyes slightly reddened. Upon seeing Yuran's sorrowful expression, Xu Xiaoxue was momentarily dumbfounded. Come on, it's just a toy. Is it really that significant? In a flurry, she hastily unfastened the pink teddy bear from her backpack and returned it to her. Yuran accepted the teddy bear, pausing for a moment before softly murmuring, It turns out I was the one who lost him. A chill ran through Xu Xiaoxue. Since when did Chu Xing become so desirable? During the third period that afternoon, Teacher Li stepped onto the podium with a stoic expression and announced 2 matters to discuss. The first is that the midterm examination has been scheduled for early October, right after the National Day holiday. After the exam, I will hold a parent-teacher meeting. Treat this examination as if it were the actual college entrance examination. If anyone fails to meet expectations, do not blame me for embarrassing your parents at the meeting. As he spoke, Teacher Li's gaze suddenly drifted to the back of the classroom. After surveying the room, he ultimately fixed his stare on Chu Xing. Chu Xing scoffed. How do you know I won't perform well? Teacher Li narrowed his eyes. Chu Xing, you are at the bottom of the class. I don't expect you to raise our class average. Just don't hinder us too much, and I'll be grateful. Chu Xing clenched his fists but ultimately relented. Teacher, I will do my best. He had initially wanted to shout that he would never drag anyone down, but considering the class average, it felt like an unattainable goal. and he could only resign himself to defeat. Teacher Li smiled slightly. Chu Xing, I've spoken with your father several times. If you do not show improvement in this exam, he mentioned he would use a belt on you. Don't say I didn't warn you. A wave of laughter rippled through the classroom. Chu Xing gritted his teeth. He knew Teacher Li was speaking the truth. His father, Chu Tian, had been exceptionally attentive to his studies lately, and given the grandiose claims he had made, if he failed to improve in this midterm, enduring his father's disappointment would be quite challenging. Teacher Li called on a few more students before tapping his desk. The second matter concerns the autumn sports event. Our school has confirmed that this year's autumn sports meeting will take place at the end of September. Without further ado, our class must not fall behind. As Teacher Li concluded his speech, a cacophony erupted in the classroom. Last year's sports meeting had seen their class finish second, just 1 point shy of Class 9, which had infuriated Teacher Li. In our class, our scores in the official competition surpassed those of Class 9 by several points. The only shortcoming lies in our formation. The girls from Class 9, with their long legs and fair complexions, donning pleated skirts that reveal their thighs, undoubtedly enhance their class's impression. Meanwhile, the placard holder from our class, Yuran, falls short in comparison. Last year, Class 9 overshadowed us, and this year, we must reclaim our honor. As the fervent discussions echoed throughout the classroom, Li, our formidable teacher, rapped the desk once more. Under the weight of his authoritative gaze, the previously chaotic classroom gradually fell silent. Shall I speak, or will you? He queried. You all chatter so confidently, yet where are your high scores in the exams? Clearing his throat, Li's eye swept over Yuran but ultimately settled on the last row, where Xu Qingyu sat. Last year, Yuran led our formation. And the year before that as well. She has toiled for 2 years. We cannot allow her to bear the burden alone. This year, let Xu Qingyu hold the placard. A collective gasp reverberated through the room. Many turned to look at Yuran, only to find her hunched over her desk, unable to meet anyone's gaze. At that moment, the previously quiet Xu Qingyu suddenly stood, her voice cool and composed as she stated, Teacher, let us choose someone else. I wish to focus on my studies. In fact, Li had intended for Xu Qingyu to hold the placard during her sophomore year, but she had declined. At that time, he had no recourse but to acquiesce. However, this time, he responded with calm persistence. Qingyu, I understand your desire to study diligently, and I would never hinder that. Yet, sitting in the back row will certainly impede your learning. Therefore, if you truly do not wish to hold the placard, I suggest you sit in the front row. The atmosphere there is conducive to learning and will benefit your grades. An eerie silence enveloped the class. All eyes were riveted on the confrontation between Li and the cool-headed school beauty. This time, every student except Yuran hoped for Li's victory. Xu Qingyu instinctively bit her lip, a telltale sign of her nervousness or determination. She understood Li's subtle threat regarding her seating arrangement. If she refused to hold the placard, she would have to move to the front of the class. Yet, if she consented, she would need to dedicate her spare time to practice with the placard. With her part-time job at the CAF, tutoring Chu Xing, and an overwhelming amount of assignments, she simply could not afford to lose any more time. As Xu Qingyu grappled with her dilemma, she felt a gentle nudge on her leg. Looking down, she saw Chu Xing discreetly handing her a note with 2 words written clearly, agree. With a deep sigh, Xu Qingyu resolved her internal conflict. Teacher, I agree. Yes. This year, our class will surely come in first. Last year, Yuran wore an A-line skirt. What would Xu Qingyu don this time? She typically wore her school uniform. But now we would finally see her in a dress. As the classroom buzzed with excitement, Li rapped the table once more. As the excitement among everyone subsided, the formidable teacher Li finally spoke up. Let us settle the matter of the placards for now. This year marks our final sports event in senior year, and I wish for everyone to participate joyfully, leaving no regrets. All of you must eagerly sign up to bring glory to our class. Sports Committee Member Zhou Peng, please come up and tally our class's registration. Zhou Peng strode confidently to the podium, producing paper and pen to begin documenting the sign-ups. First, for the sprints, 100 meters and 200 meters, please raise your hands. Sunya, Zhaoming, Li Ranran. Then came the high jump and shot put. With enthusiastic registrations from the entire class, the atmosphere grew lively. Teacher Li observed from the side, and at that moment, the previously lackluster students in the back suddenly appeared bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in her gaze. Finally, the 3,000-meter long-distance run was announced. Who would sign up? Upon hearing the mention of the long run, the expressions of the entire class turned grave, as if confronted with something terrifying. Even the usually mischievous boys sat quietly in their seats, speechless. Everyone understood the daunting challenge of the 3,000-meter run. The lengthy distance and intense physical exertion daunted all. Sports committee member Xu Qingyu paced the classroom, attempting to rally everyone to sign up, but only received resigned shakes of the head and looks of refusal in return. At that moment, Teacher Li casually remarked, "Chu Xing, you have sat in the last row from freshman to senior year. It's time for a change of seat. How about swapping places with Li Fei in the front row?" Li Fei's expression instantly turned to one of surprise. Chu Xing understood Teacher Li's intention and let out a cold laugh. "Isn't it just 3,000 meters? I'll do it." With a commitment to the long run now secured, the students in the class immediately relaxed. After discussing all the events, the final topic was the uniforms for the marching team. The boys would wear matching white shirts and black pants, while the girls would don pleated skirts. However, the debate over what the placard holders should wear became quite animated. Some suggested that Xu Qingyu should wear last year's A-line dress for a more alluring appearance, while others argued for the elegance of a horse-face skirt, and some proposed formal gowns. Amidst the fervent discussion, Xu Qingyu, with her head lowered, gently nudged Chu Xing with her elbow, her eyes reflecting a hint of plea. Chu Xing understood that Xu Qingyu preferred not to wear anything too revealing. Thus, he volunteered, raising his hand. "Teacher, I believe Xu Qingyu could wear a hanfu. It would beautifully showcase our appreciation for traditional culture while also complimenting her demeanor." The class was momentarily taken aback, but soon many expressed their agreement. Teacher Li then entrusted this significant responsibility to Chu Xing. "Since you have such insightful understanding, Chu Xing, you will be in charge of arranging light-use hanfu." That concludes today's class meeting. In future physical education classes, everyone should practice their registered events. Now, let us head to the playground and rehearse our march. Students rushed excitedly towards the playground. Li Fei, draping an arm around Chu Xing's neck, mischievously inquired, "Star, what style of hanfu do you plan to prepare for Xu Qingyu?" Chu Xing, somewhat perplexed, asked curiously, "Is there any particular significance to hanfu?" "Oh, the wonders of the stars. Do you understand, my dear? The styles of hanfu are myriad, encompassing the curved hem, straight hem, and the high-waisted RU skirt, among many others. Each style boasts its own distinctive cut and character, embodying elegance, dignity, and grandeur. Moreover, the color combinations are equally diverse: red, yellow, blue, green, black, and so forth." Li Fei rambled on incessantly. Chu Xing regarded him as if he were a peculiar creature. "Little Li, I've just realized you are quite the couch potato," she remarked. Li Fei smacked her shoulder with emphasis, saying, "Let us get serious. The matter of what Xu Qingyu wears is not solely your concern. It pertains to the dreams of our entire class. No, it should be the aspirations of all the boys in the school. Since the beginning of high school, Xu Qingyu has always donned her school uniform while at school. Even with her flawless beauty, the absence of appealing attire leaves one feeling that something is amiss. This upcoming sports event might be the singular opportunity for the male student body to witness Xu Qingyu in a dress. It is no wonder Li Fei is so invested in this." Chu Xing also wished to create a unique memory for Xu Qingyu. He assured, "Rest easy, brother. I shall certainly select an ethereal hanfu for her." Under the vigilant supervision of the formidable Li Fei, Class 14 marched around the playground twice. As this was their first practice, the formation was somewhat chaotic, eliciting dissatisfaction from Li Fei, who reprimanded several misbehaving students. Feeling quite bored, Chu Xing casually glanced towards the teaching building. Class 14 of the third year was on the fourth floor, and he could clearly see his class from the playground. His fleeting gaze suddenly froze. He noticed a dark figure swiftly dart into the classroom of Class 14. "Damn cockroach," he muttered under his breath. And without a word to Li Fei, he dashed towards the teaching building. "Chu Xing, why did you leave the formation? Just wait until I call your parents," came Li Fei's furious shout from behind. Chu Xing did not look back. Like a cheetah on the hunt, he sprinted forward with relentless determination. From the moment he returned to this world, Chu Xing felt a significant enhancement in his physical abilities. The most evident change was the emergence of 8 slender abdominal muscles. Though he had always been robust, he had never engaged in formal training, hence the absence of defined abs. Just days prior, while playing basketball with Zhou Peng, Chu Xing leaped with such vigor that his height of 183 meters enabled him to dunk, a feat unimaginable in his previous state. At this moment, as he desperately pursued that cockroach, he held nothing back, even exceeding his usual capabilities due to his rising fury. As Chu Xing raced towards the teaching building like an arrow, even Zhou Peng, a fellow athlete, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Time passes so swiftly. The once irate Li, known as the demon, was already upset due to the disarray of the class formation. Observing Chu Xing rush forward without a word, he could not help but bellow, "Chu Xing, come back here. Tomorrow, you will bring your parents." Before Li's words could fully escape his lips, he noticed Xu Qingyu departing from the ranks as well, burying her head and dashing ahead. He questioned, "Qingyu, where are you going?" Having just heard Chu Xing's derogatory remark about a cockroach, Xu Qingyu quickly understood the situation. Concerned that Chu Xing might act impulsively, she pursued him without a backward glance. Disregarding Li's admonition, "Teacher Li, may I go check?" Li Fei, Chu Xing's closest friend, observed his urgency and assumed something serious had occurred, prompting him to offer assistance. Li, already exasperated by the disregard shown by Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu, felt an overwhelming surge of irritation with no outlet. He sternly declared, "What do you think you're doing? None of you seem to understand how to make things easier for me. Zhou Peng, lead them to run 3 laps around the playground. They shall not be excused from class until they complete it." The class immediately erupted in a chorus of lamentations. Meanwhile, Chu Xing arrived at the teaching building, anxious that he might miss the elusive cockroach and fearing that any delay might cause it to escape, making future captures more difficult. Thus, he sprinted up the stairs to the 4th floor without pausing to catch his breath. Upon reaching the corridor, he noticed it was entirely deserted and quickened his pace. Arriving swiftly at the entrance of Class 14, just as he was about to turn the corner, he collided violently with another figure. With his speed and robust physique, he sent the person hurtling backward. Ouch! A pain cry echoed as a long-haired girl was knocked back 2 meters, crashing into the lectern. Chu Xing paid no heed to her anguished cry. His attention was drawn to the scattered textbooks on the floor. Upon crouching to gather them, he discovered they belonged to Xu Qingyu, her mathematics and English books, along with a workbook. As he crouched, he observed the girl on the ground, clutching her chest in agony from the impact. Normally, he might have shown some compassion, but in this moment, he seized her by the arm and thrust her against the desk. Upon meeting her fierce glare, he swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her face, exclaiming, "Still daring to be fierce? You truly are a fool. Chu Xing, don't hit her," came the breathless voice of Xu Qingyu as she approached, her face pale from the exertion of her rapid run. Chu Xing raised the textbooks in his hand toward her and inquired, "Do you know her?" At that moment, the previously defiant girl finally appeared frightened, cradling her slapped face and bowing her head in tears. Xu Qingyu accepted the books from Chu Xing, casting a glance at the girl without uttering a word, yet the coldness in her eyes spoke volumes. Chu Xing has now confirmed that this girl is indeed the thief who has been pilfering Xu Qingyu's textbooks and stationery since the 3rd grade. Just a week into the new semester of senior year, she has already come twice, stealing 4 of Xu Qingyu's books. Had it not been for her intervention today, Xu Qingyu would have had to resort to copying her textbooks by hand. She cannot afford to purchase new books, for even if she did, they would inevitably be stolen again. Reflecting on the grievances Xu Qingyu has endured over the years ignited a fury within Chu Xing, prompting her to raise her hand to deliver a fierce slap. However, unexpectedly, Xu Qingyu reached out and grasped Chu Xing's hand, calming herself before shaking her head, stating that the girl had erred, and suggesting they simply report her to the teacher, not wanting Chu Xing to become entangled in the situation. Ultimately, Xu Qingyu feared that Chu Xing's act of violence could lead to repercussions for both of them. Their homeroom teacher, Ms. Li, soon arrived. Had it only been Chu Xing acting out, Ms. Li would have likely turned a blind eye, but seeing her dear student Xu Qingyu involved, she could not ignore the situation. Upon entering the classroom, she observed Chu Xing gripping a disheveled girl while Xu Qingyu restrained Chu Xing's hand, leading Ms. Li to mistakenly believe she had stumbled upon some melodramatic love triangle. Her scalp prickled with anxiety as she shouted, "Chu Xing, stop." Ms. Li's voice carried a sharpness, particularly upon noticing the clear handprint on the girl's face, causing her heart to race. If it were solely Chu Xing's actions, she could manage the situation as she pleased. But with Xu Qingyu, her treasured student, entangled, Ms. Li contemplated how to protect Xu Qingyu while sacrificing Chu Xing. Just then, Chu Xing hurled the girl towards Ms. Li and solemnly declared, "Ms. Li, you arrived just in time. I've caught a thief." Ms. Li paused, having initially thought Chu Xing was simply being violent, and now realized that the situation might be in their favor. She furrowed her brow and inquired, What is happening? Chu Xing seized the textbooks from Xu Qingyu, opened one to the front page, and pointed to Xu Qingyu's name, explaining, Ms. Li, you may not know, but Xu Qingyu's books have frequently gone missing. Since third grade. She has lost items. Previously, she was too timid to speak up. Just a week into this semester, she has lost her books twice, and today. I caught the thief in the act. Ms. Li's expression quickly turned grave. In truth, she was aware of Xu Qingyu's frequent losses, being her cherished student, but lacked substantial evidence. Moreover, Xu Qingyu often claimed she had misplaced her belongings due to carelessness, leaving Ms. Li in a difficult position. Now that the habitual book thief had been apprehended, Ms. Li's demeanor hardened. You are Yi Zhizhi from Class 9, correct? Come with me to the office. Chu Xing, you need not involve yourself further. I will handle this. Upon hearing Li the demon call out the girl's name, Chu Xing initially feared favoritism toward her and immediately expressed his discontent. Teacher Li, this person has been stealing Xu Qingyu's books since the third grade. She spares nothing. Not even exercise books or practice papers. This was tolerable in the past, but now that we are in our senior year, without her books, Xu Qingyu cannot study. This is not merely theft. She is robbing Xu Qingyu of her future. If you let this slide, I cannot condone it. Li the demon, taken aback by Chu Xing's boldness, shot him a fierce glare and sternly responded, What? Do you wish to resort to violence again? Let me tell you, Chu Xing, this matter is beyond your jurisdiction. Focus on your studies. As her words hung in the air, Li the demon glanced at Xu Qingyu, whose eyes were rimmed with red from tears. She reassured her, Qingyu, do not worry. I will ensure that this issue is resolved fairly. I am fully aware of the suffering and injustice you have endured, and I will seek justice for you. With that, she firmly grasped the hand of the long-haired girl and commanded, Yi Zhizhi, you will accompany me to the head teacher's office. Seeing that Li the demon was taking the girl to the head teacher's office rather than the homeroom teacher's, Chu Xing felt a small sense of relief. If they had gone to the homeroom teacher, the girl would likely receive protection, leading to a futile dispute that could trivialize the matter. However, since Li the demon was taking her directly to the head teacher, it seemed the issue would not be easily dismissed. As Chu Xing relaxed, he turned to Xu Qingyu and noticed she was wiping away her tears, suddenly realizing that she was the true victim in this situation. He reached into his pocket only to find it empty of even a tissue. With a sigh, he moved beside Xu Qingyu and gently patted her head, saying, Don't cry. No one will steal your textbooks anymore. Li the demon paused for a moment, her heart aching as she witnessed Xu Qingyu's silent tears. She then firmly stated, Qingyu, Chu Xing, both of you will accompany me to the office. Just speak the truth when we get there. During evening self-study, Li the demon returned to the classroom with Xu Qingyu and Chu Xing. Once they were settled back at their desks, Li the demon clapped her hands and declared in a serious tone, I have an important announcement. Yi Zhizhi from Class 9 of senior year has repeatedly stolen others' textbooks. And the situation is severe. The school has decided to impose a major demerit. The classmates had already caught wind of the situation, and many turned to glance at Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu. Chu Xing wore a somewhat helpless expression. In his view, the punishment should have been expulsion for Yi Zhizhi. However, theft of books could be seen as a minor or major offense, and the school was reluctant to expel her, especially given her senior status. Such a decision would undoubtedly affect her entire future. Additionally, Yi Zhizhi's parents had cooperated by admitting fault, resulting in a major demerit instead. Chu Xing wished to advocate for a stronger penalty, but alas, the voices of the many often drowned out the pleas of the few. Subsequently, Master Li pivoted his tone and began, I would like to particularly commend classmate Chu Xing. In our class 14, we engage in healthy competition amongst ourselves, striving to excel. Yet we must unite when facing external challenges. Chu Xing bravely defended our classmates, ensuring that our class's interests remained unscathed by outsiders. Such courage is commendable, and I hope all of you can learn from Chu Xing. Applause erupted as Master Li initiated the clapping. The classroom was soon filled with a fervent round of applause. At that moment, Chu Xing's close friend, Li Fei, called out, Xing, how does it feel to be praised by the homeroom teacher for the first time? Care to say a few words? With a beaming smile, Chu Xing stood up, gesturing for silence. Once the room quieted, he cleared his throat and, adopting a tone reminiscent of a high-ranking official, remarked, Serving my classmates is simply my duty. If anyone encounters difficulties, please do not hesitate to seek assistance. Although I may not be able to help. Master Li rapped his desk and said, Chu Xing, take a seat. You've just received some praise. And already you're getting a bit too proud. As the evening study session concluded, Master Li called over Xu Qingyu privately. Evidently concerned that she might be distracted by recent events and neglect her studies. Chu Xing leisurely organized his textbooks when Zhou Peng approached him with a casual demeanor. Chu Xing, would you be interested in joining our track and field team? Chu Xing was well aware of the grueling nature of track training. Despite its glamorous exterior and the potential for college recommendations through outstanding performance, the relentless practice was not for the faint-hearted. He promptly declined, not interested. Zhou Peng made no further insistence, casually twirling a basketball as he turned to leave. Chu Xing, you have great potential. If you change your mind, feel free to reach out, and I'll speak to the coach on your behalf. Once Zhou Peng's figure faded, Chu Xing ambled out of the school gates, opting to wait rather than leave immediately. Before long, Xu Qingyu's slender silhouette appeared before him. What did Master Li say to you? Chu Xing inquired as he stepped closer to her, noticing her subdued demeanor. Gently, he suggested, if you're feeling tired, perhaps you should skip the tutoring session at the CAF today and reschedule for tomorrow. To his surprise, Xu Qingyu stubbornly shook her head and proceeded in the direction of the CAF. Under the moonlight, the two walked side by side. When suddenly Xu Qingyu pulled a piece of candy from her pocket and handed it to Chu Xing. This is for you. Chu Xing, initially thinking it was something precious, eagerly extended his hands to receive it, only to discover it was a piece of corn candy. He pouted, I thought it was something special. After hesitating for a moment, Xu Qingyu rummaged through her pocket again and produced a letter. Chu Xing regarded her with curiosity. Xu Qingyu lowered her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and said, Did you not always wish for this letter? Here it is. This letter was the farewell note penned by Xu Qingyu, as opposed to the counterfeit one Chu Xing had in his pocket. Chu Xing did not immediately take it. Instead, he looked at her in astonishment and gently asked, But I already had one, didn't I? Why are you giving it to me now? Xu Qingyu lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed intently at him. I have entrusted my greatest vulnerability to you. But you must promise me that in the face of similar circumstances in the future, you must not act so impulsively. Today, you injured Yi Zhizhi, and if her family truly seeks retribution, you too shall face consequences. I understand you are acting in my best interest, yet the more you do this, the less I can bear the thought of you suffering even the slightest harm on my account. Xu Qingyu's steadfast gaze met Chu Xing's, her reddened eyes brimming with tears. She could endure any grievance, even the loss of all her textbooks, but she absolutely could not tolerate Chu Xing being punished because of her. In the face of Xu Qingyu's resolute expression, Chu Xing stood silently for a long while before finally speaking. I promised my father that I would protect you at school. So even if I encounter such situations again, I will always stand in front of you. As his words fell, Xu Qingyu could no longer contain her tears, and they cascaded down her cheeks. Yi Zhizhi and Xu Qingyu had been classmates since elementary school. In the 3rd grade, Yi Zhizhi developed a crush on a boy who was completely enraptured by Xu Qingyu, disregarding Yi Zhizhi entirely. The boy repeatedly confessed his feelings to Xu Qingyu, only to be consistently rejected. The ensuing events were all too predictable. Out of jealousy and a desire for revenge, Yi Zhizhi often stole Xu Qingyu's textbooks. However, no one anticipated the extent of Yi Zhizhi's vengefulness. From the 3rd grade until this year of high school, a full decade had passed. The boy had long since transferred to another school, yet Yi Zhizhi's vendetta against Xu Qingyu had never waned. Now, the villain had finally faced her reckoning. The following day, after being reported throughout the school, Yi Zhizhi chose to transfer, and from that moment on, there would be no more Yi Zhizhi at experimental high school. Similarly, no one would ever again steal Xu Qingyu's textbooks. Chu Xing's only regret was that had he known Xu Qingyu sooner and been by her side earlier, he could have resolved this matter for her, sparing her from such prolonged anguish over her lost belongings. Nonetheless, it was not too late. The senior year had only just begun, and the books Xu Qingyu had lost had been recovered. In the future, Chu Xing would have ample time to protect her. The next few days passed peacefully. At school, amidst the intense studying, whenever there was a moment to spare, Li Modu would rally the entire class to practice marching on the playground. This year's Autumn Sports Festival was the final one for the seniors, and Li Modu placed great importance on securing first place. Those who had signed up for the athletic events fared no better, as Li Modu personally supervised their training, and anyone daring to slack off would certainly face a stern lecture. However, when everyone witnessed the aloof school beauty, Xu Qingyu diligently practicing with the placards on the playground, Their grievances dissipated entirely. Everyone became invigorated, determined to redeem themselves in the upcoming competition. In the blink of an eye, another week had flown by. It was Friday. Chu Xing yawned as he arrived at his seat, and the front-row student, Li Fei, eagerly inquired, Xing, how is your preparation for wearing the hanfu for Li Moda going? With just over a week remaining until the sports meet, one can only hope that you do not falter at the last moment. The uniforms for Class 14 have been prepared. The boys will don white shirts and black trousers, while the girls will wear skirts. As for Xu Qingyu, who will be at the forefront holding the placard, her traditional hanfu has been entrusted to Chu Xing for preparation. Chu Xing has been exceptionally busy of late. Seeing his swiftness, the formidable Li Mo has not only registered him for the 3,000 meters, but has also added the 100 meters and 200 meters. Not to mention the high jump. As a result, Chu Xing will be competing in 4 events during the sports meet. However, he has not lost sight of his primary responsibility, studying. In preparation for next month's monthly examination, he has been diligently memorizing vocabulary and texts, often studying until the early hours of the morning, which has exacerbated the dark circles under his eyes, causing him to yawn occasionally in class. What perplexes Chu Xing is that even after inadvertently dozing off in class last time, Xu Qingyu has refrained from keeping him in check. It seems that since the moment he helped her catch the book thief on Monday, she has deliberately maintained her distance from him. In fact, she has not provided him with any tutoring in recent days, nor has she visited the CAF. Chu Xing understands her reasoning. She had implored him not to act impulsively, fearing that his involvement in her matters might lead to repercussions. Yet, he had resolutely assured her that should a similar situation arise again, he would unhesitatingly protect her. Concerned that her troubles might burden Chu Xing, she chose to distance herself, her inherent kindness and sensitivity guiding her decision. While Chu Xing comprehends her motivations, he finds himself unable to effect immediate change, striving instead to gradually melt the icy barriers within her heart. During evening self-study, he turned to Xu Qingyu and said, "My father mentioned he would prepare sweet and sour fish for you tomorrow. Will you still come to my house to help me with my studies?" Over the past few days, Xu Qingyu had not touched any of the breakfast he had brought her. Chu Xing had initially considered coercing her into eating, but decided against it, just when he presumed that Xu Qingyu would continue to ignore him as before. She unexpectedly turned to meet his gaze for a fleeting moment before quickly averting her eyes. Encouraged, Chu Xing leaned closer, believing her indifference was merely a fade, and that she remained concerned about his studies. He sighed softly, "Alas, I can hardly comprehend our mathematics lessons these days. I've accumulated a pile of questions, yet I know not whom to ask. How can I possibly gain admission to a prestigious university if this continues?" As Chu Xing lamented, Xu Qingyu hesitated momentarily, her pen pausing in midair as if in contemplation. Seizing the moment, he pressed on, "My father insists that you come to our home every Saturday to assist me with my studies. He will undoubtedly prepare a lavish feast tomorrow. If you do not come, he will surely be saddened." Xu Qingyu lowered her head, lost in thought, noting her continued silence and avoidance. Chu Xing finally grew impatient. "Xu Qingyu, Teacher Li has explicitly stated that I should help you prepare your hanfu. How can I assist you in tailoring your garments if you are not cooperative?" A flicker of surprise crossed Xu Qingyu's eyes as she finally spoke. Unable to contain herself, "You can make hanfu? You've finally spoken." Chu Xing beamed, his face lighting up with a smile. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Xu Qingyu immediately turned her head and sealed her lips. Regrettably, Chu Xing was determined not to relent this time, directly issuing a challenge. "I don't care. You must come to my house on Saturday to assist me with my studies. I truly can sew. I need to take your measurements to ensure I create the most exquisite hanfu in the world for you." On Saturday, at 1:50 p.m., Chu Xing opened the door to his home in anticipation. At 1:55 p.m., the slender figure of the girl appeared before him. "You have finally arrived." Chu Xing beamed as he welcomed Xu Qingyu into the room. He then began to retrieve an array of snacks, pastries, watermelon, sunflower seeds, and beverages from the refrigerator. Placing chocolate before Xu Qingyu with a cheerful tone, "Please, indulge yourself." Noticing the dazed expression on Xu Qingyu's face, Chu Xing's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. After a brief blink, he directed his attention to her attire. Unlike her previous white shirt, today Xu Qingyu donned a pink t-shirt paired with jeans. The mid-September weather had shed its prior heat, and Xu Qingyu's cascading hair was simply tied back, with a few strands framing her forehead. Her beauty remained as breathtaking as ever, and the curves beneath her shirt revealed her substantial allure. Are your parents not home? Xu Qingyu inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity at the tranquil atmosphere of the house. While Saturday is a day of rest for most, it is often the busiest time for those in the service industry. Her parents had left early to tend to their shop, leaving Chu Xing to observe Xu Qingyu as she sipped her drink. She appeared somewhat anxious, finishing her juice in one swift motion. Upon catching Chu Xing's unwavering gaze, Xu Qingyu promptly rose and headed toward the bedroom, saying, "Did you not mention having many questions for me? Let us commence our study." As Chu Xing watched the girl enter the bedroom, a radiant smile crept across his face. The washing machine on the balcony emitted a gentle hum. The breeze outside stirred the curtains, and sunlight streamed into the room, creating a scene of sheer beauty. When Chu Xing entered the bedroom, he found Xu Qingyu standing before the desk, her face a mask of astonishment as she surveyed the assortment of fabrics, threads, scissors, and rulers laid out before her. "You truly intend to help me make clothes?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chu Xing, resembling a master tailor, lifted a piece of fabric and draped it over Xu Qingyu to demonstrate. "Did I not tell you? I am skilled in sewing." He spoke the truth. As a reincarnated soul with the wisdom of 40 years, Chu Xing had indeed mastered several skills in his previous life, with culinary arts being his forte, closely followed by sewing. "Why did you never inform me before?" Xu Qingyu was genuinely taken aback, even forgetting her self-imposed rule of silence regarding Chu Xing. He gazed at her with her wide-eyed innocence, her eyes sparkling. "I also mentioned my prowess in cooking. Did you not believe me?" Xu Qingyu tilted her head, suddenly eager to discern whether Chu Xing truly possessed the skill of tailoring or if he was merely boasting. Standing tall, she asserted, "Then please, make me a hanfu." Chu Xing winked at Xu Qingyu in response. "Rest assured, I shall adorn you as the most resplendent presence at this athletic gathering." Chu Xing picked up a soft measuring tape, preparing to gauge Xu Qingyu's measurements. As he measured her height, he suddenly remarked, "You must remove your shoes. Only then will the measurements be accurate." Without hesitation, Xu Qingyu slipped off her shoes, standing barefoot on the wooden floor clad in a pair of white socks. Chu Xing meticulously measured her height, discovering that without shoes, she stood at an impressive 169.5 centimeters. It truly complemented her figure. Next, Chu Xing proceeded to measure Xu Qingyu's shoulder width. He gently lifted his hands, the measuring tape gliding through his fingertips, inadvertently brushing against her shoulder. In that fleeting moment, a jolt of electricity coursed through his body, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Xu Qingyu's shoulders were slender, her skin delicate and smooth, akin to a fine porcelain piece. Chu Xing endeavored to steady his breathing, concentrating on the numbers displayed on the tape. Shoulder width, 36 centimeters. Then, he began to measure Xu Qingyu's bust. His heart raced, but in an effort to prevent her from feeling anxious, he feigned calmness, cautiously wrapping the tape around her chest. The proximity was so intimate that he could catch a whiff of her subtle perfume, intoxicating him. Xu Qingyu's face flushed crimson. Doubts crept into her mind. Was Chu Xing deliberately measuring her for his own benefit? Wait a moment. She suddenly stepped back, eyeing him warily. "Can you truly make hanfu?" Chu Xing had already recorded her height, arm span, and shoulder width. Only the bust measurement remained. He replied, "See, you do not trust me. I assure you, I am a tailor. Once I craft it, you must apologize. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just..." Xu Qingyu's gaze fell bashfully to her chest. Her figure was graceful, her chest full, which compelled her to wear only her school uniform at school, avoiding the scrutiny of others. The thought of Chu Xing wrapping the measuring tape around her chest made her feel exposed. Observing her flustered demeanor, Chu Xing swiftly encircled her with the tape and then handed it to her, saying, "Surely you can measure it yourself." Xu Qingyu stared at the tape coiled around her chest, realizing there was no escaping this predicament. With a stomp of her foot, she hastily measured and promptly returned the tape. 88.5. No wonder you are a D cup. You. Xu Qingyu's ears turned crimson at once, and she retorted coldly, "If you dare deceive me, I shall not hesitate to throttle you." That evening, Chu Tian prepared a lavish spread of dishes as usual. Chu Xing, along with his parents and Xu Qingyu, gathered around the table, enjoying a harmonious meal. During dinner, Chu Tian inquired, "Qingyu, has Xiao Xing been mischievous at school this week? Has he listened to you? If he does not study diligently, you must inform me, and I shall take care of him." Xu Qingyu, with a bowl brimming with food that her mother had served, glanced up at Chu Xing upon hearing Chu Tian's words. Just when Chu Xing thought she would be facing a lawsuit, to her surprise, Xu Qingyu casually let it go. "Uncle, Chu Xing has performed exceptionally well this week. Our homeroom teacher even praised her for turning over a new leaf, commending her several times in class and encouraging the entire class to follow her example. Is that true? At first, Chu Tian was somewhat skeptical. However, upon seeing Xu Qingyu's earnest demeanor, he couldn't help but break into a broad smile. Their mother was eagerly serving Xu Qingyu more dishes. Xiaoyu, eat more. If you crave anything next time, just let Annie know, and I'll make it for you. Initially believing she was doomed, Chu Xing glanced at Xu Qingyu and, upon witnessing her sparkling eyes, felt a weight lift from her heart. Subsequently, Chu Xing playfully pouted, "Dad, Mom, am I your biological child, or is Xu Qingyu your dear daughter? I can't help but feel like an outsider." The little rascal, even while eating, couldn't keep his mouth shut. In the following 2 days, Chu Xing became increasingly busy. Besides focusing on her studies, she also set aside time to create a hanfu for Xu Qingyu. Before she knew it, Monday arrived. Xu Qingyu had not been to the CAF for a week to help out. That evening after school, Chu Xing invited her to the CAF, claiming he had a surprise for her. Xu Qingyu thought perhaps Chu Xing had prepared a small gift for her, and after a moment's hesitation, she agreed. The truth was, Xu Qingyu's acceptance to go to the CAF wasn't solely due to the promise of a gift. She simply wished to delay returning home. Her mother had already arranged for her visa and had been urging her to take a leave of absence to accompany her abroad. Xu Qingyu had never wanted to go, and now, with an added concern, she was even less inclined to leave. However, every time she returned home, her mother would try to persuade her, and sometimes their conversations would spiral into heated arguments. Xu Qingyu truly felt exhausted. Thus, after school, she preferred to work at the CAF. Anything to escape into a quieter space was worth it. She really didn't want to go abroad, as she couldn't bear to leave behind her emotional ties. She knew that if she did leave, Chu Xing would be left all alone and would feel very lonely. Chu Xing had taken the initiative to prepare a surprise for Xu Qingyu at the CAF. Xu Qingyu strolled slowly through the night, pondering that if her mother could stay with her until she graduated from university, she would ensure her mother lived happily every day. Upon crossing the street and arriving at the CAF entrance, Xu Qingyu suddenly felt a twinge of unfamiliarity. After having quarreled with Chu Xing the previous week, she hadn't visited the CAF at all. Returning now, she felt a strange sense of shyness. Just as she hesitated, the CAF door swung open, and a familiar server greeted her with a bright smile. "Xiaoyu, come on in. The little boss is waiting for you inside." Xu Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and made her way to the CAF staff lounge. Upon pushing the door open, she immediately spotted Chu Xing holding a magnificent hanfu, beaming with joy. "Tada? Surprised? Unexpected, right? This is the hanfu I specially made for you during the 2 sleepless nights." Xu Qingyu appeared like a marionette, allowing Chu Xing to assist her in shedding her school uniform and donning vibrant attire. Her eyes shimmered with a faint light. Upon turning her head, she beheld her reflection in the mirror, a beauty akin to an ethereal fairy, lost in her own contemplation. In the next moment, a deep sigh escaped Chu Xing's lips. "Which celestial being has descended to earth? Little star, the boss has arrived and wishes to see you." Just then, the door to the lounge swung open. The front desk cashier, Xiao Lu, bounced into the room, only to freeze in wide-eyed astonishment. At that moment, the warm light above bathed the lounge in a soft glow. Before the mirror, Xu Qingyu stood adorned in a moonlight-hued, cross-collared hanfu made of exquisite satin. Its fabric gentle and smooth, subtly shimmering. Delicate silver-threaded cloud patterns embroidered the neckline and cuffs, glistening under the illumination. The skirt of the hanfu billowed gracefully, embellished with clusters of blooming pear blossoms, each petal so lifelike that one could almost catch a whiff of their faint fragrance. Chu Xing gently secured her cascading hair with a white jade hairpin, a few wisps framing her cheeks. Her porcelain skin resembled mutton fat jade, refined and smooth, flushed with a gentle rosy hue in the light. In school, Xu Qingyu often sat with her head bowed, silent and withdrawn, instinctively concealing her brilliance. Yet now, she fully embraced her radiance. Her eyes resembled autumn waters, her nose elegantly poised, and her lips naturally tinted a soft red. Just standing there, as the gentle breeze wafted through the window, it stirred her hair and garments, and her hanfu danced like a breathtaking painting. Xiao Lu, witnessing Xu Qingyu in this new light for the first time, was instantly captivated by her beauty, instinctively covering her mouth in awe. Chu Xing nodded vigorously in agreement. Yet, Xu Qingyu remained blissfully unaware, gazing into the mirror with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Did you truly make this dress for me? Xu Qingyu's gaze shifted from the mirror to the beaming boy before her, disbelief evident in her eyes. Chu Xing had crafted this garment over the weekend, and now, just 2 days later, it was complete. Aside from school hours, he had only taken a day and a night. Though she lacked sewing skills, Xu Qingyu understood the immense effort required to create something from nothing. Moreover, every detail of the hanfu, from its style to its embroidery, was a testament to his dedication. What toil and sweat had Chu Xing invested to complete this garment in such a short span? With a hint of pride, Chu Xing asked, "So, do you like it?" Xu Qingyu nodded fervently. This was the most precious gift she had ever received. Though it was not crafted from gold or jewels, it held greater value than any treasure. In that moment, she bit her lip, forcing herself not to cry. She suppressed the moisture welling in her eyes, her gaze falling inadvertently upon Chu Xing's hands, which bore countless scars, each a testament to his labor. Xu Qingyu was suddenly taken aback. To craft clothing, one must undoubtedly employ needle and thread, and the wounds on Chu Xing's hands were undoubtedly the result of countless pricks from the needle, leaving behind a trail of blood, which ultimately led to the creation of this exquisite hanfu. It dawned on her that this garment was indeed sewn together by Chu Xing's own hands. In order to fashion this piece, Chu Xing had remained sleepless for 2 days and nights. Xu Qingyu couldn't help but envision Chu Xing sitting alone at his desk late into the night, tirelessly stitching the fabric. Exhausted and weary, his fingers would be pierced by the needle's tip, the pain and blood serving to ward off sleep as he persevered through fatigue and discomfort, meticulously crafting the garment stitch by stitch. At this realization, Xu Qingyu felt a pang in her heart as if pierced by a needle. The tears she had been holding back could no longer be restrained, cascading down like a torrential flood. In that moment, her voice trembled with emotion. "Why are you so kind to me? Why, what is this?" Yet, there was no answer. During their first year of high school, Xu Qingyu and Chu Xing were classmates. However, back then, Xu Qingyu always occupied the front row, while Chu Xing sat at the very back. One was taciturn, while the other was exuberant. They seemed to inhabit entirely different worlds. In fact, in her recollection, the total number of exchanges between them over the course of their first 2 years could not have exceeded 5 sentences. Yet, everything changed the day before the beginning of their 3rd year. Chu Xing, like an angel descending from the heavens, rescued her from beneath the wheels of fate, intertwining their destinies. At that moment, Xu Qingyu thought perhaps Chu Xing was the angel sent by the heavens to save her. At this moment, Xu Qingyu could no longer contain her emotions. Her tears streamed down like unrestrained pearls. "Fool, why are you crying?" Chu Xing gently approached her, standing before Xu Qingyu. Extending his scar-laden hand to wipe away her tears, a warm smile gracing his face. "I crafted this hanfu for you, so that you may stand before everyone radiantly. You should be happy. If you continue to cry, you won't look beautiful." However, Xu Qingyu's tears flowed like a broken string of pearls, seemingly impossible to stop. She grasped Chu Xing's hand tightly, as if holding onto a rare treasure, placing his hand delicately in her palm, her expression filled with concern. "But you've hurt yourself for me. It's all my fault. I wish for you to suffer no more harm on my account." Chu Xing blinked, feeling a twinge of helplessness within. He had indeed once possessed the skills of a tailor, believing that he could effortlessly complete the task. Yet, he had not anticipated that after a prolonged hiatus from sewing, his hands had grown clumsy. Coupled with the relentless hours of labor, his already fatigued body had become even more exhausted. As he neared completion of the hanfu, he found himself struggling to keep his eyes open, relying solely on sheer willpower to press on. Chu Xing was eager to finish the hanfu, so that Xu Qingyu could become accustomed to it beforehand, ensuring she wouldn't feel overly anxious on the day of the sports event. Seeing Xu Qingyu clutching his hand tightly, her face etched with guilt and concern, he suddenly felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. With a smile, he remarked, "I have already stated that as long as it pertains to you, I shall endeavor with all my might." Tears once more streamed down Xu Qingyu's eyes, her gaze reddened from weeping, resembling a weeping angel. "I simply do not wish for you to be like this." Xu Qingyu's voice trailed off. At that moment, Chu Tian, who had been waiting at the front desk, grew concerned upon noticing that Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu had remained hidden in the lounge for an extended period. He assumed something was amiss and decided to approach them. Upon arriving at the door of the lounge and seeing Xu Qingyu with tears like pear blossoms, he was instantly filled with rage. Initially, he believed that his son had bullied Xu Qingyu to the point of tears. However, A closer inspection revealed Xu Qingyu adorned in a magnificent hanfu, gently cradling his son's hand against her face. Despite her eyes being red, a smile graced her lips. In that moment, he comprehended that it was not his son who had caused Xu Qingyu's distress, but rather her overwhelming emotion. Upon observing Xu Qingyu's ethereal appearance, Chu Tian chuckled and remarked, "Qingyu, in that attire, you truly resemble a celestial being. It is simply exquisite." Before Chu Xing could bask in praise, Chu Tian interjected with a scoff, "You little rascal, I wonder why the lights in your room have been aglow these past few nights. And you've been awake until the early hours, surrounded by scraps of fabric and thread. It appears you have been sewing. When I emptied the trash this morning, I found the bin overflowing with blood-stained rags. If only you applied half as much diligence to your studies, you wouldn't be languishing at the bottom of your class." Initially, Chu Tian had doubted his son's capabilities in sewing, thinking him to be merely jesting. However, upon seeing the resplendent and elegant hanfu adorning Xu Qingyu, he began to regard his son with newfound respect. Xu Qingyu, who had felt slightly embarrassed, was further moved to tears upon hearing Chu Tian mention the bloodied rags in their trash can, weeping like a heartbroken soul, her shoulders trembling. Observing her sorrow, Chu Tian couldn't help but scold his son, "You little rascal, have you troubled Qingyu again? Look at how she is crying." To Chu Tian, Xu Qingyu was the very motivation for his son's reformation and the key to his academic success. He had even begun to treat her as if she were his own daughter. Witnessing Xu Qingyu gasping for breath through her tears, he glared at his son with fury, ready to reprimand him. However, Xu Qingyu, seeing her uncle about to confront the youth, hurriedly shielded Chu Xing and cried out, "Uncle, it is not Chu Xing's fault. It is my own tears." Chu Tian glanced at his son, then at the protective Xu Qingyu, and suddenly chuckled, "Qingyu, you have me utterly perplexed. Are you joyous or sorrowful? Your tears flow as if you are a weeping maiden." Xu Qingyu oscillated between shaking her head and nodding in agreement until her tears finally ceased. She grasped Chu Xing's hand and softly said, "I am happy. Yet my heart aches so painfully." Chu Tian paused, as if beginning to fathom the young woman's feelings, and chose to say no more, instead leading the watching Xiao Lu out of the lounge. Until that moment, only Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu remained in the lounge. The young girl, clutching the boy's hand tightly, instinctively turned away from his gaze, especially upon encountering his subtly amused expression. After a brief pause, she steeled herself, gently turning her face to meet his gaze, her starry eyes locking onto his with earnestness. This time, she did not shy away as usual. Instead, she regarded his visage with utmost seriousness, as if she wished to etch his face deeply in her heart. "You're truly stunning. How about I take a photo of you later?" Chu Xing's playful words interrupted Xu Qingyu's thoughts. In an instant, her face flushed with warmth, and she lost the courage to meet his eyes again. "I want to use your photo as my phone wallpaper," Chu Xing declared. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingyu immediately waved her hands. "No, I don't photograph well." She had always been averse to being photographed, feeling a peculiar nervousness that rendered her expression stiff, devoid of any smile. Chu Xing, however, dismissed her concerns. "How could that be? You're so beautiful. Even a couple of candid shots would capture your ethereal grace." Xu Qingyu frantically shook her head, as if trying to dispel the notion, "I really don't like taking pictures." Unfazed by her protests, Chu Xing rummaged through a drawer and soon retrieved a camera. While fiddling with it, he reassured her, "Trust me, I'm an artistic master. The photos I take will undoubtedly be exquisite." Xu Qingyu paused, still feeling apprehensive, murmuring, "I really don't photograph well. I get nervous." Chu Xing turned to her, a serious expression crossing his face. "Do you doubt my skills?" Having witnessed Chu Xing's remarkable tailoring abilities, Xu Qingyu found herself inclined to believe him, even if he claimed he could fly. Blushing, she cautiously replied, "It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I don't enjoy being photographed." Noticing her evident reluctance, Chu Xing, despite his desire to capture a photo, refrained from insisting, expressing a hint of disappointment. "All right then." At that moment, the door to the lounge swung open again, and Chu Tian appeared, inquiring, "Qingyu, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? I had the kitchen prepare steak for you. Come eat with your uncle." As he spoke, he noticed the camera in Chu Xing's hands and asked curiously, "What do you need that camera for, you rascal?" Chu Xing shrugged. "I was hoping to take a photo of Xu Qingyu." Just as he was about to put the camera away, Chu Tian seemed to recall something. His gaze shifting towards Xu Qingyu, he suddenly addressed her, "Young lady, we have an event at the CAF during the holiday. However, The pile of small gifts I had prepared was squandered by this spendthrift, and I haven't prepared new ones yet. Since you look so lovely in that outfit, would you mind taking a few pictures to help promote the CAF? Chu Xing was momentarily taken aback. He was already aware that Xu Qingyu harbored a disdain for photography. Not wishing to put her in an uncomfortable position, he took the initiative to speak to his father. Dad, she doesn't like. Before he could finish, Xu Qingyu's earnest voice interrupted him. I do, she asserted. Chu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the girl before him. Did you not just say you don't enjoy taking photos? My uncle mentioned that my photos could benefit the CAF, so I'm willing to do it, she replied. Chu Xing narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding her. So, my words don't matter as much as my dad's? Xu Qingyu immediately shook her head, tears welling in her eyes once more. No, I merely want to help the CAF. As she spoke, she took a tentative step closer, seemingly fearful of being misunderstood, and unexpectedly grasped Chu Xing's hand, her expression pitiful. Chu Xing chuckled, I was just teasing you. With that, he picked up a camera, aimed it at Xu Qingyu, and flashed a radiant smile. Give me a smile. Xu Qingyu looked up at the camera, blushing as she stepped back, biting her lip, her expression somewhat stiff. Noticing her discomfort, Chu Xing realized she had not been lying. Though she was as beautiful as a painting, she lacked confidence in front of the lens, her body instinctively tensing up. Rather than hastily pressing the shutter, Chu Xing adjusted his angle. He led Xu Qingyu to the window and bent down slightly to capture her from a lower perspective. Despite her earnest efforts to cooperate and force a smile, her face remained tense. It was clear that the resulting photograph would not be perfect. Thus, Chu Xing paused and said to her, Do you see how round the moon is outside? Xu Qingyu instinctively turned to look through the window, only to find the night sky shrouded in gloom, devoid of any moonlight. Just as she pondered this, she heard the boy's melodious voice calling her name. Xu Qingyu. At the sound of his voice, she turned, only to see him striking an exaggerated pose, his fingers delicately positioned, as if to mimic a flower. The girl was momentarily stunned, but then a faint smile began to tug at the corners of her lips. That smile quickly blossomed into a radiant expression that illuminated her entire face. In the next instant, she burst into a brilliant laugh. Click. The sound of the shutter echoed as Chu Xing captured the moment. The camera immortalized a scene of a girl turning back with a smile that bloomed like a flower, a vision of exquisite beauty. Hey, did you get it? Chu Tian, standing at the doorway, noticed his son's prolonged silence and assumed that the photo had not been taken. He quickly approached to check. Upon seeing the captured image within the camera, he couldn't help but nod in approval. In the frame, the soft light above gently illuminated the girl's cheek, casting a subtle, ethereal glow on one side of her face. Due to the perspective from which Chu Xing captured the image, the lens appeared slightly washed out against the light, resulting in an overall hazy hue of white and yellow. Intriguingly, the play of light and shadow created a kaleidoscope effect within the frame. Ordinarily, this would suggest a photograph plagued by overexposure. Yet amidst this tonal confusion, one could distinctly see the girl turning back, her face illuminated with a radiant smile. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, playfully tousling the strands of her hair, creating an exquisite moment. Upon viewing the photograph, Chu Tian couldn't help but remark to his son, Brat, when did you become adept at photography? Your understanding of light and shadow is quite remarkable. Chu Xing's lips curled into a gentle smile as he replied brightly, You ought to consider who my father is. I have indeed inherited your fine genes. You puffed up at a mere comment about your weight. Come, let us eat. No studying today, get some good rest at home. Your dark circles have been getting worse lately. While studying is important, a balance of work and rest is essential for longevity. Chu Tian patted his son's shoulder, and together they exited the lounge, taking a seat in a corner of the dining area where the waiter had prepared steak, coffee, and pastries. Shortly thereafter, Xu Qingyu emerged, having exchanged her splendid hanfu for her regular attire. As she seated herself beside him, Chu Xing curiously inquired, What is the matter? Don't you like the hanfu I made for you? Xu Qingyu gazed at the cream cake before her, swallowing hard as she shook her head. No. I really like it. It's just a bit too extravagant. Chu Xing understood that Xu Qingyu had yet to fully acclimate. Even in her school uniform, she attracted considerable attention, and if she were to don that hanfu in the CAF, everyone would surely be entranced. Hurry up and eat. Then rest well afterward, Chu Tian urged them to finish their meal. After dinner, in a rare turn of events, Chu Xing did not study late into the night but was instead ushered out of the CAF by his father. As for Xu Qingyu, She had intended to stay and assist, yet was likewise sent away by Chu Tian. However, she left with a shopping bag that contained the very hanfu. See you tomorrow. Chu Xing yawned. He was genuinely fatigued. After days of relentless work on garments, he had barely managed to stay awake during class by pinching his thigh. Now that his tasks were complete and the weight on his mind had lifted, he was utterly spent. Wait, Xu Qingyu suddenly called out to Chu Xing. When he turned back, she opened her mouth slightly, yet found herself at a loss for words. If there is something to say, do so quickly. I'm utterly exhausted. Chu Xing yawned, rubbing his teary eyes and gesturing dismissively. If there is nothing, I'm off. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Xu Qingyu fixating intensely on his hand, her eyes reddening once more. Chu Xing paused, and after a moment of realization, understood that she was concerned for his injuries. This girl was simply too kind-hearted, unwilling to see him suffer because of her. Thus, Chu Xing suddenly opened his arms with a mischievous smile, saying, "Is it that you feel indebted? I wouldn't mind if you offered yourself up," Chu Xing remarked, inching closer to Xu Qingyu with a mischievous grin, attempting to intimidate her. However, to his surprise, the young lady did not retreat this time. Instead, she gently opened her arms, seemingly anticipating his embrace. This unexpected response left Chu Xing momentarily flustered. He had merely intended to tease Xu Qingyu, hoping to deter her from her melancholic disposition, yet faced with her welcoming gesture, his plans faltered. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the girl blushed and took a step back. Chu Xing, you need not bring breakfast for me tomorrow. Sleep in a little longer, and I shall bring you breakfast instead. With her cheeks flushed, she turned on her heel and dashed away without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Xing scratched his head and couldn't help but muse. Did I just miss something profound? The following morning, Chu Xing awoke feeling rejuvenated. He sprang out of bed with a leap, eagerly heading toward school. As he passed the breakfast stall, he did not stop to buy anything as he normally would, but walked past with an air of anticipation. Xu Qingyu had promised to bring him breakfast today, and although he knew she likely wouldn't provide anything particularly delectable, his heart brimmed with hope. Upon reaching the school gates, he encountered his close friend, Li Fei, who appeared bleary-eyed, a sure sign of a night poorly spent. Spotting Chu Xing, Li Fei hurried over. Bro, you were running so fast last night that I couldn't catch up. I wanted to invite you to the internet CAF for an all-nighter. You missed out. By the way, do you want some buns? As he spoke, Li Fei proffered a bag of steaming buns. In the past, the two often pulled all-nighters together. Chu Xing ranked third from the bottom in their class, while Li Fei was a mere step above him, making them the quintessential underachieving duo. After their late-night sessions, they would each carry a bag of buns, munching on them as they made their way to school, where they would fill their stomachs before collapsing onto their desks in slumber. Chu Xing glanced at the warm buns offered by his friend and waved his hand dismissively. I'm not hungry. Li Fei assumed he had already eaten and didn't press the matter further. Instead, he sheepishly asked, Bro, could you teach me how to woo girls? What's the status between you and Xu Qingyu? Surprised, Chu Xing suddenly realized that Li Fei had addressed him as bro instead of his usual nickname, Xing. It was a first for Li Fei to take the initiative in calling him bro, and feeling a surge of pride. Chu Xing declared, My relationship with Xu Qingyu is entirely innocent. Don't speak recklessly. Ah, Chu Xing, at least you have some self-awareness. How could Xu Qingyu ever fancy you? Guofeng, the class monitor, had joined their conversation unbeknownst to them. As he reached for the meat bun in Li Fei's hand, Li Fei swiftly stepped back, eyes wide. When did my buns become up for grabs? Guofeng, just now, you wanted to feed Chu Xing, but he was unwilling. I merely sought to alleviate your troubles. Yet I never imagined you to be so miserly. Li Fei let out a cold sneer, then stuffed a bun into his mouth. I wouldn't even give it to a dog, even if I were to throw it away. But you were just about to offer it to Chu Xing, damn it. Can you both refrain from dragging me into your petty squabbles? Chu Xing fumed. Good morning. Just as the three were bickering, a clear and ethereal voice interrupted their exchange. Guofeng turned, and upon seeing the graceful silhouette behind him, his cheeks flushed with warmth. Xu Qingyu was still clad in her faded school uniform, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, and the brilliance in her eyes shimmered with a certain charm. Today, Xu Qingyu seemed slightly different from before, though Guofeng could not immediately discern the change. Just as Guofeng presumed Xu Qingyu was greeting him and pondered how to respond, her gaze had already swept past him and Li Fei, finally resting on Chu Xing. In the next moment, amidst the astonished expressions of the two boys, Xu Qingyu suddenly raised her hand, and offered a thermos to Chu Xing with an earnest expression. Chu Xing, this is the millet porridge I made for you this morning, along with steamed buns and pickles. I know you prefer sweet flavors, so I added sugar to the porridge. The sunlight today was particularly dazzling. Under its glow, the young girl appeared to radiate light. Chu Xing accepted the thermos, nodding in response. Next time, please omit the sugar. I consume enough sugar as it is. As these words fell, Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu walked side by side towards the school building, leaving Li Fei and Guo Feng bewildered in their wake. Upon arriving in the classroom, Chu Xing opened the thermos and indeed found 2 white steamed buns, a portion of pickles, and at the bottom, a serving of sweet millet porridge. He took a bite of the bun, finding it even more delicious than the buns he had before. Li Fei, in the front row, held a bag of meat buns, initially believing his buns to be delightful, but as he watched Chu Xing relish the steamed buns, he suddenly found his own buns lacking in appeal. Meanwhile, Guo Feng, seated in the front row, frequently turned his head, blushing as he gazed at Chu Xing. Noticing Xu Qingyu's unwavering attention, Chu Xing could not help but inquire, "Is there something on my face?" Xu Qingyu paused, shaking her head. "No, I was just worried you might not enjoy it. I originally intended to buy you buns, but considering you've had them every day since school started, I took the liberty of changing it up for you. My home lacks delectable food, so I could only bring you steamed buns and millet porridge in the end." Seeing the conflicted expression on Xu Qingyu's face, Chu Xing understood her concern about his potential discomfort with the meal. Without offering an explanation, he opened his mouth wide and took a hearty bite from the bun, beaming, "It's delicious." Seeing him enjoy his meal brought Xu Qingyu a sense of relief, and she chose not to say more. After finishing both buns and the bowl of porridge, Chu Xing instinctively rummaged through his pockets, only to find he had no cigarettes. Instead, he retrieved a piece of candy, placing it before Xu Qingyu as she tidied up the dishes. "This is a reward for you." Xu Qingyu carefully stored her thermos and, after picking up some candies, tucked them away in her pocket. She hesitated to indulge in them. Throughout the morning, Chu Xing noticed Li Fei occasionally glancing back at him. It was not until noon, when Xu Qingyu headed to the cafeteria, that Chu Xing stood up, intending to follow her, only to be pulled back by Li Fei. Li Fei seemed anxious to prevent Chu Xing from escaping, pressing him back into his seat with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Xinggu, no, my godfather, from now on, you shall be my godfather." While speaking, Li Fei rummaged through his pocket, pulling out a handful of coins, eager to stuff them into Chu Xing's pocket. Chu Xing protested, "Wait, Fei Zi, have you lost your mind? Godfather, enlighten me. How on earth did you manage to win over Xu Qingyu?" Chu Xing was not in need of money. Seeing Li Fei stuff 50s, 10s, and even 1 yuan coins into his pocket made him realize that this fellow had emptied his entire savings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a mix of denominations. After a moment's reflection, he understood. It turned out that Xu Qingyu had brought him breakfast that morning, delivering a crushing blow to Li Fei's confidence. Previously, Li Fei had believed it impossible for Chu Xing to pursue Xu Qingyu, thinking that Chu Xing was merely a lovesick fool as before. However, now Xu Qingyu had taken the initiative to bring breakfast for Chu Xing. What could this possibly mean? Given Xu Qingyu's pride and aloofness, her voluntarily bringing breakfast to a boy seemed utterly far-fetched. Yet, this improbable event had indeed transpired, signifying one undeniable truth. Chu Xing had succeeded. He had genuinely won Xu Qingyu's affection. Simultaneously, in the depths of Xu Qingyu's heart, there existed a shadow of Chu Xing, the top belle of the entire school, aloof, beautiful, taciturn, and intelligent. Xu Qingyu, known as the only goddess of the experimental high school, had, within a mere fortnight of the 3rd year's commencement, been captured by none other than Chu Xing, a student at the bottom of the ranks. If Li Fei had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. This realization only deepened Li Fei's admiration for Chu Xing. He grasped Chu Xing's shoulders tightly, as if daring Chu Xing to utter a single word of denial, threatening to tear him apart should he do so. "Godfather, teach me." Chu Xing pulled the coins from his pocket and returned them to Li Fei's. Then, with a smile amidst Li Fei's complex gaze, he said, "Fei Zi, we are the best of brothers. You know what kind of person I am, don't you?" Li Fei paused for a moment. "You and I are both at the bottom, right?" Chu Xing sighed deeply. "Do you really believe that Xu Qingyu would fancy someone at the bottom?" "But she brought you breakfast," Li Fei countered. Chu Xing shook his head. "You only see the surface, yet fail to perceive the deeper truth, which lies here." Chu Xing extended his right hand, revealing a multitude of wounds inflicted by needles. In the midst of Li Fei's astonished gaze, Chu Xing spoke calmly. As you know, the infamous Li entrusted me with the task of crafting a costume for Xu Qingyu. In my quest to create a stunning hanfu that would leave everyone in awe, I toiled day and night, finally completing it last night. Upon receiving the hanfu, Xu Qingyu expressed her satisfaction, and as a token of gratitude for my efforts, she kindly prepared breakfast for me. Li Fei nodded in understanding, glancing at the myriad of scars adorning Chu Xing's hand. With a mix of melancholy and joy, he remarked, "So, Xu Qingyu does not harbor feelings for you, which means I still have a chance." Chu Xing replied earnestly, "What is it that you truly like about Xu Qingyu? Isn't it obvious? She is beautiful, excels in her studies, and who in our school does not admire her?" Li Fei retorted. Chu Xing nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "But what if a girl more beautiful and academically accomplished than Xu Qingyu transfers to our class? Would you not then pursue her instead? It seems your affection is for an attractive facade rather than the essence of Xu Qingyu herself." Li Fei was taken aback. He had never contemplated this notion. Like many boys, he had been enamored with Xu Qingyu's beauty and figure, never delving deeper into her character. Rising to his feet, Chu Xing placed an arm around Li Fei's shoulders as they strolled toward the classroom door. He offered words of comfort. "Remember, Xu Qingyu is not merely a shell. She is not an empty vase adorned with beauty. It is permissible to be attracted to her, but you must discern whether it is her exterior or her spirit that captivates you. Claiming to love her, yet remaining oblivious to her soul, is not love. It is mere lust. Xu Qingyu is more than just a lofty school beauty. She is a living, breathing individual. She experiences her own struggles, feels sadness and joy, and grapples with her own pain. To truly love her, one must embrace not only her physical form, but also her spirit. Only when two souls collide and accept one another can true love flourish." Li Fei seemed to grasp this revelation and turned to Chu Xing, saying, "Xing, I never realized how insightful you are. I now understand that my feelings for Xu Qingyu were not genuine. I merely followed the crowd. My friends and classmates admire her, and I simply joined in the excitement." His words trailed off as they reached the classroom door, where they discovered Xu Qingyu standing quietly beside it. She had not left, seemingly waiting for someone. However, at that moment, the usually aloof and proud Xu Qingyu's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and even her typically placid eyes held a hint of something unusual. Li Fei hesitated, then patted Chu Xing on the shoulder before dashing away. At that moment, only Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu remained in the hallway. Chu Xing was uncertain whether Xu Qingyu had overheard his previous words. He inquired cautiously, "How long have you been standing here?" Xu Qingyu lowered her head, her voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. "I've been here the entire time." So she had heard everything. Chu Xing was at a loss for words. However, Xu Qingyu lifted her gaze to meet his eyes and earnestly expressed, "Thank you. Thank you for helping me shed all the labels I bore, for peeling away my hard exterior and revealing the most authentic version of myself." As the end of the month approached, the 29th fell on a Thursday. Tomorrow, the 30th, a Friday, would host the autumn sports meeting. Upon returning from the National Day holiday, they would face the first monthly exam of their senior year. Perhaps influenced by the impending sports event, the atmosphere in the classroom became increasingly vibrant. Naturally, the topic of discussion centered around Xu Qingyu. "What kind of outfit do you think Xu Qingyu will wear?" "I don't know. Her outfit was prepared by Chu Xing. I asked him before, but he stubbornly refused to divulge any details." "Well, we'll find out tomorrow. If the hanfu Chu Xing prepared is unflattering, he is in for it." "Hey, do you think Xu Qingyu will show her legs?" "I bet her legs are even more attractive than Yuran's." "Not necessarily. Yuran has stunning legs. Can Xu Qingyu really compete with her?" The boys in the class were preoccupied with thoughts of legs and allure. Many approached Chu Xing to inquire about the hanfu he had prepared. In fact, he had tucked a photograph into his textbook, a picture taken during their last visit to a CF, where Xu Qingyu donned the hanfu, which he treasured like a gem, keeping it hidden from everyone. With a sharp clap on his thigh, Chu Xing startled Xu Qingyu, who had been engrossed in her book. She hurriedly pressed her legs together and drew them slightly inward. Chu Xing gritted his teeth and remarked, "They say your legs are not as beautiful as Yuran's. What a bunch of ignorant fools." "Class is starting," announced their English teacher, Qian Bingxue, as she entered the room. It was well known that English teachers typically exuded beauty and style, donning different outfits each day. Today, Qian Bingxue wore a skirt paired with black stockings, her elegant figure and delicate features immediately capturing the attention of many. Chu Xing scanned the classroom and noted that several boys were fixated on the teacher's alluring legs. He picked up his textbook and, feeling rather bored, began to recite vocabulary. Over the course of a month, Chu Xing had memorized all the senior English vocabulary. He focused primarily on Chinese and English for the upcoming monthly exam, hoping to score well in these subjects. Thus, he commenced his vocabulary drill as soon as class began. How is this word pronounced? Chu Xing stared at the phonetics in the English book, struggling with the third syllable, which felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat. The afternoon sunlight slanted across the desk, causing the word ephemeral to blaze with warmth. Xu Qingyu leaned closer, her hair brushing against the back of his hand. Ephemeral, her elongated tones carried a hint of peach fragrance. The emphasis rested on the second syllable, with the tip of the tongue gliding smoothly. Xu Qingyu repeated it twice more, observing that Chu Xing's pronunciation remained somewhat off. With a sigh, she suggested, "Imagine you are performing in a romantic drama." Calling out to a shooting star in the sky, "Ife mea," Chu Xing, with a serious demeanor, retorted, "You could have taught me this earlier." Xu Qingyu looked at him with exasperation. Noticing her gaze, which resembled that of someone perceiving a fool, Chu Xing smirked and attempted to tug at her braid. Just as he reached out, the voice of their English teacher, Qianbingxue, resonated nearby. "Chu Xing, your recent performances in spelling have been commendable. If you maintain this momentum, you will surely pass the upcoming monthly exam. Please stand and read this passage." His hand, poised to grasp her braid, froze mid-air. In a flurry, he flipped through the textbook from the last word to the front, utterly oblivious to which passage he was meant to read. Qianbingxue, mistakenly believing Chu Xing was merely nervous, reassured him, "The essence of learning English lies in reading aloud. Mistakes are inconsequential. It is only through vocalization that one can deepen their impression." With her gentle tone, many of the boys in class were enchanted by her voice. Chu Xing gradually rose to his feet, discreetly nudging Xu Qingyu's thigh with his leg beneath the desk. She silently turned to the latest page of Chu Xing's English book. "I'm a digital native." On the first day of school, Chu Xing had stumbled through the English text, grappling with unfamiliar words and mispronunciations. Nevertheless, as the lowest performer in the entire grade, his ability to complete a passage baffled his classmates. Yet now, merely a month into the semester, as he read once more, he no longer faltered, pronouncing each word with remarkable precision, even exhibiting a hint of a British accent. As an English teacher, Qianbingxue recognized the significant progress Chu Xing had made. He had been acing his recent dictations. However, she was astonished by the extent of his improvement. His fluent speech was nearly on par with her own. Upon finishing the last word, the school bell rang. The English teacher announced the end of class, and Xu Qingyu suddenly clapped her eraser like a gavel, exclaiming, "You pronounced the last word anthropomorphism as Anderson faction," and the teacher didn't even notice. Suppressing her laughter, she turned away, her ponytail tracing a bright arc in the sunset. As Chu Xing watched the girl organizing her backpack, he was reminded of the upcoming sports day. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Enough with Anderson. Tell me, are you prepared for tomorrow's sports day?" The event would commence with a parade, showcasing all classes. This was the prime opportunity for each class to present itself. Xu Qingyu, as the team leader, was required to carry the banner at the forefront. The crux of the matter, however, lay not in holding the banner, but in the attire Xu Qingyu would don. The hanfu that Chu Xing prepared for her was exceedingly resplendent. She had only seen Xu Qingyu don it once at the CAF, and since then, it had remained untouched. Tomorrow, at the sports meet. Amidst the gaze of the entire school, she wondered if she would feel out of place. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Xing's words, Xu Qingyu, who had already risen to her feet, hesitated momentarily. She turned to glance at Chu Xing, seemingly grappling with something, yet ultimately bowed her head and hurried away. Watching the figure of the girl fade into the distance, a wave of concern washed over Chu Xing. Xu Qingyu was a day student. She would need to change into her attire early in the morning. Typically, even in her school uniform, Xu Qingyu drew considerable attention. Chu Xing could scarcely fathom the commotion that would ensue should Xu Qingyu grace the streets in such an extravagant hanfu. Her earlier hesitation must have stemmed from this very matter. As Chu Xing was lost in her musings, Yuren approached suddenly, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Chu Xing, for tomorrow's sports meet, we girls need to change our outfits in advance. The skirts our class will wear are quite short. Could you come by my house to pick me up in the morning?" Since the incident a while back, Yuren had refrained from speaking to Chu Xing. She had come to a profound realization regarding her past behavior, acknowledging how unreasonable she had been. Likewise, she understood that her indifference had deeply wounded Chu Xing, leading her to feel distant and sorrowful. In recent days, Yuran had reflected extensively. She discovered that she harbored feelings for Chu Xing, caring deeply about each of her actions. Thus, she yearned to set aside her pride and reconcile with Chu Xing. For the upcoming sports meet, she planned to wear her most beautiful dress, hoping that Chu Xing would see her in it at the first opportunity. With anticipation shining in her eyes, Yuran watched as Chu Xing hastily packed her backpack and, without looking back, strode away, saying, "Sorry, I'm busy." "Chu Xing." Yuran exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration as she watched Chu Xing's retreating figure. On the morning of September 30th, Chu Xing awoke early. She quickly brushed her teeth and washed her face, then donned the prescribed white shirt and black trousers designated for the boys in her class. After slipping on white canvas shoes, she turned to her father, Chu Tian, and said, "Dad, I have a favor to ask." At the dining table, Chu Tian, while sipping porridge, rummaged through his pocket and pulled out 5 crisp red bills, looking quite pleased. "You little rascal, are you after money? Given your diligent studies lately, here you go, spend it wisely." Chu Xing was taken aback. She had not intended to ask for money, but since her father offered, she did not hesitate to tuck the 5 bills into her pocket. With a somewhat sheepish grin, she added, "Dad, that's not what I meant." Is it not enough?" Chu Tian raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Father, today our school is hosting a sports meet, and I would like you to drive me. And perhaps pick up a classmate on the way." "You little brat, do you really see yourself as a rich kid? You need a car to attend a sports meet?" Chu Tian was about to chide his son when a thought struck him. "The classmate you want to pick up isn't Xu Qingyu, is it?" Father's wisdom shines brilliantly. As Chu Xing lavished praise, Chu Tian chose not to decline this time. After enjoying breakfast together, Chu Tian drove the family Audi, with Chu Xing seated in the back, heading towards Xu Qingyu's residence. At precisely 10 minutes past 7, the Audi halted at the entrance of a somewhat aged community. Chu Xing glanced at his watch, noting the exact time. Moments later, a figure clad in an exquisite hanfu, carrying a backpack, emerged from the community. The young girl kept her head down, seemingly too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Chu Xing promptly opened the car door, waving at her. "Xu Qingyu, over here." Surprised at the sight of Chu Xing by the roadside, Xu Qingyu looked up, but upon seeing Chu Tian in the driver's seat also waving, she quickly approached. "Uncle, what brings you here?" "My father is attending a meeting nearby, so he thought to pick you up." "Get in," Chu Xing replied, noticing the curious gazes of passers-by. He swiftly helped Xu Qingyu into the car, taking a seat beside her in the back and closing the door. Once the vehicle was in motion, Xu Qingyu remained somewhat bashful, her eyes cast downwards, avoiding contact. Unable to contain himself, Chu Xing asked, "Are you nervous?" Xu Qingyu did not respond, merely biting her lip, her telltale sign of anxiety. Chu Xing sighed, "You're nervous now? Soon you will be showcasing in front of the entire school." Pausing, he noticed the sneakers adorning Xu Qingyu's feet and raised an eyebrow. "What about the shoes I prepared for you?" To complement her hanfu, Chu Xing had specifically selected a pair of satin high heels. These shoes would elevate the entire ensemble, offering a touch of elegance, with their simple yet refined design contrasting beautifully with the grandeur of the hanfu, showcasing a harmonious blend of fashion and tradition, perfect for formal occasions or performances. Xu Qingyu hurriedly unzipped her backpack, whispering, "The shoes are here. I didn't wear them because I was afraid of getting them dirty." Chu Xing nodded in understanding. Just then, Chu Tian chimed in from the front seat. "Xiao Xing, if Qingyu feels nervous during her performance, please support her. She is a girl and tends to be timid. Encourage her, all right?" Chu Xing found the advice somewhat familiar, yet he did not wish to oppose his father's intent. Nodding earnestly, "Don't worry, Dad, I'll look after her." The car soon arrived at the entrance of the experimental high school. After alighting, Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu quickly became engulfed in a sea of students. Initially, Chu Xing thought Xu Qingyu's hanfu would stand out, but upon seeing others clad in costumes inspired by anime characters from Naruto and One Piece, he realized his concerns were unfounded. To avoid any misunderstandings, he refrained from entering the classroom alongside Xu Qingyu. He waited outside for a short while, ensuring she had entered before leisurely making his way into the classroom. As anticipated, the boys in the room were clustered together, animatedly discussing. "Xing, is the hanfu Xu Qingyu is wearing really prepared by you?" As soon as he reached the back, the boisterous voice of Zhou Peng broke through the chatter. At this moment, many classmates in the classroom turned their gazes towards this direction. Chu Xing remained unperturbed. "This is something I meticulously crafted myself. What do you think?" I hope I haven't disappointed you. You made this by hand. Is that true? Some nearby students wore expressions of disbelief, and a few girls even grasped Chu Xing's sleeve, preventing him from leaving as they curiously inquired, Chu Xing, you can make clothes? That outfit on Xu Qingyu is truly your handiwork? Their astonishment was justified, for Xu Qingyu's hanfu was undeniably exquisite, both ethereal and stylish. Coupled with her striking beauty and enviable figure, she captivated countless young hearts in an instant. Chu Xing, with a face as strong as a fortress, replied, This task was assigned by Liemo. How could I possibly cut corners? What do you think of my skills? A few girls gazed at Chu Xing's graceful silhouette, unable to stifle their admiration. You know, Chu Xing is actually quite handsome. Do you all agree? I've noticed Chu Xing's handsomeness for a long time. He is tall, has a great physique, and even has abs. His face is attractive, but he used to be quite mischievous and didn't he perform well academically. So no one paid much attention. Zhou Ping is also quite handsome, but he is an athlete and has tan skin. Chu Xing, on the other hand, is fair and clean-cut. If he continues to improve academically, he could truly be considered a heartthrob. I heard from Yuran that Chu Xing's family is incredibly wealthy. They own several chain CAFS, and his allowance is in the hundreds or thousands. If he were to refine his appearance, he would undoubtedly embody the archetype of a wealthy and handsome gentleman. Although Chu Xing had returned to his seat, his ears perked up, listening to the girls praise him, and a smile stretched wide across his face. Xu Qingyu cast him a casual glance. Are you feeling pleased with yourself? Chu Xing immediately became alert. Sitting up straight and adopting a composed demeanor. I haven't said anything. Please do not wrongfully accuse a good person. Meanwhile, Xu Qingyu retrieved a pair of satin high heels from her backpack. She gently bent down to change her shoes. Unexpectedly, Chu Xing, with a serious expression, said, Stay seated. Your dress makes it inconvenient to bend down. Allow me to assist you with your shoes. Without giving Xu Qingyu a chance to respond, he squatted down and removed her shoes, revealing her delicate feet in his hands. The sports meeting commenced promptly at 9 o'clock in the morning. Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu arrived quite early, and only a small portion of the class was present at that moment. The boys wore matching white shirts paired with black trousers, while the girls donned uniform white dresses. Surprisingly, several girls, who typically appeared quite ordinary, looked remarkably striking with their long legs on display in the dresses. At this time, the boys congregated in small groups, occasionally glancing towards the girls, though it was uncertain whether it was the new outfits or a desire to maintain their dignity in front of the girls that made them appear so serious. In any case, the dozen or so boys in class bore grave expressions, even maintaining upright postures. The girls, too, exhibited a newfound reserve. Chu Xing's gaze swept over a girl named Su Xiaoxiwei, who was Yuran's close friend. During her high school years, Su Xiaoxiwei was rather inconspicuous, especially when she was often seen in the company of Yuran, whose brilliance overshadowed her own. Consequently, few took notice of her. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that Su Xiaoxiwei possessed an exceptionally well-proportioned figure, particularly her legs. In Class 14, Yuran was affectionately dubbed the leg goddess due to her long and shapely limbs. Yet, Su Xiaoxiwei's legs were by no means inferior. In fact, years later, after graduating from university, when Chu Xing encountered Su Xiaoxiwei again, she appeared transformed, surpassing Yuran in beauty, poise, and every conceivable aspect. Many boys from their class lamented their missed opportunities, regretting not having pursued Su Xiaoxiwei during her earlier, less conspicuous days. Of course, while Su Xiaoxiwei's legs were long and well-formed, their appeal was relative. Compared to Yuran, she held her own. However, when contrasted with Xu Qingyu, she fell slightly short. At that moment, as Chu Xing observed Xu Qingyu bending down to change her shoes, his gaze was drawn to her long and elegant thighs. Without a moment's hesitation, before Xu Qingyu could react, Chu Xing swiftly crouched down and firmly grasped her foot, his expression serious as he stated, Xu Qingyu, you should be careful in your hanfu. Don't bend over carelessly. Allow me to assist you with your shoes. Initially, Xu Qingyu was taken aback. By the time she comprehended the situation, Chu Xing had already taken hold of her foot. She wore a pair of sneakers, faded and worn, with the soles showing signs of significant wear. As Chu Xing proceeded to untie her shoelaces, realization struck Xu Qingyu, and she hurriedly attempted to withdraw her foot. However, Chu Xing's grip was unyielding, and despite her efforts, she was unable to free herself. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a mischievous thief caught in the act. as she anxiously glanced around the classroom. Only when she confirmed that her classmates were engrossed in conversation did she allow herself a small sigh of relief. Yet, upon noticing that Chu Xing had successfully removed her shoes, she bashfully tugged at his ear in annoyance. Chu Xing hardly felt any discomfort. Rather, it seemed more like a gentle massage than a reprimand, for she did not wish to exert any real force. Unperturbed, Chu Xing swiftly removed both shoes, revealing Xu Qingyu's white socks. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the classroom door as two boys entered, casually draping their arms over each other's shoulders. The instant they crossed the threshold, their gazes instinctively fell upon the corner where Xu Qingyu sat. Sensing their scrutiny, she instinctively released her grip on Chu Xing's ear and straightened her posture. At that moment, Chu Xing remained crouched beneath the desk, and the students in the front row had yet to arrive, rendering the rear of the classroom invisible unless one approached closely. Xu Qingyu's heart raced like a startled deer. As the two boys settled into their seats, just as Xu Qingyu began to relax, an unexpected chill enveloped her feet. The next instant, she heard Chu Xing's whispered words, "You certainly shouldn't wear socks with high heels. Let me help you take them off." As Xu Qingyu lowered her head, her cheeks flushed crimson, she chanced upon Chu Xing holding a pair of her socks to his nose. Despite her impeccable demeanor and haughty disposition, she could not suppress a blush as she indignantly exclaimed, "You scoundrel!" The instant her voice resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom, with all eyes swiftly turning to the back row, each face wearing a mask of astonishment. It was hard to fathom that the aloof school beauty would utter such words. Under the collective gaze, Xu Qingyu sat rigidly at her desk, her head slightly bowed, too self-conscious to move. Meanwhile, beneath the table, Chu Xing cradled her arch with his left hand, gently assisting her in slipping on her shoes with his right. His thumb inadvertently grazed her protruding ankle bone, causing her skin to flush a deeper hue. The metallic clasp clicked softly as the high-heeled shoes clasped her delicate feet. Xu Qingyu's body stiffened momentarily. She yearned to kick Chu Xing away, yet the multitude of watchful eyes in the classroom rendered her immobile, compelling her to endure his ministrations. As the ribbon of the second shoe wrapped around her calf, the neatly trimmed nails of the youth brushed against her prominent shin bone, and Xu Qingyu could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of her own heart. Finally, having secured her shoes, Chu Xing emerged from beneath the desk and returned to his seat. Addressing her, "Stand up and give it a try." Initially hesitant, Xu Qingyu stiffened at the sight of Chu Xing reaching out to her, prompting her to rise immediately. Standing at the rear corner of the classroom, she caught sight of her crystal-heeled shoes and took a gentle step forward. The sound of her new heels striking the floor was particularly crisp, as if shattering the oppressive heat of summer. "Wait!" the boy exclaimed, suddenly rising and kneeling before her, adjusting the laces of her shoes. As she looked down, Xu Qingyu noticed the boy's eyelashes casting butterfly-like shadows beneath his eyes. A gust of wind fluttered the faded curtains outside, and as she gazed at the kneeling boy, her heart raced, threatening to leap from her throat. "Take a few steps," he urged, reluctantly withdrawing his hand after assisting her with her shoes, his grip lingering on her petite, delicate foot. Holding her recently discarded socks, he casually tucked them into his pocket. Upon meeting Xu Qingyu's questioning gaze, Chu Xing cleared his throat and deftly shifted the topic, saying, "See, you're not nervous anymore." With a nod of encouragement, he gestured for her to walk. Indeed, Xu Qingyu's attention was diverted. She had practiced walking in high heels and a hanfu at home. But back then, she had been alone. Now, with numerous classmates present, it was her first time donning a skirt and heels under such scrutiny, and she had felt quite anxious moments ago. However, after Chu Xing's playful antics, she found herself unexpectedly relaxed. Thus, she began to walk slowly in her high heels at the back of the classroom, while Chu Xing rummaged through his pocket. "Hee, this pair of socks now belongs to me." Soon, the number of students in the classroom increased. When Yu Ran entered, adorned in a short skirt, a wave of commotion swept through the class once more. As the second-ranked girl in class 14, Yu Ran certainly possessed the confidence of beauty, often referred to as a leg goddess. She wore a simple white short chiffon skirt that fluttered gently with her steps, accentuating her slender waist and long legs. The fabric was light and translucent, subtly revealing her fair skin. On her feet were exquisite strappy sandals, and her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few wisps blown onto her cheek by the wind, giving her an alluring and seductive appearance. Yu Ran's close friend, Su Xiaoxua, was the first to greet her, and the sight of the two leggy girls together was indeed a visual delight. However, Yu Ran's attention was clearly not on her friend. She turned her head, her gaze immediately landing on the back row. Upon noticing Chu Xing looking at her, she slightly curled her lips, a cold smirk dancing in her heart. Ah, men. Instead of returning to her seat immediately, Yu Ran intentionally lingered, her long legs standing straight, as if afraid others might overlook her. Yet, unbeknownst to Yu Ran, Chu Xing was not gazing at her, but rather at Xu Xiaoxue beside her. In the future, although Yu Ran possessed some beauty, her excessive makeup and nights spent reveling in bars would soon render her just another face in the crowd, losing her distinctiveness. In contrast, Xu Xiaoxue, who gained admission to a prestigious university, gradually cultivated an aura of intellectual elegance, her natural beauty becoming increasingly pronounced, making her even more captivating after graduation. As for Xu Qingyu, her life had tragically ended the day before the start of her senior year. Otherwise, with her grace, beauty, and intelligence, she would have undoubtedly shone brightly. At this moment, Xu Qingyu held a sign and wore high heels, striding back and forth in the back row of the classroom. Clearly serious, each step taken with precision. Time passed gradually, and the classmates began to gather. At 8:30 in the morning, the formidable Li Modeo entered the classroom with an air of authority. Today, she had deliberately changed into a bright red Li Ning sports outfit, holding the class roster. Noticing the ongoing chaos, she rapped her knuckles on the podium to signal for silence. Class 14. Everyone. Her suddenly elevated voice plunged the classroom into instant quiet. Scanning the room, Li Modeo raised her voice. Last year's sports meet, our class came in second, 2 points behind Class 9. I don't know how you all feel about that. As for me, I spent a sleepless night after that. This year is your last sports meet, and if our class can secure first place in the grade, I will treat everyone to milk tea. Her words elicited an immediate eruption of cheers from the class. Once the excitement subsided, Li Modeo continued, I won't say much more. Change into your uniforms and follow my orders to line up downstairs. We have practiced our position multiple times. If anyone causes a problem, you'll owe me a 3,000 word reflection. Zhou Peng, you will be responsible for organizing the formation. In Guofeng, as class monitor, the discipline of the class falls to you. Speak loudly and tell me, do you have confidence? Yes. Amidst the frantic cheers of her classmates, the formidable Li finally revealed a satisfied smile. Subsequently, she surveyed the neatly attired students, eventually directing her gaze towards Xu Qingyu in the last row. Upon seeing the elegant hanfu adorning Xu's figure, a flicker of astonishment sparkled in Li's eyes. She generously complimented. The hanfu worn by Xu Qingyu is undoubtedly crafted by Chu Xing, right? I had my reservations earlier, but it appears my concerns were unwarranted. Chu Xing has truly excelled this semester. If she maintains this momentum, I shall bestow upon you the Progress Star Award come the final examinations. Many classmates turned to glance at the back row, and Chu Xing exhibited no trace of shyness as she declared, Teacher Li, I have no interest in the Progress Star. I aspire for nothing less than the best. Li, not engaging in banter, refocused her attention on Xu Qingyu, encouragingly stating, Qingyu, today you are the face of our class. Summon your spirit and let everyone know you are extraordinary. As the attention of her classmates bore down upon her, Xu Qingyu, already somewhat anxious, trembled slightly. She was not one to seek the spotlight. Typically, she donned her school uniform, deliberately concealing her brilliance. Despite her mental preparation, the moment had arrived, and her palms began to perspire. Xu Qingyu lowered her head in silence. Li then redirected her focus to others. Who among you fell spectacularly during last year's 4x100 relay in the exchange zone? Li's voice boomed, her finger gently pointing towards the back row at Zhou Peng. If this year we let the award slip through our fingers again. Her words trailed off, leaving the class in fits of laughter. Zhou Peng, the physical committee member, blushed deeply, beads of sweat glistening in the morning light on the nape of his neck. There remains room for improvement in our class's 800-meter endurance run. As time elapsed with the approach of the sports meet, Li continued to rally the students with encouragement from the podium. Meanwhile, in the back row, Xu Qingyu fidgeted with her hands, her breath becoming erratic. Suddenly, Chu Xing slapped her thigh, causing Su's earlobes to flush crimson. Previously, when Chu Xing had done so, Su had been clad in long pants, but now, in her hanfu with a short hem, her long legs were fully exposed upon sitting, and the contact sent her heart racing. After the sports meet, you must return the hanfu and shoes to me. Xu Qingyu parted her lips, for she cherished this hanfu, crafted by Chu Xing over 2 days with meticulous care. more precious than gold. Initially, she had planned to keep it as a treasured memento after the event, but now Chu Xing insisted on reclaiming it. Although Xu Qingyu felt a pang of reluctance, she understood that the garment belonged to Chu Xing and that she could not claim it as her own. With a hint of melancholy, she said, "Once the sports meet concludes, I shall wash it and return it to you after the National Day holiday." However, Chu Xing shook his head solemnly, "No need to wash it." Upon witnessing the girl's astonished expression, he added with a smile, "I prefer it in its original state." Realizing Chu Xing's ulterior motive, the girl clenched her teeth and glared at him fiercely. Chu Xing then retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket and offered it to Xu Qingyu, saying, "How about it? Feeling less anxious now?" At his words, Xu Qingyu paused momentarily, only to comprehend that Chu Xing was not concerned about reclaiming the garment. He merely sought to alleviate his own tension. She too noticed that her heart no longer raced as it had moments ago, and her palms were no longer clammy. She softly replied, "Thank you." With that, Xu Qingyu unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth, the sweet flavor easing her expression considerably. Suddenly, music blared across the playground, heralding the official commencement of the autumn sports meet. On the podium, Limodeo clapped her hands, and as the crowd quieted, she called out to the back row, "Xu Qingyu, ready your weapon. We are about to enter the battlefield." At her words, Xu Qingyu's body stiffened slightly. In a flurry, she spat the candy she had just tasted into her hand, glancing left and right, reluctant to discard it. Ultimately, she placed the candy into Chu Xing's hand, took a deep breath, and stood to walk towards the front row. Meanwhile, Chu Xing, looking at the candy in his hand, unhesitatingly tossed it into his mouth. It was truly sweet. When he looked up, he beheld Xu Qingyu holding the class sign aloft, her posture proud and confident, akin to a celebrated star on stage. What extraordinary grace! Gulp! At the front row of the classroom, Guofeng, who had been maintaining order, suddenly swallowed hard. He was not alone. The entire class, including Yu Ran, Su Xiaoxue, the class monitor He Can, and Zhou Peng, instinctively followed suit. At that moment, exhilarating entrance music filled the playground. The various classes of experimental high school began to assemble in an orderly fashion on the field. Just then, Limodeo, the homeroom teacher, was about to remind everyone to gather, but as she caught sight of the girl slowly making her way from the back of the classroom, her eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, when she had seen Xu Qingyu in her hanfu, she had found it beautiful, but at that time, Xu Qingyu had been seated, and the full view had eluded her. Typically, Xu Qingyu was rather unassuming, always clad in her school uniform, her long bangs obscuring half of her face. Although the entire faculty and student body were aware of her beauty, no one had ever witnessed her in casual attire. Now, at this very moment, as Xu Qingyu stood holding the class sign, fully revealing her brilliance, it was not only her classmates who were taken aback. Even Limodeo, the homeroom teacher, was left speechless, utterly captivated. "Li teacher, we are gathered," was the first response, and it came from none other than Chu Xing. As Chu Xing observed Xu Qingyu's trembling hands, he discerned that although she appeared calm on the surface, her inner turmoil had resurfaced. In an effort to divert everyone's attention, Chu Xing decided to speak up. Indeed, as his words resonated, Limodeo immediately registered the situation, casting a complex glance at Xu Qingyu before commanding loudly, "Gather together. Hurry down the stairs, class monitor, organize some order." Limodeo's voice jolted the class from their reverie. At that moment, the entire class lined up silently, with Chu Xing being the tallest, inevitably at the end of the queue alongside Li Fei and Zhou Peng. "Xing, your taste is impeccable. Xu Qingyu in that hanfu could easily earn our class an additional 10 points. Zhou Peng whispered as he leaned closer to Chu Xing naturally. Chu Xing could not resist boasting, of course. Just look at whose masterpiece this is. The class monitor, Guofeng, had appeared at the back row unbeknownst to them. He relished opposing Chu Xing and could not help but retort sarcastically, "You start panting just because I call you fat. You should consider who's wearing this outfit. Xu Qingyu looks good in anything, but if you wore this hanfu, it would surely look like a mishmash on any other girl." Chu Xing chose to disregard the foolish banter. Soon, the group descended the stairs. However, as Chu Xing reached the bottom, he noticed that Xu Qingyu, who should have been leading the way, had crouched down, covering her head, while their homeroom teacher, Limodeo, appeared anxiously beside her, attempting to offer some words of comfort. Spotting the class monitor, Limodeo barked, "Guofeng, hurry to the front and maintain order. Tell everyone to remain calm." Under Limodeo's stern gaze, Guofeng dared not linger and dashed to the front. Meanwhile, Chu Xing had finally made his way down the stairs. Instead of joining the line, he paused beside Xu Qingyu, who was still trembling. Limo Deo was softly urging her. Qingyu, you really don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. Just treat this like an exam. You've always been first. No one can defeat you. Watching the girl shudder with anxiety tugged at Chu Xing's heart. Thus, he addressed Limo Deo. Teacherly, I'll take care of this. The class needs you over there. Limo Deo opened her mouth, initially intending to reprimand Chu Xing for not lining up, but as the words hung in the air, she let out a gentle sigh. Pulling Chu Xing aside, she whispered, try to comfort her. Don't exert too much pressure. We must prepare for both outcomes. If Qingyu truly doesn't wish to go on, let Yuran take her place. In Class 14, both the first and second year banners were led by Yuran. While she might not possess Xu Qingyu's stunning allure, her penchant for showcasing herself, especially in crowded situations, exuded confidence. Thus, if Xu Qingyu was truly reluctant, allowing Yuran to step in would be the best resolution. With that said, Limo Deo turned her gaze toward the front of the line, her concern evident, prompting her to jog toward the playground. At that moment, the playground was a sea of humanity. Thousands of students from the entire experimental high school had gathered, each hoping for their class to achieve ultimate victory. Not merely students. The entire school leadership was present in the stands, with the usually reclusive principal delivering a speech. Amidst the throng of people, Xu Qingyu buried her head in her chest, feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude. Chu Xing did not rush her. Instead, he pondered whether he had erred in some way. Ignoring the dust on the ground, he plopped down beside Xu Qingyu, instinctively reaching for a cigarette, only to realize that the candy he had prepared was already given to her. As he let out a soft sigh, a delicate, fair hand unexpectedly extended toward him, revealing a piece of candy nestled in her palm. Turning his head, he noticed Xu Qingyu glancing at him sideways, her eyes furtively observing him. He refrained from taking the candy and smiled instead, saying, you should eat it, if you're nervous. Just one piece will do. Xu Qingyu, however, did not withdraw her hand obediently. Instead, she stubbornly offered the candy closer to him. She understood that Chu Xing had a penchant for sweets whenever he was troubled. Thus, he accepted the offering, taking the candy from her hand. After unwrapping it, he hesitated. He intended to break it in half, but discovered it was a hard candy, unyielding to his strength. Resigned, Chu Xing bit down on it with his teeth, producing a satisfying crunch as he divided it. After consuming half, he handed the other half back to her. Finally, Xu Qingyu lifted her gaze, her brilliant eyes reflecting the image of the young man before her. She accepted the candy, placed it in her mouth, and whispered, you don't hold it against me, do you? Why would I? He replied, because you have sacrificed so much for me, yet I fled at the last moment. Xu Qingyu's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears as she spoke, her voice trembling. I know you have a fear of blood. Yet you endured countless pricks to create this Hanfu for me, leaving behind so much blood. You were terrified of blood. Yet you persevered so that I could wear something beautiful, enduring the dread of fainting alone. In that moment, Xu Qingyu envisioned a late-night scene of Chu Xing meticulously stitching the Hanfu, the needle inadvertently piercing his finger, blood seeping forth while he faced anxiety, fear, and even despair. Yet, he did not cease his work. Despite being pricked countless times, Chu Xing remained resolute in completing the garment. Even now, traces of blood lingered at the collar of the Hanfu. Chu Xing's sacrifices extended beyond mere sleepless nights. They encompassed his fears and desperation in the face of blood. It was this realization of his dedication that filled Xu Qingyu with trepidation. She feared that she would be unable to meet Chu Xing's expectations. In his previous life, Chu Xing had been addicted to smoking. Now, in his effort to quit, he kept a piece of candy in his pocket at all times, crunching it to alleviate his underlying anxiety. Then, with a smile, Chu Xing spoke, do you know why I fear blood? Xu Qingyu shook her head in confusion. I often find myself enveloped in a dream, wherein a girl with flowing hair serenades me, clad in a crimson dress, her form stained with blood. Chu Xing directed his gaze towards Xu Qingyu. Can you guess who that girl is? Is it? Xu Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she recalled how, at the beginning of the school year, Chu Xing would often doze off, murmuring in his sleep about surviving in his dreams. Thus, she blurted out, is that girl me? Bingo. You are correct, though alas, there is no prize. Chu Xing lifted his gaze to the distant playground. On the eve of the school year, I rescued you from the clutches of a car's wheels, and since then, I have never had that dream again. Unfortunately, my faintness at the sight of blood remains unchanged. Do you remember what I once said? I promised that no matter the difficulties you encounter, I would always be the first to stand before you, sweeping away all your hardships. Therefore, I absolutely cannot faint at the sight of blood. I fear that one day, if you were injured and bleeding, I might be too paralyzed by my own fear to come to your aid, even collapsing before you, rendering myself a burden rather than a support. With that, Chu Xing extended his hands, revealing a myriad of scars. He chuckled softly. Thus, I relentlessly pricked myself with needles. Initially, the sight of my own blood instilled a deep-seated fear, causing my heart to race and my breath to falter. Yet, I would swiftly wipe away the blood. And once my nerves settled, I would prick myself again. My left hand became riddled with wounds, then I would switch to my right, until both hands bore marks of my resolve. And then, I no longer feared blood. Xu Qingyu suddenly felt her vision blur profoundly. As she reached to wipe her eyes, she discovered that large tears were cascading down her cheeks. She endeavored to dry her tears, yearning to discern the features of the boy before her. But no matter how hard she tried, the tears would not cease. The voice of the host resonated across the playground. Esteemed leaders, teachers, and dear students, good morning. The golden winds bring a refreshing chill, and the fruits of labor fill the air with fragrance. In this season of harvest and hope, we gather with enthusiasm and anticipation to inaugurate the grand opening of the 2005 Autumn Sports Meet at Experimental High School. Following the host's speech, it was time for the various classes to enter. As the leader of Class 14, Xu Qingyu was supposed to lead the procession. However, Chu Xing had not considered her feelings, focusing solely on encouraging her to boldly showcase herself, not wishing for her high school experience to be marred by regrets. He failed to recognize that Xu Qingyu was not one to seek the spotlight. Realizing his overreach, he refrained from further persuasion. After all, there was Yu Ran to take her place. Let Xu Qingyu be a spectator instead. If you feel anxious, you may return to the classroom to rest for a while. Let others take on the task of holding the placards. Chu Xing rose, brushing the dust from his trousers. Xu Qingyu chose to abstain from participating in other events, feeling no obligation to force herself into the sports meet. However, Chu Xing had commitments. He had signed up for 4 events, and if he were to miss them, the formidable Li would surely have his skin for it. Just as Chu Xing was about to step away, a small hand suddenly grasped the hem of his garment. He turned around and beheld Xu Qingyu's tear-filled eyes, prompting him to smile and ask, "What is the matter? Do you wish for me to represent the class with a placard?" At that moment, Xu Qingyu wiped away her tears, her bright gaze fixed intently on Chu Xing's eyes. Had it been the previous version of Chu Xing, he would have undoubtedly encouraged her to bravely pursue her endeavors. However, now he merely replied, "Just be yourself." Xu Qingyu did not release her grip, but stubbornly tugged at his shirt, asking once more, "I want to know your thoughts." Chu Xing hesitated for a moment. He had painstakingly helped Xu Qingyu prepare her hanfu, hoping she would leave an indelible mark on the final stage of their high school journey, dazzling everyone. Yet, as he was about to express that his opinion was inconsequential, the girl nodded resolutely, saying, "I understand. You want me to be brave. Then I shall show you my courage." To protect her, the boy foolishly pricked his hands countless times, desperately overcoming his fear of blood. Now, what obstacle could the girl not conquer to fulfill his wish? Were they merely some piercing gazes? Were they just indifferent or astonished stares? Were they nothing but teasing remarks and whistles? Xu Qingyu, you can do it. Silently cheering herself on, she grasped the class placard before her and strode purposefully toward the formation of Class 14. Xu Qingyu has arrived. Upon seeing Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu approaching together, Zhou Peng promptly reported to the teacher in the front row. Initially, Liamo, who had lost hope and was busy assigning tasks to Yu Ran, turned around upon hearing Zhou Peng's words and immediately spotted Xu Qingyu. Her eyes filled with concern as she asked, "Qingyu, are you ready?" Xu Qingyu nodded earnestly and bowed to Liamo, saying, "Teacher Li, I apologize for the trouble. I am ready now." Liamo noticed the redness around Xu Qingyu's eyes, feeling a pang of worry. Yet, the moment she met Xu Qingyu's clear and confident gaze, she swallowed her concerns, for she knew that her ever-brilliant student had returned. As Yu Ran rejoined the ranks, Xu Qingyu stood at the forefront, and it was soon their classes' turn to enter. Everyone perked up, and under Li Mo's influence, the previously scattered class coalesced into a unified force. The only one who appeared somewhat discontent was likely Yu Ran. Observing the radiant Xu Qingyu holding the class placard, she muttered, "Teacher, What if Xu Qingyu falls behind again? Liamo cast a sidelong glance at her and coldly replied, "If you're so capable, why don't you take charge?" Frustrated, Yuran stomped her foot. Just moments ago, she had been kindly advising herself, but now that she was no longer needed, she felt cast aside, which displeased her greatly. However, under Liamo's formidable pressure, she had no choice but to obediently return to her place. One by one, the classes began to enter. Class 3-1 showcased a futuristic technological theme, with all members donning semi-transparent goggles, dressed in matching hooded sweatshirts, holding LED placards that collectively formed the phrase "chasing dreams through the starry river," resembling a team traversing the cosmos. The entrance of Class 1 instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire audience. Class 2, embodying the elegance of ancient culture, featured girls adorned with traditional hairstyles and boys clad with bamboo scrolls at their waists. Class 3 showcased the fervor of sports, as each class made their entrance. It soon became the turn of Class 14. "Now, let us invite the Senior 3 Class 14 to enter." The host's voice resonated. And then, there she was, Xu Qingyu had arrived. A voice rang out amidst the crowd, and suddenly, heads began to peek over the railings of the stands. The once orderly playground transformed into a scene of exuberance. Cheers and shouts seemed to threaten to lift the very ground of experimental high school. Xu Qingyu turned her gaze towards the back row. Upon catching sight of Chu Xing's radiant smile, her eyes became remarkably tranquil. She took a deep breath, raised her class sign high, and walked forward with a light yet steady pace. "Look, that's Xu Qingyu. Oh my, she truly resembles a celestial being. Xu Qingyu, I adore you." The formation of Class 14 moved in perfect unison to the center of the playground. Xu Qingyu, holding the sign aloft, emanated an air of pride and aloofness. At 18, she was naturally beautiful, her eyes slightly downturned, casting shadows upon her porcelain-like face. With pale lips and a small red mole beneath her right eye, which grounded her ethereal charm in reality. As she traversed the playground, the previously fervent stands fell into an awed silence. Many years later, as countless alumni of experimental high school reminisced about their youthful days, they might forget their exam scores. Yet the moment a boy boldly declared, "Xu Qingyu, I like you," before the entire school and the principal during the 05 sports meeting would be indelibly etched in their hearts. As the most beautiful girl in experimental high school, Xu Qingyu had always been the center of attention, yet she had previously remained too modest to showcase her beauty, leaving many with a tinge of regret. Now, the aloof school beauty had finally shed her disguise. Dressed in a moon-white, cross-collared skirt that enveloped her porcelain-like skin and adorned with misty gauze around her wrists. The split of her skirt revealed glimpses of her long legs as she walked. The autumn breeze seemed to favor her. Her long hair danced in the air, the ends brushing against the gentle curve of her waist, creating a cascade that flowed down her straight back. The waist of her hanfu was cinched tightly, accentuating a breathtaking curve, while her wide sleeves billowed freely, as if with a mere lift of her hand, she could gather a piece of drifting cloud. "Xu Qingyu, I like you." A young boy in the stands blushed deeply, exuberantly expressing his youthful feelings. On any ordinary day, such a boy would surely be summoned to the office by the homeroom teacher or the dean for a reprimand. However, today, the autumn winds were just right, and the gentle breeze was unperturbed. No one seemed inclined to chastise the budding romance of youthful boys. The consecutive declarations from the two boys ignited the crowd's enthusiasm, and more voices joined in. In that moment, the stands of the playground transformed into an expansive confession arena, with an overwhelming tide of declarations surging forth. Holding the class plaque of Class 14, Xu Qingyu stepped to the center of the podium, delicately lifting the mahogany sign with her fingers, which revealed faintly blue veins due to her exertion. The cacophony from the audience unsettled the young girl, prompting her to gently turn her head. In an instant, chaos erupted on stage. A water bottle was knocked over, faces flushed with embarrassment, and many were at a loss, yet a greater number, upon catching sight of her stunning beauty, summoned the courage to declare their affections. As the playground resonated with a chorus of confessions, a clear voice from the back of the formation rang out, "You love me. I love you. Let us all be sweet together." The boy's voice struck like thunder, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The anxiety that had gripped Xu Qingyu, whose fingers had turned white, dissipated upon hearing that voice. She exhaled deeply, lifted her chin with renewed confidence, and strode forward with the pride of a victorious general. No longer flustered, she was reassured that, regardless of the time or place, or any challenges she might encounter. The boy behind her would always step forward to help her overcome all obstacles. As the Class 14 formation passed the podium and continued onward, someone from the stage let out a sharp whistle. This time, Xu Qingyu maintained the elegant arch of her neck, her eyelashes unmoving, until the formation turned, revealing a secret beneath her skirt to the keen-eyed. As she walked, the silver-threaded embroidery of the night-blooming Sirius flickered in and out of view. She wore not ordinary shoes, but satin high heels entwined with silver chains. Unbeknownst to her, while Chu Xing had helped her change shoes earlier, he had surreptitiously applied a sprinkle of vermilion at her ankle, making it glimmer in the sunlight. Wow, this is truly walking on lotus blossoms. The first boy to confess from the audience gasped as he hurriedly fished out his phone, but only managed to capture a fleeting glimpse of her departing silhouette. With a total of 19 classes in the senior year, there were still 5 more to follow after Class 14. Unfortunately, as Xu Qingyu traversed the playground, everyone's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. The cicadas screamed in the final moments, shattering the tranquility of that autumn morning. Yet Xu Qingyu walked on with composure amidst the tumultuous clamor. When the formation successfully completed its course and returned to its designated position, Xu Qingyu finally set down the class plaque. She stretched her slightly sore wrist, only to see their homeroom teacher, the formidable Li, reprimanding Chu Xing. Who allowed you to shout so recklessly at the podium? Do you not realize the principal is right in front? If our class loses points because of your foolishness, just wait until we return to see how I deal with you. Seeing the boy being scolded for her sake stirred a pang of sympathy in Xu Qingyu. Ignoring her fatigue, she sprinted to the back of the class, positioning herself defiantly in front of the boy, ready to confront Teacher Li with a determined expression. Standing at 1.70 m, and with her 7-centimeter heels, Xu Qingyu towered over the 1.60 m teacher, forcing Li to tilt his head to meet her gaze. If anyone else dared to challenge his authority, the formidable Li would undoubtedly make them pay dearly. However, when faced with his beloved Xu Qingyu, he could only sigh deeply. Chu Xing, if you secure first place in the 3,000 meters, I shall forego the 3,000-word reflection, otherwise. Chu Xing patted the young girl's shoulder, unwilling to linger in her shadow. Unfazed by Li's threat, Chu Xing remarked, "It seems last year's champion in the 3,000 meters was from Class 9, our arch-rival. Should I falter? It could severely impact our standing. Oh, why do I suddenly feel a twinge in my stomach? Could it be the pressure?" Noticing Chu Xing's distress, Xu Qingyu immediately expressed her concern. "Have you caught a chill? You've been studying late every night and training for running. Your body must be worn out. If you're unwell, we should forego the competition. After all, health is paramount." Li, who had initially been in control, felt his teeth grind as he observed the affectionate exchange between the two. The 3,000 meters was a formidable challenge, and no one could substitute for Chu Xing. Even the athletic committee's Zhou Peng could not surpass the imposing competitor from Class 9. With a twitch at the corner of her mouth, Li donned a smile as warm as spring, stepping forward to gently rub Chu Xing's abdomen, expressing her concern. "Chu Xing, my dear student, I shouldn't impose such pressure on you. I was merely jesting about the reflection. What matters is that you perform well in the competition. If you achieve first place, I shall write the reflection for you, all right?" Chu Xing suddenly felt his stomach discomfort dissipate. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a chill run down his back. Li was a person of great ambition. For the sake of victory, she would swallow her grievances. However, Chu Xing understood that the more humble Li appeared now, the more severe the consequences would be after the competition. Thus, he refrained from pushing his luck, instead assuring her, "Rest assured, Teacher Li, it is my duty to bring glory to our class. I have already reserved first place for you." At that moment, Li genuinely beamed with a smile as warm as spring. After offering a few encouraging words, she turned her attention to Xu Qingyu. "Qingyu, your task is complete. You did wonderfully. I am proud of you. Now, just cheer for the boys in our class with the other girls. If you feel tired, you may rest in the classroom. After the holiday, we will have the monthly exam, and your grades must not suffer." While Chu Xing might earn Li's respect during athletic competitions, Xu Qingyu was undoubtedly the apple of her eye. From the first year to the third, whether in major or minor exams, Xu Qingyu consistently ranked first in the grade. It is no exaggeration to say that her individual prowess had elevated Class 14's average score by over 5 points. The position of top student had brought Li countless accolades. Yet, this semester, Xu Qingyu had voluntarily chosen to sit in the last row, beside Chu Xing, the underachiever. While Chu Xing's progress was evident, he remained an underperformer. contributing little to the class's overall performance. However, if Xu Qingyu were to regress and lose her top ranking, Li would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. During this period, she exhibited an extraordinary concern and affection for Xu Qingyu. The final class, Class 19 of the third year, completed their formation, signifying the conclusion of the opening ceremony and the commencement of the competition. Chu Xing had urged Xu Qingyu to participate, while she turned towards the teaching building. Inside her backpack lay the school uniform she had prepared, as she intended to change out of the exquisite hanfu that Chu Xing had designed for her. Truth be told, the hanfu was indeed stunning, but it was also overly eye-catching. While walking in formation, it had drawn the attention of the entire school. Although Xu Qingyu endeavored to overcome her psychological barriers, she truly disliked the feeling of being scrutinized wherever she went. Hence, she contemplated changing back into her original attire to cheer for Chu Xing on the playground. Xu Qingyu was undeniably beautiful, captivating everyone's gaze wherever she roamed. Without Chu Xing by her side, she felt a bit flustered, so she lowered her head and quickened her pace. Just as she exited the playground, she collided with a figure. Instinctively, Xu Qingyu looked up to see a tall, slender boy blocking her path. She instinctively tried to sidestep him, only to find that he shifted to obstruct her once more. In her moment of confusion, the boy, blushing profusely, exclaimed, "Xu Qingyu, I am Wu Hongxiang from Class 6. I fell for you the moment I saw you in the first year. I lacked the courage to confess before, but this time, I want to tell you that I truly, truly like you." The youth pulled out a pink envelope from his pocket and eagerly said, "Please accept this." Xu Qingyu felt her ears flush a coral hue as she sensed the countless fervent gazes around her, noticing many nearby converging towards them. Dressed in hanfu, she was simply breathtaking, causing some young boys in the vicinity to swallow hard. Fortunately, this was not a future era. Otherwise, if someone had produced a phone to capture her image and share it online, she would undoubtedly have gone viral in no time. "I'm sorry, I can't think about this right now," Xu Qingyu thought, feeling the need to escape before the situation spiraled out of control. She knew Chu Xing would protect her, but she also understood that he needed to focus on the competition. She did not wish to distract him. Thus, without further hesitation, she sidestepped and walked past the tall boy. "Truly the aloof goddess," some nearby onlookers remarked, their faces filled with schadenfreude, while others sighed quietly. The rejected boy stood frozen in place, clutching the pink envelope. He had penned this letter 6 months prior and had only mustered the courage to deliver it today. Yet the girl had not accepted it. "Don't be disheartened. At least you confessed, and you won't regret not having done so in the future," his close friend consoled him, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. The two friends watched Xu Qingyu's graceful silhouette, swallowing nervously. Xu Qingyu hastily departed from the playground, and as she distanced herself from the crowd, she finally exhaled a small sigh of relief. Before her stood the teaching building. She contemplated that after changing into her outfit, she would head to the playground to cheer for Chu Xing, and she could take her water bottle from her backpack. After running 3 kilometers, Chu Xing would surely be parched, and he would appreciate the boiled water she had prepared. "Xu Qingyu, how remarkable you are, thriving in your own glory while others are driven to desperation." A sudden voice from behind caused Xu Qingyu to pause momentarily. As she turned, she felt as though a wall had appeared before her. Standing at a height of 177 meters in her high heels, she towered over many boys. Yet before the young man in front of her, she found herself needing to tilt her head back to discern his features. Before her stood 1 boy and 2 girls. The girls were heavily made up, while the boy was dark and robust, towering over her at more than 195 meters. Xu Qingyu instinctively thought of Chu Xing. Even at 183 meters, he would still fall short compared to this young man. She felt a twinge of anxiety, yet her face remained impassive as she replied, "I do not know you." "Ah, no wonder you are the aloof school beauty of our experimental high school. While you may not recognize us, we certainly know you." One of the girls with black painted nails stepped forward, reaching out towards Xu Qingyu. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from behind. "What are you doing?" Class monitor Guofeng had been focused on Xu Qingyu, and, upon seeing her surrounded from a distance on the playground, sprinted towards her. However, before Guofeng could reach her, he was blocked by the towering boy. Guofeng stood at 175 meters, dwarfed by the imposing figure who merely cast a disdainful glance, instantly suppressing Guofeng's spirit. The boy's voice was coarse as he said, "Kid, this is none of your business." Scram. Guofeng felt a surge of indignation. He longed to knock the boy down with a punch, to stand before Xu Qingyu and shield her from harm. Yet, Upon witnessing the boy's explosive muscles, he was reminded that this individual was an athlete. 10 of him would not be a match. Stealing a glance at the coldly composed Xu Qingyu, Guofeng, panting, eventually lowered his head and turned away. Soft coward. The boy's icy mockery echoed behind him. Guofeng clenched his fists but did not look back. Instead, he quickened his pace towards the playground. The homeroom teacher was there, cheering for the students about to compete. Although he could have notified Li Modu to handle the situation, a quick glance made Guofeng ultimately change direction, sprinting towards the opposite track. Arriving at the end of the track, Guofeng gasped for breath as he approached Chu Xing, ignoring the disdainful look directed at him. He whispered, "Chu Xing, you must go save Xu Qingyu. She is being cornered by the students from Class 9, and those individuals are all friends of Yizhizhi." Chu Xing's hair stood on end in an instant. A fierce light ignited in his eyes as he grasped Guofeng's collar, demanding, "Where?" "By the teaching building." Guofeng had just begun to point towards the teaching building when a gust of wind suddenly swept past his nose. When he finally came to his senses, Chu Xing had already sprinted 10 meters away. Observing the reckless silhouette of the youth, Guofeng suddenly bowed his head, gazing at his trembling hands as he clenched his fists tightly. Yet, he realized they shook violently. When he lifted his head, the figure of the boy had vanished from sight. In that moment, he comprehended the disparity between himself and Chu Xing. He had often professed his affection for Xu Qingyu, but when she truly needed his assistance, he could only flee. Chu Xing, however, was different. When Xu Qingyu faced adversity, he would fight with all his might. The asphalt track beneath Chu Xing's feet melted into scorching amber. He was oblivious to how many people he had collided with, for his gaze was solely fixed upon the girl ahead. As he burst forth from the playground, he spotted the group of boys and girls beneath the teaching building. Like a panther, he dashed fervently towards Xu Qingyu, his eyes scanning her anxiously. Only after confirming that she had suffered no harm did he shift his attention to the trio confronting her. The boy, as dark as charcoal, towered over him by half a head, and the disdainful glare he cast would surely intimidate any male standing before him. The two heavily made-up girls bore a striking resemblance to Yu Ran, displaying a rather ostentatious demeanor. Moments earlier on the playground, upon hearing Guofeng mention that the 9th grade students were causing trouble for Xu Qingyu, Chu Xing had grasped the situation. There was no need to inquire further. These individuals were undoubtedly friends of Yizhizhi. Previously, Yizhizhi had been caught stealing Xu Qingyu's textbook, resulting in a commotion that reached the principal's office, leading to her expulsion the following day. Now, her so-called friends were clearly intent on troubling Xu Qingyu. "Xu Qingyu, I never imagined you to be so promiscuous." With numerous paramours, taunted the girl with black nails, flicking her hair disdainfully. "I just fear they are useless. None of them have any guts." Chu Xing instinctively clenched his fists. Truth be told, he longed to slap that wretched girl across the face. However, before he could raise his hand, Xu Qingyu had already grasped his sleeve tightly. When he turned to her, he saw her face filled with desperation. The fury that had consumed him dissipated instantly. He understood the potential consequences of engaging in conflict with the group before him. Although they had obstructed Xu Qingyu, they had yet to resort to violence. Their actions were merely verbal insults. If he were to strike first, even his justified anger would become unjustifiable. Most importantly, Xu Qingyu absolutely did not wish to see him punished because of her troubles. Though the incident with Yizhizhi had concluded satisfactorily, Xu Qingyu had not spoken to him for an entire week afterward. She feared that Chu Xing might face repercussions due to her. If he were to clash with the group now, the best outcome would be mutual punishment, while the worst could see him facing expulsion from the school for being the aggressor. In such a scenario, Xu Qingyu would undoubtedly feel responsible for his predicament. Given her pride and sensitivity, she might decide to sever ties with him to avoid bringing him further trouble. After Xu Qingyu moved from the back row to the front, no amount of threats from Chu Xing would have any impact on her once she had made up her mind. Chu Xing even contemplated that if he pressed her too hard, Xu Qingyu might genuinely abandon her current life and leave the country with her mother. This was certainly not the outcome Chu Xing desired. Thus, after a moment of weighing the pros and cons, he managed to rein in his emotions. He gently patted the back of Xu Qingyu's hand, signaling her to be at ease, and then turned his attention to the imposing figure opposite him, sneering, "I know you. Feng Lihu, right? You signed up for the 3,000-meter race this year too." For 2 consecutive years, in the high school sports meets, the representative of Class 14 for the 3,000-meter long run had been the athletic committee member, Zhou Peng, standing at an impressive height of 195 centimeters. Zhou Peng was a dedicated athlete specializing in running, making him an unbeatable presence within Class 14. However, he had faced insurmountable challenges against Fong Lihu from Class 9. In both major competitions, Zhou Peng had been decisively outmatched by his opponent. It was not due to Zhou Peng's lack of ability. Rather, his adversary was simply too formidable. The robust and dark-skinned boy before him was the champion of Class 9, a veritable ruler of the 3,000-meter race in their high school. The continuous defeats of Class 14 at the hands of Class 9 were directly linked to Fong Lihu, who participated in 6 athletic events, winning first place in all of them. It is no exaggeration to assert that Fong Lihu was a prominent figure at experimental high school. Fong Lihu cast a dismissive glance at Chu Xing and remarked, "Do you have a problem?" Chu Xing exhaled deeply. He took Xu Qingyu's hand and strode purposefully onto the playground. As they brushed past Fong Lihu, Chu Xing exerted himself, using his shoulder to jostle Fong Lihu, who stumbled in surprise. Turning back, Chu Xing said, "See you on the field." With those words, he turned his attention back to Xu Qingyu, frowning as he instructed, "Do not leave my sight, not even a step." Xu Qingyu, initially intending to change clothes in the classroom, found herself being led toward the playground by Chu Xing. She opened her mouth to protest, but, upon seeing the stern expression on his face, she refrained, fearing to provoke him. "Thank you," she said, her voice sweet and soft like cotton candy. Noticing her attempt to break free from his grasp, Chu Xing understood her desire to avoid drawing attention to their hand-holding and gently released her. In the future, when faced with such situations, do not act hastily. Follow their lead for now, and once the danger has passed, I will help you reclaim your dignity. The individuals from Class 9 could obstruct Xu Qingyu today and continue to trouble her tomorrow. Chu Xing merely wished to avoid conflict in front of her and chose to compromise for the moment. Yet, this did not imply that he would let those people off easily. Preventing danger at its inception was Chu Xing's guiding principle. As they arrived at the playground, Li Modus suddenly rushed out, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Xing, exclaiming, "Chu Xing, are you trying to drive me mad? The competition is about to start, and I can't find you. Just wait until we return, I will deal with you then." Beside her, Xu Qingyu was about to step in to explain, but Chu Xing gestured for her to remain silent. At this juncture, any words would be futile. Only strength can substantiate everything. As Chu Xing donned the number tag handed to him by the formidable Li Mo, he approached the 3,000-meter track, where he encountered the towering figure from Class 9, Fong Lihu. The high school track measures 500 meters, thus the 3,000 meters necessitates 6 laps. Chu Xing's group comprises 19 individuals, with each of the 19 classes in the senior year dispatching a representative. Naturally, those capable of completing the full distance are undoubtedly the most formidable athletes within their respective classes. Despite this, Fong Lihu, standing at an impressive 195 centimeters, remains the most striking presence among them. Li Mo places great importance on this competition, urging Xu Qingyu to stand by the track to cheer for Chu Xing simultaneously. The makeshift cheerleading squad from Class 14 fervently shouts Chu Xing's name. Where is that defeated subordinate, Zhou Peng? Has he succumbed to despair? Fong Lihu, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, finds such an event trivial enough that he need not even warm up beforehand. The only person in the entire school who might pose a slight challenge to him is Zhou Peng. With Zhou Peng's withdrawal, everyone else appears to him as mere weaklings. As for Chu Xing, he had his back turned during his earlier run, so he had not even registered Chu Xing's presence. As Chu Xing engages in his warm-up exercises, he casually proposes a competition. Fong Lihu scoffs, patting his muscular thigh. "Do you think you're worthy?" Chu Xing is aware that his former self would indeed have been unworthy, but now, having resurrected with all his skills focused on stamina, an unending surge of explosive power fills him with confidence. "How about this? If I lose, I shall retreat whenever I encounter anyone from Class 9. If you lose, I won't lose," Fong Lihu retorts coldly, turning his gaze forward, clearly entering a serious mode. Chu Xing refrains from further words, crouching down with his hands on the ground, poised to sprint. Just then, Fong Lihu, curious, inquires, "What is your relationship with Xu Qingyu? You appeared quite anxious around her." Chu Xing's eyes are fixed on the referee, awaiting the signal to dash forward, and he nonchalantly responds, "We sit together in class." Fong Lihu nods, understanding. "I see. A love-struck fool." Chu Xing stumbles slightly, turning to see Fong Lihu's serious demeanor, and cannot help but retort, "You're the fool. Your entire family are fools." Fong Lihu remains unperturbed, quietly contemplating. Is this embarrassment from being exposed? Chu Xing suddenly laughs. And you, a grown man, picking on a little girl, clearly. You are the one infatuated. Fong Lihu shakes his head. I'm merely concerned they might go too far, so I followed to keep an eye on things. Believe it or not. On your marks. Barks the physical education teacher, Sun Wei, holding a starter pistol aloft. Chu Xing glances back at Fong Lihu. Are you ready? Bang. The smoke from the starting gun had yet to dissipate when the red running shoes began to crush the plastic granules into faint whimpers. Chu Xing surged to the forefront, the hem of his short sleeves billowing like a full sail. As he glanced back, he noticed Fong Lihu was not keeping pace, but rather jogging leisurely at the front of the second tier. Truly, as an athlete, he possessed his own rhythm, impervious to distractions. Chu Xing slowed his pace to run alongside him, both leading the pack. Yet, within half a lap, Fong Lihu, with the stride of a cheetah, accelerated, quickly distancing himself from the others. However, no matter how fast he ran, he could not shake off Chu Xing's relentless pursuit. After one lap, they returned to the starting point together. When Chu Xing turned, he found Xu Qingyu had vanished. He scanned the surroundings, but saw no trace of her. Just as a heaviness settled in his heart, Fong Lihu suddenly jeered. You're not looking for Xu Qingyu, are you? I saw her leave the moment the gun went off. Isn't it disheartening? You stand up for her, yet she doesn't even regard you. Not even finishing the race. Chu Xing ignored Fong Lihu's scornful remarks, his gaze still searching until he spotted two heavily made-up girls from Class 9, who had not left, but were cheering for Fong Lihu near the track. He felt a slight relief. Their presence indicated Xu Qingyu was in no danger. That was sufficient for him. A smile crept onto his face. Fong Lihu, however, burst into laughter. Xu Qingyu is surrounded by sycophants like you. You think by doing everything for her she'll be touched? In truth, she has never cared. There are countless boys vying for her attention. You're merely the most pitiful fish in her pond. As Fong Lihu continued to run, hurling verbal jabs at Chu Xing, it was unfortunate for him that Chu Xing remained unfazed. Instead, Chu Xing found the energy to retort. Who's the sycophant is still up for debate. You can't seem to forget that you Gigi, can you? By the second lap, the line of runners had formed a meandering stream. The boy at the back lagged half a lap behind the leader. Their homeroom teacher, Li Motu, noticed Chu Xing chattering incessantly and immediately shouted, Chu Xing, stop babbling and conserve your energy for running. There are still 3 laps left. If you can't keep up, just wait and see how I'll handle you. Chu Xing shook off his sweat-soaked bangs. His breathing was not labored. In contrast, Fong Lihu, continually distracted by Chu Xing and having sprinted too fast in the first 2 laps, was beginning to lose his breath. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xing teased, how are you holding up? With that, he ceased his chatter and quickened his pace once more. Outside the track, Li Motu, witnessing Chu Xing begin to sprint in the 3rd lap, couldn't he help but slap her forehead in exasperation, lamenting, what a fool. Why start sprinting now? Even if he's leading, he'll surely be crushed by the others. Li Motu regretted the pressure she had just placed on Chu Xing. The 3,000 meters test demanded not only explosive power, but, more importantly, endurance. They were to run a total of 6 laps, and during the 3rd lap, Chu Xing sprinted, leaving the question of whether he could complete the full distance hanging in the air. Li Motu sighed, having lost all hope. However, as Chu Xing reached the 4th lap, he realized he had not shaken off Fong Lihu, who persistently followed a few meters behind, his jaw clenched. By the end of the 4th lap, the two had even caught up with the last boy, leading him by a full lap. In the 5th lap, Chu Xing and Fong Lihu ran side by side. Yet, at this point, Fong Lihu had lost his earlier composure, panting heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. In contrast, although Chu Xing was also drenched in sweat, his breathing remained steady. By now, they had pulled ahead of the second group by a lap. With only one final lap remaining, Li Motu, who had initially given up hope, saw Chu Xing's spirited demeanor and was instantly filled with renewed optimism. She shouted encouragement at him. Chu Xing, go for it. At that moment, any semblance of her authority as a teacher vanished. She was even more enthusiastic than the cheerleading girls from Class 14 surrounding her. As the bell rang for the last half lap, Chu Xing and Fong Lihu were nearly shoulder to shoulder. Chu Xing glanced at the wheezing Fong Lihu, remarking, brother, time to accelerate. Fong Lihu was too exhausted to respond. He had run 3,000 meters before. As a sports student, he trained daily. Yet he had never sprinted the entire distance like this. They had just managed to pull away from the second group, but as everyone began to sprint, The second group noticeably accelerated. Unfortunately, Fang Lihu had already exhausted his strength, and every breath felt as if it were drawn from the depths of his soul. At that moment, a figure in a school uniform, panting heavily, emerged from the side of the track. Xu Qingyu, now back in her uniform, had returned. Holding a water bottle, she stood by the track and softly said, "I'll be waiting for you at the finish line." Fang Lihu's eyes widened in surprise. He knew she wasn't speaking to him. He turned his gaze toward Chu Xing, disbelief evident in his eyes. In the next instant, the boy who had been running alongside him surged ahead, his neck muscles straining like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Chu Xing transformed into a cheetah, sprinting toward the finish line. As he approached the finish line, Limota raised her hands high, fervently shouting, "Chu Xing, go for it." Behind her, Yu Ran and several girls from Class 14 witnessed their teacher's fervent support for the first time, exchanging glances before joining in the enthusiastic cheers. The moment the finish line snapped, a thunderous cheer erupted from both sides of the track. Chu Xing sauntered up to Limotu, seeking praise, boldly. "Did I not bring you honor?" Limotu paid no mind to his jest, and instead turned her gaze to the rear. Despite Fang Lihu's relentless efforts, he ultimately found himself exhausted and overtaken by several classmates, securing only 5th place due to his formidable determination. Consequently, Class 9 not only failed to gain any advantage in the 3,000-meter race, but was also significantly surpassed by Class 14. At that moment, Limo Deo finally revealed a smile. While Xu Qingyu, now clad in her school uniform and holding a water cup, quietly stood before Chu Xing. She carefully opened the cup, seemingly cautious of the heat, and took a sip to ensure the temperature was just right before offering it to the young man. After accepting the cup, Chu Xing drank deeply, while Fang Lihu, gasping for breath near the finish line, witnessed the scene unfold before him. It was at this moment he finally comprehended that Chu Xing was not merely a fish kept in Xu Qingyu's pond. Rather, he was the one doing the fishing. The autumn sun bathed the playground in warm hues. As the girl, blushing, extended the water cup to the boy, a collective gasp of surprise echoed nearby. Xu Qingyu, the proud and aloof school beauty, renowned for never initiating conversations with boys, was now personally delivering water to one. Just moments ago, her ethereal presence during the parade lingered in the minds of onlookers, but in the blink of an eye, she was attending to another boy. The disparity was so striking that many around displayed expressions of astonishment. Yet, amidst the multitude of piercing gazes directed at him, Chu Xing remained blissfully unaware, accepting the cup from the girl's hand. As he did so, his fingers brushed lightly against her hand, causing her already flushed cheeks to deepen in color. Then, under the furious stares of several boys, Chu Xing tilted his head back and emptied the cup in one go. "Did you add sugar?" he asked, shaking the cup in Xu Qingyu's direction, to which she shook her head in confusion. In the next moment, the young man flashed a radiant smile. How could plain water taste so sweet? A chorus of heartbroken sighs rippled through the crowd. Not far away, the darkened figure of Fang Lihu squinted at Chu Xing. Just moments ago, he had mocked Chu Xing as a sycophant, deriding him as Xu Qingyu's pet fish. Yet here was Xu Qingyu, offering him water. Observing their intimate interaction made it evident to everyone that their relationship was anything but ordinary. A complex emotion flickered in Fang Lihu's eyes, even as he disregarded two heavily made-up girls attempting to offer him water. "Chu Xing, you just exerted yourself extensively. Plain water won't suffice. I have some drinks here. You should replenish your electrolytes," Yu Ran interjected, appearing like a mere tuft of grass in the dazzling presence of Xu Qingyu, having been overlooked by everyone moments earlier. Now, standing before Chu Xing with a bottle of drink in hand and a confident smile, her large eyes blinked eagerly at him. Chu Xing shook his water cup lightly and replied nonchalantly, "I'm sorry, Yu Ran, but I still find plain water more refreshing." As the words fell, Chu Xing deliberately chose to overlook Yu Ran before him and walked straight to Xu Qingyu, mildly reproaching her. "Did I not just say not to leave my sight? I nearly halted the competition to find you." Xu Qingyu, with her head lowered and cheeks flushed, replied cautiously, "I was concerned you might be thirsty after the match. So I returned to the classroom to fetch you some water. I was wrong." It was the first time the aloof school beauty had taken the initiative to admit her mistake. Chu Xing, slightly taken aback, maintained a stern expression, stating mistakes warrant punishment. Oh, Xu Qingyu did not argue. However, she cautiously looked up at Chu Xing and asked, "What will you punish me with?" "I have yet to decide." "Oh, right. Zhou Peng's race is about to commence. Let us proceed to cheer for him." The boy and girl walked side by side towards the opposite end of the playground. Meanwhile, Yuran, still clutching her drink, stood frozen in place. At that moment, the class monitor, He appeared unexpectedly, whispering, "Yuran, I happen to be thirsty. May I have that bottle?" Yuran glanced at the bespectacled boy and retracted the drink, frowning. "You're not even participating in the race. Why not buy your own?" She turned away, leaving Hekin looking despondently bewildered. The 100-meter final was about to commence. The class teacher, Mr. Li, stood beside the track, shouting at Zhou Peng, "Zhou Peng, Chu Xing has already secured the 3,000-meter championship for you. If you fail to win this 100 meters, you shall relinquish your position as sports committee member to Chu Xing." Zhou Peng, towering at 195 centimeters, turned in disbelief to Chu Xing. Although he was aware of Chu Xing's prowess, he never anticipated that Chu Xing could actually defeat Fang Lihu from Class 9. It wasn't until Chu Xing gave him a thumbs up that Zhou Peng began to believe it. After a brief silence, he seemed to be invigorated, bursting with excitement. On the sidelines, Chu Xing observed Zhou Peng's taut muscles and smiled, softly remarking, "This is a sure win." Xu Qingyu, standing beside him, looked at him curiously. "Why do you say that?" Chu Xing replied with a grin, "Zhou Peng is indeed strong. However, he has long been burdened by a mental block, Fang Lihu from Class 9. Both are on the track team, but Fang Lihu has consistently overshadowed Zhou Peng, preventing him from surpassing his limits. Today, by defeating Fang Lihu, I have shattered the chains of invincibility that Fang represented in Zhou Peng's mind. Just watch. This sports meet will be Zhou Peng's moment to shine." "Really?" Xu Qingyu gazed up at Chu Xing. Previously, she had never paid attention to her classmates, dedicating all her energy to her studies. Although Xu Qingyu's academic performance was unparalleled, consistently holding the top position in her grade, she had forfeited many joys, never experiencing the essence of youth. Now, standing alongside Chu Xing, despite not participating in the competition herself, she would quietly cheer for him at the finish line. Equally, Xu Qingyu understood that Zhou Peng was a good friend of Chu Xing's, and she was more than willing to lend her voice to the cheers. The starting gun fired. Zhou Peng dashed forth like an arrow released from a bow, yet his eagerness led to a momentary stumble at the start, leaving him abruptly trailing behind the others. In a 100-meter sprint, where every ounce of energy is expended, even the slightest misstep could spell disaster. Observing Zhou Peng fall to the last position, the confidence of Li, the formidable competitor, faltered, her expression stiffening with disbelief. It suddenly struck her that her earlier arrogance might have been misplaced. During the 3,000-meter race, she had exerted pressure on Chu Xing, who, despite her attempts, surged ahead mid-race. Had it not been for Chu Xing's endurance, she might have met the same fate as Fang Lihu. Now, history seemed to repeat itself, having just pressured Zhou Peng. She was taken aback by his uncharacteristic blunder at the start. Anxiety coursed through her as she broke into a sweat. Meanwhile, at the finish line, Chu Xing fervently cheered for his dear friend, shouting, "Zhou Peng, if you dare to settle for second place, I shall look down upon you." Just then, the previously silent Xu Qingyu unexpectedly joined in, her voice ringing out, "Go, Zhou Peng! Go, Zhou Peng!" Her voice, characterized by a coolness tinged with softness, was reminiscent of sweet cotton candy, delicate yet powerful. It was perhaps the first time in her 18 years that she had unleashed her voice with such fervor. The sound pierced through the air, and amidst Chu Xing's astonished gaze, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm as Zhou Peng, who had been lagging, suddenly surged forward, his spikes kicking up a fine cloud of dust on the track. In his fluorescent green running shoes, Zhou Peng accelerated around the bend, the hem of his short-sleeved shirt fluttering in the wind. A mere 20 meters from the finish line, he looked incredulously at the girl who was passionately cheering for him. "Zhou Peng, you must prevail." Xu Qingyu's clear voice cut through the clamor, igniting a jolt within Zhou Peng, who was still trailing the leader by a body length. He gazed wide-eyed at Xu Qingyu, who stood at the finish line, waving and urging him on, her surrounding companions displaying expressions of astonishment. At that moment, the officials at the judges' table collectively lifted their heads, and all eyes in the vicinity converged on the ice-cold beauty, her school uniform billowing in the gusts, revealing her delicate neck adorned with faint veins as she fervently shouted, "Keep going." Zhou Peng felt a flame ignite within his chest. In the final 10 meters, he surged forward as if racing against his own life. Victory was within reach. As Zhou Peng crossed the finish line, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers. "Wait, isn't Zhou Peng from our class? Why are we celebrating his win?" Someone questioned, sensing the anomaly. I don't know, just excited, caught up in the moment. Another boy exclaimed, feeling an inexplicable surge of energy. It appeared that Xu Qingyu was not as aloof as she seemed. She too could shout and cheer. Many were astonished. Yet, the most shocked of all was Li, who gazed at the exuberant Xu Qingyu, her attention inevitably drawn to Chu Xing standing nearby. Xu Qingyu had only shared a desk with Chu Xing for a month, and yet her demeanor had transformed into one of bright cheerfulness. If they were to continue sitting together, what might ensue? It was best not to dwell on it. At the finish line, Zhou Ping clasped Chu Xing's shoulder with pride, exclaiming, "Brother, I didn't bring you shame." "Did I?" Chu Xing, with evident disdain, shrugged off his hand, retorting, "And you still have the audacity to boast? How could you commit such a trivial error?" Zhou Ping found himself at a loss for a retort, feeling somewhat disheartened. Noticing that Chu Xing was holding a cup of water, clearly parched, he snatched it from his grasp. However, before he could utter a word, a large hand swiftly took the cup from him. "I've already used this," Chu Xing declared. Zhou Peng, bewildered, replied, "I don't mind your germs." To which Chu Xing shot back, "But I mind yours." Beside them, Xu Qingyu, finally quieted, felt her cheeks flush once more. Chu Xing turned to leave, stating simply, "I'm off." Xu Qingyu hurriedly followed him. As Chu Xing walked ahead, Xu Qingyu trailed slightly behind. Together, they attracted countless envious and jealous glances from those nearby. Who would have thought? What did it feel like to shout out just now? Chu Xing's lips curled into a faint smile. Xu Qingyu's delicate earlobes turned a rosy hue once again. She hadn't considered why she had cheered so loudly. It seemed her emotions were easily influenced by Chu Xing. As he cheered, she felt compelled to join in. When he called out, she couldn't help but raise her voice as well. "You say Zhou Peng is your good friend, then he is my friend too." "I was merely cheering for a friend." As they exited the playground, Xu Qingyu turned to him and asked, "Where are we headed?" Chu Xing glanced at the bulging fabric of her school uniform and sighed, "Back to class." "Weren't you in a rush earlier? You didn't have time to change. Wearing your hanfu beneath your uniform must be quite uncomfortable." Xu Qingyu bit her lip. She had initially planned to change in the restroom, but upon seeing Chu Xing's competition, she feared she wouldn't make it in time and had hurriedly donned her hanfu underneath her uniform. Though the school uniform was loose-fitting, it felt quite constricting with the extra layers beneath. Upon returning to their classroom, they found it completely empty. Chu Xing casually shut the door behind them and, together with Xu Qingyu, made his way to the back of the classroom. "You should change out of your hanfu," he suggested. "I'll take you out for a meal later. I still have 3 more matches this afternoon." "Dear?" Xu Qingyu's eyes widened, and upon catching sight of the brilliance in Chu Xing's gaze, she quickly averted her eyes elsewhere. What if someone suddenly walks in? Her concern was not for Chu Xing, but rather the possibility of an unexpected intrusion. Chu Xing frowned slightly. "I can't trust you to change alone in the restroom. What if those girls from Class 9 corner you?" Suddenly, Xu Qingyu recalled the earlier incident when she had been blocked. Though she had appeared calm on the surface, she had been genuinely anxious inside. If Chu Xing hadn't arrived just in time, she wasn't sure what she would have done. Consequently, she hastily shook her head and looked at Chu Xing with a hint of distress, whispering, "Then what should we do?" Chu Xing gazed at the girl before him, her expression one of palpable distress. Clad in a resplendent hanfu beneath an ill-fitting school uniform, she appeared exceedingly cumbersome. Were it not for Xu Qingyu's innate beauty, any other girl would surely be the subject of ridicule in such attire. Had I not suggested a change in the classroom, I could merely stand guard at the door. After all, with these words, Chu Xing made his intentions clear. Xu Qingyu bit her lip, feeling discomfort in the layers of clothing enveloping her. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Chu Xing drew the curtains and stepped toward the classroom door. Just as he was about to turn the knob, he heard Xu Qingyu's voice implore, "Don't go out." He glanced back at her, nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well, I shall remain at the door to shield it." As Xu Qingyu saw Chu Xing turn his back to her, a hint of shyness flickered in her beautiful eyes. Without further hesitation, she swiftly unzipped her school uniform, shedding it to reveal the opulent hanfu beneath. However, the fabric was now wrinkled and lacked the initial luster it once held. Tentatively, she reached behind to grasp the zipper, only to find it irretrievably stuck, no matter how much effort she exerted. Realizing the predicament, she looked up, her face flushed, and called out to Chu Xing, "Are you done?" Chu Xing did not turn around. The girl's voice, tinged with embarrassment, floated through the air again. "The zipper is stuck." At this moment, it was impossible for Chu Xing to evade the situation. He turned to face her, discovering Xu Qingyu standing in the corner, her clear, cold eyes shimmering with an endearing light. Let me assist you. This place is not secure, and we could be interrupted at any moment. You need to change swiftly. Noting Xu Qingyu's silence as she lowered her gaze, he wasted no time. He walked from the doorway to the back of the classroom, positioning himself behind her, and gently placed his hands on the zipper of her garment. Having crafted the hanfu stitch by stitch, he was intimately familiar with its structure. Although the zipper at the back was typically easy to manage, the recent layering of the school uniform had crumpled the hanfu, causing the zipper to jam. With one hand gripping the zipper and the other holding the collar of the hanfu, he applied pressure, only to find it stuck tightly. It's jammed, he mused, furrowing his brow. He was mindful not to damage the garment, for Xu Qingyu cherished this hanfu dearly and would not appreciate any harm befalling it. Stay still. Chu Xing continued his attempts, while sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow in the classroom. Just as his heart raced for the 5th time, the zipper suddenly glided down smoothly, electrifying the air with a subtle static charge. His breath brushed against her exposed back. All done. The young girl, wearing the hanfu closely, had nothing beneath. Her pristine back gleamed like a polished mirror. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by the cheerful chatter of several girls approaching. With a serene expression, Chu Xing gazed at the smooth back of Xu Qingyu before swiftly seizing her neck and pushing her down beneath the desk. He promptly seated himself atop the desk, making a silencing gesture towards Xu Qingyu. In the next moment, the door to class 14 swung open, and Xu Xiaoxue, along with several other girls, entered in a flurry. Oh, Chu Xing, what are you doing here? Weren't you with Xu Qingyu? Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a mosaic of golden patterns upon the pale blue hanfu she wore. Crouched beneath the desk, Xu Qingyu's long hair was slightly disheveled. The zipper of her garment fully undone, satin slipping from her shoulders to reveal her porcelain-like back. A shaft of sunlight pierced through her skin, illuminating the bluish veins beneath as it danced upon her undulating shoulder blades. Biting her crimson lips, she clenched her left hand tightly against her chest, while her right hand fumbled anxiously behind her. Stray strands of hair brushed against her trembling spine, sending ripples of crimson across her skin. Should the girls who had burst into the classroom catch sight of her in such a revealing state, it would surely take less than an hour for the entire school to be abuzz with gossip. Chu Xing possessed a mature soul, fully aware of the havoc that rumors could wreak. If it came to that, he might be thick-skinned, but the one who would ultimately suffer would be Xu Qingyu. Thus, he preferred to conceal her beneath the desk rather than waste breath explaining to the girls. Chu Xing, how could you abandon Xu Qingyu like this? Xu Xiaoxue, clad in a short skirt that accentuated her long legs, began rummaging through the seats alongside her companions as if searching for something. Chu Xing feigned weariness, leaning on the desk. I just ran 3 kilometers and needed a break. Chu Xing, what exactly is your relationship with Xu Qingyu? You two seem quite close lately, inquired Zhao Shuang, whose dimples appeared when she smiled. She had been notably enthusiastic during the morning when the girls in class discussed Chu Xing's handsomeness. Chu Xing merely wished for them to leave swiftly. The sports meet was scheduled for 9 o'clock, and with the opening speeches and parade consuming over an hour, it was now 11:30. Soon, the entire class would flood into the classroom, and if Xu Qingyu had not changed her clothes by then, it would truly spell disaster. Thus, Chu Xing replied dismissively, what kind of relationship could we possibly have? If Xu Qingyu is a swan, then I can hardly be called an ugly duckling. I might as well be a mere flea. As his words fell, he could distinctly sense Xu Qingyu's body stiffen. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of crystalline beads of sweat hanging from her nose, her long eyelashes trembling like fragments of starlight. The girl who had recently appeared so vibrant and flustered now seemed enveloped in solitude and melancholy. Chu Xing believed he had misspoken, but before he could clarify, Zhao Shuang, one of the girls, suddenly laughed and said, Chu Xing, you should not underestimate yourself. The teacher has been praising your significant progress lately, and just now, during the 3-kilometer run on the playground, you appeared to fly. We were all cheering for you. Xu Xiaoxue added, exactly. I think you are no longer a mere flea. You are more like an ugly duckling waiting to transform into a beautiful swan. Ha ha. The girls erupted into laughter. Chu Xing, unsure of what they found amusing, felt a surge of anxiety within. He buried his head on the desk, attempting to ignore them. Chu Xing, could you step outside for a moment? Xu Xiaoxue's voice reached his ears, yet he could hardly muster the energy to lift his head. Coldly, he replied, don't disturb my sleep. If you want to go out, then you go. You. The girl's voice trailed off, somewhat exasperated. Soon, Zhao Shuang's soothing voice followed. Chu Xing, we girls have some private matters that aren't suitable for boys to see. Could you step outside and keep watch for us? We'll treat you to lunch later, all right? In truth, the girls were not being unreasonable. They understood the need for privacy, and the promise of lunch in exchange for stepping out was hard for any decent man to refuse. However, Chu Xing found himself in a difficult position. He cast a glance at Xu Qingyu, who was crouched under the desk, revealing her delicate back. He was strategically positioned to obstruct the girl's view, but should he step away, they would easily spot Xu Qingyu. Had they both admitted the situation from the start, it might not have escalated so badly. But now, if discovered, Chu Xing would find it impossible to explain himself. Thus, he feigned indifference and resolutely declared, I'm tired. Please don't disturb my sleep. Chu Xing, how could you be like this? The girls were somewhat speechless. They huddled together, chattering incessantly, yet were unwilling to leave. As time passed, and the likelihood of classmates returning from the playground increased, Chu Xing knew he had to minimize the risk. The zipper on Xu Qingyu's back had just been undone by him, and now he needed to find a way to pull it back up. If he could manage that, even if classmates returned, Xu Qingyu could slip back into her seat unnoticed. Otherwise, should other boys catch sight of her in her current state, Chu Xing feared she might consider drastic measures. Thus, Chu Xing slowly extended his left hand beneath the desk, moving towards Xu Qingyu's back. When his fingertips brushed against her smooth, delicate skin, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. From her ears all the way down to her neck, her eyes lowered slightly, long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, reflecting a mix of panic and shyness. Flustered, the girl hurriedly pushed Chu Xing's hand away. One hand tightly gripped the front of her traditional attire, attempting to shield her exposed back, while the other fumbled behind her, desperately trying to zip it up. However, due to the awkwardness of her posture, her movements appeared somewhat clumsy, and she could not locate the zipper. Occasionally, she would lift her head, discreetly glancing around, fearful of being discovered in her current predicament by the girls in front. Observing the flush on her cheeks, which seemed to be on the verge of spilling over, Chu Xing whispered, "Let me help you." Aware of the urgency of the situation, Xu Qingyu bit her lip, pondered for a moment, and then silently lowered her head. With her tacit approval, Chu Xing's left hand once again explored her back. However, the zipper of the hanfu was riddled with folds. When Chu Xing had attempted to pull it down earlier, he had exerted considerable effort with both hands. Now, as Xu Qingyu crouched down, the task was made even more difficult since Chu Xing could only use his left hand. As he lowered his head to find the zipper, he caught a clear glimpse of Xu Qingyu's fair and exquisite back. The graceful contours of her back resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. Her delicate skin nearly translucent in the sunlight, with faint blue veins visible beneath. Her shoulder blades slightly protruded, and with each breath she took, her shoulders would gently rise and fall, causing her alabaster back to quiver softly. Strands of her flowing hair cascaded down, a few delicate wisps resting upon her lovely back, augmenting her vulnerable allure. Don't touch recklessly. The girl's voice carried a hint of helplessness and grievance. Her originally cool demeanor was now replaced with shyness and anxiety. Under normal circumstances, Chu Xing might have teased her playfully. Yet, aware of the urgency of the moment, he did not wish for any other boys to see Xu Qingyu's exquisite back. Thus, he focused intently on assisting her with the zipper. After a brief moment, he found the right position, and suddenly, a sound of the zipper echoed beneath the desk. What sound is that? The group of girls in the front, who had been quietly discussing amongst themselves, turned their attention towards the back row simultaneously upon hearing the peculiar noise. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The classroom was filled only with Xu Qingyu's rapid breaths and her racing heartbeat. Crouched beneath the desk, she resembled a startled fawn, enduring this sudden embarrassment and shyness alone. Just as her heart felt as if it might cease, Chu Xing impatiently exclaimed, "Are you all done? I was trying to take a nap, and you woke me up." Chu Xing, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. No wonder you never accepted your confession before. Xu Xiaoxue's face turned pale with anger. She was already feeling unwell due to her period, and had come back to the classroom with a few girls to rest, only to find Chu Xing there as well. Despite Yuran's kind attempts to persuade Chu Xing to leave, he, a large boy, showed no understanding and instead acted aggressively. Amid Xu Xiaoxue's furious glare, Zhao Shuang consoled her, saying, "Xiaoxue, Chu Xing didn't mean it. You know he just ran 3 kilometers and even outpaced that big guy from class 9. He must be exhausted and doesn't want to go out. Let's not push him. Zhao Shuang's voice took Chu Xing by surprise. He had not anticipated that a girl would speak up for him, prompting him to glance at her. Zhao Shuang lacked the enchanting allure of Yu Ran and the exquisite legs of Su Xiaoxue. Rather, she embodied the essence of a demure and refined girl. Her presence in the classroom scarcely noticed. In the future, Chu Xing would hardly recall her at all. Observing a group of girls chattering animatedly while casting occasional glances in his direction, Chu Xing realized they were unlikely to depart anytime soon. His gaze fell upon the blushing Xu Qingyu beneath the desk, and his mind raced as he whispered, "The sports meet will conclude shortly. You should crawl out now. If they inquire about your absence, simply say you were searching for something under the desk." Xu Qingyu immediately shook her head. She had been hidden for several minutes, and emerging now would undoubtedly raise suspicion. With Xu Qingyu's reluctance, Chu Xing pondered alternative strategies and suggested hesitantly, "Perhaps you could claim you twisted your ankle and have been crouching to massage it." Xu Qingyu quickly countered, "They would still be suspicious." Seeing that none of his suggestions would suffice, Chu Xing resorted to his trump card, addressing the three girls ahead. "Could you step outside for a moment? I need to change my clothes. I'm drenched in sweat." At his words, the girls widened their eyes in surprise. "Chu Xing, you seem a bit off today," remarked Su Xiaoxue, Yu Ran's close friend who had observed Chu Xing's fervent pursuit of Yu Ran in the past. In her memory, Chu Xing was carefree, not one to be overly concerned about trivial matters. Yet today, he appeared somewhat different. With a scoff, Su Xiaoxue averted her gaze and casually replied, "All right. If you wish to change, go ahead." Following her lead, Zhao Shuang, her cheeks flushed, chimed in teasingly, "Go on. We girls aren't afraid. Why should you be?" With a cold smirk, Chu Xing decided to prove them wrong and began removing his outer shirt. Instantly, he was left in just a short-sleeved shirt. He intended to frighten the girls into fleeing, but when he had pulled the shirt halfway off, he was surprised to find that they did not react in the slightest. Instead, Xu Qingyu gazed at him in astonishment, her eyes wide as she marveled at his toned abdominal muscles. Having returned from a rebirth, all of Chu Xing's skill points were allocated to physical prowess. His 8-pack abs exuded a powerful aesthetic, devoid of the exaggerated bulk often seen in gyms, appearing instead as though sculpted like a work of art. Chu Xing had hoped to intimidate the girls, yet they were not frightened. Rather, they blushed and stared at him with unabashed curiosity. Now, Chu Xing found himself in an awkward predicament. Just as he contemplated fully removing his shirt, Zhao Shuang suddenly, her face flushed, suggested, "Let us step outside first. It wouldn't be good if someone came in and saw us." Su Xiaoxue, blushing as well, turned to leave. The round-faced girl lingered momentarily, glancing back as she departed. "It's not such a big deal, after all." With that, Zhao Shuang pulled her away. Soon, the classroom was left with only Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu. After hiding under the desk for quite some time, Xu Qingyu finally managed to stand up. With a smile, she turned to Chu Xing and asked, "Why haven't you taken it off?" Chu Xing shot her a glare, donned his jacket, and then took her hand, dashing out of the classroom. The morning sports event was nearing its conclusion. In the corridor, the girls, Su Xiaoxue and Zhao Shuang, had vanished, presumably heading to the restroom. As they descended the stairs, Xu Qingyu noticed Chu Xing still holding her hand. This time, she did not pull away but allowed him to lead her. "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" The sun above shone brilliantly, and Xu Qingyu was still adorned in her exquisite hanfu. She had initially intended to go to the cafeteria to save money. However, considering that Chu Xing had 3 more matches in the afternoon, which necessitated ample stamina, she softly suggested, "Let me treat you to some stir-fried dishes." Chu Xing glanced at Xu Qingyu, raising an eyebrow. Is the sun rising from the west? Even a stingy person would part with their coins? Xu Qingyu pursed her lips, a hint of melancholy crossing her features. Noticing her reddened eyes, Chu Xing immediately realized he had misspoken. Xu Qingyu was not miserly. Her financial constraints stemmed from her family's circumstances. Having lost her father at a young age, she had relied solely on her mother. To provide for their family, her mother worked 2 jobs, returning home late each day, which was indeed a struggle. Xu Qingyu witnessed her mother's hardships and, unable to alleviate her burdens, devoted herself to her studies, carefully budgeting every penny. In truth, Xu Qingyu longed to indulge as freely as her peers, to be cherished by her family. How could she bear to be frugal, even hesitating to buy a drink for the boy she admired? As tears glistened in her eyes, Chu Xing's heart softened. He reached out to caress the tear-streaked corner of her eye, but she lowered her head to evade him. Xu Qingyu withdrew her hand from his grasp and softly stated, You really don't have to bring me lunch. I've managed on my own for years. After speaking, she forced a smile, as if to assure him that she was fine. Chu Xing gazed at her earnestly. The girl possessed skin as smooth as milk, a flawless visage, and her clear eyes seemed to reflect the entire world. In the past, Xu Qingyu had concealed herself behind a facade of indifference and pride, encasing her vulnerability within a hard shell. Yet, Chu Xing had forcefully shattered that shell, revealing her delicate side. If he did not shield her from the storms of life at this moment, the fragile girl would inevitably be left battered and bruised. Thus, Chu Xing firmly grasped her wrist. Ignoring her struggles, he beamed brightly. Let us go have some hot and sour noodles. They're delicious and inexpensive. I've been craving them for ages. You promised to treat me this time, so no backing out. Tomorrow is the National Day holiday, and the CAF will be bustling. Don't forget to come help at the CAF. In the evening, I'll personally cook for you. You never believed in my culinary skills, but I promise to make you cry tears of joy with my cooking tomorrow. Xu Qingyu looked up at Chu Xing. In the sunlight, he seemed to radiate warmth, akin to the sun itself. Can you really cook? Until now, you still do not believe me. As punishment, you shall return my hanfu tomorrow, untouched. For I desire its original essence. Did you not hide my socks? There is no need to discuss the matter of the socks further. This was acquired by Chu Xing through his own merit. Why should it be returned? He intends to keep it as part of his collection. As for the hanfu worn by Xu Qingyu, its authentic charm is indeed coveted by Chu Xing regrettably. Xu Qingyu is rather fond of it. With gritted teeth and after much hesitation, Chu Xing finally extracted a promise from Xu Qingyu in exchange for the reluctant gift of the hanfu. At noon, the two dined at a small restaurant outside the school, and Xu Qingyu indeed ordered 2 meat dishes. However, when she approached the cashier, the restaurant owner informed her that Chu Xing had already settled the bill. This revelation left Xu Qingyu slightly disheartened. She had intended to treat Chu Xing as a gesture of gratitude for his assistance over time. Although the meal cost 58, it would have pained her considerably. After lunch, Xu Qingyu opted to return home. After Chu Xing escorted her, he bid her farewell. Since home was quite distant, he made his way to his CAF, where he took a nap in the staff lounge. At 2 in the afternoon, Xu Qingyu departed punctually from her home. Eventually, she changed out of the hanfu she had been wearing. However, her school uniform was left at school, rendering her unable to change into it. Thus, she resorted to her casual attire. A pair of jeans paired with a white shirt made her radiantly beautiful. The afternoon competition commenced promptly at 2:30. As there was no need for assembly, everyone made their way to the playground independently. In Class 14's classroom, Yuran donned a specially altered short skirt. Her long legs slender and well-proportioned, attracting the surreptitious glances of numerous boys. Yet, Yuran's attention was not on them. She strained to overhear a group of girls nearby. Hey, how many abs does Chu Xing have? He had his shirt off halfway, and I only saw 4 abs. 8. I saw clearly. Is that true? Why would I lie to you? You two pretentious ones insisted on dragging me out. I didn't want to go at all. Before we left, I turned back to take a look. Chu Xing had nearly taken off his shirt, and his 8 abs were as distinct as porcelain. Listening to her companion's chatter, Yuran could not resist glancing back. Chu Xing's seat lay empty. A flicker of regret passed through her eyes. At the beginning of the last semester, Chu Xing had fervently pursued Yuran, always surrounding her, seeking ways to bring her joy, and presenting her with small gifts each day. Yet, back then, Yuran found Chu Xing bothersome and had never noticed his abdominal physique. Now, she wished fervently for time to reverse. Had that been the case, Yuran would certainly have reached out to touch the contours of Chu Xing's abs. Meanwhile, the once lively classroom suddenly fell into silence. Yuran initially believed a teacher had arrived, quickly straightening her posture. However, upon lifting her gaze, she discovered that the newcomer was not the feared Mr. Li, but rather Xu Qingyu, now attired in casual clothing. The autumn sun of September slanted through the classroom windows, casting a soft, fuzzy halo on the glass. The girl, sporting her signature high ponytail, entered the classroom, prompting the rowdy boys in the front row to suddenly sit up straight. Her denim-clad legs slipped through the doorway, and as her canvas shoes crossed the threshold, a small cloud of dust was stirred, dancing in the morning light like scattered fragments. The first button of her pristine white shirt was undone, revealing collarbones that shimmered in the sunlight, nearly translucent. Yuran slowly narrowed her eyes. Just a second ago, many boys in the classroom had been discreetly glancing her way. Yet with Xu Qingyu's arrival, all eyes shifted to her. For the first time in casual attire, Xu Qingyu seated herself at the back of the classroom. the shadows cast by her eyelashes just obscuring her clear pupils. Despite the impending sports meet, she did not squander a moment of study time. Opening her workbook and focusing intently on her exercises, the sharp sound of a ballpoint pen rolling to the floor broke the silence, landing right at Xu Qingyu's feet. Normally, she would have paid it no mind. However, today, when she caught sight of a tall boy awkwardly rising to retrieve it, she voluntarily set down her pen. In that instant of bending over, a few stray strands of hair slipped into her collar, revealing a small birthmark behind her ear. The denim at her knees formed gentle folds as she casually picked up the pen and handed it to the tall boy. Only then did the classroom fill with the sounds of collective breaths being released. Xu Qingyu actually helped someone pick up a pen? The sun must have risen in the west. Did you hear? This morning, while Zhou Peng was sprinting the 100 meters, Xu Qingyu was cheering him on loudly. It couldn't be. No way, how could Xu Qingyu possibly like someone as silly and large as Zhou Peng? The classroom buzzed with chatter. At 2:30, cheers and shouts began to echo from the playground outside. Many from Class 14 had already made their way to the field, yet a considerable number remained in the classroom, held back by Xu Qingyu's presence. Meanwhile, class monitor Guofeng rushed into the classroom, panting. Mr. Li has asked me to tell you all to head downstairs. The competition has commenced. Everyone is to go cheer for the athletes. Anyone who does not comply will have Mr. Li come personally to fetch them. At the back of the classroom, Xu Qingyu glanced at the empty seat beside her. The reason she had not yet gone to the playground was that she was waiting for the person next to her. But Chu Xing had not yet arrived. He had 3 events this afternoon. Could it be that he had gone to the field early? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Xu Qingyu closed her textbook, gently rising to leave the classroom. As she stepped into the corridor, she heard a commotion coming from the neighboring Class 9. Paying it no heed, she turned and made her way downstairs. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Senior 3, Class 9, Sun Miao Miao and Zhao Yanan glared angrily at the figure blocking the doorway. With her heavily made-up face and black-painted nails, Sun Miao Miao pointed an accusatory finger at the boy, exclaiming, "Step aside, a good dog does not block the way." Chu Xing casually scratched his ear, unfazed, and replied, "Oh, it seems you are eager to declare your breed before the year of the dog even arrives." Sun Miao Miao was taken aback. She glanced towards the back of the classroom where Fong Lihu sat. Among the entire Class 9, only the 3 of them remained upstairs. If the homeroom teacher called their names, they would be in trouble. Therefore, Sun Miao Miao shouted, "Fong Lihu, they're bullying us, and you're acting like a coward. Are you even a man?" Fong Lihu lifted his gaze to Chu Xing. Earlier that morning, during a 3,000-meter race, they had made a bet. The loser would have to avoid the winner in future encounters. Fong Lihu had lost, and the outcome was clear-cut. Naturally, he had to honor the promise. More importantly, he was aware of Chu Xing's intentions in approaching the 2 girls from his class. Earlier, Sun Miao Miao and Zhao Yanan insisted on confronting Xu Qingyu, claiming they needed to avenge their dear friend Yi Zhizhi. They unanimously believed that Xu Qingyu was responsible for Yi Zhizhi's transfer. Although Fong Lihu had some affection for Yi Zhizhi, he was not one to be swayed without understanding the situation. The reports were explicit. Yi Zhizhi had been stealing Xu Qingyu's stationery since the 3rd grade and had been caught red-handed twice within the first week of their senior year. It was only a matter of time before she was discovered. Fong Lihu did not believe Yi Zhizhi's actions were justified. As for Sun Miao Miao and Zhao Yanan seeking revenge, it was nothing short of absurd. He was merely concerned that the 2 girls might go too far, which prompted him to follow and prevent the situation from escalating. Now, with Xu Qingyu as protector standing before them, Fong Lihu thought, as long as Chu Xing did not resort to violence, a mere scare would suffice to dissuade Sun Miao Miao and Zhao Yanan from troubling Xu Qingyu in the future. Thus, to Sun Miao Miao's dismay, Fong Lihu lay his head on the desk and chose to sleep soundly. Left without support, Sun Miao Miao, infuriated, stomped her foot and glared at Chu Xing, demanding, "What do you want?" Chu Xing's previously languid gaze suddenly sharpened. He fixed his intense stare on the girl and enunciated slowly, "What I want, you know all too well." Sun Miao Miao was known for her rebellious spirit in Class 9, much like you ran from Class 14. Both were the type of girls who relished the spotlight. She and Yi Zhizhi were the best of friends. And with Yi Zhizhi's forced transfer, she held Xu Qingyu responsible, prompting her to seek trouble. Now cornered in the classroom, having never faced such humiliation, Sun Miao Miao's anger flared, and she attempted to shove Chu Xing aside. Standing at an impressive height of 183 centimeters and boasting a physique even more formidable than Fong Lihu's, Chu Xing was unyielding against the diminutive Sun Miao Miao. When she pushed him fiercely, she realized he didn't budge. Gritting her teeth, she extended her claws to scratch his face. However, Chu Xing was quick, seizing her wrist firmly. "Let go!" Sun Miao Miao exclaimed, caught in a predicament with no way to retreat. Lying in the back row of the classroom, Fong Lihu observed everything with keen eyes. He shifted his shoulders slightly, but ultimately chose to remain a passive spectator. Meanwhile, with a firm grip, Chu Xing caused the girl's complexion to turn pale. As she gritted her teeth, Chu Xing coldly stated, "Consider this a warning." Simultaneously, he tightened his grip once more, adding, "If there is a next time, I shall ensure you deeply regret it. What are you all doing? The competition has begun, and you are still slacking off?" The sharp voice of Class 9's homeroom teacher pierced through the air, prompting Chu Xing to release Sun Miao Miao's hand. He leisurely rested his hands behind his head, a contented expression on his face, as he remarked, "It's nothing, just a little itch to teach a few sewer bugs a lesson." Ignoring the homeroom teacher's icy gaze, Chu Xing sauntered down the stairs. At that moment, Sun Miao Miao's sobbing could be heard behind him. Teacher song. On the playground, physical education teacher Sun Wei sought out the formidable Class 4 homeroom teacher, Li Mo Deo, with urgency. "Teacher Li, where is Chu Xing? The high jump competition is about to commence, and everyone else is here, yet your class's Chu Xing has yet to arrive." Li Mo Deo felt a sudden wave of anxiety and turned to the class leader, Guofeng, inquiring, "Guofeng, where is Chu Xing?" Guofeng hurriedly shook his head. Li Mo Deo then turned to Xu Qingyu, asking, "Qingyu?" Many students around shifted their gazes towards Xu Qingyu, who shared a desk with Chu Xing. Earlier that morning, she had cheered him on, and the two had been inseparable. Now, only Xu Qingyu stood on the playground, with no sign of Chu Xing, leaving everyone perplexed. However, Xu Qingyu was equally bewildered and quietly murmured, "I don't know either." Li Mo Deo immediately instructed Guofeng, "Go back to the classroom and check again." "He wouldn't he have fallen asleep, would he?" Guofeng, looking reluctant, replied, "Teacher Li, I just went there, and there is no one in the classroom." Li Mo Deo glared. "I told you to go, so go. No more nonsense, run quickly." With a sigh, Guofeng, feeling rather helpless as the class leader, had no choice but to make another trip. "Teachers, you all need to hurry. If Chu Xing does not report in 5 minutes, the competition will be considered a forfeit for your Class 4, the physical education teacher remarked before hastening to maintain order at the event. At that moment, Li Mo Deo was seething with frustration. Earlier that morning, Chu Xing had clinched victory in the 3,000 meters, while Zhou Peng had triumphed in the 100 meters. Class 4 had achieved commendable results in several events, securing the top position in the overall standings. However, Class 9 was nipping at their heels, trailing by a mere 3 points. It was not an exaggeration to say that a single missed event could lead to a reversal. Li Mo Deo had initially hoped that Chu Xing would once again secure the championship in the high jump, thereby widening the point gap. Yet, if Chu Xing did not participate and Class 9 claimed victory in this event, the tables would turn and Class 4 would swiftly fall behind. It was only at that moment that Li Mo Deo realized that Chu Xing was no longer the inconsequential underachiever he once was. After sitting together, Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu began to stage a remarkable comeback. The English teacher had lauded Chu Xing's rapid progress before the formidable Li Motu on numerous occasions, and under his guidance, several previously indifferent classmates began to strive for excellence. The academic atmosphere in Class 14 had been characterized by diligent students in the front rows and chaos in the back. However, since Xu Qingyu took her seat in the rear and Chu Xing engaged attentively in class, the discipline among the back row students improved significantly. Now, the potential victory of Class 14 hinged largely on Chu Xing's performance. If he diligently participated in the next 3 events, Class 14 stood a good chance of claiming the championship. Conversely, without Chu Xing, they might not even secure a spot in the top 3. For the first time, Li Mo recognized Chu Xing's significance. At that moment, the class monitor, Guofeng, returned, exclaiming, "Teacher Li, Chu Xing is here." Li Mo turned to see Chu Xing sauntering toward them with his hands behind his head. Just as her smile was about to bloom, she noticed that he was accompanied by the head teacher of Class 9 and 2 weeping girls. It seemed he had landed himself in trouble again, and in an instant, Li Mo's heart sank. The head teacher of Class 9, Song Yi, wore a dark expression and remained silent. Xu Qingyu, upon witnessing this scene, immediately felt a wave of anxiety. She recognized the two sobbing girls as those who had confronted her earlier that morning and instantly understood what had transpired. Although Xu Qingyu disapproved of Chu Xing's impulsiveness, she did not wish for him to face punishment due to her issues. In that moment, however, her beautiful eyes shimmered with resolute determination, for she knew that Chu Xing was standing up for her, ensuring she would not be troubled in the future. Thus, her gaze was unwavering, her resolve firmly set. "Teacher Li, look at your good student causing a ruckus in our class and frightening our girls to tears," Songyi stated. Her face a picture of fury. She demanded an explanation for the incident. Chu Xing, however, seemed entirely unfazed and even raised an eyebrow playfully at Xu Qingyu. Stepping closer to Li Motu, Chu Xing leaned in and whispered, "Teacher Li, you must believe me, I am innocent. If you help me resolve this matter, I promise to secure first place in the next 3 competitions. Upon returning from the holiday, I will ensure that our class's average score in the upcoming monthly exam increases by at least 5 points. With that, we will undoubtedly emerge as champions in both the sports meet and the monthly exam, bringing glory to you as well." His flattering smile elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Li Mota's mouth, though she did not respond favorably. Instead, she pushed him away and admonished him sharply. "Chu Xing, the high jump competition is about to commence. Why are you dawdling here? It seems you're itching for trouble. Hurry and get to the competition." "All right," Chu Xing replied cheerfully as he dashed away with a grin. Li Mota stepped forward and addressed the homeroom teacher of Class 9, saying, "Teacher Song, I firmly believe that Chu Xing from our class is not a mischievous troublemaker. He is indeed a commendable student. The reason he has joined your class must be significant. Perhaps we should inquire with these 2 classmates of yours about the matter that brought Chu Xing to them." Xu Qingyu's gaze remained fixed on Chu Xing's figure. Upon witnessing him suddenly halt and raise his pinky finger towards her, the girl, who had been tearful moments before, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Mota glanced at Xu Qingyu with a hint of curiosity. Meanwhile, the 2 girls from Class 9 lowered their heads in unison, unable to utter a single word. As Chu Xing arrived on the playground, the physical education teacher, Sun Wei, immediately beckoned him, admonishing, "Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, your class's scores will be forfeited." Upon hearing this, Chu Xing dared not delay and promptly jogged over. He had just assured Li Motu that they must secure first place in the next 3 competitions. Otherwise, he would not be spared. Sun Wei placed Chu Xing in the last position, with several others ahead of him. While Chu Xing was warming up, the class monitor, Guofeng, approached him with curiosity. "Xinggu, are you going to seek revenge for Xu Qingyu?" Guofeng was the first to notice when Xu Qingyu was cornered by several students from Class 9 in the morning. Although he harbored a heroic desire to rescue the damsel in distress, he lacked the courage to act, fleeing in panic at a mere glance from the tall figure. Feng Lihu, before ultimately seeking Chu Xing's help to save Xu Qingyu. From that moment on, Guofeng, who had previously looked down on Chu Xing, began to regard him with respect. Just moments ago, as Chu Xing was pressured by the homeroom teacher of Class 9, and witnessing the 2 girls who had bullied Xu Qingyu sobbing, Guofeng quickly deduced the situation. Guofeng had developed feelings for Xu Qingyu the moment he laid eyes on her in the first year of high school. He dedicated himself to his studies, achieving 2nd place in the class and ranking among the top 10 in the grade, all in hopes of sitting beside Xu Qingyu. For the 2 years from the first to the 2nd year, they had been desk mates, and he believed he understood her better than anyone. Thus, when Xu Qingyu chose to sit at the back with Chu Xing, he intentionally sought to provoke trouble, finding fault with Chu Xing at every turn. However, the incident in the morning made Guofeng realize an important truth. Xu Qingyu did not need a considerate boyfriend. She required a formidable protector. He recognized that he was not that person. In the entire class, or rather the entire school, only Chu Xing fit that role. Yet, Xu Qingyu remained the sole girl Guofeng had feelings for, and watching her grow closer to Chu Xing stirred a bittersweet pang within him. Just moments ago, when Guofeng observed Chu Xing standing up for Xu Qingyu, he felt a sense of release. It was precisely for this reason that Guofeng approached Chu Xing. Speaking sincerely, "Xinggu, are you not afraid of retaliation from Feng Lihu of Class 9? He is an athlete and reputed to be quite the fighter." It was a rare moment for Guofeng, the self-proclaimed class leader, to address Chu Xing with such familiarity. It is evident that Guofeng has truly set aside his prejudices against Chu Xing, harboring a genuine admiration. Chu Xing cast a glance towards the distant playground, where the homeroom teacher of Class 9 was engaged in a debate with the notorious Li Mo, while Xu Qingyu stood quietly by. The young girl exuded a serene and ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a stunning painting. A subtle smile crept across Chu Xing's lips as he casually remarked, "Though Fong Lihu is quite formidable, I am no pushover. If he provokes me, I shall ensure he pays dearly for it." Following Chu Xing's gaze, Guofeng observed Xu Qingyu, then glanced at Fong Lihu. Frankly speaking, at a height of 183 meters, Chu Xing stood as the tallest and strongest in Class 14, second only to Zhou Peng. However, in the presence of the towering Fong Lihu, who stood at 195 meters, Chu Xing appeared somewhat diminutive. Guofeng acknowledged that, if it were him facing Fong Lihu's intimidating physique, he would lack the courage to challenge him. With concern lacing his voice, he cautioned, "Xinggu, do not underestimate him. I know Fong Lihu, he has practiced taekwondo. In the past, when someone troubled Ujiji off campus, Fong single-handedly dealt with several of them." Chu Xing bounced on the spot, feeling a surge of power coursing through him, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. "Chu Xing, it is your turn," the physical education teacher announced. As the words echoed, Chu Xing removed his outer jacket, revealing a thin shirt that accentuated his chiseled 8-pack abs, resembling a work of art. He tossed his jacket onto Guofeng, then turned to face the high bar. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xing's gaze sharpened as he stated, "Old Gua, you must understand that sometimes, certain matters cannot be resolved through reason alone. As long as the goal is righteous, even at the cost of great sacrifice, as men, we must forge ahead." Guofeng took off his jacket. Ordinarily, had someone dared to throw a jacket onto his head, he would have been furious, discarding it on the ground and trampling it in frustration. Yet now, witnessing Chu Xing's fearless advance, he gently tidied the jacket in his hands. As Chu Xing soared over the bar, Guofeng's mind echoed with Chu Xing's earlier words. As boys, even when faced with the prospect of painful consequences, we must strive forward. For Chu Xing, to protect Xu Qingyu, he would bear any wounds without a hint of hesitation. Guofeng reflected on himself and shook his head regretfully. He believed he could not accomplish such a feat since he could not protect Xu Qingyu or offer her happiness. Letting go seemed the best way to ensure her fulfillment. Just as Guofeng pondered these thoughts, the excited voice of the physical education teacher broke through his reverie. "Chu Xing, at 187 meters, you've shattered our school's record. This is the level of a second-tier athlete." As Sun Wei's enthusiastic call resonated in his ears, Guofeng abruptly shifted his gaze across the field. In the next moment, he turned on his heel and sprinted towards the homeroom teacher in the distance. "Good news. Teacher Li, Chu Xing has just shattered our school's high jump record, soaring to an impressive height of 187 meters, which is the level of a second-tier athlete." Guofeng gasped as he spoke. Li, the formidable teacher, paused for a moment while debating with the homeroom teacher of Class 9. In the next instant, a smile broke across Li's face as he remarked with a hint of satisfaction, "See? I told you Chu Xing is a promising talent in our class. He effortlessly clinched the title in the 3,000 meters and has now broken the high jump record with ease. By the way, he will also be competing in shot put and long jump shortly. Barring any unforeseen events, those should also yield championships. Such a good student could never act out of line for no reason. Wouldn't you agree, Teacher Song?" The homeroom teacher of Class 9 wore a grim expression. She shot a fierce glare at the sobbing Sun Miao Miao and coldly inquired, "Sun Miao Miao, I will ask you one last time. Did Chu Xing bully you? Rest assured, I will advocate for you. If Chu Xing has indeed harmed you, I will ensure justice is served, even if it means approaching the principal." As the homeroom teacher's words lingered in the air, Xu Qingyu, known as the most beautiful girl in the experimental high school, stealthily stepped forward. She bore another title, the Ice Queen. When Xu Qingyu adopted a stern expression, her gaze became piercing, emanating a subtle yet formidable pressure. This presence, combined with her disdainful look, rendered many boys incapable of even lifting their heads in her presence. At that moment, Xu Qingyu fixed her intense gaze on Sun Miao Miao. Should Miao Miao dare utter a word against Chu Xing, Xu Qingyu would not hesitate to confront her. Under the weight of Xu Qingyu's formidable aura, Sun Miao Miao found herself speechless. The truth was, she was in the wrong. Earlier that morning, she had approached Xu Qingyu with arrogance, and if Xu Qingyu were to reveal that incident, her situation would worsen considerably. After all, everyone knew Xu Qingyu was the top student in the grade, a promising candidate for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida. Even the principal treated her with utmost respect. Yi Zhizhi was a cautionary tale. Having offended Xu Qingyu, she was publicly reprimanded and ultimately transferred. Sun Miao Miao understood that uttering even a single word might entangle Xu Qingyu further, resulting in disastrous consequences for herself. Thus, when confronted by the homeroom teacher, She merely lowered her head, too afraid to say anything further. The homeroom teacher of Class 9, feeling helpless in this situation, glanced at Li's triumphant expression, her anger simmering within. Ultimately, she vented her frustration on her own students. You shameful lot. What are you still doing here? Go back to class and reflect on your actions. Just before the homeroom teacher departed, the physical education committee member, Zhou Peng, rushed over in a flurry of excitement, exclaiming, "Breaking news. Teacher Li, Chu Xing has won the championship in the shot put event. Our class has now pulled ahead of Class 9 by 13 points. This year's championship is surely ours." As Zhou Peng's jubilant words echoed, a smile crept upon Li's lips, rejuvenating him by several years. On the other side, the homeroom teacher of Class 9 wore a grim expression. As she turned to leave, her mind was troubled, causing her to stumble slightly. Observing her students still weeping, the flustered teacher Song coldly remarked, "Crying, crying. All you know is to cry. When it truly mattered, you were of no use at all. Each of you will write a 3,000-word reflection." This made Sun Miaomiao sob even more sorrowfully. The class monitor, Guofeng, wore a complex expression. At that moment, Xu Qingyu suddenly spoke to him. "This is Chu Xing's jacket, right? Please give it to me. I will deliver it to him." Guofeng was taken aback. He gazed at the girl before him. Her lips curved into a smile, and suddenly recalled that he had sat beside Xu Qingyu for 2 years. Yet she had never smiled at him once. Now, after merely a month of sitting with Xu Xing, her originally aloof face bore a smile. As he handed over the jacket to Xu Qingyu, Guofeng quietly remarked, "Chu Xing said that for you. He would not hesitate to endure any pain." Xu Qingyu's bright eyes flickered with surprise as she accepted the jacket, softly murmuring a thank you. In the next moment, the girl embraced Chu Xing's jacket and turned, hastily running towards the distant figure. "Chu Xing, you must not fight with anyone." When Xu Qingyu arrived at the long jump group, Chu Xing was warming up in line. Today, he was set to participate in 4 events. The 3,000 meters in the morning, followed by the long jump and shot put in the afternoon, both of which he had completed. Now, a single leap would signify the culmination of all his events as well as the conclusion of this year's autumn sports meet. Likewise, it would mark the end of his passionate 18-year journey in athletics. After this jump, Chu Xing would engage in no further sports. All his energy would be devoted to his studies. As Xu Qingyu breathlessly approached him, Chu Xing reached out to pinch her rosy cheeks. But the girl blushed and dodged away. Regretfully withdrawing his hand, Chu Xing asked, "Who said I was going to fight with anyone?" Xu Qingyu tilted her head to look at him earnestly, saying, "Regardless, you are not allowed." Chu Xing was somewhat speechless, but upon seeing the seriousness in her eyes, he reluctantly conceded, all right, I promise not to cause trouble. But if someone comes looking for me, I can't just stand there like a statue." At that moment, Li Mo, accompanied by a group of cheerleaders from their class, approached. Class 14 still had several events remaining, but most were not their strong suits. Having been mandatory entries for task completion, Li Mo did not anticipate securing any rankings. However, Chu Xing's long jump was essentially Class 14's sole hope for victory. Despite Class 14's considerable lead, surpassing Class 9 by over 13 points, Class 9 still had several championship events ahead, implying they had a chance to overtake. This was precisely why Li Mo placed such importance on Chu Xing's long jump. "Chu Xing, do you have confidence?" Li Mo glanced at the blushing Xu Qingyu, not giving it much thought, and inquired of Chu Xing. Under normal circumstances, Chu Xing would have confidently thumped his chest and assured victory. But now, he cast his gaze towards a tall boy, standing at nearly 2 meters, and with a hint of resignation in his eyes, he muttered, "It's hard to say." Upon hearing this, Li Mo furrowed her brows and replied, "Did you not say there were no issues before?" Chu Xing remained silent. At that moment, the physical education teacher, Sun Wei, approached and interjected, "Li Laosher, you really cannot blame Chu Xing for this. This year, Class 18 has a transfer student, named Wang Tuo, who stands at nearly 2 meters and possesses the level of a second-tier athlete. Although Chu Xing is swift and agile, he has his own academic strengths, and it is unreasonable to expect him to excel in every aspect." The physical education teacher's words provided a reprieve for Chu Xing. After some contemplation, Li Mo felt her expectations were indeed excessive. In this athletic meet, Chu Xing had already secured 3 championships in the 3,000 meters, high jump, and shot put. With the final event being the long jump against a second-tier athlete, it was unreasonable for her to be overly demanding. Thus, she softened her tone, unusually gentle, and said, "Chu Xing, just do your best." Meanwhile, The tall youth from Class 18, standing at 193 meters, positioned himself at the 47.5-meter run-up mark. Sunlight glinting off his taut athletic attire as the entire Class 18 gathered to cheer him on. As the starting signal sounded, Wang Tuo launched into his run like an arrow released from a bow, executing 19 precise strides with fluid grace. At the moment his feet met the takeoff board, his arms swung vigorously, propelling his body into the air, his elongated form tracing a graceful arc against the sky. As his legs extended in a textbook takeoff position, gasps erupted from the crowd gathered by the sand pit, with grains of sand sparkling like stars in the sunlight. 750 meters, shattering the high school long jump record, previous record, 747 meters. Limota let out a soft sigh. There was no hope left. She glanced at Chu Xing, still holding onto a flicker of hope, and decided to apply a bit of pressure. Chu Xing, I've taken care of matters with Class 9 for you. If you fail to secure the championship, I will move Xu Qingyu to the front row of the classroom. Chu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. No, Li Motu. I mean, Li Laosher, she is a professional athlete. You cannot be so heartless. Internally, Li Motu had already resigned herself, yet she threatened. Who was it that confidently assured me you would secure first place in the next 3 events? I do not care if you do not win the championship. I will move Xu Qingyu away upon your return from the holidays. After her words, Li Motu turned her gaze to Xu Qingyu beside her, her voice softening immensely. Qingyu, you've sat in the back row for a month. It's time to return. Xu Qingyu bit her lip, initially intending to retort, but was caught off guard when Li Motu grasped her hand and kept giving her subtle signals. Just as Xu Qingyu found herself in a dilemma, Chu Xing hesitantly remarked, If you want me to win the championship, it's not impossible. The moment his words fell, Li Motu's eyes widened in surprise. Speak. I will agree to any conditions you set. Chu Xing cast a glance at the opposite Xu Qingyu, seemingly resolved. This opponent is truly formidable. I must regain my confidence. Perhaps if Xu Qingyu sings a song for me, I might be so stirred that I surpass my own limits. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingyu's fair and delicate skin instantly broke out in a fine layer of goosebumps. Chu Xing, it's almost your turn. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and warm up. The physical education teacher expressed great anticipation for Chu Xing previously. Chu Xing had continuously shattered records in the 3,000 meters and high jump. Faced with the formidable adversaries from Class 18, although Sun Wei did not believe Chu Xing could surpass himself, he was equally curious to discover the limits of his capabilities. When called upon, Chu Xing remained unperturbed, responding nonchalantly, Teacher Sun, am I not the last one? Why the rush? You rascal. Sun Wei, seeing Chu Xing's complete lack of nervousness, was infuriated and puffed his cheeks in frustration. Chu Xing quickly smiled apologetically. Teacher Sun, please don't be anxious. I'm just seeking inspiration. In my current state, I could at most secure second place, and breaking a record is out of the question. Only if certain individuals cheer for me and ignite my passion might I have a chance at victory. Sun Wei had long known that Chu Xing was a character, yet he still held hope for him, gruffly saying, All right then, the teacher will cheer for you. Chu Xing, go for it. No, no, no. Chu Xing was startled by the teacher's booming voice and quickly waved his hands, stepping back. Teacher Sun, please refrain from using psychological warfare against me. Sun Wei was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed Chu Xing's gaze shifting towards Xu Qingyu behind him. Realizing this, Sun Wei raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. This little rascal has a crush, huh? At that moment, not only Chu Xing but all the nearby students turned their attention to the ethereal girl. Who was Xu Qingyu? The aloof school beauty. The ice goddess who regarded others with disdain akin to that of refuse. Generally, boys lacked even the courage to glance her way, and those who dared to muster the bravery to approach her were exceedingly rare. In such circumstances, if Xu Qingyu were to sing a song for everyone, they would gladly do anything, even drive a BMW and reside in a mansion. Amid the eager gazes of all, Xu Qingyu, blushing, lowered her head. The girl held Chu Xing's jacket in her arms. Feeling awkward, her fingers intertwined, her once pristine face now flushed with a striking warmth, as if it might bleed. Yet, Xu Qingyu had yet to express herself. Li Modeo, unable to bear the silence, intervened. Xu Qingyu was his cherished gem, and to call her his heart's darling would not be an exaggeration. Li Modeo could not allow his precious one to suffer even the slightest grievance. Thus, he pulled Xu Qingyu close to him, his expression icy as he addressed Chu Xing. Chu Xing, enough of your tricks. Let me make this clear. If you fail to secure first place in the upcoming competition, I will move Qingyu to the front row, leaving you to guard an empty room. I mean what I say. Do not say I did not warn you. Chu Xing merely pouted. He merely wished to hear Xu Qingyu sing a song for him, but unexpectedly, Limoda was fiercely protective. As his turn approached, Chu Xing realized that his desire was unattainable. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. After all, tomorrow marked the beginning of the 11-day holiday, during which Xu Qingyu would come to tutor him. At that time, they would be alone in the room. A solitary young man and an unaccompanied maiden surely. He could dictate the situation. Having come to this conclusion, Chu Xing ceased to dwell on his initial thoughts and instead slightly adjusted his posture in preparation for the competition. At that moment, Xu Qingyu, who had been silent and looking down, suddenly lifted her gaze to glance at Chu Xing. Her eyes appeared as if they might overflow with tears, and she whispered, I cannot sing. Initially, Chu Xing did not catch her words. However, Limotu, standing beside her, heard it clearly. Observing her discomfort, Limotu immediately offered reassurance, saying, Qingyu, you do not need to sing. The teacher is aware of your limitations. Focus on your studies. Limotu genuinely cared for Xu Qingyu, understanding her sensitivity, especially after her near breakdown during the last class parade. With the monthly examination approaching, she certainly did not want Xu Qingyu to falter at this critical juncture. Amidst Limotu's comforting words, Xu Qingyu suddenly looked up at her and softly inquired, Li teacher, if Chu Xing cannot secure the championship, will you really move me to the front row? This question had weighed heavily on Limotu's mind. She was wholeheartedly invested in Xu Qingyu's future to the extent that even the principal recognized her potential as a promising candidate for prestigious universities. Xu Qingyu's academic performance must not waver, for it reflected on the reputation of their high school. Currently seated in the last row, her position undoubtedly affected her studies. Thus, Limotu had already resolved to move Xu Qingyu to the front row after the upcoming examination. Her pressure on Chu Xing to win was merely a pretext to facilitate this change. In response to Xu Qingyu's query, Limotu felt compelled to provide a gentle warning. Nodding as she replied, Qingyu, do not forget your aspirations. Your ambition is to attend Tsinghua or Beida, and sitting in the back row will certainly hinder your studies. Limotu ceased to elaborate, yet her intent was unmistakable. At that moment, Xu Qingyu's previously bashful expression transformed into one of seriousness. In that instant, she seemed to reclaim her former image as the aloof and proud school beauty. She raised her gaze to Chu Xing, hesitated for a brief moment, then handed her coat to Limotu, softly stating, Li teacher, if Chu Xing wins the championship, you want to move me away, will you? Qingyu, Limotu attempted to speak further, but Xu Qingyu did not afford her the opportunity. Taking a deep breath, she appeared to have made a resolute decision as she gently stepped forward. Chu Xing, it's your turn now. Prepare to take the stage, boomed the physical education teacher. Just as Chu Xing was about to take a step forward, a small hand suddenly grasped his wrist. As Chu Xing instinctively turned around, he was met with a pair of eyes that sparkled like stars. He chuckled and asked, What is it? Do you wish to sing for me? Initially, Chu Xing was merely jesting, having already resigned himself to the outcome. However, to his surprise, Xu Qingyu nodded earnestly. The girl resembled a clear spring, delicate and serene, yet imbued with a sense of determination. I will sing to cheer you on, but you must promise me that you will secure the championship. Chu Xing's gaze drifted toward the tall figure from Class 18, who had just shattered the record at the experimental high school. To be frank, while Chu Xing possessed confidence in his physical abilities, he was acutely aware of his limitations. The boy named Wang Tuo clearly exhibited the caliber of a professional athlete. Chu Xing's physique was more than sufficient for competing against average sports students, yet he remained uncertain when faced with a professional. Thus, Chu Xing subdued his expression and looked calmly at the girl before him, softly saying, I understand you dislike performing in front of others. You need not force yourself. I will do my utmost. He turned to complete the competition, but unexpectedly, Xu Qingyu did not release her hold. With both hands firmly grasping Chu Xing's wrist, her gaze unwavering, she insisted, it is not merely about trying. It is about certainty. For if Chu Xing were to fail in securing the championship, the dreaded Li would indeed transfer Xu Qingyu to the front row. Given Chu Xing's current standing, no matter how significantly he improved in the upcoming monthly examination, he would likely only advance a dozen or so places, still relegated to the back of the classroom. If that were to occur, they would inevitably be separated. Xu Qingyu did not wish to part ways with Chu Xing. Though she had initially been coerced into sitting at the back of the classroom, she now yearned to sit beside him. For this, she was willing to exert any effort. Thus, the girl gently closed her eyes. The gentle breeze of late September caressed her cheeks, and the golden rays of the setting sun enveloped her, casting a long shadow. Standing at the center of the playground, her eyes were as pure as the ocean. In her tranquil stillness, her beauty was enough to move all who beheld her. The physical education teacher was on the verge of shouting at Chu Xing to hurry to the competition, but upon witnessing the girl's pristine and radiant appearance, Sun Wei felt a tremor in his heart and could not bring himself to interrupt. Surrounded by hundreds of students, all eyes were wide, fixed on the girl's flawless visage, each expression reflecting an overwhelming sense of anticipation and awe. At that moment, many competitions on the playground were nearing their conclusion, and seeing the scene before them, more and more people began to gather around. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Xu Qingyu's heart raced. She could even hear the rapid thumping of her own heart. Despite the blood rushing through her veins, in this moment, Xu Qingyu did not falter, for she knew how much effort and dedication the boy before her had invested. Now, it was her turn to contribute, her moment to cheer for him aloud. How could she possibly choose to abandon that opportunity due to a fleeting moment of fear? With that resolve, the girl gently blinked her eyes. Upon witnessing the encouraging gaze of the youth, she cast aside her fears. An aura of cool elegance radiated from her, and in that moment, Xu Qingyu was imbued with vitality and beauty. She gently spoke, her voice echoing like celestial music in the air. Beyond the mountains and across the seas, there exists a group of smurfs, lively and clever, mischievous yet astute. Xu Qingyu could not sing. She had spoken no falsehood. From a tender age, she understood that education was her sole opportunity to alter her family's fate. Thus, she dedicated herself entirely to her studies. While others reveled in leisure and attended concerts, she immersed herself in learning. When her peers grew complacent, she remained steadfast in her pursuit of knowledge. Her grades consistently placed her at the top of her class, a testament to the sacrifices of her leisure time. Hence, she was wholly unacquainted with popular songs, save for this one, the Smurf song. Arguably the only melody she could sing, albeit a mere children's tune. They lived freely in that vast green forest, kind and brave, caring for one another. The maiden's voice was pure and ethereal, akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, unleashing a cascade of emotions. Though Xu Qingyu's voice was soft and could easily be drowned out amidst the clamor of the playground, at that moment, the entire space fell silent. As if a pin drop could be heard, the gentle breeze carried her song far and wide. Chu Xing smiled, a joyous and tender expression reminiscent of a carefree child. He reached out, intending to pinch Xu Qingyu's cheek, but upon noticing the multitude of eyes around them, his hand froze in midair. If Xu Qingyu could sing for herself, she might justify it as a way to encourage her classmates, but to pinch her cheek in front of so many was inconceivable. Chu Xing recognized Xu Qingyu's shyness. Her willingness to sing before an audience was a significant breakthrough for her. He did not wish to impose undue pressure on her. Just as Chu Xing was about to retract his hand, an astonishing scene unfolded. This time, the girl did not shy away. Upon seeing his outstretched hand, she stepped forward, gently brushing her warm cheek against his palm. They united their minds to outsmart the wicked witch, singing and dancing, filled with joy. The girl's song gradually faded. In the next instant, she seemed to lose all courage, swiftly turning back to Li Motu's side, snatching Chu Xing's jacket from him, her face buried within the fabric. She dared not look at anyone. Chu Xing, if you lose, you should take your own life to atone, the class leader's voice echoed nearby. Chu Xing shot him a resentful glare. Then, he stretched his body, bouncing lightly on the spot a few times. Feeling the warmth coursing through him, a fire ignited within. And with a serious expression, he approached the starting line. The autumn breeze swirled the ginkgo leaves by the sandy pit, brushing against him. Chu Xing hopped twice in place, the tendons beneath his sweatpants quivering slightly. He bent down, gazing intently at the diving board 10 meters away, where the electronic screen displayed in bold red, 750 meters, the final jump score of Wang Tua, the transfer student from class 18. Chu Xing aspired to surpass it, an endeavor as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Yet, Xu Qingyu had already transcended her limits, boldly singing for herself in front of everyone. What reason or excuse did he have to retreat? As Guofeng had stated, if he could not claim victory, how could he face the expectations of the young lady? With Sun Wei's whistle piercing the air, Chu Xing surged forth like a cheetah, launching a surprise attack. In the first 5 strides, he maintained a low center of gravity, gathering momentum, before accelerating in the next 7. At the board's edge, his right leg pushed off the ground, producing a resonant sound from his tendons and bones. As he soared, his arms drew back like bowstrings, and his textbook-perfect posture formed a C-shaped arc in midair, while his fitted shirt billowed against the rush of air, revealing the chiseled lines of his waist. In that fleeting moment of suspension, his jaw tilted slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing, and beads of sweat refracted the sunlight, as if time had frozen into 0. 8 seconds of flight. With a resounding thud, the young man's body struck the scorching grains of sand like a cannonball. The next moment, Sunway promptly straightened the measuring tape to begin his calculations. In the tense anticipation, Sunway's eyes widened in disbelief. 7.53 meters. 3 centimeters beyond Wang Tua. On the electronic screen, a new record of 7.53 meters was displayed, and the entire playground erupted in jubilant cheers. Beneath his sweat-soaked bangs, Chu Xing suddenly turned to look back. At that moment, Xu Qingyu could no longer hold back her shyness. She extended her right hand, waving it enthusiastically in congratulations. Her charming face radiated joy and delight. Chu Xing's smile had yet to fully blossom. In the next instant, Xu Qingyu took a step forward, bounding towards him like a joyous little swallow. Chu Xing, you did it. Her eyes sparkled, as if the brilliance of the entire world was drawn into her gaze. Chu Xing beamed brightly. What is my reward? The young lady giggled shyly, her voice as sweet as cotton candy. The reward has already been given to you. Upon seeing Chu Xing's puzzled expression, she burst into laughter. Her reward was to sit together with Chu Xing forever and ever. Esteemed leaders, teachers, and dear classmates, greetings. Our school's autumn sports meeting of 2005 has successfully concluded all events through the collective efforts of faculty and students. This event saw the participation of 100 classes and over 1,500 athletes, breaking 5 school records and showcasing the indomitable spirit of our experimental students in sports. On behalf of the school, I extend my sincerest gratitude to all athletes, referees, homeroom teachers, and staff. In this edition of the sports meet, Chu Xing from Class 14 of the senior year displayed exceptional determination, shattering the school's record in the 3,000-meter race, achieving a remarkable leap of 7.53 meters in the long jump and surpassing limits in the high jump competition. Upon the conclusion of the event, Chu Xing, with 4 gold medals in hand and 3 records broken, undoubtedly stood out as the brightest star of the meet. The physical education teacher approached him, expressing a desire for Chu Xing to join the school sports team, assuring him that with consistent performance, he could gain special admission to a prestigious university for the college entrance examination. However, Chu Xing decisively declined. With a mature soul, he understood the arduous path of an athlete, recalling the cautionary tale of Zhou Peng. In his previous life, Chu Xing had succumbed to despair. This time, he yearned to strive through his own efforts. In the classroom, Li Modeo wore a radiant smile, her voice noticeably gentler than usual. As anticipated, Class 14 finally secured the top position in the grade after 2 years of being overshadowed by Class 9. This victory brought Li Modeo a sense of pride, even making her perceive the mischievous students in the back row as somewhat endearing. Yet, true to her nature, Li Modeo swiftly shifted her tone to a more serious one. Nonetheless, it must be said that while everyone had enjoyed the festivities of the sports meet, it was now time to refocus on their studies. With exams approaching after the holiday, this monthly test was a crucial simulation for the college entrance examination, serving as an essential precursor to their future efforts. Over the 7-day holiday, I suggest employing a time-segmenting study method, dividing the week into 3 review cycles, 3 days for focused topics, 2 days for comprehensive simulations, and 2 days for revisiting mistakes. Once the instructions were given, the sky had already darkened. Li Modeo announced the end of school, prompting a flurry of students to rush out of the classroom. Xu Qingyu packed her bag and was the first to leave. As Chu Xing leisurely placed his 4 medals into his backpack, Li Fei from the front row approached with a sly grin. Brother Xing, do you think Li Modeo is being a bit unfair? Chu Xing paused, puzzled. What do you mean? Li Fei scoffed. Well, before the competition this morning, Li Modeo explicitly said that if our class performed well, she would treat each of us to a cup of milk tea. Now that we've come in first, where's our reward? Where's the milk tea? Chu Xing looked at the plump boy with exasperation and shook his head. Have you forgotten Li Modeo's signature tactic? What tactic? She makes empty promises. After patting Li Fei on the shoulder, Chu Xing hoisted his backpack and walked away with purposeful strides. Li Fei stood there momentarily, watching Chu Xing's retreating figure, then shouted, "Brother Xing, let us go out tonight, my treat." Chu Xing waved his hand dismissively, his voice fading into the distance. "I need to study." As Li Fei scratched his head, he suddenly felt that Chu Xing, who had once been on the same level as him, seemed to be gradually drifting away. If he did not make an effort soon, he would find himself stagnant. Li Fei tidied up his books, gritting his teeth and murmuring, "Just one last night of fun, and from tomorrow onward, I shall strive for excellence." Upon reaching the school gate, Chu Xing found no trace of Xu Qingyu. She may have already returned home, or perhaps she had gone to a CAF. Chu Xing ambled along unhurriedly. After turning 2 corners, he spotted her graceful silhouette beneath a parasol tree. Autumn leaves spiraled gracefully through the air, descending softly, while the street lamp above illuminated the girl's form. Drawing the gaze of many passers-by, she radiated beauty, as if she had stepped out of a painting, serene, lovely, yet imbued with an elusive air of ethereality. Approaching her, Chu Xing smiled and asked, "Were you waiting for me?" Xu Qingyu extended her hand, catching a drifting maple leaf, and with a playful smile, she replied, "Who said I was waiting for you?" Chu Xing was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, seeing her beneath the tree had stirred a sense of solitude within him. Now, witnessing her smile, he beamed brightly and said, "Who else would you be waiting for?" "How self-important," she retorted, beginning to walk away. Her figure elongated beneath the lamp, evoking a profound sense of loneliness akin to her life. Noticing Chu Xing standing still, lost in thought, she sighed, "Could you not be so petty? I was indeed waiting for you, all right?" "That's more like it," he responded, hastening to catch up. Walking side by side, he stole a glance at her clear eyes and mused that the once reticent Xu Qingyu had transformed, albeit slightly, under his influence. For instance, during the morning sports event, she had bravely held up the class banner, and during Zhou Peng's sprint, she had cheered loudly. Chu Xing was uncertain whether these changes were for better or worse, yet her smile was undeniably more frequent than before. Upon arriving at the CAF, Chu Xing was pleasantly surprised to find his father there as well. With the National Day holiday approaching, Chu Tian was busy preparing for promotional activities. As soon as they entered the shop, Xu Qingyu politely greeted, "Hello, uncle." Chu Tian, who had been assigning tasks to the manager, immediately smiled back. "Qingyu, you're here. Did you enjoy the sports event today?" Xu Qingyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, "Yes, today Chu Xing was incredible. He won 4 gold medals and broke 3 school records. Even our homeroom teacher praised him, and the school broadcasted his achievements." Chu Tian paused in surprise, then responded with a chuckle, "That rascal may not excel in studies, but he is skilled in everything else. If only he dedicated half of that effort to his academics." Xu Qingyu, with her bright eyes, reassured him, "Don't worry, uncle. Chu Xing is already working hard. He will definitely achieve good results in the upcoming monthly exams." "Well then, that is good to hear. You both should focus on your studies. I'll have the waiter bring you some delicious treats." Xu Qingyu observed Chu Tian's busy demeanor and decided not to disturb him any further. After sharing a warm smile, she took Chu Xing's hand and led him to a cozy corner of the CAF. Shortly after they settled in, a waitress named Xiao Lu approached with a delightful assortment of cake and beverages. Noticing Xu Qingyu's radiant happiness, Chu Xing couldn't help but sigh. "I suddenly realized that my father seems indifferent to me, yet he is overly attentive to you, an outsider." Xu Qingyu tilted her head in curiosity. "Is that so? Just now, when we entered together, he didn't utter a word to me, but conversed with you at length. One might think you are his cherished daughter, and I am merely a stranger." A sudden blush crept across Xu Qingyu's cheeks as she lowered her gaze, speaking cautiously, "Then, perhaps I should remain silent from now on." Chu Xing, with utmost seriousness, replied, "If you were to stay silent, my father would surely think I am bullying you. At this moment, your standing in his heart far surpasses mine as his biological son." Xu Qingyu's eyes reflected a hint of remorse. For her, familial bonds were a profoundly significant and sensitive subject. She certainly did not wish to cause Chu Xing any feelings of loneliness. Thus, she quietly inquired, "What do you think I should do?" A flicker of amusement danced in Chu Xing's eyes as he responded, "If you are willing to be my father's beloved daughter, then there would be no issue at all." "That is unacceptable." The girl's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Chu Xing raised an eyebrow. "If you won't be his daughter, then why should he treat you kindly? Otherwise, you could always consider being his daughter-in-law." Chu Xing anticipated Xu Qingyu would retort, perhaps even explode with indignation. However, she barely dared to lift her head, remaining silent as she struggled with her cake. With a gentle smile, Chu Xing offered his portion of cake to her. I do not have a taste for sweets, so all of this is for you. At this, her face flushed a deeper hue as she glanced at him, her eyes sparkling with delight. Just then, two individuals entered the CAF, and as Chu Xing inadvertently looked up, he recognized them as Yuran and class monitor Guofeng. Chu Xing felt a pang of reluctance. He had hoped to enjoy a tranquil meal with Xu Qingyu, but this encounter would inevitably disrupt their peace. Xu Qingyu, perceptive as ever, immediately noticed the change in Chu Xing's expression. Following his gaze, her eyes met Yuran's from across the room. Both girls, cold in demeanor, chose to ignore one another, resembling proud princesses in their aloofness. It was Guofeng, however, who took the initiative to wave at Chu Xing, Xinggo. I've heard so much about the delicious coffee at your family's CAF, yet this is my first visit. Initially, Chu Xing harbored disdain for Guofeng. Ranking second in the class and among the top 10 in the grade, Guofeng, the class monitor, naturally looked down upon someone like Chu Xing, who was often at the bottom of the ranks. Nevertheless, this morning, Guofeng had indeed rendered him significant assistance. Without his intervention, Chu Xing might not have been able to swiftly protect Xu Qingyu. Although Fang Lihu might have posed no threat, the two girls from Class 9 could have harmed her. Thus, Chu Xing felt he owed Guofeng a debt of gratitude and nodded, "Since it's your first time here, today's meal is on me." Guofeng waved his hand dismissively. His family was well off, and he hardly concerned himself with the cost of a meal. Since he was treating Yuran, it was only fitting that Chu Xing not pay. Consequently, he took a seat across from Yuran. Guofeng was a person of considerable self-discipline. Initially, he had dedicated himself to studying fervently to win over Xu Qingyu. Although he could never match her academic prowess, he consistently maintained the second position in class, sharing a desk with her throughout the first 2 years of high school. In the past, Guofeng and Chu Xing represented two extremes, one a top student and the other at the bottom of the class, each harboring disdain for the other. However, as time passed, Chu Xing discovered that Guofeng was not as arrogant as he seemed. In truth, he was merely a bookworm, wholly engrossed in his studies. He could be impulsive at times, yet he was fundamentally a loyal friend. Guofeng's attention was wholly captivated by Yuran. Having relinquished his pursuit of Xu Qingyu, he had now set his sights on Yuran. Frankly, apart from the exceptional Xu Qingyu, Yuran could also be considered a beauty in Class 14. While Guofeng had previously overlooked her, he now found her rather appealing. Yet, in the face of Guofeng's enthusiasm, Yuran appeared disinterested, her gaze frequently drifting towards Chu Xing, even initiating conversations with him on several occasions. Regrettably, Chu Xing paid her no heed. After 20 minutes, Yuran finished her coffee and dessert, then rose to leave. At that moment, Xu Qingyu finally completed her 2 slices of cake and took out her textbook to tutor Chu Xing. While he was working on his problems, Xu Qingyu could not restrain herself any longer and inquired, "What did you say to those 2 girls from Class 9 this afternoon?" Without lifting his gaze, Chu Xing replied, "Nothing at all. I am a good student, and my goal is to study diligently every day." Xu Qingyu turned to him, her cool eyes fixed on him with an unprecedented seriousness. "I am not joking. What did you do to make Sun Miao Miao cry so uncontrollably?" Realizing he could not conceal the matter any longer, Chu Xing set down his pen and replied, half seriously, "I truly didn't do anything. I just had a good chat with them in Class 9. Perhaps Sun Miao Miao has come to a profound realization of her mistakes, which is why she was so tearful." Xu Qingyu was not naive. She did not believe a word of Chu Xing's explanation. If Sun Miao Miao were capable of recognizing her faults, she would not have initially sought out trouble. However, Xu Qingyu understood that Chu Xing's motives were purely self-serving, leaving her unable to voice any reproach. Yet, this only deepened her unease. The young girl fixed her gaze intently on the boy's eyes and earnestly stated, "Chu Xing, I know you mean well, but I absolutely do not wish for you to be punished because of me. That would burden me with guilt for a lifetime." Resting his chin on his hand, Chu Xing scrutinized the girl beside him. "Rest assured, I know my limits." As he spoke, he suddenly reached out to pinch her cheek. Xu Qingyu instinctively looked up, and upon noticing Chu Tian glancing in their direction from the cash register, she immediately blushed and turned away, whispering, "Stop it. Uncle is watching." As Chu Xing followed her gaze, Chu Tian immediately cast a stern glance. Feeling guilty, Chu Xing promptly straightened his posture and pretended to jot down notes in his notebook. Fearing that Xu Qingyu might bring up the earlier incident, He proactively shifted the conversation. Tomorrow, come to my house to help me with my studies. What would you like to eat for dinner? I'll prepare it for you. Upon hearing the mention of food, Xu Qingyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Are you really going to cook for me? Although she could also cook, her skills were limited to simple, homely dishes, such as scrambled eggs with tomatoes or stir-fried green peppers with shredded meat, which were passable at best. Chu Xing's specialty, taught by his father, was sweet and sour fish. However, Xu Qingyu had already tasted that dish several times. He decided to change the menu and earnestly stated, I keep my promises, unlike certain individuals who do not. Xu Qingyu immediately widened her eyes. When have I ever broken a promise? Chu Xing replied, well then, you owe me a condition for running 3 kilometers in the morning. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Qingyu recalled that she had indeed agreed to fulfill one of Chu Xing's conditions while changing clothes in the classroom during his morning run. Biting her lip, she conceded, all right, just make sure it's reasonable. Don't forget, when you come to my house for tutoring tomorrow, I'll bring it up again. Tomorrow marked the beginning of the Golden Week, a time of rest for most, yet a busy period for his parents in the restaurant business. With his parents away, only he and Xu Qingyu would be home, making it the perfect opportunity to propose his conditions without fear of her refusal. Chu Xing grew increasingly excited at the thought, nearly drooling in anticipation. Seeing his expression, Xu Qingyu sensed his mischievous intentions and nervously asked, what exactly do you have in mind? I want to agree to anything excessive. Gazing at the girl's tender face and her long, shapely legs clad in denim, Chu Xing eagerly suggested, you always wear your school uniform. Have you ever worn stockings? Tomorrow, I want you to wear a short skirt with black stockings while helping me study. The Golden Week would soon give way to the first monthly examination for the senior year. A significant test not merely assessing students' progress over the past month, but also serving as a rehearsal for the forthcoming college entrance examination. For the majority of students, the rankings from this exam would effectively predict their performance in the Gaokao. Of course, Chu Xing was not among them. Historically, his grades hovered between the 3rd and 4th lowest in the class. However, this time, he had diligently crammed vocabulary and grammar, determined to score around 110 out of a possible 150 in English. Although this was still far behind the perfect scores achieved by Xu Qingyu, it represented a significant improvement of 70 or 80 points compared to his previous haphazard attempts, coupled with enhancements in his Chinese and liberal arts subjects. Chu Xing was confident he could improve his overall score by more than 200 points. Nevertheless, the sciences remained his Achilles heel. In the span of a month, he barely managed to grasp the mathematics from the first semester of his freshman year, harboring delusions of achieving high scores. According to Chu Xing's own estimates, his improvement in mathematics might only amount to a modest increase of 10 to 20 points. He whispered fervent prayers, invoking the divine, may the great Laozi bless me with success in my exams. With his hands clasped together, he silently beseeched the heavens. Just then, the door swung open. Chu Tian observed his son's distracted demeanor and, suppressing his irritation, said coldly, it's time for dinner. Once Chu Tian departed, he immediately turned to his wife to express his grievances. Look at your precious son. He neglects his studies and resorts to cramming at the last minute. What is wrong with that? Zhang Ying replied. It shows he is taking it seriously. Zhang Ying held unwavering trust in their son. Chu Tian, frowning, retorted, I'm just worried he is seeking divine aid instead of focusing on his studies after their midday meal. Chu Tian returned to the shop, while Zhang Ying busied herself with hairstyling. This left Chu Xing alone at home, poring over classical Chinese texts, though his eyes frequently darted towards the clock on the wall. As the hour drew near, at exactly 2 o'clock, the sound of the doorbell echoed through the living room. Chu Xing dashed to the door and opened it, revealing a remarkably graceful figure standing before him. Why are you? Chu Xing began, noticing Xu Qingyu clad in a blue and white school uniform. He initially intended to ask why she was wearing a skirt, with the stockings he had prepared at the ready, but the words caught in his throat. He understood Xu Qingyu well. Forcing her into something she disliked would be futile. Thus, he stepped aside and invited her in, saying, please change into my slippers. Having visited Chu Xing's home several times, Xu Qingyu was already quite familiar with the place. Noticing the absence of his parents, she confidently made her way to Chu Xing's bedroom, retrieving her textbooks. Today's task is to review the theorems and formulas from the 2nd semester of your freshman year. And you must thoroughly comprehend the classical Chinese text as well. I calculated that during the 7 days of the upcoming holiday, if you utilize your time wisely, you can make significant progress. When Xu Qingyu shifted into study mode, she became quite formidable. She assigned Chu Xing a classical text, giving him only 20 minutes, after which she would conduct an immediate quiz. If he faltered, she would gaze at him with her large, innocent eyes, rendering him utterly embarrassed. On the second occasion, she would unleash her formidable 9-in white bone claw, compelling him to experience the sensation of a 360-degree Thomas twist on his thigh. It was precisely due to Xu Qingyu's rigorous methods that Chu Xing made astonishing progress in just a month. At first, Chu Xing found it difficult to concentrate, his eyes wandering to the stockings he had prepared on the bedside, fantasizing about how delightful it would be if Xu Qingyu wore them. However, as time passed, when her delicate hand began to rotate at a 90-degree angle near his ear, he managed to endure it in silence. Yet, after a full 180 degrees, Chu Xing straightened his posture, fully committing himself. Time flowed slowly yet swiftly as the two engaged in their harmonious study session. From 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 6. A full 4 hours, Chu Xing dedicated himself to his studies, only taking a brief respite to visit the restroom. Once he placed an English test paper before Xu Qingyu. She diligently graded it and inscribed a score of 116 in red ink before finally releasing him. "Let's call it a day. I must head home," she announced, rising to leave. Seeing her stand, Chu Xing felt discontent and grasped her wrist, his eyes wide with indignation. "I say, Teacher Xu, have you taken to behaving like a rogue, akin to Li? Where is your integrity? Your virtue? Your stockings?" Xu Qingyu's face flushed crimson. She wished to flee but could not escape his hold. In the end, she could only timidly protest, "I have not." "Have not what?" "Have not acted dishonestly, or have not any stockings." Chu Xing pressed on. At that moment, Xu Qingyu's gaze flitted about before she pointed to the guitar hanging on the wall and softly suggested, "Teach me to sing. The next time, I can sing for you." Despite knowing she was merely seeking an excuse and diverting the conversation, Chu Xing found himself softened by the glimmer in her eyes. Thus, he released her delicate hand, stood, and retrieved the guitar from the wall, sighing, "What songs do you enjoy?" Xu Qingyu blushed, her eyes sparkling like stars. Although Chu Xing had little interest in singing, the brightness in her gaze ignited his vanity. He gently settled on the edge of the bed, cradling the guitar, but paused as his fingers brushed against the strings. How long had it been since he played? He could scarcely remember. The last time he touched a guitar was in his previous life, when he, due to a car accident, had thrown it into the flames, never to embrace music again. As a child, his parents had enrolled him in various extracurricular classes, and guitar had been his forte. Now, after 20 years, as he strummed the strings once more, a long-buried chord within him was stirred. Closing his eyes, he began to play and sing softly. "If you have too many complaints about this world, falling down makes you afraid to move forward." The music abruptly ceased. As a thought struck him, the song Rice Aroma had seemingly been released in 2008, yet the current timeline was 2005, meaning it would be 3 years before Jay Cho included it in his album Capricorn. It seemed somewhat inappropriate for Chu Xing to present it now. Meanwhile, with wide eyes, Xu Qingyu inquired, "It sounds wonderful. Why did you stop?" It was precisely because she was a novice in music that she had not heard of Jay Chou's songs, and thus held no suspicions. If Chu Xing were to sing this piece in front of you Ran, she would undoubtedly have probed into its origins long ago. Setting down the guitar, Chu Xing replied nonchalantly, "It's been so long since I played that I have grown a bit rusty. However, I promise you after the exams, I shall play earnestly for you." A hint of regret lingered in Xu Qingyu's gaze. Chu Xing did not allow her the opportunity to retort, promptly placing the guitar back down before rising and making his way towards the door. "You rest here. I promise to cook for you, and I shall not go back on my word. Stay put and wait. I will head to the kitchen." With those words, Chu Xing departed. In the room, only Xu Qingyu remained. Her gaze fell upon the bedside, where a pair of black stockings stood out conspicuously. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a long moment before finally, with deliberate slowness, shedding her school uniform. The evening sun streamed through the window, casting golden rays upon her delicate, fair skin. "I am not someone who lacks integrity," she murmured softly to herself. The young girl carefully unwrapped the stockings from the bedside and, with meticulous attention, adorned herself with them. Just this once, it was, after all, for Chu Xing's eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Xing entered the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator and surveying the abundant array of ingredients within, a satisfied smile spread across his face. In his previous life, Chu Xing had languished in despair, living alone and growing weary of takeout and instant noodles. One day, He had whimsically attempted to cook and discovered that culinary delights had the power to soothe his soul. Thus began his journey into the culinary arts, evolving from simple dishes to exquisite creations, ultimately pursuing the pinnacle of gastronomy. He acquired numerous cookbooks, diligently learning from them, and his skills flourished. Particularly, he excelled at his father's signature dish, sweet and sour fish. Not only had he mastered it, but he had also innovated upon his father's recipe, surpassing the original. Today marked precisely 1 month since he had arrived in this world. Previously, due to his focus on studies and a desire to conceal his culinary talents from his parents, he had never cooked. However, in order to fulfill his promise to Xu Qingyu, Chu Xing resolved to showcase his skills. Initially, he had not intended to prepare fish. After all, Xu Qingyu had dined on sweet and sour fish every time she visited his home, courtesy of his father. Even the most delectable dishes can become tiresome with repetition. Yet, upon noticing the large carp that his father had prepared in advance, he felt compelled to alter his plans. Clearly, this fish was a thoughtful offering from his father, and he could not disappoint him. With that, he deftly lifted the carp from the sink. The blade of his knife glided along the fish's spine, and in a flash of silver, the carp was transformed into 2 delicate fillets resting on the cutting board. Pressing his thumb against the gill cover, he flicked it open, allowing the purplish-red blood to spill into the icy water, while his left hand deftly split open the belly of the fish, leaving it free of scales and entrails. His father favored rubbing salt along the bone seams and drizzling it with cooking wine. Chu Xing's method varied slightly. He retained his father's traditional techniques while enhancing the cooking process. He punctured the fish's flesh with a steel needle, allowing the coating of cornstarch and pepper salt to permeate the texture, a technique unique to Chu Xing, intended to infuse deeper flavors. It was precisely through this innovation that his sweet and sour fish would transcend his father's culinary prowess. As the oil in the pan began to rise in a blue haze, Chu Xing held the fish tail aloft, 3 inches above the surface, continuously drenching it in hot oil. The fish skin curled into amber waves upon encountering the heat, the fragrant aroma mingling with the tang of vinegar wafted throughout the kitchen. Xu Qingyu had a penchant for meat, yet she also considered the balance of nutrition. After mastering the sweet and sour fish, she resolved to stir-fry a few vegetable dishes. In truth, with Chu Xing's culinary skills, even the simplest dish of vinegar-sautéed cabbage could be transformed into a 5-star chef's creation. The delightful fragrance permeated the entire house. In the master bedroom, Xu Qingyu held an English book in her hands, diligently memorizing vocabulary. She had already changed out of her school uniform, donning instead the deep gray plaid skirt that Chu Xing had thoughtfully prepared for her, complemented by black stockings that enveloped her slender legs. It was the first time in her life that she had dressed this way, and her cheeks flushed with a soft crimson hue. She felt a wave of self-consciousness, reluctant to face the outside world, yet feigning calmness as she picked up her textbook. Although her thoughts were far from her studies, when the sweet aroma of the meal reached her nostrils, she instinctively lifted her gaze, her watery eyes turning towards the source behind her. She unconsciously sniffed the air, and a flicker of disbelief danced in her eyes. Despite Chu Xing having proclaimed his culinary prowess on several occasions, Xu Qingyu had maintained a skeptical stance. It was not that she doubted Chu Xing's abilities, but the notion was simply too astonishing. She had considered that while Chu Xing might indeed be able to cook, his skills would likely be on par with her own, capable of preparing a meal but lacking in flavor. As for his claim of surpassing Chu Tian in culinary expertise, Xu Qingyu was entirely unconvinced. Yet now, as that incredibly enticing aroma wafted to her, she instinctively swallowed, the cravings stirring within her. Prompted by her appetite, she stood up. Xu Qingyu opened the door to the master bedroom and peeked out, only to find the living room empty, with only Chu Xing bustling about in the kitchen. He truly could cook. The flavor of the dishes aside, even the mere scent was enough to rival that of a master chef. She approached the kitchen door quietly, observing Chu Xing deftly chopping vegetables, and softly inquired, "Do you need my help? My culinary skills may not match yours, but I can certainly assist with washing the vegetables." As her sweet voice floated into the air, Chu Xing turned instinctively to glance back, momentarily taken aback. The girl had finally shed her school uniform, donning the fitted skirt he had specifically chosen for her, which perfectly accentuated her slender waist. Xu Qingyu's legs were straight and elongated, appearing neither too thin nor too plump, but rather exquisitely proportioned. They were straight and full, even more enchanting than Yu Rant's stunning legs. These lovely limbs were elegantly wrapped in delicate black stockings, subtly reflecting a cool sheen that accentuated her snow-white skin. Xu Qingyu naturally exuded a refreshing aura, and in this moment, the blend of her ethereal grace with the alluring black stockings was captivating, rendering her almost celestial and desirous, impossible to look away from. Perhaps it was the intensity of Chu Xing's gaze that caused her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of crimson. Her fingertips brushed against the pleats of her skirt, and as she adjusted her bow, a hint of clumsiness emerged, contrasting with her otherwise cool demeanor. A faint whiff of burning wafted to Chu Xing's nose, jolting him back to reality. He hurriedly grabbed the spatula to stir-fry the vinegar-stirred cabbage on the stove, then turned away, saying, "You needn't assist. The kitchen is filled with smoke, and with your delicate skin, what if you get tarnished?" Xu Qingyu tilted her head. "Do not underestimate me. I can cook at home too." Chu Xing glanced at the failed dish of vinegar cabbage. If he were alone, he could manage to eat it, but he wished to provide Xu Qingyu with the most exquisite dining experience. Thus, he discarded the contents of the pan and began chopping vegetables anew, stating, "You see, your presence only complicates matters. Why not rest for a while?" Xu Qingyu looked down at her short skirt and stockings, ultimately turning to head to the bedroom. 20 minutes later, as Chu Xing set 4 dishes on the table, Xu Qingyu emerged, having changed out of her black stockings into a somewhat bulky school uniform. Chu Xing immediately voiced his discontent. "Who told you to change back?" Xu Qingyu replied hesitantly, "When uncle and aunt see me like this, they will surely look down on me." She did not wish for Chu Xing's parents to perceive her as a frivolous girl. Chu Xing found himself at a loss for words, yet he did not insist. Once seated, Chu Xing served her rice and then boldly took a seat beside her. "What are you waiting for? Eat." He lifted his bowl and chopsticks, diving into the meal. Xu Qingyu glanced towards the door, her expression forlorn. "Uncle and aunt haven't returned yet. Let us wait a bit." Chu Xing helped himself to a piece of tender, flavorful pork rib, explaining as he ate. "Did you forget what day it is? It's the Golden Week. Everyone is out enjoying themselves. The food and service industries must be bustling, so my parents will likely be late." "Oh," Xu Qingyu nodded, somewhat understanding. She then picked up her own bowl and carefully selected a piece of sweet and sour fish. As she delicately placed it in her mouth, her eyes widened in surprise. Initially shy and reserved, she soon became enveloped by the delightful flavors, disregarding her image altogether, and began to eat voraciously like Chu Xing, Chu Xing. "You are truly amazing," Xu Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she complimented him for the first time. Chu Xing beamed with delight. "Would you like to enjoy my cooking every day?" Xu Qingyu paused momentarily, glancing at the delicious dishes before her, then looking up at the boy's clean and handsome face. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, her cheeks flushed as she replied softly, "Yes." The Golden Week slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the first day back from the holiday was marked by a monthly examination. As one of the bottom 10 students in the entire grade, Chu Xing found himself assigned to the last classroom for the test. His close friend, Li Fei, was equally mediocre in academics. Upon catching his first glimpse of Chu Xing, he hurried over with unrestrained enthusiasm, inquiring, "Brother Xing, how has your holiday revision been?" Chu Xing sighed heavily, lamenting, "Don't mention it. While others indulge in leisure during their break, I have been conscripted by my family to assist at the store, leaving me little time for study. Have you managed to revise? Do I look like someone who studies?" He replied with a cheeky grin. "I was up all night gaming. Just look at my dark circles. But I noticed you weren't online last night," Chu Xing remarked, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Li Fei immediately retorted with a smirk, "I didn't play games last night. I downloaded 10 gigabytes of study materials instead. Teacher Tsang's lessons were quite serious. Would you like some study materials, Brother Xing?" Observing the pronounced dark circles under Li Fei's eyes, which suggested he had truly exerted himself, Chu Xing patted his shoulder and asked, "How confident are you about today's exam?" "I've been studying diligently these past few days. My hand feels like it's about to fall off." "This exam is bound to go well," Li Fei replied with a hint of bravado. Chu Xing retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, originally meant for his own cravings. However, feeling that Li Fei might need it more, he offered it to him, saying, "Have some candy to refresh your mind. Don't faint during the exam." Li Fei waved it off nonchalantly, stating, "During the exam, I'll just guess the multiple choice and true-false questions. I can finish that in 5 minutes, then I'll catch a bit of sleep." And Li Fei. Chu Xing saw a reflection of his former self, once among the bottom ranks of the entire year. He used to approach exams in a similar manner, and an empathetic urge prompted him to advise, "Li Fei, the first exam is Chinese. You could at least write an essay, even if it's just lyrics. The teacher might grant you some extra points for effort. Li Fei, however, was perceptive and unfazed. Chu Xing paused for a moment, then chuckled as he patted Li Fei's shoulder. True, consistency is key. Just then, Chu Xing noticed Li Fei's eyes widen as he stared behind him. Turning around, he quickly spotted Xu Qingyu striding purposefully towards them. Chu Xing, her voice, serene yet resonant, caused everyone around to widen their eyes in astonishment. The examination room where Chu Xing sat was among the lowest ranked in the year, naturally attracting a mix of characters, including food-loving Li Fei and athletic Zhou Peng. Fang Li, who from Class 9, was also present in this gathering of talent. Within this room of hidden prowess, the chatter gradually diminished until the corridor fell into a hushed silence. Xu Qingyu, clad in her school uniform, jogged over with her long hair tied in a high ponytail, swaying rhythmically with her steps, adding a touch of vivacity and charm to her otherwise tranquil demeanor. All eyes turned towards her, for in the entire school, while one might not recognize the principal, there was hardly anyone who did not know Xu Qingyu, particularly at the sports meet prior to the holiday. Xu Qingyu graced the crowd in her traditional hanfu, radiating brilliance akin to the sun. At that moment, at least 100 people in the stands loudly declared their admiration for her, illustrating that Xu Qingyu had achieved a level of fame that was truly unparalleled. However, the more renowned she became, the more perplexed everyone seemed. It was common knowledge that Xu Qingyu was a goddess of both wisdom and beauty. Not only was her appearance astonishing, but her academic performance consistently ranked first as well. It was expected that she would be in the foremost class for examinations. Why then was she found in the last class? As the crowd pondered this mystery, Li Fei gazed at Xu Qingyu before shifting his attention to Chu Xing. An inexplicable emotion surged within him. Suddenly embodying a scholar, Li Fei clutched his stomach and, with darting eyes, declared, "Xinggu, I think I might have an upset stomach. I need to use the restroom." With that, he dashed away. Chu Xing, observing the robust figure of his friend, was somewhat speechless. This fellow wasn't merely unwell. It seemed his vitality had been thoroughly drained. Xu Qingyu stood coolly beside Chu Xing, extending a bag toward him. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xing remarked, "With the exams approaching, why are you here now? What could possibly be so urgent that it cannot wait until after the test?" Xu Qingyu's demeanor was frosty, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of shyness as she confessed, "I woke up early this morning to prepare breakfast for you." Touched by the gesture, Chu Xing nonetheless wished to avoid any delay in his studies. After all, Xu Qingyu had been sitting in the back of the classroom lately, which inevitably affected her learning. Coupled with her evening shifts at the CAF, where she sometimes assisted with cleaning, she was sacrificing far too much time. Chu Xing would rather she sleep a little longer in the morning than forego her rest to prepare breakfast for him. Thus, he adopted a stern expression and said, "I've already eaten. You mustn't bring anything next time." A flicker of disappointment crossed Xu Qingyu's face as she bit her lip and murmured, "Then I shall take my leave." Witnessing the girl turn away in despondence, Chu Xing suddenly felt a chilling aura of discontent enveloping him. When he looked up in confusion, he found many nearby casting him wrathful glares, as though he had committed some grievous act against Xu Qingyu. With a sigh, Chu Xing recognized that if he refused Xu Qingyu's breakfast, she would likely remain unhappy throughout the day, which could adversely affect her performance in the exam. Consequently, just before she could depart, he called out, "Wait." Turning back in bewilderment, the girl asked, "What is it?" "Wasting food is shameful." With that, he reached out and snatched the bag from her hands. Upon opening it, he discovered 4 palm-sized buns nestled within. "I know you enjoy meat buns. These are specially made for you," Xu Qingyu said, watching as Chu Xing pulled out a bun and took a hearty bite. Her expression shifted to one of anticipation as she asked, "How is it? Does it taste good?" To be honest, Xu Qingyu lacked culinary talent. Describing the taste of her buns was rather complex. It was an utterly ordinary meal, devoid of any distinguishing characteristics, filling yet far from being considered a culinary delight. Chu Xing finished a bun in 2 bites, her expression unwavering as she inquired, "Have you eaten?" Xu Qingyu shook her head, having been so preoccupied with preparing breakfast for Chu Xing that she neglected her own needs. Chu Xing then retrieved another meat bun from the bag and offered it to her lips. Noticing the girl pursing her mouth in refusal, Chu Xing remarked, "How can you take the exam later without having breakfast?" At that moment, Li Fei returned, witnessing Chu Xing attempting to feed Xu Qingyu the large meat bun, which caused him to stifle a gasp. To his astonishment, Xu Qingyu unexpectedly opened her small mouth, her cherry-red lips parting gracefully as she elegantly accepted Chu Xing's offering. Li Fei, Brother Xing is amazing. Brother Xing is formidable. Xu Qingyu nibbled on the steam bun that Chu Xing fed her, resembling a docile and adorable little kitten. She took small bites, chewing thoroughly before swallowing. Xu Qingyu appeared to relish her meal, while Chu Xing felt somewhat overwhelmed. The examination hall where Chu Xing was situated was teeming with formidable competitors. Every student present was a standout in their class, akin to the brawny, yet simple-minded Fang Lihu. Xu Qingyu's popularity in school was exceedingly high, and as all eyes turned towards Chu Xing with disdain, even his seasoned composure felt slightly shaken. After Xu Qingyu finished her bun, Chu Xing urged her to return to her examination room promptly. She was to take her test in Class 1, a gathering of the school's brightest minds, where the atmosphere would undoubtedly be more conducive than here. Just as Xu Qingyu reluctantly turned to leave, Fang Lihu, who had been observing from a distance, suddenly approached, his voice booming. Wait a moment. Standing at an impressive height of 195 meters, Fang Lihu was quite renowned in the high school. In previous sports meets, without the disruptive presence of Chu Xing, he would have undoubtedly secured several first-place victories. As Fang Lihu approached, many onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. Xu Qingyu's demeanor became slightly awkward. With her clear eyes glancing nervously at Chu Xing, she took a half-step back to position herself beside him, wary of a potential confrontation. It was Fang Lihu and two girls from Class 9 who had previously cornered Xu Qingyu during the sports meet before the holiday. She feared a recurrence of conflict between Chu Xing and this towering figure. It was critical to maintain tranquility during such a pivotal examination. Any altercation could jeopardize their chances and possibly lead to disciplinary action. Despite her trepidation towards the imposing boy, Xu Qingyu resolutely stood by Chu Xing's side, preparing to restrain any impulsive reactions from him. Xu Qingyu, I am Fang Lihu from Class 9. We were in the wrong last time. On behalf of Sun Miao Miao and Zhao Yanan, I apologize to you. I assure you, they will no longer trouble you. I hope you can forgive us. Fang Lihu reached the two of them without the anticipated mockery or conflict. Instead, the boy resembling a block of charcoal unexpectedly came forward to apologize, which alleviated some of Xu Qingyu's inner tension. She glanced at Chu Xing, silently seeking his guidance on how to respond. Noticing Chu Xing's lack of response, Xu Qingyu turned her attention back to Fang Lihu and softly replied, It's all right. Although she was the one who had been threatened and bullied, she still hoped for reconciliation, as it would relieve Chu Xing of any concerns for her well-being. Upon hearing Xu Qingyu's forgiveness, a glimmer of joy flickered in Fang Lihu's eyes, and a faint blush appeared on his dark face. He stepped forward to shake her hand, saying, Xu Qingyu, I apologize for what happened before. Yuzhizhi has transferred to the 14th high school. She regrets her past actions and hopes you can forgive her. Upon the mention of Yuzhizhi, Xu Qingyu momentarily faltered. She gazed at the outstretched hand of Fang Lihu, hesitating for a moment. The wounds inflicted by Yuzhizhi ran deep within Xu Qingyu. From elementary school all the way to her senior year, she had lost countless textbooks and stationery. Coming from a financially strained family, she had no means to replace them. And being a fiercely proud girl, she would never seek help from her peers or family in times of difficulty. Thus, on numerous occasions, when her books went missing, she had no choice but to share a single book with her deskmate. At times, she would borrow from classmates only to misplace those as well the very next day. Though she appeared aloof, as if nothing had transpired, her heart had borne the weight of despair countless times. Therefore, forgiving Yuzhizhi was not something Xu Qingyu could easily do. Across from her, Fang Lihu kept his hand raised. Xu Qingyu understood that if she were to take his hand, it would signify a complete reconciliation with the past, a resolution with her former self. However, the memories of countless nights spent crying helplessly under her covers loomed large, making it impossible for her to convince herself to forgive. In the midst of her confusion and inner turmoil, Chu Xing suddenly stepped forward and playfully draped an arm around Fang Lihu's shoulder, teasingly remarking, Fang Lihu, if my memory serves me right, we had a deal after the last 3,000-meter race. The loser must avoid the winner whenever they meet. What is this? A real man should honor his word. If you're making excuses, I'll lose respect for you. Fang Lihu, interrupted by Chu Xing, retracted his hand, scratching his head and muttering, Wasn't I here to apologize? As Chu Xing engaged with Fang Lihu, he gestured for Xu Qingyu to leave. Meanwhile, the invigilator arrived, opening the classroom door as candidates filed in from the hallway. Noticing Xu Qingyu hastily leaving with her head down, Chu Xing patted Fang Lihu on the shoulder and said casually, I'll let you off this time. But next time you see me, be more self-aware. With that, he strutted into the classroom. As he ranked third from the bottom in his grade, he naturally found himself seated in the third-to-last position, with two other similarly struggling students behind him, even Fong Lihu sitting ahead of him. However, Chu Xing was confident that by the time of the next monthly examination, he would no longer be in this class. As the examination was about to commence and the invigilator instructed everyone, Chu Xing glanced at the two buns in his hands. He had already eaten breakfast that morning, and the bun he had just consumed was reluctantly swallowed. Now he simply could not eat another bite. Xu Qingyu had made 4 meat buns in total. She consumed one. He consumed another, leaving him with 2. Chu Xing was somewhat troubled. Did he really have to hand over both buns to the teacher for safekeeping? Just then, Fong Lihu, seated in front of him, spoke up, Chu Xing. If you can't finish your buns, may I help you with them? Chu Xing discerned that Fong Lihu possessed an audacious demeanor, prompting him to question their level of familiarity. With a cold chuckle, he remarked, dream on. Do not assume that I am oblivious to your intentions. You think you can savor the dumplings made by Xu Qingyu? Not a chance. Caught off guard, Fong Lihu felt a flush of embarrassment. In truth, he had already had breakfast that morning. However, the allure of dumplings crafted by Xu Qingyu was simply irresistible. What if I offer you money? Fong Lihu persisted, unwilling to concede. Chu Xing, now disinterested, retorted, do I appear to be in need of money? He discreetly tucked 2 steaming meat buns into his pocket, reserving them for lunch. At that moment, the invigilator commenced the distribution of examination papers. First came the answer sheets, with a reminder for everyone to meticulously inscribe their class name and student ID. Omissions would result in no points. Outside, sparrows chirped animatedly, and the morning sun cast a golden glow upon the papers. With 2 warm buns nestled in his pocket, Chu Xing grasped his pen and diligently filled in his details on the answer sheet before directing his gaze to the exam paper. This month's test was designed to emulate the Gaokao, aiming to acclimate students to its rhythm. The first subject was Chinese. Rather than peruse the initial questions, Chu Xing flipped the paper to examine the essay prompt. As the last vestiges of sunlight quietly faded behind the mountains, the world succumbed to a profound silence. I, having entered my 60s, sat quietly in a wheelchair, enveloped by the vicissitudes of time. Looking back, those moments once deemed unforgettable, laughter and tears, have transformed into yellowed photographs, gradually fading in the river of memory. The flame of life flickers in the gentle breeze, poised to extinguish at any moment. It seems my journey is nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, the crisp sound of the class bell pierced through the endless dusk like a beam of light. I abruptly opened my eyes to find myself in a senior high classroom. The familiar blackboard was densely scribbled with formulas and theorems, surrounded by youthful, vibrant faces. Sunlight streamed through the dappled leaves, casting a warm golden hue on the floor. Upon reading the essay prompt at the end of the exam paper, Chu Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. In the next instant, he was overcome with joy, his laughter radiant and exuberant. He then seized his pen and inscribed elegant, sharp characters upon the paper, rekindling youth, continuing the epic. It is no exaggeration to say that this essay was tailor-made for Chu Xing. He was determined to achieve a perfect score. The testing room for Class 20 was filled with a motley crew of underachievers. After 5 minutes into the exam, invigilator Sun Mingqi noticed several students already dozing at their desks. This classroom was home to the bottom tier of the grade, with their cumulative scores scarcely reaching 3 digits. The exam held little significance for them. Consequently, Sun Mingqi's primary responsibility was to maintain discipline in the examination room, without excessive concern for cheating. After all, those who found themselves in this class would hardly bother to copy answers, even if provided. As usual, Sun Mingqi took 5 minutes to reflect on her past, and another 5 to contemplate her future. By the time she had meticulously mapped out her life, a mere 10 minutes had elapsed. Feeling somewhat bored, she redirected her gaze towards the group of students before her. Among them, a small fraction were athletes who had largely abandoned their academic pursuits. For them, examinations were merely a formality, and they exuded an air of leisure. However, there were also some earnest students striving for progress, yet struggling to find the right approach, anxiously scratching their heads upon receiving the test papers. As the homeroom teacher of Class 18 in the senior year, Sun Mingqi felt a mixture of frustration and helplessness towards these students who, typically indifferent during lessons, suddenly became anxious at the onset of an exam. Had they known better, where had their focus been during class? Suddenly, A diligent figure engrossed in writing caught Sun Mingqi's attention. She noticed a tall, youthful boy seated third from the back in the last row, deeply concentrated on his work. In a classroom filled with rustling papers and palpable anxiety, such earnestness was a rare find. Intrigued, she approached him. As she neared, she was instantly captivated by the boy's elegant and sharp handwriting. In a setting where the majority of students struggled with legibility, this boy's calligraphy stood out, cool and slightly aloof. Reminiscent of a girl's delicate touch, yet undeniably meticulous. Sun Mingqi suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with this handwriting, as if she had encountered it before. A name flashed across her mind, Xu Qingyu. The top student in the grade, Xu Qingyu's papers were often showcased as exemplary models throughout the school. Sun Mingqi recalled that her handwriting was strikingly similar, refined yet imbued with a hint of sharpness. This revelation piqued Sun Mingqi's curiosity even further, compelling her to scrutinize the boy's notes more closely. He was in the midst of composing an essay titled Rebooting Youth, Continuing the Epic. Such a fitting title captured the essence of the model essay, prompting Sun Mingqi to lower her gaze further. Time seemed to reverse, and I found myself back at this pivotal moment that would shape my destiny. In the past, during these tense preparatory years, I had often lamented the monotony and pressure of studying, countless times wishing to retreat in the face of adversity. Yet, as life approached its twilight, I came to profoundly realize how precious those moments I had carelessly squandered truly were. The sun outside gradually sank in the west, and the classroom lights grew ever brighter. I picked up my pen and inscribed this sentence in my notebook. Youth is an irreplaceable, limited edition film. Since heaven has granted me the opportunity to start anew, I shall ensure it radiates the most brilliant light. Sun Mingqi experienced an extraordinary sensation. She sensed that the boy before her possessed an experience and wisdom beyond his years. His writing and thoughts were remarkably profound, deeper even than those of her own as a teacher. It was as though he had truly traversed the years, returning from the twilight of life to the vibrant dawn of youth. Although Sun Mingqi is not a Chinese teacher, she is inclined to grant a perfect score for the composition by the youth, given her experience. Her gaze lingered on the answer sheet of the boy, Chu Xing, a name she would not soon forget. As the time elapsed and the examination concluded, the students behind began to pass their papers forward. This examination spanned 2 days, Chinese in the morning, mathematics in the afternoon, followed by comprehensive sciences the next morning and English in the afternoon. From the moment he submitted his paper, Chu Xing found no peace. Li Fei, as if discovering a new continent, rushed to Chu Xing's side with a look of astonishment. Brother Xing, what earth-shattering deed did you perform? The invigilator was constantly hovering around you, and I, seated in front of you, couldn't even dare to snore during my nap. Chu Xing, unfazed, retorted, could it not be that my handsome visage bewitched the invigilator? But Li Fei dismissed that notion. Having completed the Chinese exam, there was still mathematics to tackle in the afternoon. Thus they decided to stay at a nearby eatery for lunch instead of returning home. Chu Xing had intended to wait for Xu Qingyu, but after searching in vain, he learned from a classmate that she had been summoned by the formidable Li Fei, leading him to abandon that plan. Brother Xing, this time I'll heed your advice. I usually never write compositions, but I filled every inch this time. I'm famished. Let us treat ourselves to a good meal. Li Fei rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling at the mention of food, resembling a famished ghost reborn. The intense concentration had left Chu Xing a bit hungry as well. Although he had 2 buns given by Xu Qingyu in his pocket, he resolved to indulge himself with a satisfying meal. Nodding in agreement, let us go. It's on you. By the way, what did you write in your composition? Lyrics? Didn't you say I should write lyrics? Surely the teacher has to give some credit for the effort. Li Fei beamed with pride. Chu Xing chuckled. All right, you won't be getting a complete 0 in this Chinese exam. Brother Xing, why are you attacking my character? Li Fei jested, clutching his heart dramatically, but soon he was bouncing with excitement. Let us hurry. We'll miss out on a seat if we're late. At the food street near the school, Chu Xing and Li Fei arrived at a spicy hot pot restaurant, renowned for its delightful flavors. The duo ordered 2 servings of dumplings and a large platter of spicy hot pot. While waiting for their food, Fong Lihu emerged from some hidden corner and unceremoniously plopped down beside Chu Xing. Hey, how come you keep showing up? Are we even acquainted? Before the sports meet, there had been no rapport between Chu Xing and Fong Lihu. They were akin to 2 rivers flowing parallel without interference. Now, however, Fong Lihu clung to him like a persistent fly. Unperturbed, Fong Lihu shouted towards the kitchen, Boss, 2 servings of dumplings, mixed, and make it snappy. His appetite was vast, One serving was insufficient, and even two would barely suffice. After the boss acknowledged his order, he turned to Chu Xing. Chu Xing, have you ever considered joining our athletics team? With your physical capabilities and endurance, with just a bit of training, you could easily reach the level of a top-tier athlete. One who could win accolades in the future. With a cold laugh, Chu Xing remarked, I have long informed the physical education teacher that I would not be joining the school sports team. I presume you did not seek me out for that reason. Fang Lihu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Xing would see through his intentions so readily. After a brief pause, he mused, in truth, it is about Yi Zhizhi. What she did in the past was indeed wrong. Yet, if she were to change, regardless of her past actions and the depth of the harm she inflicted on others, must we not forgive her? Chu Xing interjected coldly. If I were to stab you and then merely claim to have changed, would you so readily forgive me? At his chilling words, Fang Lihu opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter any pleas for forgiveness. In that moment, Chu Xing suddenly sensed that the once raucous Malatang shop had fallen into an eerie silence. The several patrons dining within simultaneously lifted their gazes towards the entrance. Following their line of sight, he beheld a figure, ethereal and graceful, approaching. The girl donned a blue and white school uniform, her high ponytail swaying elegantly with each step. As she drew closer, her flawless visage became discernible. She possessed a pair of captivating, sparkling eyes, and her fair complexion seemed to radiate in the sunlight. Her delicate, arched brows, slightly upturned nose, and cherry-like lips exuded an enchanting sheen. With just a fleeting glance, all the nearby boys were rendered utterly speechless. Beside him, Fang Lihu's palms grew clammy with anxiety. Li Fei swallowed hard, his voice tinged with panic as he exclaimed, Xinggu, your sister-in-law has come to find you. Xu Qingyu cast a fleeting glance into the shop, causing a dozen boys to collectively swallow hard. The burly Fang Lihu appeared flustered, pondering, why do I feel like Xu Qingyu just smiled at me? While Fang Lihu was ensnared in this whimsical reverie, Xu Qingyu had already approached him. Her high ponytail was slightly disheveled, perhaps due to her hurried dash, and a hint of perspiration glistened on her nose. With a voice tinged by breathlessness, she said, Chu Xing, we have a math exam this afternoon. I realized last night while reviewing that I hadn't clarified a certain concept for you. Since we have some time, I would like to explain it to you. I suspect it will likely appear on the test. Chu Xing gazed at the flushed visage of the girl before him and suddenly inquired, Did you rush over just to find me? Holding her class notes. Xu Qingyu wiped the fine sheen of sweat from her forehead and softly replied, I went to the classroom, but you weren't there. I couldn't locate you in the cafeteria either, so I ran over here. Chu Xing sighed. There's always more to learn. Let us eat first. Upon uttering these words, Chu Xing called out to the owner, Boss, please add another order of dumplings, with a mix of meat and vegetables. Once the owner acknowledged, Chu Xing noticed Xu Qingyu still standing beside him and curiously urged, Please, take a seat. Xu Qingyu hesitated slightly. The establishment was bustling with patrons, especially since it was the first day back after the National Day holiday, and many had chosen to indulge themselves here. Originally, Chu Xing and Li Fei occupied a four-person table, seated opposite each other. When Fang Lihu arrived, he sat beside Chu Xing, leaving only one vacant spot beside Li Fei. Although Xu Qingyu felt indifferent about sitting next to Chu Xing, she was somewhat apprehensive about sharing a space with other boys. However, realizing that Li Fei was a close friend of Chu Xing, she decided to quell her reservations. After wiping the table and chair in front of her, she carefully took a seat. Chu Xing, I hope I'm not interrupting your gathering with the boys, Xu Qingyu remarked. Known as the iceberg schoolbelle, she typically emanated an air of aloofness and pride when in the presence of boys. Her demeanor exuded a cool, piercing elegance that often left most boys feeling inadequate. The closer they were to her, the more pronounced this aura became. Now seated beside Li Fei, who had previously exuded confidence, he was now too nervous to even lift his head. He seemed to sense the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from Xu Qingyu, amplifying his worries about his own body odor potentially repulsing the goddess. After a moment of internal conflict, Li Fei stood up and addressed Chu Xing, Xinggu. Let us switch places. Chu Xing, accustomed to sitting next to Xu Qingyu daily, saw no issue with the arrangement and promptly moved to Li Fei's original seat. It was only then that Chu Xing noticed Xu Qingyu's slight perspiration from her frantic search for him, which intensified her previously subtle fragrance. Gently inhaling, a fragrance reminiscent of nature's essence wafts through the air. Chu Xing, come and take a look at this problem. I suspect it may be the final challenge. If you grasp it well, You should easily secure over 10 points, said Xu Qingyu, her urgency evident as the afternoon examination approached at 2 o'clock. She wasted no time in extracting her notebook and leaned closer to Chu Xing, commencing her explanation of the problem. Meanwhile, the boss brought forth 5 plates of dumplings. Without hesitation, Xu Qingyu took the chopsticks and bowl in front of Chu Xing, pouring some hot water from the kettle to sterilize them. Once she had completed this task, she wiped them clean with a napkin before placing them before him. Across the table, Li Fei and Feng Lihu stared in astonishment at the icy beauty, who appeared to embody the virtues of a devoted wife. Unbeknownst to them, Xu Qingyu had been visiting Chu Xing's home daily for tutoring, or most of the time. It was his father, Chu Tian, who prepared the meals. During these moments, Xu Qingyu would typically assist in the kitchen, preparing the dishes for the entire family, having grown accustomed to setting the table for Chu Xing. At that moment, the gluttonous Li Fei could hardly contain himself as the fragrant dumplings were placed on the table, diving into them eagerly. However, Feng Lihu found the meal rather unappetizing, his eyes fixated on the scene before him. What astonished him further was witnessing Chu Xing, pen in hand, engrossed in solving problems, seemingly oblivious to the food. Meanwhile, Xu Qingyu, resembling a dutiful wife, proactively picked up a dumpling, blowing on it gently as if to cool it down, even allowing her soft lips to brush against its warmth. Once she confirmed it was at a safe temperature, she tenderly offered the dumpling to Chu Xing's lips. Chu Xing, without hesitation, opened his mouth and accepted the dumpling, his gaze still focused on his work. As he inhaled, he casually requested, "Could you dip it in some vinegar for me?" To this, Xu Qingyu offered no rebuttal, obediently picking up another dumpling, dipping it in vinegar, and presenting it once more to his mouth. "I can't believe," Feng Lihu exclaimed, his scalp prickling as he struggled to contain his surprise. Nearby, Li Fei, initially preoccupied with his meal, dropped his chopsticks in shock upon witnessing the scene, his expression turning into one of utter disbelief. "Brother Xing. No, I mean, father. From now on, you shall be my true father," he muttered, picking up his chopsticks and wiping them, suddenly finding the previously delectable food unappetizing. Feng Lihu's excitement transformed his face from pale to crimson. In the eyes of all the boys at Shiyan High School, Xu Qingyu was the aloof school beauty, known for her unapproachable demeanor. Yet, witnessing her actively feeding Chu Xing, their intimate interaction rendered both boys' minds completely blank. Even so, Chu Xing was not yet finished with them. He set down his pen, picked up a dumpling, blew on it gently, and offered it to Xu Qingyu, saying, "Now it's my turn to feed you." Xu Qingyu felt a slight blush creeping across her cheeks, her eyes momentarily clouded with hesitation. She cast a furtive glance at the 2 boys across from her and, after a brief moment of indecision, obediently opened her mouth to take a bite. Xu Qingyu ate delicately, her movements graceful. She merely nibbled half of a dumpling. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xing swiftly devoured the remaining half of her dumpling in one bite. Opposite them, Li Fei was utterly captivated, gazing at Chu Xing with admiration as he said, "Father, don't forget to teach me a few tricks in the future." Feng Lihu, on the other hand, wore a dazed expression. He felt as though he, a single dog, had been repeatedly tormented by Chu Xing, unable to contain his bitterness, he remarked. "This is just luring single dogs in to slay them." The math exam commenced at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon entering the classroom, Chu Xing found himself surrounded by Feng Lihu and Li Fei. Li Fei was no stranger. They had been classmates since middle school, bonded by years of camaraderie. Feng Lihu, however, was a curiosity. Chu Xing had only met him for the first time during a sports event and had hardly seen him since. Initially, Chu Xing had perceived Feng Lihu as the archetype of a cool, aloof male deity. Yet, through their interactions, he discovered that this fellow possessed a surprising sense of humor. Seizing the opportunity before the invigilator arrived, both Feng Lihu and Li Fei turned to Chu Xing and said, "Father, teach us how to woo girls." Chu Xing looked at the unexpected addition of 2 young men and found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. With a sigh, he gravely declared, "If you wish to learn my ways of courting, the first thing you must do is throw caution to the wind. Remember, those who are unashamed are invincible in this world." Li Fei nodded thoughtfully. Feng Lihu, still somewhat unconvinced, inquired, "Father, I have another question. It seems improbable to win over a girl as aloof as Xu Qingyu merely by being bold, doesn't he it?" Chu Xing's expression reflected a commendable teachability as he replied, "This leads us to the second step I wish to impart. In addition to being audacious, one must be both daring and meticulous. Contemplate this carefully." Fong Lihu had more questions, but at that moment, the invigilator, Sun Mingqi, entered the classroom with the examination papers, compelling him to reluctantly return to his seat. The math exam proved to be tedious. Upon receiving his paper, Chu Xing immediately flipped to the final question. To his delight, he recognized that the problem Xu Qingyu had specifically explained at noon was indeed the last question, worth a full 14 points. Fearing he might forget, he swiftly took up his pen and began to solve the problem. As Sun Mingqi wandered near Chu Xing's desk, she had already formed a remarkably deep impression of him from the morning's Chinese essay. Upon returning to her office at noon, she had even shared this with her colleagues, praising Chu Xing's talents. As a math teacher, she held high expectations for him in this afternoon's examination. When she approached him and observed that he had begun with the last question, she initially found it peculiar. However, upon seeing his elegant handwriting and clear problem-solving approach, she could not help but feel a spark of admiration. The final question of this examination serves as a formidable challenge. Sun Mingqi scrutinized it carefully, contemplating that, placed within her class, no more than 10 students would be able to solve it flawlessly. However, for Chu Xing, who ranked third from the bottom in his entire grade, his ability to tackle this question far surpassed Sun Mingqi's expectations. In that moment, her anticipation for the young man before her grew even stronger. Yet, while hope is a beautiful sentiment, reality often proves to be starkly different. Chu Xing's rebirth had occurred too recently, and most of his efforts had been devoted to improving his scores in English and Chinese, subjects that were more accessible for enhancement. Consequently, his allocation of time to mathematics was minimal, and his foundational understanding was inadequate, resulting in a dismal performance. Aside from the last question, which Xu Qingyu had specifically elucidated, making it manageable for him, he felt utterly lost on the subsequent problems. Flipping the paper to the front, he found the multiple choice and true or false questions vaguely familiar. Yet he could not ascertain the correct answers, relying solely on instinctive judgment. After standing by for a while, Sun Mingqi ultimately shook her head in disappointment and departed. The exam commenced at 2 o'clock and concluded punctually at 4. As Sun Mingqi exited with her answer sheet, a chorus of liberated exclamations erupted throughout the classroom. Upon returning to class 14, Chu Xing was met with a frenzy of students fervently comparing answers, the cacophony seemingly threatening to lift the classroom ceiling. The class monitor, Guofeng, scurried over, and upon seeing Chu Xing, inquired, "Where is Xu Qingyu? I'm uncertain about one question and was hoping to verify it with her." As the top student in the grade, Xu Qingyu's answers essentially represented the standard. Chu Xing glanced at the empty seat beside him, puzzled by Xu Qingyu's absence, and casually remarked, "Go ahead, which question stumps you? I'll help clarify." "You?" Guofeng's eyes reflected skepticism. Although his initial prejudice against Chu Xing had dissipated, he still found it hard to believe that Chu Xing could assist him with his queries. Thus, he asked with doubt, "What is the answer to the final question?" "Isn't it simple? It's -2, Chu Xing replied with a smile, nonchalantly. "Are you serious?" Guofeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. The answer to the last question was indeed -2, a response that would seem natural coming from Xu Qingyu. Yet, when uttered by Chu Xing, it evoked an uncanny sensation in Guofeng. Curiously, he pressed further, "What about the answers to the multiple-choice questions?" "Cababack," Chu Xing confidently declared. Guofeng merely scoffed, dismissively stating, "You got every single one wrong." "Who said that?" "The answer to question 7 is A." Xu Qingyu's presence materialized beside them. As she promptly announced the answer, Guofeng paused, momentarily stunned, and hesitantly questioned, "Isn't the answer to question 7D?" Chu Xing immediately displayed a victorious smile. Patting Guofeng on the shoulder, "Both Xu Qingyu and I chose A, while you picked D. Don't you see the discrepancy? Practice more if you're struggling." Guofeng's expression mirrored that of one grappling with constipation, clearly distressed by the 10 multiple-choice questions, of which he found 9 to be particularly troublesome. Upon answering a question correctly, Chu Xing struck a pose of triumph. Guofeng turned his gaze towards Xu Qingyu, only to find her clear eyes fixed intently on Chu Xing, a smile gracing her lips, and an unmistakable affection shimmering in her gaze. Guofeng let out a heavy sigh. Why was the disparity between individuals so vast? Li Modo entered the classroom, offering a few words of advice to remind everyone to remain humble and composed, encouraging them to approach the forthcoming exam with the right mindset. After assigning the duty students to clean up, he announced the dismissal. Chu Xing was certain he would falter in the comprehensive science exam the next morning. English was his forte, Whether he could fulfill his promise to his father hinged entirely upon his English score. According to their agreement, if Chu Xing did not improve by at least 130 places in the monthly exam, Xu Qingyu would no longer be allowed to assist at the CAF, and Li Modu might even transfer her elsewhere. Thus, in a fervent rush to secure every possible point, Chu Xing hurried home immediately after the announcement to study vocabulary. Once Xu Qingyu had gathered her books, she departed the school alone. Passing by a supermarket, she rummaged through her pockets, discovering a few tinyuan coins. After a moment's hesitation, she turned and entered. Ignoring the dazzling array of snacks, she headed straight for the vegetable section with a clear purpose. Faced with the plethora of goods, she felt a bit overwhelmed. Previously, she had only visited the local market for groceries, where vegetables were inexpensive, and she sometimes picked up discarded wilted leaves to take home. However, it was quite late now, and the produce at the market was likely not very fresh. Determined to prepare a nutritious and delicious breakfast for Chu Xing the following morning, she opted to spend a bit more at this larger supermarket for fresher vegetables. Glancing at the pork belly, she recalled that Chu Xing had shown little enthusiasm for the meat buns she had made in the past, prompting her to consider an alternative ingredient. He had seemed to enjoy the steamed buns with millet porridge and pickles she had brought last time. Yet the pickles lacked nutritional value. As Chu Xing was still in his growth phase, he needed ample meat. Thus, the young girl found herself counting her scant coins while pondering the delightful dilemma of what to prepare for Chu Xing's meal. As Xu Qingyu gazed into the frozen section, her eyes suddenly sparkled at the sight of crystal shrimp dumplings. She was well aware that Chu Xing had a penchant for meat, as he would bring 2 baskets of meat buns to school each morning, one for each of them. However, the dumplings before her appeared particularly enticing, boasting a thin skin and generous filling, and most importantly, they required no culinary effort on her part. Xu Qingyu had lost confidence in her own cooking skills, and these convenient dumplings merely required her to rise a bit earlier, boil some water, and toss them in, both time-efficient and delectable. With this thought in mind, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, she retrieved a pack of crystal shrimp dumplings from the freezer and approached the vendor. "Excuse me, Annie, how much for this pack of crystal shrimp dumplings?" The vendor, a woman in her 50s, was taken aback by the porcelain-like beauty of the young girl before her. With a radiant smile, she replied, "This girl is truly lovely." "Oh, you mean the shrimp dumplings? They are 58 yuan a pack, and they are quite delicious." Xu Qingyu was momentarily stunned. However, after a brief pause, she regained her composure and nodded to the vendor, saying, "Thank you, Auntie." With that, she intended to return the dumplings to their place. Just then, a voice filled with surprise rang in her ears. "Qingyu, what are you doing here?" Startled, she turned to see Chu Tian standing behind her. Quickly stepping forward, she greeted him. "Good evening, uncle. I came to buy a few things." Chu Tian smiled and said, "So, you often visit this supermarket too? I've never seen you here before." This supermarket was the largest and most comprehensive in the vicinity, and Chu Tian frequented it for his grocery needs, especially when he planned to cook sweet and sour fish. Xu Qingyu lowered her head, hands clasped behind her back, and replied softly, "Uncle, I usually shop at the nearby market. I rarely come here." Chu Tian pondered for a moment. He recalled hearing his son mention that Xu Qingyu came from a modest background, as it was perplexing for a top student like her to take a part-time job at a CAF during such a critical time in her senior year. However, he had not given it much thought until now. Seeing the slightly awkward demeanor of the girl, he began to grasp that her circumstances might indeed be quite ordinary. With a smile, he said, "The produce at the market is fresher and more affordable. By the way, what are you planning to buy here? Let me help you with the checkout." Xu Qingyu hurriedly waved her hand. "No, uncle, I can manage on my own." Meanwhile, the pack of crystal shrimp dumplings was finally revealed in her grasp. Chu Tian's eyes lit up as he spotted the dumplings, and he remarked, "This brand of shrimp dumplings tends to be a bit on the salty side. That rascal Chu Xing, doesn't he fancy them?" Xu Qingyu was taken aback. The reason she was purchasing the shrimp dumplings was for Chu Xing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have splurged on such an expensive item. Growing anxious, she asked, "Uncle, what brand of shrimp dumplings does Chu Xing prefer?" Now it was Chu Tian's turn to be surprised. Just moments ago, he found it rather peculiar that Xu Qingyu held a shrimp dumpling in her hands. This brand's dumplings are often priced in the hundreds, while ordinary families typically settle for frozen dumplings that cost just a few dollars. Such exquisite crystal shrimp dumplings are generally reserved for households of a higher socioeconomic status. Yet now, a dawning realization washed over him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "You purchased this for Chu Xing, didn't you?" The young girl immediately flushed crimson, lowering her gaze as she softly replied, "This morning, I made meat buns for Chu Xing with my own hands, but my culinary skills are quite average. He only ate one. I thought I would prepare something more delectable for him tomorrow morning, but my cooking is lacking. So I considered buying these instant shrimp dumplings. By the way, uncle, what flavors does Xu Xing enjoy?" Mentioning the object of her affections transformed the previously bashful girl into a vibrant spirit. Her eyes sparkled brightly, as if they contained tiny stars. Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback, then fell into a contemplative silence. It took him quite a while to comprehend the depth of her situation through the brilliance reflected in her eyes. Indeed, Xu Qingyu's family background was impoverished. Through his observations over the past few days, Chu Tian had noted numerous details: the girl's faded canvas shoes, her mended school uniform, and the worn pencil case she could not bring herself to discard, even with holes. On one occasion, he witnessed her discreetly packing leftover food from a CAF to take home. Each of these small actions revealed her as a diligent and frugal girl, one who would stretch every penny to its utmost. It seemed this was her first visit to such a grand supermarket. She typically frequented the more economical local markets. Yet, even in this context, she was willing to spend a substantial sum for a single serving of crystal shrimp dumplings for her son, despite it possibly consuming her allowance for an entire week or even two. In that moment, Chu Tian felt a sudden wave of tenderness wash over him. Previously, he had consistently nudged his son, subtly suggesting that Xu Qingyu and Chu Xing were not of the same ilk. He believed that Xu Qingyu would undoubtedly soar to great heights in the future, while his own son, no matter how hard he strived, might only manage to attend a third-tier university, perhaps achieving a second tier at best. The disparity between them seemed insurmountable, and he feared his son would become too deeply enamored, leading to inevitable heartbreak. However, now, witnessing the stars in the girl's eyes and recognizing that she had spent her meager savings to treat his son to a delightful meal, coupled with the image of her rising early to prepare breakfast for him, Chu Tian felt a swell of emotion and suddenly smiled. He chuckled at his own sentimental musings, at his tendency to meddle. The love between youth is pure, untainted by any impurities. As a parent, he had viewed their innocent and beautiful phase of life through a lens clouded with worldly and utilitarian notions, which was truly unjust. Perhaps one day, this girl would indeed soar to great heights, but for now, her heart and mind were wholly devoted to his son. Was that not sufficient? What reason was there to impose any barriers? In this moment, Chu Tian was reminded of when she first entered the shop, when he had contemplated asking her to leave. And he couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He took a deep breath and then smiled brightly, saying, "Xiaoxing is quite particular about his food. He tends to shy away from overly rich or bland dishes. The shrimp dumplings you have in hand are not to his liking. I recommend you try the Shrimp Emperor brand of crystal shrimp dumplings." Chu Tian personally selected a serving of shrimp dumplings and handed them to the young lady, continuing with a smile. "Let me tell you, although Xiaoxing appears carefree and easygoing, he possesses a remarkably delicate disposition. He is quite attentive to others and has a passion for playing the guitar. Once, when his mother insisted he participate in a competition, he broke down in tears on stage. By the way, I took a picture of that moment. Next time you visit, I will show it to you." Also, Chu Tian rambled on. This was the first time Xu Qingyu heard stories about Xu Xing's childhood, and her eyes sparkled with interest. In her mind, Xu Xing had always been strong and domineering, constantly pushing himself to do many things, often appearing indifferent to everything. However, through Chu Tian's narrative, Xu Qingyu began to understand Xu Xing on a deeper level for the first time. She learned that, surprisingly, he had once been afraid of caterpillars. In the end, the young lady could not resist Chu Tian's insistence. The payment for the crystal shrimp dumplings was still made by Chu Tian. Upon returning home, Chu Tian carried a large array of ingredients and, as soon as he stepped inside, shouted towards the master bedroom, "Chu Xing, come out here." Typically, Chu Tian called his son Xiaoxing, but addressing him by his full name signaled that something significant had occurred. Chu Xing, who had been diligently working on an exam in his bedroom, hurriedly emerged with pen and paper in hand. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he held a genuine fear of his father. However, upon noticing that Chu Tian was not wielding a Shu soul, he felt a slight sense of relief and inquired, "Dad, have you heard some gossip again? Is Li Mo accusing me of something? I assure you, I haven't caused any trouble at school, and I am confident I will improve my ranking by 150 places." At that moment, Zhang Ying emerged from the guest room, her face covered in a mask, and defended, "Old Chu, what are you up to? Xiaoxing has been behaving well lately. I can vouch for that. Since he arrived home, he has been studying, so don't create unnecessary trouble." Chu Tian set down the pile of ingredients and, after pondering for a moment, asked, "Xiaoxing, did Qingyu make you baozi this morning? Did you refuse to eat them?" Chu Xing smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting the matter, and pulled out 2 cold meat buns from his pocket, puzzled. "Oh, Dad, how did you know that Xu Qingyu delivered baozi to me this morning? I did have breakfast and ate one, but I forgot about the other 2. Chu Tian shot him a stern glare, gestured for Chu Xing to bring him the cold buns, and said coldly, "What have I taught you? Do not waste food." That evening, Chu Xing savored the braised spare ribs prepared by his mother. Although her culinary skills did not quite match those of his father, the dish was nonetheless a feast for the senses, vibrant in color, aroma, and flavor. He gorged himself to the point of discomfort, unable to consume another bite. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Chu Tian reached over and took a piece, biting into it with delight. "Delicious. How could you possibly say it's not?" he exclaimed. Before Chu Xing could respond, Chu Tian added, "Don't bother with breakfast tomorrow. Qingyu will bring it for you." This revelation piqued not only Chu Xing's curiosity, but also that of Zhang Ying, who inquired, "Old Chu, have you met Qingyu?" Chu Tian briefly recounted his encounter with Xu Qingyu at the supermarket, then sighed. "Qingyu is a wonderful girl. Little Xing, you must treat her well, understand? Don't bully her. If I find out you do, just wait until I bring out the belt." Chu Xing would never dream of bullying Xu Qingyu. He could hardly bear to see her hurt. With a cheeky grin, he suggested, "Dad, since you care so much for Qingyu, why not give her a raise?" Chu Tian's expression turned stern. "You little rascal. Don't you know that because Qingyu is earning such a high salary, other employees have voiced their dissatisfaction? If we raise her pay further, what will happen to the others?" After receiving a scolding from his father, Chu Xing felt a twinge of frustration but understood the predicament his father faced, so he held his tongue. Just as he was about to retreat to his room to study, Chu Tian interjected, "Wait a moment. While her salary cannot increase, considering that Qingyu brings you breakfast every day, shouldn't you show some appreciation?" Chu Xing protested, "But Dad, I have no money." Chu Tian retorted, "You're just feigning poverty. I'll give you 3,000 yuan shortly. Buy her something nice. Just remember to spend wisely. Long live Dad." The following morning, Chu Xing indeed enjoyed the crystal shrimp dumplings that Xu Qingyu had brought. He heeded his father's advice and skipped breakfast, given that shrimp dumplings were his favorite. He devoured them with gusto. As he set down his chopsticks, he glanced at the smiling girl beside him and suddenly inquired, "By the way, did you have breakfast?" Xu Qingyu nodded eagerly. "I've eaten. Really, I'm not lying." Curious, Chu Xing pressed, "What did you have?" After a bit of hesitation, Xu Qingyu finally admitted that she had eaten steamed buns with pickles. With a sigh, Chu Xing gently said, "Today marks the end of exams, so starting tomorrow, don't bring me breakfast. And no more steamed buns for you. I'll bring you buns instead. No refusals." Seeing Xu Qingyu hesitate, Chu Xing narrowed his eyes. "What is this? Have I been too kind lately that you've forgotten the might of this great demon king? If you dare to decline, I'll reveal that letter." The young girl's face turned crimson in an instant. She dared not linger and quickly nodded before scurrying away. Around them, curious gazes filled with intrigue were directed at Chu Xing. During the morning's comprehensive science exam, Chu Xing essentially threw in the towel. To say he gave up would be an exaggeration. At least this time, he approached the questions with diligence rather than haphazardly guessing. Some questions seemed familiar, and even if he struggled with the larger problems, he filled the entire test sheet, hoping the teacher would grant him a few points for effort. In the afternoon, English truly became Chu Xing's domain. Upon receiving the examination paper, he cast a cursory glance at it, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The English composition mirrored precisely what Xu Qingyu had predicted, and having memorized the model essay in advance, he felt confident about his performance. Supervisor Sun Mingqi observed Chu Xing fervently writing away, initially hesitating. After all, his previous scores in mathematics and comprehensive science had been dismal, and she had little hope for this underachiever. However, as her curiosity got the better of her, she approached him and was taken aback by the elegance of his handwriting and the neatness of his answers. The quality of Chu Xing's paper rivaled that of the top 10 students in her class. Consequently, during this English examination, Sun Mingqi lingered by Chu Xing's side for quite some time, much to the dismay of Li Fei, who had hoped to doze off in the front row. The conclusion of the English exam marked the end of the first monthly test for the senior year, ushering in a period for teachers to diligently grade the papers. On the following day, the papers remained ungraded. During the Chinese class, the formidable teacher Li began to express her fury. This monthly exam has revealed numerous issues. Some students even marked their answer sheets incorrectly, losing over 10 points. Such blunders must not be repeated. Moreover, many essays strayed off topic. After her lengthy tirade, a smile gradually emerged on Teacher Li's face, and she shifted her tone to a more upbeat one. Of course, there are some students who have made remarkable progress in this exam. Chu Xing's Chinese composition is the only perfect score in the entire school. The essay titled Rebooting Youth. Continuing the epic will be showcased across all 18 classes in the grade. As Teacher Li passionately recounted this, incredulity spread across the faces of many students in the audience. How could it be? The underperformer Chu Xing had achieved the sole perfect score in the essay? Although the papers were yet to be graded and results published, everyone understood the value of a perfect essay. Even Xu Qingyu, the top student, had not attained a perfect score. Just as all eyes turned in disbelief towards the corner where Chu Xing sat, he appeared utterly unconcerned. Meanwhile, under the desk, Xu Qingyu gently nudged Chu Xing's thigh with her leg, whispering, "Congratulations." Chu Xing immediately leaned closer to her, asking, "What will you reward me with?" Under normal circumstances, she would have distanced herself with a look of disdain. However, this time, she merely cast a fleeting glance at him. Biting her lip, her cheeks flushed as she replied, "As long as you don't make me wear stockings, I'll agree to anything." "Anything?" Chu Xing eagerly echoed, inching closer to her, their shoulders brushing. He anticipated her response, insisting, "You said it. No backing out." Xu Qingyu, noticing the spark in his eyes, became wary. She sensed that Chu Xing was up to no good and regretted her words. However, before she could retort, he leaned in and whispered something in her ear. In an instant, her face turned crimson, her eyes seemingly brimming with blood. Now, everyone was applauding for Chu Xing. At the podium, the formidable Li applauded first, prompting the entire class to erupt into enthusiastic applause. Xu Qingyu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, dared not look at Chu Xing directly. Yet her curiosity compelled her to steal a glance at the boy's handsome visage. Her earlobes turned a delicate shade of crimson as she clapped, murmuring softly, "Chu Xing, could you perhaps wish for something else? I beg you." Her voice was sweet and soft, akin to cotton candy, inducing a sense of warmth throughout the room. The teachers were diligently grading papers, with results expected to be announced the following day. As per Li's directive, the final class meeting tomorrow afternoon would be dedicated to a parent-teacher conference for students in their final year of high school. Such gatherings elicited a mix of anticipation and dread. In the past, Chu Xing had dreaded these meetings, for his father often became the subject of criticism, resulting in a painful return home. However, now, a flicker of expectation ignited within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the school bell finally rang. Xu Qingyu hurriedly packed her bag, and Chu Xing, aware of her desire to avoid responsibility, matched her pace to finish gathering his belongings. Once Xu Qingyu stepped out, he leisurely followed her. Upon reaching the school gate, Chu Xing inquired, "Where are you headed?" Xu Qingyu hesitated with her head bowed, then turned to walk towards the CAF. The moonlight tonight was particularly resplendent, and the untainted sky sparkled with stars, twinkling like Xu Qingyu's lively eyes. Chu Xing quickened his pace to walk alongside her, his eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. "Xu, as a diligent student, you must honor your commitments, right?" Her cheeks aflame, the girl glanced at him shyly. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Do you really want to touch?" She was blissfully unaware of how audacious her behavior appeared. Chu Xing's eyes twinkled with amusement as he cast a glance at her long, graceful legs. "You promised to reward me. If you don't fulfill your promise, I might lose motivation for the next exam." Xu Qingyu instinctively bit her rosy lip, a habit she resorted to when anxious. After a prolonged silence, she beseeched softly, "But I'm not wearing stockings. Please, can we choose another wish?" "It doesn't necessarily have to involve stockings," he said, edging closer to her. At that moment, the girl sighed deeply, as if resolving to concede, and replied, "Then let us go to your house next time." Upon receiving her promise, Chu Xing felt a surge of joy. He understood that Xu Qingyu was quite shy, and her concession indicated considerable resolve. Thus, he refrained from pressing further. With a smile, he asked, "How many places do you think I can improve in this exam?" Mention of academics instantly cleared Xu Qingyu's expression, her focus sharpening. She had observed Chu Xing's recent progress. She knew his grades better than even Li did. She replied earnestly, "Your Chinese essay scored full marks, indicating significant improvement. And English is your strong suit. I estimate you'll score above 125. Overall, you should surpass 300 points, likely improving around 200 places in the entire grade." Chu Xing initially felt a moment of joy, but soon he sighed. "Do you think, at this pace of progress, I could gain admission to the same university as you?" Xu Qingyu looked up at the starry sky above, the luminous moonlight cascading over her. She did not respond. Instead, she suddenly pointed at an elderly man selling cotton candy across the street and exclaimed, "I want to have that." Naturally, Chu Xing would not disappoint the girl. He immediately took her hand and crossed the street, purchasing 2 servings of cotton candy. The old man, observing the pair hand in hand, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a match made in heaven." Upon hearing this, Chu Xing couldn't help but grin widely. Conversely, Xu Qingyu felt a bit bashful. She attempted to withdraw her hand from his grasp, but found that he held on quite firmly, leaving her with no choice but to relent. However, after a brief moment, she tightened her grip on his hand. As they received the cotton candy, the two walked hand in hand towards a CAF. Passing a small park, Chu Xing glanced at the benches and suggested, "Let us finish our cotton candy before heading back." Xu Qingyu, clearly eager to spend more time with the boy, nodded in agreement. They sat side by side on a bench in the park, where the mid-October air already carried a hint of autumn's chill. Xu Qingyu quickly finished her cotton candy, but noticed that Chu Xing's remained untouched. She wished to have some more, but hesitated to voice it. Chu Xing, effortlessly discerning her thoughts, offered her his cotton candy. The girl happily began to eat, as he watched her savor the treat. Her rosy tongue peeking out with each delicate lick, he couldn't help but ask, "Is it delicious?" Xu Qingyu looked at the cotton candy in her hand, her eyes sparkling. You should try some." As she spoke, she extended the cotton candy towards him. Chu Xing wasn't particularly fond of sweets. He only kept a couple of candies in his pocket as a substitute for smoking. Shaking his head at her offering, he replied, "You enjoy it." Just as the girl continued to indulge in the sweet, Chu Xing suddenly reclined on her soft lap. Her legs, clad in slightly faded school uniform trousers, became rigid at this unexpected intimacy, nearly causing her to drop the cotton candy. Her beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at the boy resting on her knees. And a phrase suddenly echoed in her mind. This must be what they call a lap pillow. The warmth of his breath brushed against her knee, and at that moment, Xu Qingyu's heart raced like a startled deer. She picked at the cotton candy, but this time it felt somewhat flavorless. "Xu Qingyu, how about you accompany me to the mall this weekend? After a month of studying every day, my mind is turning to mush. We should change our mood and strike a balance between work and rest." Xu Qingyu, lost in her thoughts, did not reply. She could only feel her heart racing, quickening with each passing moment. She feared that if it continued, her heart might leap from her chest. Upon returning home, Chu Xing tossed his backpack onto the sofa and called out, "Mom, I'm back." Upon returning, Chu Tian emerged from the kitchen, untying his apron and carrying 2 plates of dishes. "The exam papers have been distributed, haven't they?" Generally, Chu Tian refrained from cooking, but today he took the initiative to prepare a meal, indicating he was in a good mood. Chu Xing gazed at the large shrimp on the plate, unable to suppress a swallow, and remarked, "Isn't it too soon? The results won't be available until tomorrow. By the way, during the last class tomorrow afternoon, there's a parent-teacher meeting. Who will go, you or Mom?" Hearing this, Chu Tian furrowed his brow. "So you're saying it's premature to celebrate?" He had anticipated the results would be released today, and had prepared a feast for the occasion, only to find his efforts were in vain. Without hesitation, Chu Xing reached for a large shrimp. Just as he was about to taste it, a pair of chopsticks suddenly tapped his hand. Chu Tian glared at him. "Wash your hands. Aren't you old enough to maintain hygiene?" Chu Xing remained unmoved and calmly replied, "Today, the teacher praised me." Intrigued, Chu Tian pressed for details. "Go on. I'm the only student among 960 who received full marks on the Chinese composition. Moreover, Limoda mentioned he would showcase my essay at the grade-level assembly. Is that for real? You'll find out at the parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. Do you think I would jest about such a matter?" Chu Tian was taken aback for a moment, then personally peeled a large shrimp and offered it to Chu Xing's lips. "All right, I'll attend the parent-teacher meeting tomorrow." The following day, Chu Xing sprang out of bed with enthusiasm. He took down the guitar hanging on the wall and cheerfully declared, "Little brother, you won't be lonely anymore." After brushing his teeth and washing up, he set off for school with his guitar beneath the morning sun. As per usual, he stopped to buy 2 breakfast servings along the way. Upon arriving at school, Many classmates expressed curiosity about the guitar he carried. Once in class, he was met with a barrage of questions. Chu Xing, are you planning to perform? As the class monitor, Guofeng was among the first to arrive at the classroom each day. The hour was still early, with only a few early birds scattered about. With a mysterious smile, Chu Xing replied, "Isn't there a parent-teacher meeting today? Li Moda asked me to sing Only Mother in This World at the meeting to lighten the atmosphere, so the students who performed poorly can suffer a little less." Guofeng scoffed. "I think you should sing Only Father is Good to spare your dad from using his shoe sole on you." At the parent-teacher meetings for grades 1 and 2, Chu Xing was accustomed to receiving a thrashing with the shoe sole. Chu Xing chuckled derisively. "Shut it." He returned to his seat, placed the guitar against the wall, and picked up his mathematics book to study. In preparation for the first monthly exam, he had dedicated his efforts primarily to Chinese and English, resulting in swift improvements in those subjects, while his math and science scores remained dismal. Chu Xing aspired to achieve comprehensive progress. Thus, he would need to devote more attention to the sciences moving forward. The morning classes passed in a flurry of intensity. The second class in the afternoon was physical education. As customary, the PE teacher, Sun Wei, instructed everyone to run 2 laps around the track before announcing free activity. Feeling fatigued, Chu Xing returned to the classroom for a nap. His significant academic improvement was undoubtedly the result of considerable effort. Now, regardless of the class he attends, Chu Xing has never once been distracted. He is wholly devoted to his studies. In the evenings, he endures supplementary lessons from Xu Qingyu, often studying until the early hours of 1 or 2 in the morning. Despite his robust constitution, fatigue inevitably sets in. Seizing the moment during physical education class, he rests his head on the desk and drifts into a deep slumber. Outside the window, sparrows chirp incessantly, causing him to furrow his brow in his dreams. Meanwhile, a figure enters the classroom. She retrieves a broom from the corner and stands by the window, attempting to shoo away the noisy sparrows from the branches. Unfortunately, the birds pay no heed to the young girl's plight, instead chirping even more joyously. Frustrated, she bites her lip and glares at the birds, hoping her fierce expression will scare them away. However, the bothersome creatures do not disperse, and instead, they awaken the sleeping boy. "What are you doing?" Chu Xing, still bleary-eyed, gazes at the girl by the window, his voice raspy. Startled, she hastily hides the broom behind her back and whispers, I'm cleaning." Chu Xing stretches his numb arm and wipes the drool from the corner of his mouth, coolly responding, "Could you not be noisy for just a moment? Must you cause a ruckus at this time?" Xu Qingyu feels a twinge of embarrassment. She had intended to prevent the sparrows from disturbing the boy's sweet dreams. Yet now she feels somewhat culpable for inadvertently becoming an accomplice to the birds. I didn't mean to wake you." Chu Xing looks up, observing the sparrows still chattering away outside, then glances at the broom in her hand, seeming to grasp the situation. A smile graces his lips as he teases, "Are you afraid the little birds will disturb my sleep, and you wish to chase them away with that broom?" Xu Qingyu's cheeks flush crimson, and she falls silent. After all, her earlier efforts had been futile, and she is reluctant to admit how embarrassing it is that she couldn't even drive away 2 sparrows. Chu Xing notices her bashful expression and lightly smiles. He can almost envision the awkward scene of the girl battling with the sparrows. Seeing Chu Xing's radiant smile, the girl, biting her lip in frustration, retorts, "Are you deliberately mocking me?" Chu Xing's smile widens. "What, is it a crime to laugh?" Realizing the boy's infectious mirth, Xu Qingyu soon finds herself unable to suppress a laugh as well. Just as she sets the broom down, the sparrows, which she had been unable to shoo away, suddenly take flight. Their eyes meet, and they both burst into laughter. At that moment, an idea strikes Chu Xing. He picks up his guitar and, taking Xu Qingyu's hand, hastily makes his way towards the door. The girl, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, asks, "What is happening?" With the guitar slung over his back, he pulls her hand as they dash into the corridor. It is still class time. Aside from class 14 engaged in physical education, other classes are diligently focused on their lessons. As the two pass by the windows, many students glance curiously outside. Reaching the ground floor, Chu Xing, still holding her hand, leads her toward the playground with a beaming smile. "Didn't you say you wanted to hear me sing? Now, I shall fulfill that wish." During the October holiday, Xu Qingyu came to Chu Xing's home for tutoring, and her gaze immediately fell upon the guitar hanging on the wall. However, Chu Xing had not touched it in a long time, rendering him somewhat out of practice. Thus, he made a pact with the young girl, promising to play for her once he had regained his familiarity. Now, the moment to fulfill that promise had arrived. Star, let's have a one-on-one match. Last time, you were fortunate to score a point. This time, I shall show you my prowess, declared Zhou Peng, the athletic committee member, as he dominated the basketball court. The other boys from Class 14 were no match for him. Upon spotting Chu Xing, he waved eagerly. Alas, Chu Xing's attention was solely devoted to the girl by his side, rendering him indifferent to Zhou Peng's provocation. As he arrived at the playground, guitar in hand, Chu Xing gently strummed the strings, seeking the right feeling. Just then, Feng approached, puzzled. Chu Xing, didn't you say you would sing at the parent-teacher meeting? Why is your dad here early? Go away. Chu Xing shot him a glare, then resumed tuning his instrument. Meanwhile, numerous classmates engaged in recreational activities on the playground began to take notice of the commotion, converging towards him. What was Chu Xing doing with a guitar? Under the basketball hoop, Yuran and her friend had been cheering for Zhou Peng. However, upon seeing Chu Xing's cool demeanor with the guitar, curiosity got the better of them. Su Xiaoxue's eyes widened in surprise. I saw Chu Xing carrying a guitar to school before. The class monitor mentioned that Li Modu asked him to sing at the parent-teacher meeting. But honestly, Chu Xing is tall and slender. He looks quite handsome holding that guitar. Do you think Chu Xing can play the guitar? Yuran pondered, tempted to approach but feeling too shy. Su Xiaoxue, seeing through her hesitation, took her hand and led her towards the playground. Let's go see. We will find out. At the same moment, Chu Xing's movements came to a gentle pause. He closed his eyes, a tender smile gracing his lips. The next moment, he opened his brilliant eyes, and his slender fingers glided effortlessly across the strings. Instantly, enchanting music resonated throughout the playground. In the next heartbeat, the boy's lively voice echoed in the air. Outside the window, the sparrows chatter. You say this phrase has a summery vibe. The pencil in my hand scribbles back and forth on paper. With a few lines, I describe who you are to me. Surrounded by many astonished onlookers, Yuran, hearing the melody from afar, grasped her friend's hand and dashed towards him. One by one, figures gathered around him on the playground. At the center of the crowd, the bright-eyed girl instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. In that moment, Xu Qingyu recalled the incessant chattering of sparrows in the classroom earlier. With a soft giggle, she beamed like a blossoming flower. The physical education class was nearing its end, and the next lesson would be the parent-teacher meeting. In the office, the homeroom teacher of Class 14, Mr. Li, was meticulously organizing the exam papers. This marked the first monthly examination for the third-year students, and overall, the results were rather disappointing. Mr. Li intended to seize the opportunity during the upcoming class meeting to address the parents and instill a sense of motivation in them. As the sun gradually descended, a gentle breeze caressed the campus playground, carrying with it the essence of youthful exuberance. In the center of the playground, a young boy sat quietly on the grass, cradling a wooden-hued guitar in his arms. The instrument gleamed with a warm luster, harmonizing beautifully with the pristine white shirt he wore. His fingers delicately strummed the strings, and melodic notes flowed forth like a babbling brook. The boy's voice was clear and pure, imbued with a touch of vitality and innocence. Not only Class 14 was enjoying the physical education class, students from other classes were equally captivated by the enchanting melody, gradually gathering around. Some stood by, quietly listening, while others settled on the grass, closing their eyes to immerse themselves in the harmonious tune. In a corner of the playground, Zhao Shuang, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, was engaged in a discussion with her best friend about which male celebrity was the most handsome when their attention was suddenly drawn to the crowd across from them. Curiously, she inquired, "What is happening over there?" Her friend, eyes wide with uncertainty, replied, "It seems someone is performing. Let us go take a look." Zhao Shuang was pulled by her friend to the center of the playground, and upon witnessing the boy lost in his musical reverie, she instinctively covered her mouth in awe. Her friend nudged her with an elbow, teasingly remarking, "It's Chu Xing, your crush." Zhao Shuang, her cheeks flushed, lightly swatted her friend's shoulder, murmuring, "Stop it." Her friend, draping an arm around her shoulder, laughed heartily. "When have I ever exaggerated? At the last sports meet, you couldn't stop raving about how handsome Chu Xing is, how great his abs look, and you cheered the loudest during his competition. Yet you refused to admit it." Zhao Shuang found herself speechless, unable to argue back, for she indeed harbored a fondness for Chu Xing. Thus, she chose to ignore her friend and focused all her attention on the boy. The taste of mackerel pike is something both the cat and you wish to understand. The scent of first love has been rediscovered by us. That warm sunlight resembles freshly picked strawberries, and you say you cannot bear to let go of this feeling. The boy was immersed in his own musical world, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, solely dedicated to his playing and singing. At that moment, it was not just Zhao Xuanshuang. The majority of the girls on the playground were entranced by Chu Xing's presence. Directly opposite Chu Xing, Xu Qingyu sat quietly before him, her arms wrapped around her knees, resting her chin atop them, her clear gaze brimming with affection. However, the young girl was not in the best of spirits. Today's parent-teacher meeting was supposed to be a moment of celebration and attention for Xu Qingyu, the top student in her grade. Yet due to recent tensions with her mother, she had not even informed her about the event. Consequently, her seat would inevitably remain empty at the meeting. Initially, Xu Qingyu felt a tinge of sadness. However, now, listening to the boy's exquisite singing, she found that nothing else mattered. The sounds of competition from the basketball court gradually diminished as Zhou Ping and a few boys squatted on the bleachers, gazing in this direction. Previously, whenever Zhou Peng played basketball, a throng of young girls would gather around him, cheering him on. However, at this moment, all his limelight had been usurped by the boys across the court. Zhou Peng felt a twinge of melancholy. Yet as the melodies carried by the wind whispered in his ears, he found himself at a loss for words. Chu Xing's left index finger deftly plucked the guitar strings. In preparation for today's performance, he had diligently practiced over the past few days, yet after such a long hiatus from playing the guitar, he still felt somewhat unsteady. When he reached the chorus, he suddenly faltered, swallowing a misplaced note as his Adam's apple bobbed. Fortunately, this was not a celebrity concert, nor was there any professional equipment. Thus, the occasional slip went unnoticed by the audience. As Chu Xing finished the last line of the lyrics, the melodious strumming of the guitar gradually faded into the air of the playground. Instantly, applause and cheers erupted all around. With a thick skin, Chu Xing graciously accepted the accolades. Just as he was about to pack up and conclude his performance, someone shouted, "I haven't had enough yet. Sing another." Chu Xing immediately shook his head. What a joke. This song, Qi Li Xiang, was one he had specifically practiced to fulfill his promise to Xu Qingyu. Having chosen this piece from Jay Chou's recent release, even though he had rehearsed, there were still several moments of missed notes. Thankfully, his classmates were not professionals and did not point them out. If he were to continue singing, he would undoubtedly reveal his shortcomings. As Chu Xing stood up to leave, unexpectedly, a girl with a single ponytail, who appeared quite demure, spoke up. "Classmate, I'm from the school broadcasting station, and your singing was truly delightful. Could you please sing another?" Without hesitation, Chu Xing declined. What a preposterous notion. The next class was a parent-teacher meeting. Over the past month, he had been studying diligently, and his grades had improved significantly, all for the sake of proving himself at the meeting. He could hardly wait to witness his father's expression when praised by the formidable Mr. Li. For over a decade, from elementary school to the second year of high school, he had always languished at the bottom of his class, often used as a cautionary example. His father had broken countless belts over his lackluster performance. Now that he finally had a chance to shine, Chu Xing was determined to witness the entire proceedings of the parent-teacher meeting. Just as he waved his hand to refuse and intended to pull Xu Qingyu back to class, the girl in front suddenly shook her head. Offering a smile as she said, "You go back to class. I'd like to sit here for a while." "What's wrong? The parent-teacher meeting is about to start." "It would be unfortunate if your mother came and couldn't find you," he responded. Xu Qingyu, being the top student in the grade, was irreplaceable. The class could do without anyone but her. Yet, to his surprise, Xu Qingyu continued to shake her head, forcing a smile as she said, "I've spoken with Mr. Li. My mother has something to attend to and one TB coming, so I don't need to return to class. You go ahead. I'll find you after the meeting." As Chu Xing observed the girl's solitary figure, a sudden silence enveloped him. Lately, he had devoted all his thoughts to his studies. He believed that paying Xu Qingyu 100 yuan daily would resolve all issues, yet he overlooked the complexities of her family background. In a previous life, Chu Xing had already grasped the situation. Xu Qingyu, having lost her father at a tender age, had relied solely on her mother throughout her childhood. Their family endured significant hardships. Just a day before the commencement of her senior year, following a tragic accident, her sole guardian promptly remarried abroad. Now, although Chu Xing had saved Xu Qingyu, the rift between her and her mother likely remained unbridged. On the contrary, as time passed, with Xu Qingyu attending supplementary classes daily, her relationship with her mother may have become even more strained. This could elucidate her mother's absence during the parent-teacher meeting. In the next class, while all the other parents attended, Xu Qingyu remained solitary on the playground. How could Chu Xing bear to witness the girl's loneliness? Thus, he halted his steps, picked up his guitar once more, and with a radiant smile, he gently strummed the strings, saying, "Feel free to request any song you like. I shall sing it for you." Before the girl could respond, a cacophony of heated debates erupted nearby. "Silence!" Chu Xing bellowed, quelling the discourse. He turned his attention back to Xu Qingyu, restoring his gentle demeanor and warm smile. "Xu Qingyu, please, go ahead. Dear parents, kindly sign your names upon entry. Students, please stand on either side of the classroom to make way for your parents." Li Mo, the class monitor, stood at the podium, maintaining order. In preparation for the parent-teacher meeting, Li Mo, typically barefaced, had managed to apply a light touch of makeup. Though subtle, it was enough to leave all the classmates wide-eyed in surprise. Students eagerly exited the classroom to escort their parents to their seats, then dutifully stood to the side. "Dad, I'll sit over here. I've prepared a letter for you. Just placed it on the desk. Don't forget to read it later." "Mom, please don't get distracted while the teacher is speaking. I can't bear the embarrassment." As one parent after another was led into the classroom by their children, only Chu Tian remained outside, left alone in the wind. "Where's Chu Xing? That rascal wouldn't he have skipped class out of shame over poor grades, would he?" It was a possibility. The thought of Chu Xing's historically lackluster performance darkened Chu Tian's expression. Simultaneously, Li Mo noticed Chu Tian lingering at the classroom door and promptly said, "You must be Chu Xing's parent. Chu Xing is seated in the last row, but he seems to have wandered off somewhere. Please, come inside." That scoundrel dared to skip class. Chu Tian's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He walked to the back row and sat down. When a tall, stout boy beside him quietly remarked, "Uncle, Chu Xing has skipped class. He's singing on the playground." Hearing this, Chu Tian was at a loss for how to react. While the other students were in the classroom attending the meeting with their parents, he had gone off to sing on the playground. That was hardly better than skipping class. On the podium, Mr. Li, the esteemed teacher, noticed that everyone had gathered and began with a heartfelt address. "Dear parents, I extend my gratitude for taking the time from your busy schedules to attend this crucial parent meeting. As we embark on the final year of high school, we enter a pivotal phase in our children's 12-year educational journey, a time when our collective efforts are essential. This recent monthly examination revealed a commendable average score increase of 5.2. However, it also highlighted 3 prevalent issues. Firstly, 35 of students exhibit an imbalance in their allocation of time across various subjects. Secondly, errors in understanding questions accounted for 18 of lost points. Lastly, we have witnessed a rise in instances where psychological anxiety has adversely affected performance. Mr. Li continued to elaborate passionately, while the parents attentively absorbed his words, all too aware of the significance of their children's final year. For the students, this represents the most critical turning point in their lives. Thus, parents invested great care and concern. After a moment, Mr. Li shifted his tone and recounted an anecdote. "Last week, while grading essays, I came across a poignant line written by a student. The fine lines at the corners of my mother's eyes unsettle me more than derivative problems." This profound statement came from a student who typically does not excel academically. Upon reading these words, I could sense that the child's pressure stemmed not only from academic demands, but also from the fear of disappointing their parents' expectations. This line was penned by our very own Chu Xing, and I would like to take this opportunity to commend him. In this monthly examination, he was the only student in the entire school to achieve a perfect score on his essay, which has now been showcased school-wide. I wish to share this exemplary piece with you all, inviting you to step into the world of our children. As Mr. Li concluded his thoughts, his gaze drifted towards a corner of the classroom. There, the once impetuous youth was absent, replaced by a somewhat reserved and graceful young man. Mr. Li nodded at Chu Tian, who appeared slightly flustered. He then picked up a test paper and turned to the final essay. Undeniably, Chu Xing's handwriting was exquisite, elegant yet sharp, and as he took a gentle breath, Mr. Li began to read aloud. "How can I describe my senior year? It seems devoid of grandiosity. I am merely a simple boy, traversing a high school journey much like that of my peers. I do not possess particularly dazzling achievements. Rather, I share this experience with a group of friends, all striving toward the same goal over these 3 years. Time has slipped away unnoticed, and now, only 100 days remain. There are more than 100 unresolved issues, countless annotations yet to be memorized, And theorems and formulas that I can recall but cannot apply. The clock above relentlessly ticks away, amplifying my anxiety, while my confusion leaves me at a loss. I can only seek to fill the gaps, the omissions, and the uncertainties of my mind with more time, day by day, in this monotonous cycle. In the classroom, 48 students were present, with 47 parents in attendance, all listening earnestly to this poignant essay. They seemed to glimpse the tireless efforts of their children in their final year of high school through the article, marking their first genuine understanding of their children's emotions. A true entrance into the hearts of these diligent students. In the corner, Chu Tian had shed the initial awkwardness and anger. Upon discovering that his son had skipped classes, he had contemplated reprimanding Chu Xing upon their return home. Yet now, as he listened to his son's composition, he found himself empathizing with his son's perspective. Realizing that beneath his son's cheerful exterior lay a heart burdened with anxiety, he ceased to be troubled and adopted a calm demeanor, listening attentively as if he were a student himself. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the classroom's loudspeaker. The teacher, Li Motu, paused momentarily, glancing up at the speaker overhead. Noticing the absence of any announcement, she resumed reading the exemplary composition. However, her voice faltered once again as the sound of a melodious guitar filled the air. By now, evening had descended, and the sun in the west clung to its final rays. The last class was an evening study session, and Li Motu assumed that the broadcasting station was hosting an event, so she paid it no mind. Fortunately, the guitar's melody was not overly loud. She increased the volume slightly, and amidst the gentle music, her reading took on a more emotional resonance. In countless pitch-black nights, I asked myself, why do people strive? I cannot count the answers, yet, regardless, we all press forward. I have no reason to lag behind, nor to halt my progress. I still wish that many years hence, when I reflect upon my 18-year-old self, I can smile and say, my youth harbored no regrets. That is all. Once more, Li Motu's voice was interrupted by the broadcast. Following the enchanting guitar, a clear yet slightly husky, singing voice filled the room. In that fleeting moment, Li Motu abruptly looked up, her gaze fixed on the back corner of the classroom. There, a middle-aged man with an air of elegance rose to his feet, his eyes reflecting disbelief. At that instant, Chu Xing's song emanated from the speakers like a beam of light, illuminating the shadows within the classroom. That is the person I miss day and night, whom I love deeply. How should I express this? Will she accept me? Perhaps I shall never utter those words to her, destined to wander the world without attachment. In the back of the classroom, Chu Tian stood up. His expression transformed from surprise to astonishment, eventually flushing with excitement. The unexpected song from the broadcast caught Li Motu off guard. This parent-teacher meeting was not limited to class 14, but encompassed the entire senior year, with 18 classes gathered, bringing together over 1,000 parents. For the students, their final year of high school marks a pivotal moment in their lives, and for all parents, it is equally a year of profound significance. It is precisely for this reason that the school attaches great importance to this parents' meeting. Originally, due to Chu Xing's essay being showcased throughout the school, Li Motu felt a sense of pride, allowing Chu Xing to skip class, turning a blind eye to his absence. However, now, halfway through the meeting, as many parents awaited their children's grades, an unexpected interruption occurred. Chu Xing's voice resonated through the school broadcast. Good heavens, this was a school-wide announcement. Thousands of students attending classes and hundreds of parents were present. Li Motu could almost envision the scene of the head of administration furiously pounding the table in his office. The previously composed and elegantly made-up Li Motu could no longer maintain her poise. She cast a glance toward the back of the classroom where Chu Tian stood, then instructed the class monitor, Guofeng, go to the broadcasting room immediately and bring Chu Xing back. If he dares to cause any more trouble, I will not spare him. Guofeng, upon being called out, trembled slightly. He had intended to say something, but upon seeing Li Motu's grim expression, he dared not utter another word and hurriedly exited the classroom. Meanwhile, the youthful voice of the boy continued to echo across the campus. Dreams are always out of reach. Should one give up? Flowers bloom and wither with each passing season. Oh spring, where are you? At that moment, in the last row of the classroom, Chu Tian, his face flushed, straightened his back, although he felt faint and his hands trembled under the scrutiny of his peers. Upon hearing his son's fervent singing and the line dreams are always out of reach, he transformed in that instant. No longer was he the timid parent who shrank away at every parents' meeting, but rather a father willing to shoulder the weight of his son's mistakes with unwavering support. With resolute eyes and sincere conviction, he declared, this song. I believe I have not heard it before. As Chu Xing's homeroom teacher, Li Moda was determined to prevent her class from incurring any disciplinary action due to Chu Xing's antics. In her mind, she could already picture the scene of her class being reprimanded publicly by the entire school, prompting her to prioritize the current situation. Chu Xing's father. Let us set aside other matters for now and focus on bringing Chu Xing back for a discussion, she said gravely. Chu Tian clenched his fist, wishing to buy his son a bit more time, yet he felt constrained under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Just then, a girl with a ponytail spoke up. The song Chu Xing is singing, I've never heard it before. It seems like he wrote the lyrics himself. Her words sparked a wave of murmurs throughout the classroom. Li Mo, too, observing the chaos, immediately admonished, Zhao Shuang, refrain from speaking out of turn. The ponytailed girl, her face flushed with embarrassment, replied softly, I am not speaking out of turn. This song is indeed written by Chu Xing. Meanwhile, the song on the broadcast deepened in emotion, resonating with fervor. Years have swiftly passed, filled with myriad joys and sorrows. Once, the ambitious youth gazed enviously at the southward flying geese, each figure hurrying toward their own futures, gradually fading into the distance. Where lies the future and the mundane? Who shall provide me with an answer? In the classroom, the din of arguments and discussions abruptly fell silent. At that moment, the dozens of parents present were moved by the soul-stirring melody, their faces reflecting a tapestry of complex emotions. Meanwhile, at the doorway, Guofeng turned his gaze towards the podium, his face etched with hesitation as he asked, Teacher Li, should I still call Chu Xing back? Just moments ago, Teacher Li, in a state of anxiety, had only wished to summon Chu Xing hastily, oblivious to the lyrics. Now, however, her attention was drawn to the song for the first time. As a language teacher, she deeply resonated with the profound essence of the line. Once, the ambitious youth gazed enviously at the southward flying geese. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, she gently shook her head, signaling Guofeng to return to the class. In that instant, the entire class, indeed the whole school, fell into an extraordinary silence. Whether it was the senior year parent meeting or the classrooms of the first and second years, all activities ceased. Each face bore an expression of astonishment. After a prolonged silence, as the final notes faded away, applause erupted, initiated by an unknown source, soon enveloping the entire 14th class in a warm ovation. At that moment, all parents turned their gaze towards the back of the classroom. For the first time, Chu Tian, who had forever been regarded as a cautionary example, stood tall. The music concert concluded here. Let us return to the main topic. Teacher Li quickly regained her composure, her words guiding the atmosphere and redirecting everyone's thoughts. She clapped her hands and smiled, saying, I believe everyone is concerned about their child's performance at school. Now, I will announce the rankings from this month's exam. To begin with, in Chinese, the top scorer of our class is Xu Qingyu, with a score of 141. The name Xu Qingyu is not only familiar to all students in the school, but also to every parent present. This is no coincidence. Throughout the 3 years of high school, during every parent meeting, she effortlessly claimed the top position in every subject. A round of applause resonated throughout the class. Amidst eager anticipation, Teacher Li regretfully announced, Xu Qingyu's parent cannot attend due to other commitments. We shall hand her results over after school. The second place, Guofeng, with a score of 132, maintained a steady performance. Though his essay lost 8 points for straying off topic, he is encouraged to strive harder next time. Following this, Teacher Li methodically called out names to distribute the exam papers. Typically, at this juncture, Chu Tian would bury his head low, for Chu Xing often found herself among the bottom 3. But this time, the 15th place belonged to Chu Xing, with a score of 112. As Teacher Li read each name, the respective student would approach the podium to collect their paper, yet when Chu Xing's name was called, she was absent. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Tian, seated at the back, ultimately rose and made his way towards the podium. At this moment, Master Li, beaming with joy, handed the exam paper to Chu Tian, exclaiming with satisfaction, This time, Chu Xing has made remarkable progress. He is the only student in the entire school to achieve a perfect score on his essay, earning 60 points. His performance on the foundational questions was commendable as well. I believe that with continued effort, Chu Xing has the potential to rank among the top students in his class. Recently, Chu Xing's song broadcast had touched many hearts. And as Chu Tian took the stage, a wave of applause erupted from the audience of parents. As a successful entrepreneur, Chu Tian had just opened his 9th CAF branch, amassing considerable wealth. He managed over 100 employees, establishing himself as a prosperous businessman. Ordinarily, speaking before such a multitude would not faze him, yet, at this moment, holding his son's paper bearing a score of 112, he felt a slight tremor. This was the first time in his life that he stood on stage not to face criticism, but to receive accolades. A wave of elation washed over him, and his smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. Just as Chu Tian was about to turn and leave, a voice suddenly broke the air. The English teacher, Xu Qingyu, stepped onto the stage, smiling at Chu Tian. Chu Xing's parent, since you're up here, don't be in a hurry to leave. You should take back Chu Xing's English exam paper as well. Observing this, Master Li took a couple of steps back to make room. At this moment, Qian Bingxue, dressed in a flowing gown and adorned splendidly, held 2 exam papers in her hands, her eyes sparkling with barely concealed delight. In this English exam, the top 3 students in our class remain unchanged. The first is Xu Qingyu with 149 points. The second is Guo Feng with 142 points. And the third is our class monitor, He Can, with 135 points. She paused briefly, then handed a paper to Chu Tian. Her tone filled with pride. The 4th place goes to Chu Xing with 131 points. And by the way, his English essay was also graded full marks. 131? Even with the exam paper already in hand and the teacher's commendation received, Chu Tian still felt as if he were dreaming. Before the start of his senior year, Chu Xing's English scores had never exceeded double digits, and Chu Tian's greatest wish had been for his son to surpass his own achievements, which had peaked at a mere 40 points. Now, not only had his son outperformed him, but he had also secured an impressive 4th place in the class. If he were to share this news with his wife, Zhang Ying, she would likely find it hard to believe. Amidst the enthusiastic applause from the parents, Chu Tian's hands trembled as if keeping time to music. At that moment, the mathematics teacher also ascended the stage. The bespectacled old scholar, serious in demeanor, handed a paper to Chu Tian and sighed deeply. Chu Xing's parent, perhaps you should ask your son if he finds my lessons uninteresting? Chu Tian broke into a cold sweat, unsure of how to respond. Just as he was at a loss, the math teacher chuckled. This time, Chu Xing actually made significant progress in mathematics, scoring 59 points. Notably, he was one of the few students to solve the last question correctly, which many in the class could not. 59 points. While others might not grasp the significance of that score, Chu Tian understood all too well. Just before the start of the school year, Chu Tian confidently declared that he had scored a mere 35 points on a math exam that had once been graded out of 100. His greatest aspiration was for his son to surpass his own achievements. Now, however, with a math test graded out of 150, Chu Xing had managed to score 59. Even when converted to a 100-point scale, this equates to a score of 40, surpassing his father's own performance. Unlike other parents, Chu Tian harbored no lofty expectations for his son. This performance exceeded his anticipations, and he accepted the test paper with a cheerful demeanor. Subsequently, the remaining teachers took turns distributing their papers. Chu Tian remained on stage until he had collected the last exam, returning to his seat in the back row with a smile. In the past, receiving such papers would have incited him to tear them apart, as Chu Xing's scores had never accumulated to a 3-digit total. Now, however, he laid all the papers on the desk, treating the one with a score of 131 in English as a prized possession, placing it prominently at the front. Although the teacher had yet to announce the rankings, Chu Tian calculated that his son's total score for this monthly exam had exceeded 350, likely placing him around 600th in the school, an improvement of 200 places beyond the initial goal of 150. While this score may not secure admission to a prestigious university, the progress was substantial, with the senior year having commenced only a month ago. If his son continued at this pace, gaining admission to a 3rd-tier or even 2nd-tier university was within reach, a cause for encouragement. Feeling invigorated, Chu Tian left the parent-teacher meeting with an unbroken smile. In the front row, a plump parent began admonishing his son, Li Fei, look at your score. The total of your subjects didn't even reach 100. Aren't you and Chu Xing good friends? He has made progress, yet you remain stagnant. Who do you think you're disappointing? Once regarded as a negative example, Chu Tian never expected that one day his son would become the envy of others. He chuckled and advised, don't rush, there's still time. My boy used to be quite oblivious, often driving me to despair. But he has finally come to understand the importance of studying. Li Fei's parent, eager to learn, turned to Chu Tian with curiosity. How did Chu Xing suddenly awaken to his studies? Please share your insights so I can guide my child as well. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian hesitated for a moment. He wasn't quite sure when Chu Xing had truly begun to understand his studies. It seemed to have coincided with the beginning of the senior year when his son sat next to the top student, Xu Qingyu, and suddenly became diligent. Was it the power of love? Naturally, he refrained from expressing such thoughts and responded vaguely. Studying is ultimately a matter of personal initiative. We parents can't always be there to supervise. As Chu Tian spoke with ease, it became evident that nearby, not only Li Fei's parent, but also those seated in the back row were parents of students who had performed poorly. Their anxiety was palpable. As he observed the previously lackluster student, once akin to his own child, suddenly triumphing one day, parents from the neighborhood flocked to seek advice from Chu Tian. The parents' meeting had concluded. Surrounded by eager onlookers, Chu Tian regained his astuteness. How could he possibly divulge the true secret behind his son's awakening? After all, there was only one Xu Qingyu. If the teacher were to transfer Xu Qingyu to sit with their children, Chu Tian would surely be devastated. Hey, Dad, still chatting? Unbeknownst to him, the sky had completely darkened. Most of the parents had already departed from the classroom. Just as Chu Tian was savoring the moment, a voice rang in his ear. He looked up to see his mischievous son sauntering over, and instinctively raised his hand to give him a playful smack. Yet, as his palm hovered in midair, he couldn't bring himself to strike, opting instead to gently pat his son's shoulder, adopting a stern expression. You skipped class while everyone else was at the parent-teacher meeting. The teacher couldn't even find you to commend you. Chu Xing shrugged off his father's concern. What does this month's exam matter? It's merely a minor test. Come the next mock exam, I'll ensure you have something to boast about. Seeing his son's unwavering confidence, Chu Tian suddenly found himself looking forward to the next parents' meeting. At that moment, the soft voice of Xu Qingyu reached his ears. Uncle, please don't blame Chu Xing. He skipped class just to keep me company. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian looked up and saw Xu Qingyu blushing, her gaze fixed on her toes. Curiously, he asked Qingyu. The teacher mentioned how significant this parents' meeting was, and since you scored first, why didn't your family come? Xu Qingyu's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. She glanced at Chu Tian before lowering her head, kicking at her shoes. Beside her, Chu Xing wrapped an arm around his father's shoulder and whispered, Qingyu, doesn't he have a dad? Her relationship with her mother has soured. Chu Tian paused momentarily, then stepped forward with a bright smile directed at Xu Qingyu. Qingyu, why don't you come home with us? Both you and Xiaoxing performed splendidly in your exams. Uncle will treat you to sweet and sour fish to celebrate, shall we? In that instant, Xu Qingyu's head shot up. She had never known a father, nor experienced the warmth of paternal affection. Yet at this moment, she felt the essence of fatherhood emanating from Chu Tian. Her eyes welled up, her voice quivering as she replied, okay. As the last traces of sunset faded from the rooftop of the laboratory building, the city illuminated with countless lights. As Chu Tian descended with the two children, a gust of wind swept from the hillside, fluttering a few ginkgo leaves that landed softly on Xu Qingyu's school uniform. Chu Tian's car was parked at the school entrance. As they passed the playground, a few athletes were still practicing. Zhou Peng and Fang Lihua spotted Chu Xing from afar and waved enthusiastically. Seeing the two drenched in sweat only made Chu Xing's smile shine brighter. This was precisely the reason he had initially declined to join the school sports team. Athletic students may appear to have the liberty to skip classes without concern for their academic performance, yet their sacrifices are undeniably equal to those of their peers. For instance, while others have already departed for home, their solitary figures linger beneath the streetlights, uncertain of how much longer their training will endure. Star, when will you teach me to play the guitar? I too wish to impress others, panted Zhou Peng, waving at Chu Xing with a smile. The rubber track, having been sun-drenched throughout the day, still exuded a faint scent of rubber. Chu Xing, with a nonchalant demeanor, retorted, with that booming voice of yours. Any song you sing would sound like a wailing ghost. Just stick to your running. After a day of exertion, Zhou Peng felt as though his throat were ablaze. He yearned to exchange banter with Chu Xing, yet upon catching sight of Xu Qingyu nearby, he faltered, rendered speechless. Upon reaching the school gate, Chu Tian pressed the car key, and the Audi emitted a beeping sound. As Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu settled into the back seat, Chu Tian, while starting the vehicle, casually remarked, Xiaoxing, why have you ceased your incessant pleas to drive lately? Just a few days ago, upon obtaining your license, you seized every opportunity to take the wheel. Chu Tian's comment was merely a passing thought, yet it triggered a vivid and disturbing memory in Chu Xing's mind. He trembled, cold sweat trickling down his body. Unbeknownst to the driver, Chu Tian, he continued to drive while cheerfully stating, "In truth, Xu Xing, you possess quite the driving talent. You obtained your license in just a month during the summer. Just remember, patience is paramount when behind the wheel." Indeed, it was 20 summers ago, driven by impatience at a traffic light, that a tragedy unfolded. Blood and nightmares had haunted him for 2 decades, although reborn and having saved Xu Qingyu. Thus freeing himself from the clutches of those nightmares, the mere mention of that event still cast him into a surreal reverie. Beside him, Xu Qingyu quickly sensed the youth's distress. Observing Chu Xing's trembling form, she extended her hand gently, grasping his firmly, as if to offer warmth through her touch. From the driver's seat, Chu Tian, glancing through the rearview mirror, noticed the subtle exchange between the two young souls. Rather than calling attention to it, he addressed Xu Qingyu earnestly. "Qingyu, I was unaware of your family's situation before, and I did not inquire. However, now that I am aware, I cannot turn a blind eye." In the recent monthly examination, Chu Xing made a remarkable leap from third to last place to ranking 635. Such progress was indeed extraordinary. Chu Tian attributed this transformation entirely to Xu Qingyu. If there had been any reservations about her in the past, he now regarded her entirely as a potential daughter-in-law. In the past, ignorance may have been bliss, but now that I am aware of Xu Qingyu's difficult upbringing, lacking a father figure and enduring a strained relationship with her mother, my heart aches for her. I can no longer feign ignorance as I once did. Thus, I spoke earnestly. "Qingyu, you should refrain from frequenting the CAF. If you must go, it should only be to assist Xiaoxing with her studies. You need not serve tables or clean anymore. Although you topped your class in this exam, your teacher Li mentioned that your margin over the second-place student has diminished to a mere 2 points, compared to the usual 15. If you do not exert yourself further, you may soon be overtaken. Your focus must remain on your studies. Furthermore, like Xiaoxing, you shall receive a weekly allowance of 500 yuan. Do not hesitate to ask your uncle for it. Address me as uncle, and we shall be like family. Additionally, strive to mend the rift with your mother. Should you harbor any unspoken troubles, I am willing to speak with her on your behalf." As Chu Tian drove, his words flowed incessantly. Had these remarks been directed at Chu Xing, she would have likely grown impatient. However, Xu Qingyu was different. The young girl lifted her gaze, fixing it upon the amiable, slightly loquacious middle-aged man in the front seat. Chu Tian, despite the wear of constant travel rendering his skin somewhat tanned, possessed a certain charm. He had recently shaved for a parent-teacher meeting, rendering his face clean and presentable. While focused on driving, he exhibited small gestures, such as resting one hand on the window while steering with the other, giving him an air of casual ease. Xu Qingyu listened intently, observing. Having never known her father, she was uncertain of what paternal figures truly embodied. Yet in this moment, gazing upon the gentle features of the man before her, she gradually began to merge his visage with the hazy images of her dreams. If her father were still alive, would he resemble this middle-aged gentleman? Handsome and refined. Would he shower her with affection, provide her with an allowance, and alleviate all her worries? "Father," she whispered softly, yet Chu Tian, engrossed in driving, did not catch her words. He glanced back slightly and inquired, "What's the matter, Xiaoyu?" As she beheld his profile, a tide of yearning and sorrow surged within her heart. How she longed for a father, someone to embrace during moments of distress. Yet reality struck her, the stark truth that she was ultimately alone. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she fought to suppress her emotions and replied softly, "It's nothing." After uttering these words, she fell silent, turning her gaze to the world outside the car window, where the bustling streets and myriad lights of the city painted a vivid picture of life. Yet behind this facade of prosperity lay the absence of a home where she could find solace. If her mother were to leave, would she truly be the only soul in this vast city? In the front seat, Chu Tian, glancing through the rearview mirror, immediately sensed the young girl's despondency. He offered her words of comfort. "Xiaoyu, if something troubles you, remember to share it with your uncle. Do not keep it bottled up inside. If you feel a generation gap with me, you can always talk to Xiaoxing. Though he may seem carefree, he possesses a meticulous heart and can shield you well." At that moment, the girl suddenly turned her head, her gaze landing on the boy beside her. What unsettled her was the sight of Chu Xing, who typically wore an expression of fearless bravado, now curled up in the corner, trembling. It was reminiscent of the time he fainted at school upon seeing her nosebleed. Xu Qingyu hastily touched the tip of her nose. There was no blood. She lowered her gaze to examine herself, finding no traces of injury. Confused about the boy's condition, she could only grasp his hand tightly. Suddenly, memories flooded back. It had always been Chu Xing who shielded her from storms, standing resolutely before her in times of adversity. To conquer his fear of blood, he would pierce his fingers repeatedly with a needle, displaying no sign of trepidation even when all 10 fingers bore marks. Xu Qingyu had believed Chu Xing to be invincible, destined to be her eternal protector. Yet, witnessing him shivering in the corner, she realized for the first time that he, too, was merely an 18-year-old boy, vulnerable like herself. Though youthful and audacious, he harbored his own weaknesses. Without hesitation, she pulled Chu Xing closer, allowing him to lean against her. Her warm presence provided him solace. Gradually, the boy began to regain his composure. Finally, freed from the grip of fear, Chu Xing opened his eyes, his pallid face turning towards Xu Qingyu, wearing a strained smile as he said, "Xu Qingyu, I may not drive anymore." The girl paused, perhaps not fully grasping the weight of his words. But after a fleeting moment, she resolutely replied, "It's all right. I will learn to drive. Wherever you wish to go, I will take you." A smile graced Chu Xing's lips as he extended his hand, like a child making a promise, exclaiming, "Let us seal the deal, 100 years without change." In the front seat, Chu Tian observed the entwined fingers of the two youths and felt as though time had frozen in this moment. For reasons unknown, the usually composed Chu Tian felt a prickling sensation in his nose and a mistiness in his eyes. He quickly steadied himself, knowing it would be embarrassing to shed tears in front of the two youngsters. Adjusting his demeanor, he spoke gruffly, "We've arrived home. You two head inside first. I'll go to the market to buy a fish for sweet and sour fish. Oh, and since Qingyu enjoys cake, I'll pick up a large one to celebrate you both." The moment Chu Xing stepped out of the car, inhaling the fresh air, he instantly transformed, shedding his earlier lethargy and appearing vibrant once more. He smiled brightly and said, "Dad, there's no birthday today, so why buy a cake?" Chu Tian dismissed this notion and, with a touch of stubbornness, replied, "Who says you must have a birthday to enjoy cake? Today marks a significant occasion for both of you. Ahem, let us celebrate your academic progress. Just wait for me." With that, Chu Tian pressed the accelerator and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Xu Qingyu expressed her concern. "Chu Xing, are you all right? You scared me just now." Looking at Xu Qingyu's reddened eyes, resembling a weeping pear blossom, Chu Xing couldn't help but tease, "Do I appear to be in trouble?" As he spoke, he struck a couple of confident poses. To his surprise, the girl immediately broke into laughter, her eyes still glistening with tears as she playfully retorted, "You nearly frightened me to death just now. Please don't scare me again." Seeing her tear-streaked face, Chu Xing felt a pang of compassion and quickly reassured, "All right, all right. I apologize. I won't scare you again, but I must admit I was feeling a bit unwell earlier." Xu Qingyu, now concerned, asked what happened. "Should we go to the hospital?" Observing her fluctuating emotions, Chu Xing couldn't resist pinching her cheek gently. "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. It's you, my little crybaby, who should be cautious." Today, although no one was celebrating a birthday, the family indulged in a grand cake. Strangely, the cake bore the names of both Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu, leaving everyone perplexed about Chu Tian's intentions. After dinner, Chu Tian packed the remaining cake for Xu Qingyu and drove her home. Upon returning, he immediately called for Chu Xing from the bedroom. "Xiao Xing, last time I entrusted you with 3,000 yuan to buy something for Qingyu. Did you keep it for yourself?" Observing Chu Tian's serious expression, Chu Xing exclaimed, "Dad, this is an outrageous accusation. I've kept the 3,000 yuan on my bedside table untouched." Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's expression softened momentarily, but then he retorted, "I gave you that money to buy something for Xiaoyu. Why didn't you do it?" With a sigh, Chu Xing replied, "Dad, we've been busy with exams these past few days, and right after that was the parent-teacher meeting. Even if I wanted to buy something for Xu Qingyu, I simply lacked the time. Besides, you know her well. She wouldn't accept money directly. If I randomly bought her something, with her stubborn personality, she would refuse it as well. Therefore, we must take our time and approach this delicately to avoid putting any pressure on her." Chu Tian, initially furious, calmed down and realized that Xu Qingyu wasn't the type to take advantage of others. She might indeed refuse money outright. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "So, what do you plan to do?" With a hint of exasperation, Chu Xing replied, "I'm currently pondering that." Just then, Zhang Ying emerged from the kitchen. Having finished washing the dishes, she dried her hands and sighed, saying, "Qingyu is a good child. The significant progress Xu Xing has made is largely thanks to her. She deserves every penny we can offer. However, despite her seemingly gentle demeanor, Qingyu possesses a strong will. Simply giving her money would be ineffective. Instead, I will buy her a mobile phone. Upon hearing this, Chu Xing immediately shook his head. Mom, you just said Qingyu is stubborn. Do you think she would accept a phone? His mother scoffed lightly, then pointed at Chu Xing's forehead, smirking. Sometimes you're quite clever, but at other times, you're just as stubborn as your father. Although Qingyu wouldn't ask for a phone without reason, you could frame it as a necessity for your studies. You could explain that there are times when you have academic questions and can't ask her right away, which hinders your learning progress. Qingyu cares deeply about your education, and if it's for that purpose, she would certainly accept it. In that case, I will buy one for both you and Qingyu to facilitate your studies. Chu Xing paused for a moment, then remarked, Indeed, experience is invaluable. His mother beamed with pride. Xu Tian clicked his tongue. Parents generally prohibit their children from using mobile phones during their senior year, and families devise various means to enforce this rule. However, Chu Xing's situation was exceptional. Having previously lagged behind, he suddenly excelled, surpassing Chu Tian's expectations with his recent achievements. Not only would he receive a phone, but Chu Tian would not hesitate to provide more if necessary. Thus, with a wave of his hand, Chu Tian casually stated, Leave the phone matter to me. I happen to know a friend from whom I can acquire the latest model. Son, once I get the phone for you, make sure to give your father a sense of pride and don't get too caught up in playing, understood? Chu Xing nodded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, as Chu Xing headed into the house to study, Chu Tian beckoned to Zhang Ying, saying, I need to discuss something with you. Zhang Ying raised an eyebrow. Chu Tian, with a serious expression, continued, I learned today that Xiao Yu has no father and has been raised solely by her mother. During the recent parent-teacher meeting, all parents were present except for Xiao Yu, who was alone. That child is rather unfortunate, so I was thinking. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying paused for a moment and blurted out, Then I will go as her mother next time at the parent-teacher meeting. Yesterday's meeting had been quite successful. Li Modeo was in a good mood, and when Chu Xing arrived late for morning reading, Li Modeo surprisingly did not reprimand him. The first class was English. When Qian Bingxue, dressed in a light purple dress with her beautiful legs encased in stockings, entered the classroom, a chorus of gulping sounds resonated throughout. Qian Bingxue exuded charm, spoke softly. And having just graduated from university, she retained a hint of youthful exuberance, making her easily relatable to the students. Consequently, everyone adored her. And even those struggling with English were willing to stare at her in awe. In this recent monthly examination, our class's average score has risen by 5 points. With the chief credit going to our classmate, Chu Xing, whose individual efforts have remarkably elevated our average by 3 points. Qian Bingshue's voice was melodious as she approached the back row of the classroom, standing before Chu Xing with a smile. Chu Xing, please present your exam paper. I would like to discuss your composition with everyone. English is not the same as Chinese. This time, there are quite a few students who achieved full marks in the English essay, including 5 from class 14. However, Chu Xing stands out as the most exceptional among them. Typically regarded as a negative example, Chu Xing finally had his moment to shine, casually handing over his exam paper. Chu Xing, already quite handsome, possessed a pair of clear, lively eyes and a distinctly chiseled jawline. The moment he flashed a charming smile, even the recently graduated Qian Bingxue was momentarily taken aback. She leaned down to accept the paper, smiled back at him, and then proceeded to the podium, stating, This English essay was not particularly difficult. As long as everyone grasped the key points, a good score was within reach. Let us take a look at Chu Xing's article. Most of the morning classes revolved around discussing the exam papers. During lunch, Chu Xing quickly packed his bag and rushed towards the classroom door, turning to Xu Qingyu and saying, You can manage lunch on your own. I have to leave early for something. Once Chu Xing's figure had vanished, Xu Qingyu, having finished packing her bag, glanced towards the door with a hint of confusion, shaking her head. Over a month into the school year, during this time, Chu Xing had taken responsibility for their breakfast and lunches, allowing Xu Qingyu to enjoy delicious meals simply by staying close to him. With Chu Xing preoccupied today, Xu Qingyu was left to navigate the cafeteria alone. In truth, her situation had improved significantly compared to before. Previously, she had only 5 yuan for daily meals. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns and pickles. Lunch comprised 1 yuan for rice and 1 yuan for vegetables, while meat dishes were 2 yuan, which she couldn't afford. Dinner also adhered to a 2 yuan standard, allowing her to save a single yuan for emergencies. Now, Chu Xing generously provided her with 100 yuan daily, though Xu Qingyu was cautious with her spending, choosing to save every penny. She envisioned this amount alleviating a considerable burden on her family once she secured a place in university. Xu Qingyu, would you like to join me in the cafeteria? Li Fei, seated in the front row, noticed Chu Xing's absence and felt a sense of responsibility to protect his sister-in-law, mustering the courage to invite Xu Qingyu. Unfortunately, the girl merely glanced at him briefly before returning to her thoughts, dismissing him entirely. Xu Qingyu had a reserved demeanor. She rarely engaged with people or matters that did not pique her interest. In her eyes, among the entirety of Class 14, only Chu Xing could stir her emotions, while everyone else merely played the roles of nameless passersby. Feeling slighted, Li Fei experienced a moment of awkwardness. Yet, knowing Xu Qingyu's temperament, he dared not press further and decided to take his leave. At that moment, Xu Qingyu seemed to recall something, lifting her gaze and coldly inquiring, "Are you and Chu Xing close?" Having momentarily vacated his seat, Li Fei halted in his tracks, perplexed. It was merely the sight of Xu Qingyu's enchanting visage that caused him to scratch his head and utter, "Of course. I've been in the same class as Xing Ge since the first year of middle school. We would skip classes, visit internet cafes, and even share sleeping quarters. So close we were." Initially, Xu Qingyu regarded Li Fei as a friend of Chu Xing and contemplated whether to cultivate a closer rapport with him. However, upon hearing that he had accompanied Chu Xing in skipping classes, her expression transformed into one of sternness. In that moment, Xu Qingyu narrowed her eyes, being an aloof beauty. She exuded an aura of formidable authority when she slightly tilted her head. After casting a withering glare at the boy, she coldly declared, "From now on, you must not mention skipping classes or going to internet cafes in front of Chu Xing." Li Fei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Previously, he had only known Xu Qingyu to be distant and unapproachable, yet he had never dared to engage her directly. In his eyes, she was a goddess, existing in a realm far removed from his own. But now, as she regarded him with a gaze tinged with indifference, even disdain, he experienced an icy sensation in his heart for the first time. Bowing his head, his cheeks flushed crimson, although he initially wished to offer an explanation. The coldness in Xu Qingyu's eyes compelled him to swallow hard and retreat in embarrassment. At that moment, Li Fei vowed never to accompany Chu Xing to an internet cafe again, feeling as if he had been treated like refuse by the goddess. It was profoundly hurtful. As usual, Xu Qingyu spent some time reading. Presuming the cafeteria would be less crowded, she leisurely made her way there, one hand clutching her lunchbox and the other a small notebook. Upon her arrival, she found only a handful of latecomers still dining, while the cafeteria staff had begun clearing leftovers. Xu Qingyu approached a window where only a meager broth remained. "Auntie, could I please have a serving of rice and a portion of vegetables?" The cafeteria lady paused momentarily upon seeing Xu Qingyu, then inquired with curiosity, "My dear, it's been a while since I've seen you in the cafeteria." Throughout her first 2 years of high school, Xu Qingyu had consistently been the last to arrive at the cafeteria, steadfastly requesting a serving of plain rice and a vegetable dish. Her extraordinary beauty had rendered her memorable to the cafeteria staff. However, since the start of her 3rd year, she had seldom visited the cafeteria due to Chu Xing's influence, opting instead to dine off campus. Xu Qingyu smiled in response to the cafeteria lady's remark. Without hesitation, the lady generously filled Xu Qingyu's lunchbox with the remaining food, providing her with a portion significantly larger than that of the average student. Balancing the hefty lunchbox, Xu Qingyu chose an inconspicuous spot to sit. As she recited classical texts from her notebook, she took small bites of her rice and vegetables. In the recent monthly examination, Xu Qingyu scored 141 in Chinese, still the top of her class, yet she ranked only 4th overall in the school. The highest score was claimed by Sun Nana from Class 6, who achieved a remarkable 145. It is essential to note that in the past, Xu Qingyu had never scored below 145 in any Chinese language examination. This time, however, she had indeed regressed. Li Modu had already taken the initiative to discuss this with her, although she had managed to retain her first place this time. If this trend continued, she might truly lose her position to Sun Nana in the upcoming monthly exam. Therefore, she resolved to exert herself even more diligently. Xu Qingyu's appetite was not particularly large, yet the cafeteria aunt had served her a generous helping of rice. After consuming a little over half, she felt satisfied. Naturally, she could not afford to waste the remainder, and just as she contemplated packing the rice to take home for dinner, a figure, breathless, approached her. Upon lifting her gaze, She saw the perspiring Chu Xing had arrived before her. Chu Xing plopped down beside Xu Qingyu. Her smile not yet fully blossomed when her eyes fell upon the scene at the girl-ass table, a stark plate of plain white rice, a few leaves of green vegetables, and a complimentary seaweed soup. No delectable dishes, and certainly no meat. Chu Xing furrowed her brow, unable to suppress the urge to scold her friend. However, as the words lingered on her lips, she sighed and found herself at a loss for words. What right did she have to admonish her? Xu Qingyu had grown up without a father, and her mother worked 2 jobs merely to make ends meet. Living frugally had become Xu Qingyu's daily routine for the past 18 years. What right did she possess to critique her friend's circumstances? Thus, Chu Xing fell into silence. Observing the beads of sweat trickling down Chu Xing's forehead, Xu Qingyu withdrew her handkerchief from her pocket and offered it to her friend. It seemed she understood Chu Xing's inclination to reprimand her, so she spoke carefully. I was so engrossed in my reading that I lost track of time. By the time I came to the cafeteria, this was all that was left, so I thought I would just eat a little. Chu Xing accepted the fragrant handkerchief, and as her fingertips brushed against Xu Qingyu's warm palm, she instinctively grasped the girl's small hand, exhaling a sigh. I am not blaming you. By the way, have you eaten well? Xu Qingyu hurriedly glanced around, and upon noticing that there were still others lingering in the cafeteria, she quickly withdrew her hand from Chu Xing's grasp, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. Yes, I'm full. Noticing the substantial remainder of rice and a few vegetable leaves on the plate, Chu Xing wasted no time in transferring it to her side. With Xu Qingyu's chopsticks in hand, she began to devour the food with vigor. Quickly, while the aunt hasn't taken the soup pot away. Hurry and fetch me a bowl of soup. Xu Qingyu hastily finished the remaining half bowl of seaweed soup, and then rose to swiftly procure the soup. Upon her return with a brimming bowl, she discovered 2 exquisite boxes had appeared on the table. She cast a puzzled glance at Chu Xing. With her mouth full of rice, Chu Xing mumbled, "Open it and see." Curiosity piqued, Xu Qingyu obediently unwrapped the elegant packaging. Upon revealing a stunning mobile phone nestled within, she momentarily froze. Chu Xing remarked nonchalantly, "It's an LG C960. Do you like it?" A flicker of panic crossed Xu Qingyu's eyes as she instinctively pushed the phone towards Chu Xing, observing her friend's anxious demeanor. Chu Xing was assured that her suspicions had been confirmed. Xu Qingyu was not the kind of person who indulged in petty gains. She would never accept gifts from others without a valid reason. Even if it were offered by Chu Xing, she would refuse. Thus, setting down her chopsticks, Chu Xing hastily wiped his hands and, after unboxing another phone, spoke in an indifferent tone, "Take a good look. This is a phone that Dad specifically purchased for us both to facilitate our studies. Previously, when we returned home, I encountered numerous questions that I could not promptly seek your assistance with, leading me to abandon many problems. Now, with this phone, I can consult you anytime and anywhere for any questions I encounter. You wouldn't find that bothersome, would you?" Xu Qingyu shook her head anxiously, declaring with utmost seriousness, "You can jot down your questions in a notebook and ask me at school later. A phone is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." Seeing her resolute demeanor, Chu Xing immediately adopted a stern expression. "Are you implying that my education is less significant than a mere phone? Tell me, what holds more importance, my studies or this trivial phone?" Xu Qingyu bit her lip, preparing to retort, but Chu Xing forcefully thrust a phone into her hands, stating, "It's already unboxed. It cannot be returned. If you truly do not wish to keep it, I shall toss it in the trash." "And you know I mean what I say." Left with no choice, the young girl bit her lip and finally conceded. "Then, how much does this phone cost? Let me consider it as my purchase. Can it be deducted from my salary?" Chu Xing hesitated for a couple of seconds before relenting. "All right. This phone costs 1,000 yuan. Acquiring it is also for the sake of my studies, so we'll count it as 500 yuan for you. Dad has stated that my allowance will match yours. I receive 500 yuan a week, so we'll treat it as deducting 1 week's allowance." But Xu Qingyu began to protest, but Chu Xing interrupted her with a bold assertion. He took the phone and powered it on, saying nonchalantly, "Just follow my lead. Do as I do. This button is for powering on and off. A long press for 2 seconds turns it on, and this key answers calls." The phone that Chu Xing held was a newly launched color screen model from July 2005, boasting 260,000 colors, a clear display, and supporting MP3 playback, 3D racing games, and the Kingsoft dictionary. This particular device had been procured through a contact of Chu Tian, and Chu Xing was eager to present it to Xu Qingyu without delay. The phone featured a 5-megapixel CCD camera, far surpassing the pixel quality of its contemporaries. As Chu Xing began to demonstrate the phone's operation, Xu Qingyu, anxious not to miss any details, hurriedly leaned closer to him, her fingers trembling slightly as she attempted to replicate his actions. This was Xu Qingyu's first encounter with a phone. Previously, she had only observed her classmates using theirs in class, and many had inquired about her phone number or QQID, to which she had always shaken her head in refusal. It wasn't that she was unwilling to share. She simply did not possess one. Now, with a dreamlike phone in her hands, her palms were clammy with nervousness. Chu Xing rotated his phone, gesturing, "Look, this phone features an innovative rotating design. The screen and keyboard can pivot 90 degrees, allowing for a DV mode viewfinder and enabling real-time previews on the large screen while taking selfies." Xu Qingyu listened with utmost seriousness, her wide eyes brimming with eagerness, resembling a child in kindergarten. Noticing her head had leaned closer to his, Chu Xing couldn't help but smile. At that moment, the girl suddenly spoke, "May I have my own QQ number? I see many classmates adding each other as friends. I wish to be good friends with you." "What? Aren't we already good friends?" No, that's not what I meant." The girl blushed furiously. Chu Xing instinctively pinched her cheek and chuckled, "Just teasing you. I don't have a QQ either. Let me show you how to create one. See that little penguin? Click on it, then tap here." 5 minutes later, Xu Qingyu's face was flushed with excitement as she gazed at Chu Xing with her bright eyes, saying, "Chu Xing, we are good friends now, right?" "Indeed. You can send me any message and I will receive it." Xu Qingyu hesitated for a long time, unsure of what her first message should be. Meanwhile, Chu Xing's fingers danced across the keyboard. Suddenly, Xu Qingyu's phone emitted a series of ahem sounds. Startled, the girl stared blankly at the flashing penguin on the screen. After a moment's hesitation, she opened it and discovered the first message from Chu Xing, Xing. "Hello, Xiaoyu." Xu Qingyu's eyes sparkled. She delicately tapped on the keyboard for a while before hitting send. Moments later, Chu Xing's phone echoed with the same ahem sound. Upon opening it, he found the girl's first greeting. Upon reading her message, Chu Xing was left utterly dumbfounded. The first class of the afternoon was history. When Chu Xing returned to his seat, he noticed his close friend Li Fei looking at him with a perplexed expression. Chu Xing waved a hand in front of him, puzzled. Fei, what's wrong?" Li Fei stood at a height of 180 centimeters and weighed 160 kilograms, with a robust physique. Initially, Chu Xing called him Fei, which he found unappealing, likening it to a girl's name. So Chu Xing began calling him Fei instead. However, this nickname was exclusive to Chu Xing. If anyone else dared to use it, Li Fei would ensure they faced just retribution. Li Fei cast a glance at Xu Qingyu beside Chu Xing. For some unknown reason, he sensed that the school's ice-cold beauty had fleetingly glanced in his direction, her eyes subtly conveying a hint of warning. A chill ran down his spine, and he immediately shook his head, nervously turning back to Chu Xing as he explained, "It's nothing at all." Observing the round-faced friend's stammering demeanor, Chu Xing surmised that something was amiss, likely due to Li Fei's poor performance this time, while he himself had made progress, leaving him feeling uneasy. In matters of learning, Chu Xing finds himself at a loss. Li Fei is preoccupied solely with the desire to skip classes and surf the internet. When urged to study, he merely resorts to following the numerous teachers from the island nation in their lessons on action films. With such a mindset, any prospect of progress is utterly bleak. As the bell rang, the history teacher began the lecture at the podium, while Chu Xing stifled a tremendous yawn. In the past, he would have certainly succumbed to slumber upon resting his head on the desk at this hour, yet now, despite his fatigue, he mustered the strength to attentively listen to the lesson. Chu Xing's progress in English has been notably significant during this period. However, scoring 131 in the recent monthly examination has seemingly reached his limit. Even with potential improvements in the next exam, he could at best achieve a score of 135. With attaining 140 proving to be a considerable challenge, it appears that maintaining his current English proficiency is more feasible than achieving a substantial breakthrough. Under these circumstances, if Chu Xing wishes to make remarkable strides in the upcoming monthly exam, he must redirect his focus towards subjects like history and politics. Thus, the history teacher spoke earnestly at the podium, while in a corner, Chu Xing diligently took notes. Suddenly, he noticed that Xu Qingyu beside him seemed to be somewhat distracted. Leaning closer, he observed her delicate fingers tapping away at the textbook as if they were striking a keyboard. Curiously, he inquired, "What are you doing?" Xu Qingyu turned her head for a fleeting glance, her cheeks flushing crimson. Intrigued by her reaction, Chu Xing leaned even closer until their shoulders were nearly touching. "Sue, if you don't tell me what you're up to, I might have to report you for daydreaming in class." Biting her soft pink lips, Xu Qingyu lowered her gaze and whispered, "I'm practicing typing." As Chu Xing regarded her with puzzled eyes, she opened her textbook to reveal a diagram of a mobile phone, with each key distinctly labeled with letters. Her fingers danced over the letters, initially struggling to remember the sequence of keys, thus making her typing excruciatingly slow. However, as she became increasingly familiar with the order, her speed would undoubtedly improve as she developed muscle memory. Upon realizing the situation, Chu Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. This might very well be Xu Qingyu's first instance of daydreaming in class. If Limoto were to discover that his precious student was playing with a paper phone during class, one could only imagine his expression. Chu Xing gazed at Xu Qingyu with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. "Is it possible? The top student is daydreaming?" "I type too slowly," she confessed. Her face still flushed. "When you ask me questions in the evening, it takes me a long time to respond, which delays you. So I'm practicing now." Xu Qingyu kept her gaze fixed on the textbook, her fingers continuing their rhythmic tapping. Chu Xing was about to engage her in conversation when the history teacher unexpectedly called out her name. "Xu Qingyu, please stand and read aloud the passage I just covered for the class." In an instant, the distance between Chu Xing and Xu Qingyu grew. Meanwhile, beside him, Xu Qingyu slowly rose to her feet. At that moment, the entire class turned their attention to the corner, clearly intrigued by the sudden request for Xu Qingyu to read aloud in the middle of the lesson. At this instant, she stood tall and straight, yet hesitated to speak as she grasped the textbook. With a subtle smile, Chu Xing nudged his book towards her and pointed to a particular paragraph. The girl merely caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye, instantly comprehending his intent. In the next moment, her melodious voice, imbued with a hint of sweetness, resonated throughout the classroom. Many classmates exhibited expressions of rapt fascination, as if merely hearing Xu Qingyu's voice was a source of immense joy. The sun shone brilliantly that day, and a gentle breeze fluttered the curtains, causing strands of the girl's hair to dance around her face. The pages of the textbook on her desk rustled in the wind, prompting all the students to turn and gaze at the ethereal girl. Undoubtedly, this scene would become a cherished memory for many of them in the years to come. "Please take your seat," the history teacher instructed, casting a brief glance at Xu Qingyu before resuming the lesson. With this, Xu Qingyu dared not lose focus any longer. She tucked away her drawn phone design and sat upright, attentively listening to the lecture. Chu Xing observed her flushed cheeks and rosy earlobes, a smile unconsciously creeping upon his lips. He felt a sense of happiness. Throughout the semester, it had always been Xu Qingyu assisting him with his studies. But for the first time, he had helped her evade a predicament. A peculiar sense of fulfillment blossomed within him, as he imagined a day when he could offer her support in her academic endeavors. What a delightful prospect that would be. The girl was no longer distracted, but instead focused intently on the lesson. Chu Xing watched as she delicately tucked her windswept hair behind her ear, revealing half of her exquisite face, and he found himself somewhat entranced. At that moment, she bent down to swiftly jot down notes in her practice book before sliding it towards him. Glancing at it, he noticed her elegant handwriting springing to life on the page. "Pay attention," she warned him with a glance. Chu Xing quickly composed himself, straightening his posture and picking up his pen to take notes. Time slipped away quietly amidst the teacher's drowsy lecture. Xu Qingyu remained upright, fixated on the podium, her right hand diligently recording notes while her left hand, hidden beneath the desk, engaged in a silent practice of delicate movements. With each passing moment, her fingers transitioned from clumsiness to grace. As the evening self-study session concluded, she exhaled deeply and turned to Chu Xing, saying, "If you have any questions tonight, feel free to ask me. I will gladly answer." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Later that evening at home, Chu Xing hummed a cheerful tune as Zhang Ying emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of black-bone chicken soup. Noticing her son's upbeat demeanor, she inquired, "Did Qingyu take your phone?" Chu Xing chuckled. "Mother, do you not recognize who your son is? With me personally intervening, does she dare to refuse?" After a pause, he added, "Initially, Xu Qingyu was reluctant to accept, but after much persuasion, I finally compelled her under the pretense of seeking her guidance, and she reluctantly acquiesced." Noticing his father had taken out a bottle of wine, Chu Xing rose to pour half a glass for him, advising, "Father, there are no festivals or celebrations today, so please drink sparingly." Chu Tian, seeing his son conceal the wine bottle after just half a glass, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but refrained from arguing. He lifted his cup and took a small sip, smacking his lips. The store has been quite busy these past few years, leaving little time to take you all out for leisure. Once Xu Xing completes his college entrance exams, let us embark on a delightful trip abroad as a family. Zhang Ying, tearing off a chicken leg for her son, hesitated. What if we invite Qingyu to join us? Xu Xing's remarkable progress is largely due to her efforts. We must not forget our roots. Chu Tian nodded in agreement. How about this? This Sunday, I will take you both to the amusement park. Let us include Qingyu. She may not have visited a theme park yet. While studying is crucial, one must also find balance. Chu Xing felt a twinge of excitement. Though the academic workload was intense, a day or even half a day away was manageable. Most importantly, he wished for Xu Qingyu to unwind. He nodded. All right. I'll discuss it with Xu Qingyu tomorrow at school and see if she is willing to go. However, Chu Tian issued a firm order. She must come, otherwise, you won't go either. Faced with his father's ultimatum, Chu Xing could only bury himself in his meal. Returning to his room, Chu Xing retrieved his phone, opened QQ, and, with a smile gracing his lips, crafted a message to Xu Qingyu before hitting send. Xing, how about a trip to the amusement park this weekend? Setting the phone aside, he took out his homework and began to write. The assignments given by the teacher were quite numerous. Previously, Chu Xing had never bothered with his homework, but now he would not overlook a single question. After completing 2 problems, his gaze frequently drifted towards his phone. Yet no notifications arrived. Assuming a technical glitch, he checked the device, confirming it was functioning properly before refocusing on his studies. Half an hour later, having finished his mathematics homework, he pulled out his Chinese practice book and once again checked his phone. Still no reply from Xu Qingyu. This time, he found it impossible to concentrate on his studies. Even if Xu Qingyu typed slowly, surely she would have responded within half an hour? 2 possibilities arose. Either she had not seen her phone at all, or she had seen it but chose not to reply. Contemplating, Chu Xing deemed it unlikely that Xu Qingyu had missed her phone, as he had explicitly informed her that he would reach out for assistance with any questions upon returning home. Could it be that she simply did not wish to respond? It was plausible. Although Xu Qingyu had secured first place in the recent monthly exam, her margin over the second-place student had narrowed by over 10 points, presenting a significant challenge. Hence, she might be dedicating more energy to her studies, which could explain her reluctance to visit the amusement park. Upon reflecting on this, Chu Xing promptly composed and dispatched another message. Learning is crucial, yet one must also balance work and leisure. Moreover, this is my father's wish. Our entire family is heading to the amusement park this weekend, and he specifically requested your presence. Chu Xing was acutely aware of Xu Qingyu's unique affection for his father. Having never experienced paternal love herself, she yearned for that fatherly care from Chu Tian, making her typically reluctant to refuse his requests. Initially, Chu Xing assumed that by using his father as an excuse, Xu Qingyu would respond promptly. However, to his dismay, after completing all his homework, it was already 11 o'clock at night, and his phone remained devoid of any messages. At this point, Chu Xing could no longer remain calm. He edited another text, this time omitting any mention of the amusement park, and simply wrote, Please respond upon receipt. Even a single word will suffice. 5 minutes later, seeing that there was still no reaction, Chu Xing's anxiety escalated. You have 1 minute. If you do not reply, I will call you. This time, Xu Qingyu did not keep him waiting long. When the cough notification chimed on his phone, Chu Xing instantly opened the message. Little Rain, you know, if I were no longer here, would my mother feel more at ease? The moment Chu Xing read this message, he was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, an overwhelming sensation surged through him as if his blood had suddenly reversed course. Instead of replying, he directly dialed her number. Beep, beep, beep. As the phone signaled, Chu Xing distinctly felt his hands tremble. He was utterly perplexed about Xu Qingyu's state. She had seemed perfectly fine during the day. That morning, he had arrived late, and they had shared 2 steamed buns during the break. Xu Qingyu had finished her bun without any sign of distress. At noon, when he returned home to retrieve her phone, she had been dining alone in the cafeteria, enjoying her simple meal of rice and vegetables. Although she had resisted taking her phone initially, her emotional response had been subdued. Even when she had zoned out in history class and the teacher had gently reminded her, there had been no reprimand. Furthermore, she had expressed anticipation for his messages that evening. There had been no indication of any trouble during the day. What could possibly be wrong? Beep, beep, beep. The phone continued to emit its persistent tone. Suddenly, Chu Xing recalled the scar on Xu Qingyu's wrist. Throughout the first month of school, he had remained by her side, sharing nearly every meal with her and witnessing her smiles. He had believed that she had grown more cheerful, that she had moved beyond her darker thoughts. Yet, in this moment, he realized that Xu Qingyu had not changed. Her inner turmoil remained as fractured as ever. He understood that rescuing her from despair required more than mere warmth or providing her with a daily allowance of 100 yuan. It necessitated a deeper, more profound intervention. Xu Qingyu's mother yearns to marry abroad, yet Xu Qingyu is resolute in her refusal to accompany her. The discord between mother and daughter remains unresolved, and now, it seems that Xu Qingyu has once more ensnared herself in a labyrinth of her own making. In her recent message, she expressed that her absence would bring her mother some relief. This sentiment likely reflects her most genuine thoughts prior to her accident. Chu Xing believed that a mere offering of warmth and the passage of time would mend her inner turmoil. However, he has come to realize that unless he shatters the impenetrable ice encasing her heart and bridges the chasm between her and her mother, Xu Qingyu will never attain true freedom. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. As the automated voice resonated through the phone, Chu Xing felt a veil of darkness descend before him. He once again beheld the ethereal city in the sky, where a girl with cascading hair resided within its crystalline confines, adorned in a flowing red gown, yet she drifted further away from him. Does such a resplendent city truly exist? If it does, could that girl truly be Xu Qingyu? And if she were to vanish, would the city still hold any significance? There are no answers. As Chu Xing pushed open the door, the night had deepened, and the autumn wind outside had grown fierce. Clutching his car keys, he experienced a sudden spasm in his stomach as he opened the car door, nearly succumbing to nausea. He recognized that his old affliction had resurfaced. The moment he entered that once blood-stained vehicle, his body instinctively rebelled against the idea of driving. Thus, he closed the door and set off at a frantic pace down the road. It was late, and the streets were considerably less congested. Chu Xing attempted to hail a taxi, but it seemed as though the universe conspired against him, as no vehicle would stop. Resigned, he abandoned the notion of a cab and continued to run with abandon. The rhythm of his heart pounded in his ears, more intense than even during the 3,000-meter race at the sports meet. The biting wind whipped past him, and it was only then that Chu Xing realized it was already late autumn, the night air chillingly cold. The road was dark, and as he sprinted, he stumbled and fell, crashing to the ground. Pain was a distant sensation. He rose swiftly and resumed his flight. What was Xu Qingyu doing at that moment? Had she quarreled with her mother? Or was she grappling with an insurmountable problem? In such cold and darkness, was she hiding beneath her covers in tears? Or was she out in the world, bearing her solitude alone? As he ran, Chu Xing once again reached for his phone, only to discover that the screen had cracked from his earlier fall. Fortunately, it remained functional. He dialed the number once more, but the familiar beep echoed in response. Unlike the initial panic, as the cool breeze filled his lungs, Chu Xing gradually found a sense of calm. The rigid mind began to regain its capacity for thought. In a past life, following the accident, Chu Xing had, out of guilt, deliberately investigated Xu Qingyu's background. He was aware that Xu Qingyu's mother worked 2 jobs, laboring over 15 hours each day, enduring tremendous hardship. Emigrating seemed to be the swiftest and most advantageous means for their family to escape poverty. On the 3rd day after Xu Qingyu's accident, her mother immediately left for abroad. At that moment, Chu Xing believed her mother sought to flee from sorrow, however. It now appeared there might have been hidden complexities he was unaware of. In her last message, Xu Qingyu expressed a haunting question. If she were to disappear, would her mother find greater happiness? Clearly, Xu Qingyu perceived herself as a burden, convinced that her existence weighed heavily on her mother, and that without her, her mother would not suffer so. Chu Xing found it incomprehensible that Xu Qingyu could think so foolishly. Were she to stand before him now, he would unhesitatingly slap her across the face, making her understand the consequences of such irrational thoughts. As he rushed to Xu Qingyu's doorstep, he felt as though his lungs might burst. In this life and the last, he had visited this neighborhood countless times. He knew precisely which building and room belonged to Xu Qingyu. In this moment, however, he did not immediately knock, but instead gasped for breath, striving to calm his racing heart. When he extended his hand, he discovered it trembled uncontrollably. He was terrified that when he knocked, he might not see her silhouette, terrified that everything might merely be a figment of his imagination. If Xu Qingyu were no longer present, then what meaning would his rebirth hold? The hazy visage of the girl gradually materialized before him, and Chu Xing realized he could not distinctly recall Xu Qingyu's appearance. He remembered only that when she smiled, the corners of her eyes would curve into crescent shapes. He reached out to touch, yet even that indistinct face faded from his view. Thus, he knocked on the door. Initially, his movements were gentle, but the darkened room offered no response. He was compelled to increase his force. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the cold door remained resolutely shut. Xu Qingyu was not home. Indeed, her mother was likely absent as well. After a fleeting moment of disorientation, Chu Xing regained his composure. He retrieved his phone and dialed once more. The sound of the ringing echoed, and he leaned against the door, listening intently. The room was silent. The phone was not at home, which meant Xu Qingyu had taken it with her. Her mother was probably working the night shift. Chu Xing began to contemplate where Xu Qingyu might have gone. He had passed the school on his way here, but the gates were firmly locked, indicating she was unlikely to be there. Her silence suggested she did not wish for him to know her whereabouts. He surmised that even if he searched, he would only flounder about like a headless chicken. Gradually regaining his calm, Chu Xing restored his ability to think clearly. No longer anxious, he gently sat upon the steps outside Xu Qingyu's home. Through the window at the stairwell, he gazed at the dazzling night sky above and softly murmured, "The moon is particularly beautiful tonight." Thus, Chu Xing unlocked his phone and captured a photograph. The LG C960, a device valued at 9,600 yuan, was the latest model that Chu Tian had procured through a friend. Concerned that Xu Qingyu might overthink the price, Chu Xing refrained from disclosing its true worth, instead claiming it cost only 1,000 yuan. Though its 5 million pixels paled in comparison to the multi-million or even billion pixel cameras of the future, it was a formidable presence in this era. The photograph Chu Xing took clearly depicted the bright moon outside, the aged escalator, and the rusted door. After sending this image to Xu Qingyu, he was confident she would understand that he was waiting at her doorstep. This time, Chu Xing chose not to make a call or send a message. He simply sat quietly on the steps, awaiting her return. As time passed, he pondered that his parents were likely still asleep, unaware of his absence. Lately, he had been studying until the early hours of 1 or 2 in the morning, and his parents had grown accustomed to his late nights, as they were busy during the day and retired early. Moreover, he had intentionally tread lightly when leaving, so they should still be in slumber. Chu Xing thought how wonderful it would be if, by the time his parents awoke the next morning, he had resolved all his troubles. Before long, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and Xu Qingyu had yet to return. Finally, at 2:30, soft footsteps echoed from downstairs. Moments later, a somewhat slender figure appeared before him. The moonlight was bright that night, casting a serene glow through the staircase window, revealing a woman who bore a resemblance to Xu Qingyu standing before him. The woman seemed perplexed, wondering why someone would be sitting at her doorstep in the dead of night. As she stepped back, apprehensive, Chu Xing rose gently, his expression filled with trepidation as he greeted her. "Good evening, ma'am. My name is Chu Xing, and I am a classmate of Xu Qingyu." Upon hearing his introduction, the woman at the staircase gasped dramatically, clearly startled. Yet, after a moment, she realized that the person before her was her daughter's classmate, and a complex expression emerged on her fatigued face. She stepped forward, scrutinizing Chu Xing for a brief moment before retrieving her keys to unlock the door. "Please come in. I know you. Xu often speaks of you. She never mentions her classmates or brings them home. You are the first one she has ever mentioned." As she led him inside, she turned on the lights. Instantly, the dark room was illuminated. The woman approached a door and gently knocked, but received no response. She then pushed the door open and sighed. "That girl has run out again in the middle of the night." Chu Xing entered the house. Although he had visited the neighborhood numerous times, this was his first experience stepping into Xu Qingyu's home. Contrary to his expectations of disrepair, her residence, though modest, was impeccably tidy. The woman entered the kitchen, poured a glass of water for Chu Xing, and then sat down opposite him. With her head bowed, she appeared lost in thought for a while before finally speaking. "Is Xiaoyu doing well at school? Is she being bullied? The night is quite chilly." Chu Xing had left home in haste, wearing only a thin coat, and had sat on the stairs for 2 hours, his hands and feet freezing. He took a sip of the warm water but did not rush to respond. Instead, his gaze drifted to the wall in the living room. There hung a framed photograph of a small Xu Qingyu laughing joyfully with her mother. Observing the adorable little tiger teeth of the girl in the picture, Chu Xing took a deep breath and said, "At the parent-teacher meeting the day before yesterday, Xu Qingyu ranked first in the entire school. All the parents attended. Yet you were the only one absent. The middle-aged woman froze for a moment, her face etched with bitterness. This child is just too understanding. So much so that it pains my heart. I have to work during the day, and she probably didn't want to disturb my job, which is why she didn't tell me. If only she had spoken up, I would have certainly taken leave to go to school. The middle-aged woman looked up, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling, softly murmuring. In fact, this child is just too self-righteous, much like her father, which is rather bothersome. If she had only informed me, I would have gone to school regardless of how busy I was. But she insists on bearing everything alone. Moreover, she often misplaces her textbooks, and when I try to go to school to speak with her teachers, she stops me. She is too stubborn, many times. When I attempt to communicate with her, I am met with indifference and arguments. Honestly, sometimes I don't know how to interact with her harmoniously. It's exhausting, truly exhausting. The middle-aged woman closed her eyes, a tear stain at the corner of her eye seemingly narrating the struggles and resilience of a single mother. Did you know Xu Qingyu was in a car accident? In the silent room, Chu Xing's calm voice pierced the air, causing the woman before him to tremble violently. She instantly opened her eyes, filled with terror as she asked, "What did you say? How is that possible? How could I not know?" In that moment, the middle-aged woman grasped Chu Xing's arm tightly. Her grip was so forceful that his arm turned bruised. Chu Xing remained still, his tone steady as he replied, "It was the day before the start of her senior year. The day before school started. I urged her to join me abroad, but she refused. We had a quarrel, and she stormed out. However, when she returned that evening, she even cooked dinner for me. I thought she was fine." Chu Xing's hand slipped into his pocket, where a letter lay quietly. It was Xu Qingyu's farewell letter, detailing her emotional journey and her resolve to end her life. Chu Xing had promised Xu Qingyu he would keep this letter safe and never disclose it to a third party. Yet now, Chu Xing was unaware of what had truly occurred with Xu Qingyu. But he understood that this letter might serve as a bridge to mend the misunderstandings and barriers between mother and daughter. Observing the woman's anxious expression, he realized that she deeply loved Xu Qingyu, yet their relationship was marred by profound misunderstandings and distance. Xu Qingyu was not adept at expressing herself, and the woman was exceedingly busy. In an effort to bridge the gap between mother and daughter, Chu Xing gently remarked, "Xu Qingyu just sent me a message. She asked if her absence from this world would make her mother feel a bit lighter." Upon hearing this, the woman despondently lowered her hands, covering her face as she wept, exclaiming, "Is it always this self-righteousness? Do you children perceive me as an inadequate mother? One devoid of the care and tenderness that a child deserves? Do you know how deeply it wounds me when you, as a classmate of Xiaoyu, convey such sentiments? I am not a wicked mother. My desire to go abroad, to take her to a new place, was solely to provide her with a fresh learning environment. I witnessed her sobbing alone beneath the covers late at night, aware that she was being bullied at school, yet I felt powerless. I worked tirelessly to offer her a better environment. What have I done wrong? Why does she fail to understand me, perpetually believing I am harming her?" As the woman resumed her seat on the couch, her hands shielded her face, tears cascading like pearls. In that moment, Chu Xing could sense her helplessness. Yet, he refrained from offering comfort, knowing that to truly mend the rift between Xu Qingyu and her mother, they must dismantle the barriers that separated them. Only by dispelling all misunderstandings could they avoid further disputes, ensuring Xu Qingyu would not again succumb to despair. During their first and second years of high school, although Xu Qingyu and I were classmates, we seldom spoke. She sat at the front, regarded as a model student by both teachers and peers, while I lingered at the back, perceived as the least competent. Our first encounter occurred the day before school commenced, when I saw her standing alone at the intersection, gazing up at the sun with an expression of utter despair. In that moment, I realized that the radiant Xu Qingyu was merely a lonely girl. I pulled her back from the brink and invited her to sit beside me when school began, intending to keep a watchful eye on her, to prevent her from spiraling into hopelessness. I initially believed that by offering warmth and allowing her to experience the beauty of the world, she would emerge from her plight. However, I overlooked the turmoil within her heart. Suddenly, my phone vibrated, expecting a message from Xu Qingyu. I was surprised to find it was a text from my mother inquiring about my whereabouts. I quickly replied that I was out for a walk and would return home shortly. As I put my phone away, I noticed the woman rising to her feet. With a curious gaze from Chu Xing, she stepped forward and, upon reaching the door, turned to him and softly said, "Let us go. I will take you to find her. This girl always retreats to that place whenever she feels unhappy. She is such a stubborn yet solitary little girl."